Chapter 1. The Descent of the Goddess. By what right do you, a goddess, command the admiration of thousands, while I remain unknown? Yi Jiao, you need not worry in the realm of the divine. All shall be well with me by your side. The accolades you have earned through your toils will be enjoyed by me in your stead. Do not feel overly grateful. In the misty forest, two factions are engaged in a fierce battle. A towering, ferocious yellow lion has subdued a similarly colored leopard beneath it, growling menacingly. This female belongs to us. Impossible. We discovered her first. The leopard retorts defiantly. Weaklings do not deserve the right to mate. Due to the beast god's decree, the ratio of females to males is a staggering 1 to 100. Thus, possessing merely 2 fertile females is sufficient to establish a small tribe. They are but a small tribe, comprising a total of 5 females. Although 10 females are required to ascend to a mid-tier tribe, each additional female brings with it a glimmer of hope. This female is a prize they must secure. Amidst their brutal struggle, they remain oblivious to a lurking tiger concealed within the nearby underbrush. As time passes, the lower-tier beastmen fall in battle, the ground strewn with severed limbs, the air thick with the scent of blood. At last, the outcome of the conflict draws near. Suddenly, the sky darkens, and a blinding white light descends from above, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that envelopes the area. In tandem, a sweet feminine fragrance wafts through the air. The beastmen present are struck with awe and immediately bow low to the ground. Though the pressure dissipates in an instant, the potent energy contained within renders the beastmen immobile, yet the intoxicating sweetness ignites their primal instincts. A voice within urges Hu Qiao that he must seize this opportunity. Following his instincts, he leaps forward with unprecedented speed, snatching the prize and fleeing. His once concealed presence is now fully exposed, and the enraged beastmen cry out, "Stop that beastman!" The allocation of this female can be discussed later, but the goddess must not be taken. Indeed, the descending Yi Jiao is perceived by them as a goddess. Hu Qiao pays no heed to their words. He is no fool. After such an arduous effort, how could he possibly return her? Moreover, this is a treasure bestowed upon him by the beast god. Jostled by the tumult, Yi Jiao awakens in a haze. Realizing that her surroundings are amiss, she perceives the landscape rapidly retreating behind her. She discovers she is being carried by a tiger. Behind them, a multitude of beasts pursue relentlessly, their murderous intent palpable in the air. Instinct tells Yi Jiao that these beasts are far more perilous than the tiger that bears her away. Detecting host, initiating binding process. Binding successful, commencing. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonates in her ears, and before she can comprehend it, a flood of unfamiliar information implants itself in her mind. Much of it is a blur. Yet the relentless pursuit of the beast leaves Yi Jiao with little time to ponder. She instinctively follows the guidance. As she complies, she feels her body spiral out of control, plunging her once more into unconsciousness. Upon her collapse, the pursuing beastmen suddenly find themselves engulfed in flames. They are forced to halt, desperately trying to extinguish the fire with dirt. Yet the flames, inexplicably potent, resist their efforts the more they struggle. The fiercer the blaze becomes, soon consuming their very flesh. Beast God. This is the beast god's punishment. It seems the beast god does not wish for the goddess to remain within their tribe. The unquenchable fire instills terror in the pursuing beastmen as they shift between the realms of beasts and men, ultimately reduced to ashes. When their anguished cries reach Hu Qiao's ears, he glances back but dares not pause, propelling himself forward with all his might. After many convoluted turns, he finally dares to return to his cave, shedding all traces of his presence. He gently lays Yi Jiao upon his stone bed, a newfound companion at his side. Days pass, yet Yi Jiao remains in slumber, and Hu Qiao, once filled with joy, now bears a countenance of worry. What shall he do? It seems he may have inadvertently caused the demise of the female. Despite contemplating seeking a shaman, Hu Qiao hesitates to leave Yi Jiao alone in the cave. If she does not awaken today, he may have no choice but to join a tribe where a shaman resides. He gazes at Yi Jiao, transforming into his beast form to lie beside her. Uncertain how much time has passed, consciousness returns to Yi Jiao, and upon opening her eyes, she is met with the sight of an enormous tiger face looming close, its eyes reflecting a medley of emotions: joy, anxiety, and more. Instead of fear, she remains surprisingly composed, raising her hand to gently push its face aside. Where am I? She recalls fleeing for her life just moments before. With her thoughts still tangled, the unfamiliar surroundings prompt her to seek clarity. Her soft voice eases Huchio's tension. This is the Misty Forest, little female. You have finally awakened. You have been unconscious for 3 days, and I feared I had inadvertently caused your death. Are you hungry? I shall prepare food for you. With that, he rises, shifting from his tiger form to that of a man as he strides outside. Yijio bites her lip, watching his imposing figure fade from view. At this point, she only knows she has traversed into another realm, currently residing in the Misty Forest. Aside from that, her understanding is limited. However, she senses no malevolence from this man. While she momentarily loses focus, he returns, bearing a large, bloodied piece of meat, his expression filled with remorse. I apologize as a wandering tiger beast man. I lack the means to procure fire to cook this for you. He is not ignorant of the needs of females and offspring, fully aware they require cooked food, yet he has never possessed fire as a male beast man. It was unnecessary for him before. Huchio had never imagined the beast god would bestow such favor upon him after venturing out to hunt. He returned with such a beautiful female. With a female by his side, everything changes. Setting aside all else, he must obtain fire. While he can forego cooked food, his little female cannot. Illness could cost her life. Yet she has been unconscious for several days, and she urgently needs nourishment. With that thought, Huchio extends the meat before her. I promise to prepare cooked meat for you at the next meal. This is a promise from a male to a female. Please give me some water, I am quite thirsty. Though her memories are fragmented, she recalls never having consumed raw meat, and thus, the sight of the bloody morsel stirs no appetite within her. Upon awakening, all she desires is a drink of water. Perceiving Yijio's unabashed disdain, Huchio feels a pang of guilt. From her exquisite appearance and the luxurious feel of her fur, he surmises she must have lived a life of abundance prior to this. What shall he do? Can he truly care for such a delicate female? Doubt creeps into Huchio's mind, yet he cannot bear the thought of sending Yijio to a larger tribe. Chapter 2: A New Space. Huchio firmly believes that among the multitude of beast men, it is he alone who has claimed this prize. A testament to the beast god's favor, his duty is to care for her diligently. Regardless of his internal conflict, upon hearing Yijio request water, he swiftly presents it to her. Drink, the water is pure. Huchio smiles, striving to infuse his tone with warmth. However, as he offers the rough stone cup to her delicate fingers, he instinctively retracts his hand, feeling the cup ill-suited for her. He awkwardly explains, I had no need for delicacy before you arrived. Now that you are here, I will strive to hunt more effectively to acquire better things. Thus, he hopes to persuade her to stay. As their gazes meet, Huchio is filled with regret. For both water and food, Yijio possesses ample supplies in her space. Though she remains puzzled as to why her modern self would have such provisions, and the mechanical voice from before lingers in her mind. Yet, recognizing the sincerity in his offerings, she does not refuse. All right. Her acceptance fills Huchio with excitement. He never anticipated winning over the little female so swiftly. I swear by the beast god that I shall care for you exceptionally well. As soon as the words leave his lips, a flash of white light envelopes him, signaling the oath's enactment. Once he speaks, Huchio cautiously inquires, Little female, would you care for some food? No, I have some. To Huchio's astonishment, several items materialize in Yijio's hands, their enticing aroma indicating they are indeed food, though he does not recognize them. Little female, do you possess a space? Could it be that the beast god, feeling pity for his prolonged wandering, has bestowed upon him a female who is not only beautiful but possesses rank? It is known that only beastmen of second rank or higher may possess a space. Yijio's possession of one suggests she must at least be a second-rank beastman. Yes, would you like to share? Raw meat does not taste good. As she acclimates to the unfamiliar yet familiar power coursing through her, an inexplicable influx of information expands her understanding of this world. This is a realm of beasts, where the natives can transform into beast men, indistinguishable from humans, alongside primal beasts devoid of intelligence that follow nature's cycle of reproduction, and the exceedingly ferocious, destructive, and ranked demon beasts. Of course, This information is relayed to her by the heavenly order of this realm, indicating a welcoming stance towards her arrival. The most powerful entity here bears goodwill towards her, and thus, Yijiu finds herself increasingly accepting of this beastly world. Hu Qiu's dazed expression elicits a soft laugh from Yijiu, her radiant smile rendering him unable to look away. He appeared utterly dazed, his face involuntarily flushed, with his ears aglow as if they were about to bleed. Lowering his head, Hu Qiu dared not meet Yijiu's gaze, his voice instinctively softening. How can this be? Though he yearned to indulge, as a male, it would be a grave mistake to bring a female delectable prey, let alone seize her food. What a disgrace it would be to utter such a thing. Understanding the complexities of this land, he quickly grasped his inner turmoil. If I offer it to you, then accept it, otherwise, I shall be displeased. With that, his tone softened slightly. This is my gift to you. Accept it. Remember, you must not defy me in the future. Do you understand? I understand. Although Yijiu's words were quite domineering, Hu Qiu did not perceive her as arrogant. Rather, there was an inexplicable charm about her. Typically, females are protective of their food, and he understood this as her acknowledgement of him. In the beastly realm, only males favored by females were deemed worthy to share a meal with them. As Hu Qiu contemplated this, he cautiously cradled the food Yijiu had given him, his gaze reverent as if handling a sacred relic. For a moment, he found himself reluctant to eat it, wishing to preserve it instead. Noticing his thoughts, Yijiu could only sigh in exasperation. Fool, come sit here. Oh, okay. With a heart brimming with joy, Hu Qiu fumbled his way to the other side of the stone bed. Female, you are truly wonderful. You are the most beautiful, kindest, and most generous female I have ever encountered. He had a myriad of compliments swirling in his mind, but when the words finally escaped his lips, he found himself at a loss, leading to a moment of awkwardness. After we eat, take me for a stroll. I wish to see the place where we will live in the future. Yijiu's smile broadened slowly, her approval of this beast man slightly warming, easing his embarrassment. Of course. In that instant, Hu Qiu was so exhilarated that he wished to revert to his original form and leap into the air, but considering Yijiu's presence, he held himself back. However, the uncontrollable upward curve of his lips and the involuntary twitching of his beastly ears and tail unmistakably betrayed his inner turmoil. Seeing him in such a state, Yijiu could not help but direct her gaze toward him. Her expression was undeniably neutral, yet Hu Qiu felt as if flames were igniting in his heart. His beastly tail wagged faster, and his ears moved helplessly back and forth, exuding an irresistible cuteness. This innocent demeanor completely charmed Yijiu. Yet, she was aware that if this continued, he might flee in panic. Thus, she decided to seize the moment and began to eat the food she had brought out. The ingredients were of the highest quality, and with each bite, she was enveloped in pure bliss, leaving no room in her mind to focus on Hu Qiu. Noticing her engrossed in her meal, no longer glancing his way, Hu Qiu quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, his entire being relaxing. However, recalling his earlier actions, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, seeing Yijiu enjoy her food so heartily, he couldn't help but swallow hard, looking forward to the delicacies in his bowl. As a carnivorous beast man, he unhesitatingly chose the chunks of meat from the bountiful bowl. The meat, unrecognizable in its original form, emitted an alluring aroma, and its rich hue made his mouth water. Upon tasting it, the flavor surpassed his expectations, and he was astonished to discover that it contained far more energy than any original beast he had known. Just one piece, and he felt nearly full. Intending to indulge heartily, Hu Qiu found himself momentarily at a loss, staring at the array of food in his bowl, unsure of what to select. If you can't finish it, store it in your space and savor it later. It's all good food, Yijiu remarked, noticing his indecision. I'm sorry for causing you to witness this. Yijiu's gentleness delighted Hu Qiu. He realized she was unlike other females, devoid of their typical capriciousness. Indeed, he had struck gold. Is no trouble. During the meal, Yijiu was not particularly chatty after speaking. She returned to savoring her food with great care. Hu Qiu, understanding her disposition, did not interrupt, swiftly filling his belly and setting aside the remaining food before striding away. Previously, he had not sensed anything amiss, but upon seeing the graceful and beautiful Yijiu seated in this humble cave, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. No, as his female, She must possess what other females have. With this thought, Hu Qiu was filled with determination. With sufficient strength to protect himself, Yi Jiao did not mind his presence. In truth, she was uncertain about how to engage with this beast man, and this arrangement suited her perfectly. Having eaten to her heart's content, that voice emerged once more. Chapter 3. The Multitude Blessing System Activation with Ample Energy. The system has successfully updated ahead of schedule. Greetings, esteemed host. I am System 0802, and it is my pleasure to serve you. The following tasks are now issued. Accept 1 mail within a week and receive a reward of 3 storage bags. Accept 2 mails, and the reward increases to 10 storage bags. Storage bags, a non-static space, measuring 3 cubic units, transferable, with final interpretation rights belonging to the host. Before Yi Jiao could utter a word, the system proactively announced the mission. Initially intending to inquire about the nature of the system, Yi Jiao's thoughts were somewhat clarified upon hearing the task. Are you a progenitor system or a matchmaker system? In this unfamiliar realm, having a system as a guiding hand not only facilitates many endeavors but also provides direction. Most importantly, it allows for communication. Yet, upon receiving this task, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Dear host, 0802 is the Multitude Blessing System, and I hope you will soon take a spouse, thereby reaping rich rewards and enjoying the blessings of companionship. The Yi Jiao had never felt such speechlessness in 2 lifetimes. In her previous life, she had not engaged in romance even in her 30s, let alone marriage and childbearing. Now, having traversed to this new world, she was expected to bypass the courtship phase entirely and proceed directly to marriage and procreation. Unacceptable. Is there any way to unbind this? If I possess a space, the system seems somewhat unnecessary. That is not possible. Once bound, the system cannot be unlinked unless the host perishes. That AS expected. She knew this troublesome system would be difficult to placate. Yi Jiao ceased her conversation, and for reasons unknown, the system fell silent, choosing not to disturb her further. When Hu Qiu returned with food, Yi Jiao had already adjusted her mindset. After all, with a space at her disposal, she planned to disregard the system. She did not believe that, despite her reluctance, the system could compel her to comply. Upon seeing him, a smile graced Yi Jiao's face. You're back? Yes, I hunted a longhorn beast. Its flavor is exquisite. That I also gathered some red fruits that the females from other tribes particularly adore. Would you like to try them? At this point, he seemed to realize something amiss and quickly added, I have no entanglement with those females. I merely observed them gathering and noted their fondness for these fruits. Please do not misunderstand. He feared Yi Jiao might think of him as one of those unsavory males. That I trust you. There was no need for excessive words. Those 4 simple words warmed Hu Qiu's heart, reinforcing his belief that the beast god truly treated him well. You are truly the finest female I have ever encountered. My father once bore the stigma of infidelity to save a female, resulting in his exile from the tribe. My brother and I could not bear to part with him. Hence we followed him into the wilderness. Life as a wandering beast man was fraught with hardship. Aside from the constant concern for food sources, one had to be exceedingly cautious. They needed to evade various tribes while also steering clear of other wandering beastmen, for they might consider us as potential prey. During a particularly severe drought, food became scarce, and instances of cannibalism among the wandering beastmen intensified. My father and I, along with my brother, hid and sought refuge. Yet we were ultimately discovered by a band of wandering beastmen. My father fought valiantly to obstruct them, allowing my brother and me to escape, but he himself was consumed by the other beastmen. At that tender age, I could not comprehend why my mother did not trust my father, nor why saving someone could cost one's life. It is all in the past. I only wish to clarify, so that you do not harbor any misunderstandings. The law of survival in the beast world is one of the fittest. Most beastmen regard life and death with indifference. However, my brother and I, having experienced so much with our father, hold a profound bond, making it difficult for us to completely let go of the past. Yet now, with Yi Jiao's companionship, his emotions found a new outlet, and he began to envision a future, for his brother. A mature male beastman must eventually wed. There is little point in dwelling on it. Just as he contemplated this, unbeknownst to him, his brother Hushan, having sensed the mention of him, returned after several days of foraging. Before even approaching their dwelling cave, Hushan caught a whiff of the unique sweetness that marked a female, invigorating his weary spirit. Could it be his usually aloof and indifferent brother had finally come to his senses and sought a female? Could he have taken one from another tribe? Would he return? Or was he fleeing with a female? A torrent of questions filled Hushan's mind, but upon seeing Yi Jiao for the first time, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. That he stood at the entrance of the dwelling cave, hesitating for a long while before daring to step inside, fearing he might awaken from a dream. He had always admired his formidable yet taciturn elder brother. Now, witnessing him bring back such a beautiful female, his admiration reached new heights. The Hu Qiu was the first to react, calling out to him, bringing Hushan back to reality. Yet his expression remained shy. "Brother, is this our female?" His words displeased Hu Qiu. "She is my female." This was the first time Hu Qiu had expressed such disdain for his brother. Now that he had returned, it was time for Hushan to find his own dwelling. "Asen, you are now an adult. I have my wife, and you should move out on your OWN.in the beast world." Communication is quite direct, and he thought as such. Thus he spoke accordingly. After saying this, he paid no further attention to Hushan and instead turned his gentle gaze towards Yi Jiao. "Did you not say you wished to explore? Shall we go now?" Upon hearing Hu Qiu refer to his brother, Yi Jiao had no desire for conversation. All right. Her compliance brought immense joy to Hu Qiu, the corners of his mouth lifting in delight. Leaving Hushan astounded, that it appeared that the presence of a female could significantly alter a male's demeanor. However, being so abruptly cast aside left Hushan feeling quite resentful. "Brother, you promised that no matter what, we would live together. Are you truly going to break your word?" He racked his brain, recalling the comforting words Hu Qiu had once offered him. He was well aware of the thoughts that lingered in this child he had raised. Upon recognizing this, Hu Qiu understood that Hushan had set his sights on Yi Jiao, that he knew very well that such a beautiful and remarkable female could not be solely protected by him. In comparison to outsiders, one's own brother was far more reliable and would seamlessly integrate into their lives. Understanding this was one thing, but accepting it so quickly was another, and thus, his expression remained cold. Chapter 4. The Tiger Beastman Brothers. We, as beastmates, live together. What place does an outsider have in our midst? What is inappropriate about this? We are all family. I shall simply embrace my role as the male to the little female. Saying this, he shyly smiled at Yi Jiao. "Little female, you smell delightful. I like you very much." Yi Jiao politely declined. "Thank you for the compliment, but at present, I do not feel the same." Having grown accustomed to the multiple meanings behind a single phrase, Yi Jiao found it challenging to adjust to the straightforwardness of the beastman. "That is of no concern. My affection for you is sufficient. One day, you will be moved by me." Hushan remained undeterred, believing that he still had a chance due to her gentle tone. Yi Jiao, somewhat exasperated, chose not to engage further, pulling Hu Qiu along as they ventured outside. Hu Qiu was both delighted that Yi Jiao had refused Hushan and worried that his lively brother might win her over, thus jeopardizing his own position. In an instant, his emotions became exceedingly complex. Sensing Yi Jiao's discontent, Hushan feigned compliance and remained behind, feeling wronged until Yi Jiao's figure disappeared from view, at which point he dared to act. Though lacking experience, he frequently observed the tribes nearby. Thus he knew precisely how males endeared themselves to females, that he understood that to win a female's heart, one must first win her stomach, and thus he resolved to prepare food for the little female. Soon, he encountered a dilemma. Females could not consume raw food, yet they had no means of preserving fire. He must devise a solution. Hushan could no longer sit still. Thus, having just returned, he set off once more. Meanwhile, holding Hu Qiu's hand, Yi Jiao released it shortly after leaving the cave, strolling leisurely. The trees of the beast world towered impressively, aside from the grass near the cave that Hu Qiu had deliberately cleared. The surroundings were a lush green expanse. Breathing in the fresh air, Yi Jiao's spirits lifted as she recalled having lain idle for several days. Hearing the sound of water nearby, she pointed in that direction. "Let us go that way. I wish to wash up first." With her current strength, assessed by the standards of the beast world, she was approximately at the 3rd tier. Not particularly powerful, yet far superior to unawakened females in terms of hearing. I neglected to consider that females appreciate cleanliness. "Why don't you wait here while I fetch the water and prepare fire for you?" he nearly said, only to swallow the words. He had forgotten that he lacked the ability to preserve fire, that why Egeo waved her hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. It is not cold now, so a casual wash will suffice. The food in her space was not suitable for frequent access, and she was uncertain if the river here yielded any delightful local delicacies. She needed to sample the local specialties. Just the right amount of space for a while allows the flavor to enhance significantly. Her words deeply moved Huqiu, and it was precisely for this reason that he felt even more self-conscious. It was my lack of ability. Stop right there. I do not wish to hear any more of this. Is this the spark you mentioned? At that moment, Yi Jiu realized, and with a touch of exasperation, she pinched her fingers, producing a flickering flame from her fingertips. This miraculous scene caused Huqiu's eyes to widen in astonishment. He found himself at a loss for words to describe the shock within him, yet he understood clearly that Yi Jiu was different. She did not intend to elaborate further, merely giving Huqiu a reassuring pat on the shoulder, signaling him to be more open-minded. They would need to coexist in the future. She could not possibly keep everything hidden to ensure her own comfort. Many of her abilities would inevitably be revealed, and she hoped Huqiu would refrain from prying into her affairs. That Huqiu was indeed eager to know more about her, to delve deeper into her essence, but he knew he mustn't. Unless Yi Jiu chose to share willingly that I know how to take care of myself. You just need to listen. Now let us go. Observing his dazed expression, Yi Jiu tugged him forward. Huqiu followed behind in a stupor. The surprise bestowed upon him by the beast god was simply overwhelming. He felt utterly unworthy of her. He had always taken pride in his strength, especially since, at his age, few had achieved the 4th rank. Yet, the female was inherently delicate, and Yi Jiu was undeniably the most beautiful and formidable female he had ever encountered. A fire-wielding ability, it was simply astonishing. The probability of a female awakening powers was exceedingly low, and most were limited to communicating with plants or possessing healing abilities. The ability to control fire was something he had never even heard of. At this moment, Yi Jiu's image in his heart grew monumental, approaching the divine. That I understand, but I wish to have you by my side. That Huqiu was the first beast man she had encountered on the Beast World continent, and he had brought her back, making him a somewhat reluctant savior in her eyes. Based on these factors, he still held some significance in her heart. Her tone was remarkably calm, yet it resonated differently in Huqiu's ears. He understood that Yi Jiu did not appreciate idle chatter, so he resolved to express his determination through action. Upon reaching the riverbank, he beheld the narrow stream, 2 to 3 meters wide, with fish occasionally surfacing to create ripples. Yi Jiu's mood was exceedingly delightful. Turn around and keep watch. I will wash up. One cannot help but commend the fresh air of this beast world. All right, he had intended to caution her about the dangers of being alone by the river. But recalling Yi Jiu's prowess, he acquiesced, silently moving behind a large rock, turning his back. His tone was neutral, yet the crimson tips of his ears betrayed his inner turmoil. Once behind the stone, he could no longer suppress the flow of blood from his nose. As he awkwardly wiped it away, he felt fortunate that Yi Jiu had not witnessed his embarrassment. Unbeknownst to him, all of this had been observed by Yi Jiu, who found his innocence quite intriguing. After all, such a pure-hearted man was rarer than a giant panda in the modern world. Without Huqiu present, Yi Jiu fully unleashed her abilities. After thoroughly cleansing herself, she gathered a portion of the fish, shrimp and crabs from the river. The joy of her harvest lifted her spirits, and she felt a playful urge to tease Huqiu. I'm done washing. She meant to call his name. But only then did she realize they had not exchanged names. Upon hearing Yi Jiu's call, Huqiu grew flustered. He was unsure if his current appearance was suitable to face her and could only respond while continuing to wipe his nose. However, Yi Jiu's keen perception revealed his frantic demeanor. What are you doing? I was just dealing with the prey. Yes, handling the prey. Desperate to prevent Yi Jiu from discovering his awkwardness, Huqiu racked his brain for an excuse. Speaking with renewed conviction, unsure if he was convincing her or himself. Oh, dealing with prey. Is it? Something about her tone fell off. Yet Huqiu understood that if he did not step out soon, misunderstandings would escalate. Thus, he hurriedly emerged from behind the rock. Upon raising his gaze, he found Yi Jiu standing in the water, adorned in a delicate purple beast-skin garment he had never seen before, smiling brightly at him. The nosebleed he had barely managed to control erupted once more. Realizing what he had done, the thread of rationality in Huchio's mind snapped instantly. He could no longer contain himself and bolted into the forest. Chapter 5. The innocent beastman. Halfway through his flight, he recalled that Yi Jiu was a female, and he abruptly halted, awkwardly making his way back. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He could not fathom how Yi Jiu would perceive him. Yet nothing mattered more than her safety, that he had anticipated that he was shy, but he had not expected that merely looking at him would send him fleeing. That why Yi Jiu felt a twinge of regret as she sensed his essence returning. She refrained from teasing him further. There are quite a few palatable ingredients in this river. Let's catch some and store them in your space. She deftly shifted the topic, which Huchio was more than willing to accept. All right. Which ones should we catch? The spiny beasts in the river were not particularly tasty, with little meat to offer, and he had hardly ever eaten them. However, seeing Yi Jiu's enthusiasm, he refrained from dampening her spirits with his thoughts. Yet, as Yi Jiu continued to haul up various inedible creatures, including the spiny beasts and clawed beasts, as well as many he did not recognize, he could no longer hold back. Can we actually eat all of these? Even if they were edible, the rough shells contained minimal flesh, and the storage required would take up considerable space, which felt like a loss. However, he dared not voice his concerns about the latter. Yi Jiu looked up, a hint of displeasure in her expression. Didn't you say you trust me? Of course, I trust you. I just can't quite figure out how to eat them. Sensing her tone was off, Huchio became flustered, scratching his head in confusion, unsure how to explain himself. That you'll find out soon enough. I would never harm myself. Aware that his earlier doubts had displeased Yi Jiu, Huchio refrained from saying more and quickly deposited all the spiny beasts and other ingredients she had gathered into his space. Once he estimated he had enough, Yi Jiu ceased her collection, and Huchio breathed a sigh of relief, as his space was nearly full. Noticing she bore no signs of dissatisfaction, he cautiously inquired, "Shall we continue exploring?" "Of course, our purpose for this outing is to survey your territory." This statement signified Yi Jiu's acknowledgement of his strength, much to Huchio's delight. "Although it is just my brother and I as beastmen. My formidable prowess allows our territory to be quite expansive at the same age and the same rank. Most would find themselves as either the first or second warrior in a small to medium-sized tribe. Yet he possessed an expanse that belonged solely to him, which was his greatest pride. Impressive. Though he did not explicitly state it, Huchio's head was held high, seeking validation, and Yi Jiu's smile deepened as she praised him in kind. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Jiu's compliments, Huchio felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. He transformed back into his tiger form. "You should ride on my back. The underbrush is too tall, and I fear for your safety." Usually, he patrolled his territory in beast form, as its robust physique and greater speed allowed for quicker reactions to ambushes. Moreover, being a rough male, he had never considered tidying up the underbrush of his territory. However, with Yi Jiu in tow, he now felt it necessary to address the overgrown vegetation, which nearly reached her height. Today, let us take a brief stroll to familiarize ourselves. When you visit again in the future, it shall certainly be less chaotic. You are too delicate. I worry you may trip or bump into something. That he understood that Yi Jiu possessed considerable strength, yet the teachings instilled in him from an early age emphasized the importance of protecting females. An instinct deeply ingrained in his very being that I am not that fragile, but I appreciate your kindness. Her gratitude for his thoughtfulness was evident, and without needing to be told twice, she effortlessly leaped onto his back. "Let us go." With her hands gripping the fur at his neck and her legs encircling his waist, Huchio felt a surge of excitement ripple through his tiger form as he leapt forward. In the past, when it had only been he and his brother, he had found their expansive territory overly burdensome during patrols, which wasted precious hunting time, leading him to contemplate relinquishing part of their land. However, to avoid starvation come winter, a broader territory was undeniably advantageous. Now he was increasingly grateful for his previous decisions. Otherwise, how could he save face before a female? Sensing his exhilaration, Yi Jiu quietly admired the scenery around them. The initial thrill quickly waned as Huchio slowed his pace, allowing the petite female ample opportunity to observe her surroundings. As he ambled along, he began introducing Yi Jiu to the various aspects of his territory. Though they patrolled the area regularly, and he was well aware of the edible resources, his instincts told him that Yi Jiu possessed knowledge beyond his own, perhaps even uncovering things he had overlooked. Sure enough, after not walking far, Yi Jiu instructed him to halt. This vine looks somewhat familiar. Let me see if it is what I am looking for. Having lived in the city for a considerable time, her memories had grown hazy. Yet the familiar shape and the subtle energy it emanated prompted her to stop. The Hu Chio was very obedient. The moment she spoke, he immediately halted and bent down to facilitate her descent. His keen awareness pleased Yi Jiu greatly. The vine before them appeared to be yam vine. While she could not discern it solely by the leaves, the black seeds it bore allowed her to make a straightforward identification. Is there anything I can assist you with? Hu Chio reverted to his human form and inquired at an opportune moment, bringing her back from her reverie. Yi Jiu wasted no time. Pointing to the root of the vine, circle around it and dig down from here. Use a gentle force. Do not damage what lies beneath. That you'll need to dig about as deep as one of us. That I in the realm of the beastly tribes. Each tribe possesses its own unique system of measurement. Fearing that the term meter may elude understanding, Yi Jiu gestures using the height of the two individuals as a unit of measure, even drawing the range with his foot. Huchu, who had been assigned a task, felt a surge of joy. Excellent. I shall excavate it completely. Although he could not discern the intentions of the female, he understood the importance of fulfilling her commands. Given the immense size of his beast form, he feared harming the delicate plant, so he adopted a semi-beast form, exposing his sharp claws. His tiger claws were not only lethal to prey, but also remarkably effective for digging, in mere minutes. He had successfully excavated a deep pit, all while being cautious. Upon completing the task, he did not retract his claws but instead looked at Yi Jiu with uncontainable delight. There is something inside. And I didn't harm it at all. Am I not impressive? The clumps of soil were rather unsightly, but he was undeterred. If the little female desired it, he would provide. His happiness mirrored Yi Jiu's, for she had found a highly useful tool in him. With a perfunctory compliment, she remarked, "Very good, quite impressive. You have a great command of your strength." As she stepped forward, Huchu, forgetting Yi Jiu's prowess, instinctively pulled her back. The pit is very deep. It's dangerous. It's fine. I just want to take a look. Indeed, it was a yam. Although the yams of the beastly world were roughly 10 times larger than their modern counterparts, their overall shape was quite similar. She had long forgotten the sight of yams freshly unearthed from the soil, as she had always consumed them peeled and sliced. What nostalgic days those were. Chapter 6. Discovering new food. Seeing Yi Jiu wanting to reach out and touch it, Huchu was alarmed. I cannot ascertain if it is toxic. Little female, it would be best not to handle it recklessly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, for I am not acquainted with any skilled healers. Not to mention healers, he did not even know any veterinary shamans. Living outside the tribe afforded him great freedom. Without constraints and responsibilities, he could retreat if he was outmatched and return when he was ready. However, with the presence of the little female, he suddenly found the lack of a tribe somewhat burdensome, at the very least. If the little female were to feel unwell, he would be utterly helpless. He could either beseech the beast god for protection or attempt to summon a healer from another tribe. He opened his mouth, intending to suggest that Yi Jiu consider joining a tribe. But the word stuck in his throat. He feared that if Yi Jiu were to enter a tribe, she might no longer want him. This yam is non-toxic, edible, and very filling. It can be used to stew meat and has a delightful flavor. As long as the skin remains intact and it is stored in a suitable place, it can be preserved for quite some time. After expressing this, Yi Jiu noticed his hesitance to speak and decided not to press the matter. Since he could not articulate his thoughts, she would simply pretend to be unaware. You are quite remarkable for knowing all this. He did not doubt the truth of Yi Jiu's words. Rather, he looked at her with admiration. If we can unearth more, many beast men should be able to survive the winter. Burdened by his beastly father, he had experienced much at a tender age, yet he had also felt the warmth bestowed by other beast men. Thus, whenever possible, he was willing to assist those in need. Once he realized that the food was not something he had found himself, he understood that he needed her consent to claim it, and his expression turned somewhat anxious. The food is yours. It belongs to you. If you are unwilling, I shall not utter a word. How could he have overlooked such a crucial matter? He only hoped that the little female would not misunderstand his intentions. It matters not. Regardless, I have no concerns about food or clothing. Since the heavens here are so benevolent towards me, I am willing to contribute to improving this realm to the best of my ability. You truly are a kind-hearted female, Huchu exclaimed, his face brimming with emotion. I am not neglectful of my family. Rather, food is of utmost importance. Beastmen often engage in fierce battles due to insufficient provisions. I believe that if they could all have their fill, we would be much safer. I fear that a single beastman may struggle to protect you, for you are so precious to me. I am not weak. You are not the only beastman. You still have your brother, right? Furthermore, the term kind-hearted does not pertain to me, so please refrain from using it in the future. You may excavate this yam, and I shall watch over you. Noticing that Hukyu was becoming somewhat melancholic as he spoke, Yijio hastily interrupted him. She had not forgotten her purpose for venturing out and did not wish to waste time on trivial conversations. Indeed, I almost forgot. This woodland harbored more than just this one vine. Having gained experience from this endeavor, Hukyu proactively began to search for others. Setting aside everything else, his initiative greatly pleased Yijio. After finishing these tasks, Hukyu transformed back into his beast form, leading Yijio onward. Soon, Yijio discovered yet another familiar item, excitedly urging Hukyu to halt. Quickly, these must be excavated as I instructed. With some soil attached, they can be planted outside the small courtyard later. Although these items radiated energy, she could not fathom why Hukyu was unable to perceive it. As such, she inquired of him. Her words elicited a rueful smile from Hukyu. This is the punishment of the beast god. Due to the mistreatment of females and the wanton destruction of the great forest, the population of females has drastically diminished. Consequently, the males can no longer perceive these edible plants. Only females can gather them, that if one wishes to discover more energy-rich flora, it must be done by awakened females. However, a female's awakening requires not only the legacy of the mother beast, but also the affection of a male. The more a female is cherished, the more likely she is to awaken her powers. Moreover, this is also beneficial for increasing the chances of conception. Thus, even if a female were unreasonable, males must indulge them to secure offspring and gather more energy-rich plants to stabilize their strength. Once Hukyu finished explaining, Yijio finally understood. I see. Is this knowledge common among males? Indeed, that to prevent females from harboring resentment towards males, which could affect reproduction, this information is not included in their teachings. Therefore, I find no oddity in your inquiry. Even without the legacy, I would treat you well and cherish you, that if you dare to treat me poorly, I shall have you killed. But you have mentioned that you cannot disclose this to females. How dare you share it with me? Unlike other females, Hukyu felt no offense. Rather, he was quite pleased. I cannot deceive you. Regardless, if you are unhappy, I shall abide by your wishes, after excavating all the ginger. They continued their search, that by the time they had explored the entire territory, Yijio had uncovered numerous treasures. Wild onions, chili peppers, black pepper, Sichuan peppercorns, and other spices, not to mention staple foods like sweet potatoes. Potatoes and corn. Your territory truly is a treasure trove. I am genuinely pleasantly surprised. All these items were gathered from the beast realm and would be used to develop it, which was entirely reasonable. In a mere span of time, Yijio had already mapped out her future plans. This praise filled Hukyu with pride, invigorating him. Then I shall strive to expand the territory and gather some younger brothers to assist us. Reluctant to place Yijio in a large tribe, where she would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable, he resolved to create a new tribe tailored for her. Excellent. You are quite ambitious. Yijio nodded that I believe you can achieve it. Hukyu's space was now filled to capacity, making it unsuitable for further exploration, and as the day drew to a close, the two made their way back home. However, upon seeing the rudimentary cave, Yijio's expression dimmed considerably. Nonetheless, she had resolved to live well in this place, thus necessitating a change in her living environment. With a capable tool man at her disposal, she did not hesitate. Clear the grass around the cave. And gather some wood. I want to build a fence. All right, I'll go right away. Seeing Yijio frown, Hukyu felt a surge of anxiety, but upon hearing her words, he wasted no time in carrying out her command. In light of his commendable performance, Yijio was quite satisfied with him. After he left, she began to arrange the interior of the cave. Though simple, the cave was quite spacious, measuring at least 20 square meters. Apart from a stone bed, the overall space was rather empty, with everything clearly visible. Shaking her head, Yijio picked up the animal skins lying nearby and placed them on the stone bed. From her spatial storage, she retrieved several wooden racks to place beside the stone bed as makeshift shelves. Subsequently, she produced a larger cabinet, dividing the entire space into two, the innermost part designated as the bedroom. while the outer section served as the living area. Chapter 7. Exchanging names. The living area was furnished with a table and several chairs. Then, she placed the animal skins from the stone bed onto the chairs, ensuring a more comfortable seating arrangement. With just a few additions, the cave appeared significantly cozier, evoking a sense of home. However, the cave walls remained too rough. After some contemplation, Yijio decided to use her earth element abilities to smooth the cave's interior. Now it looks much more pleasing. This was likely her first time utilizing her powers, yet Yijio found herself using them with remarkable ease, as if she had practiced countless times before, though her memories of her past life were intact. She was acutely aware that she had lost a portion of her memories, that why Yijio strained to think, but her mind was a blank slate, and the more she pondered, the more her head throbbed painfully. Never mind, I shall let it be and not trouble myself. Leaning against the wall, she took deep breaths, momentarily setting aside her quest to uncover her lost memories. After a brief respite, Yijio made her way to the cave entrance. With the cave arranged, it was also time to set up the exterior, beginning with constructing a stove and a toilet. She had no intention of squatting anywhere. Lost in thought, she stepped outside just as Huchiyu returned. Upon seeing the arrangements within the cave, he was utterly astonished. "Little female, did you do all this? You are truly impressive." He was unfamiliar with the concept of warmth, yet upon observing the decor within, he suddenly grasped the essence of home. That it was no wonder that males sought out females. With a female by their side, everything felt distinctly different. He did not inquire about the origins of the items from Yijio, but merely marveled at the style. It was astonishing that what could be crafted into such exquisite forms. Typically, they relied on stone and slate, as those materials were sturdier and less susceptible to damage from stray sparks. He had no intention of preserving fire, as his diet consisted solely of raw meat. Thus he bore no concern for wooden furnishings within their dwelling. However, among the orcs residing in the tribe, most households included a female, necessitating the use of fire. During the winter months, they primarily lived and dined within caves, making it imperative to allocate a separate space for wood to prevent the flames from becoming uncontrollable and causing harm or destruction. These items were undeniably beautiful, yet they posed significant risks during winter. Now that he had a female companion, the necessity of fire in daily life weighed on his mind, as he feared the possibility of setting the cave ablaze. However, the thought of Yijio's extraordinary abilities soon brought a hint of regret to his expression. Unaware of his concerns, Yijio proceeded to explain, "When preparing meals, we extinguish the fire once we're done, ensuring that the furniture remains unharmed. Moreover, I prefer our living space to be free from the smell of smoke. We should construct the cooking area outside. By the way, there's space next door. You could dig a cave or excavate a cellar to store our supplies. This way, we can free up space and seek out additional food." Refusing to lower their quality of life due to fears and worries, Yijio insisted, "First, let's enclose the yard, then we can find appropriately sized stones to build the cooking area." Not wishing to entertain his protests, she directed him to get to work. Indeed, with a plan in place, Huchiyu focused solely on executing Yijio's instructions step by step. His strength was considerable, and he was adept at digging and burying wooden stakes. In no time, he had enclosed their cave. The area was modest, spanning merely a few hundred square meters, yet it sufficed for constructing a cooking house. With ample space left to plant some vegetables, Yijio could already envision a leisurely life of cultivation. Let's set up the cooking area, and we'll call it a day. I shall prepare a delicious meal to reward you." She stated that it was customary to appease a man after making demands, ensuring he would be more diligent in future tasks. Huchiyo's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of a delectable treat. This was a reward from the female, signifying her acknowledgement of his efforts. However, cooking was traditionally a male's duty. How could he allow the delicate female to take on such tasks? He shook his head. "You haven't finished the food you provided yet. I'll eat that. Leave the cooking to me from now on. Today, I'll let you off the hook." He was a principled male, unwilling to burden the female. Yet, since she had already offered, Yijio, who generally disliked such chores, acquiesced. "Very well then." Afterward, she produced a bunch of grapes from her storage. "You can have some of these to cleanse your palate." There were numerous varieties of grapes, and this particular bunch was the lowest grade in her collection. Yet it was a rare delicacy for Huchiyu, sufficient to replenish his energy during battles with other orcs. males were unable to discern energy plants before harvesting. But once picked, they could recognize them. Hu Chiu sensed the significant benefit this bunch of fruit would provide him. Accepting the female's offering was not typically encouraged, but since this was a gift from her to him, he felt compelled to accept it. Refusing would surely upset her. Although this was a simple matter, Hu Chiu found himself overthinking it. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Jiu was delighted to see him accept. I'll refine the cave's layout further. For long-term habitation, it will be more comfortable this way. The phrase long-term struck a chord within Hu Chiu's heart, and he gazed at her with an expression so tender it could melt ice. All right, what do you need? I'll assist you, okay. During the ensuing hours, Hu Chiu consumed the food provided by Yi Jiu, absorbing its energy while his gaze remained fixed on her industrious figure. As he watched her transform the cave into an increasingly beautiful space, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Time flew by, especially during busy moments, and before long, it was time to rest. Uncertain how to rest while shutting off her senses, Yi Jiu knew she could not share a bed with this orc in her current state. Yet with only one bed available, it would not be appropriate to send him away. For a moment, her expression became conflicted. Sensing her dilemma, Hu Chiu, though somewhat saddened, took the initiative to speak. I'll sleep outside, keeping watch at the cave entrance. Whenever you are ready to accept me back, I shall return. That I in truth. He longed for Yi Jiu to change her mind, yet she clearly supported his words, nodding in agreement. I'll prepare a resting bed for you. While your physique is robust, lying on the ground may lead to chills, and shifting in a beast form takes up too much space. The cave was spacious enough for human forms. But if he transformed, it would undoubtedly become cramped, especially after she arranged the furnishings. Upon hearing Yi Jiu's words, Hu Chiu recognized her resolve and lowered his head in disappointment. However, reflecting on her concern for him and her effort in crafting a delicate and beautiful bed, he felt a surge of joy and nodded. You are truly wonderful, my female. Please refrain from calling me female all the time. I have a name that I am called Yi Jiu, but you may refer to me as Xiao Yi or Xiao Jiu. In truth, her name was not originally this. However, as she was the ninth in her order, everyone called her Yi Jiu, and she accepted this moniker. The mere act of sharing her name signified his unique position in her heart, dispelling any gloom over being relegated to sleep outside. The Hu Chiu felt an unparalleled elation. I am Hu Chiu. Though it should have been a straightforward introduction, he worried it might come off as too abrupt and displease her. Chapter 8. The warmth of arrangement. All right. Hu Qiu did an utterly ordinary name. Yet when it flowed from her lips, it seemed to radiate with a sacred light, bringing him immense comfort. His ears flushed crimson, and in a barely audible voice, he added, You can give me a pet name. That he maintained contact with other orcs from his tribe and often conversed with them during his free time. He understood that only favored males received affectionate names from females, so he sought to establish his position now that it was just the two of them, though he was somewhat selfish, wishing Yi Jiu to belong solely to him. He was acutely aware of the impossibility of this desire. Such an exceptional female would inevitably attract the attention of other orcs that he was powerful. Yet there were countless orcs stronger than him. With his capabilities, he could not ensure her safety, and ultimately, he would require the assistance of other males. Seeing his expression, Yi Jiu felt a wave of amusement and quickly grasped his unspoken thoughts. Very well. Do you prefer Hu or Chiu Chiu? Either is fine, as long as it comes from you. I will cherish it. That he had not anticipated Yi Jiu to agree with his proposal and consider it thoughtfully, which filled him with delight. That why Yi Jiu pondered for a moment. Then let's go with Chiu Chiu. There should be many Hu beastmen, so using your name as a pet name makes it even more unique. Whatever you say is fine. That as long as she remained by his side, he would comply with any request. Seeing his lack of objection, Yi Jiu was quite satisfied and led him to the cave entrance, retrieving a suitable bed that matched his height and build. What do you think of this? Fortunately, the cave entrance was quite spacious, allowing the bed to fit perfectly, and she was grateful she had not yet installed the door. It's beautiful. I like it very much. Even if the delicate female asked him to die at that moment, he would willingly comply. He felt utterly blissful. Give it a T or why Yi Jiu kindly encouraged him to test it out. As he gazed at the slender wooden supports of the bed, Hu Chiu felt a wave of anxiety. Will it break under my weight? It was indeed beautiful, yet its fragility left him on edge. Do not worry. You must trust that everything I present is of excellent quality. His cautious demeanor brought a smile to Yi Jio's face, coupled with a twinge of concern, prompting her to patiently reassure him. Although the bed appeared to be made of wood, its durability was exceptional. Not only could one sleep soundly upon it, but even jumping on it would not cause any damage. However, it was best not to disclose such details to him, as maintaining his appreciation for his belongings would be beneficial. Having had previous experiences, Hu Qiu was particularly sensitive to such remarks. "You are my female. Whom else would I trust? All right, rest early. We have much to accomplish tomorrow." Besides planting vegetables, Yi Jiu also intended to cultivate a few fruit trees and some flowers, as the sight of vibrant blossoms could greatly lift one's spirits. "Very well, I shall listen to you. Let us rest now." That in his current state of excitement, he found it difficult to sleep. Yet, out of deference to Yi Jiu's words, he obediently lay still, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. After bathing in the morning, he had been busy throughout the afternoon, and a hint of odor clung to him. Yi Jiu, who possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness, could not tolerate it. Thus, upon entering, she set up a barrier before retreating into her own space. Sensing Yi Jiu's presence vanish, Hu Qiu quickly rose, eager to reach the cave, only to discover that he was separated from it by an invisible barrier. And no matter how hard he tried, he could not breach it. Certainly, with enough force, he could break through, but he feared that disturbing the barrier, infused with Yi Jiu's essence, might harm her. Regaining his composure, he detected no other beastmen nearby and understood that Yi Jiu's disappearance was undoubtedly her own design. Contemplating her mysterious nature, he lay back down. It was not until some time had passed that Yi Jiu's aura re-emerged, allowing him to drift into a peaceful slumber, unaccustomed to informing others of her actions. Yi Jiu remained oblivious to Hu Qiu's complex emotions. She tidied herself up, arranging the stone bed to her liking, and lay down comfortably. Time flew by, and as the sun rose above the horizon, warm rays of sunlight streamed through the stone window, heralding the arrival of a new day. Yi Jiu stretched lazily upon waking, made her bed, and stepped outside to freshen up and have breakfast. By the time she arose, Hu Qiu was already busy at work that he had awakened at dawn, not only returning from a hunt, but also tilling the earth in the courtyard. Upon seeing her awake, Hu Qiu flashed a charming smile, captivating enough to disarm anyone. "You're up. Today, I've hunted something delicious for you. Hand me the fire starter, and I shall prepare a feast," with his female possessing a fire starter. There was no need to borrow one from the tribe. He could not guarantee that it would remain lit during the journey back. "All right," she replied. "Here, this is a fire starter, perfect for igniting a flame." While a lighter would have been more convenient, she did not possess one. Regardless, this fire starter was now hers. Concerned that he might not know how to use it, Yi Jiu demonstrated its operation before handing it over. For temporary use, she would need local materials to spread the fire starter. Though he had become accustomed to Yi Jiu's ability to produce many unfamiliar items, the sight of the fire starter still left him astonished. Could such a seemingly ordinary object truly preserve a flame? As he pondered this, his gaze towards Yi Jiu grew more complex, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on her hand. "How can I possibly protect someone as exceptional as you?" "There's no need for concern, as long as I am unwilling. No one can force me." She then inquired, "Have you managed to dig out the cave cellar I asked for?" "I have completed it, though I am uncertain if it meets your standards." Upon hearing Yi Jiu change the subject, Hu Qiu refrained from asking further questions, grateful that he had risen early to fulfill her casual request from the previous day. To prevent him from overthinking the matter, Yi Jiu accompanied him to inspect the nearby cave. Upon seeing his work, she was quite impressed. Returning to their dwelling cave, she entered through the underground passage to examine the cellar. She could not help but admire Hu Qiu's skills. His sharp claws proved to be quite useful. Although the excavation was not perfectly smooth, the overall shape was evident. Yi Jiu never hesitated to express her praise. "It's exactly what I envisioned. I shall refine it further." With a wave of her hand, the rough rock walls became even and smooth to avert any future collapses. She took special care to reinforce them. "All done. Let us head out. It is time to plant some vegetables. By the way, have you eaten breakfast?" She noted that this beastman appeared quite rugged and hokey forgotten to eat amidst his thoughts. A warm smile graced Hu Qiu's face as he replied, "I have already eaten." "Good. Let us continue setting up our home." The mere mention of home softened Hu Qiu's gaze, and with a gentle acknowledgement, he returned to his tasks. Thus, Yi Jiu settled into Hu Qiu's territory. Each day was filled with either tending to the vegetable garden or exploring the surroundings with Hu Qiu, leading to a truly fulfilling existence. After several days had passed, Hu Shan returned that he had not discovered a method for preserving fire, but he did bring back roasted meat, which he had kept warm against his chest while sprinting back, eager for Yi Jiu to enjoy a hot meal. Before reaching the destination, he caught wind of a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, far more enticing than the meat he carried, causing his mouth to water. Hu Shan stood in astonishment. Could it be that his elder brother had learned to preserve fire during the brief time he was away? They had always consumed raw meat. Did I in disbelief? He quickened his pace. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, his jaw fell agape. He was utterly convinced that he had only been gone for a few days, not an entire season. To his further astonishment, his elder brother and the young female were indeed cooking food over a fire, with an array of fragrant dishes laid out on a stone slab. They laughed and shared intimate moments, creating a bond that felt impenetrable, igniting a pang of envy within him and making him feel inadequate with the food he had brought. After hesitating for a while, he finally approached the pair. "Elder brother, when did you learn to preserve fire?" "It was Yi Jiu who gave me the fire starter. Just blow on it, and sparks will ignite. Later, I discovered this stone at the edge of our territory, known as flint, which produces sparks when struck together. From now on, we shall eat cooked food, as Yi Jiu says it is better for us." Hu Qiu proudly displayed the fire starter and 2 pieces of flint, before presenting an assortment of orange, pale yellow, and pink stones. Hu Shan, can you guess what these are? At first glance, the colorful stones left Hu Shan puzzled, prompting him to shake his head. "I don't know that they're not particularly beautiful. If you wish to gift them to the young female, they should be more dazzling." Having only known Yi Jiu for a few days, Hu Qiu felt his understanding of the world had expanded significantly. "These are salt stones. Indeed, they are just as you imagined. Surprised, aren't you? Such treasures exist on the desolate mountain in our territory." However, Yi Jiu mentioned that consuming them directly is unhealthy due to impurities and unpalatable. "She taught me how to refine fine salt, and here it is. Isn't it beautiful? With fine salt, we can trade for more goods, ideally attracting a shaman." This was the first time Hu Shan witnessed his elder brother express such emotions, and the words he shared exceeded the sum of all he had spoken in the past few days. Confusion clouded his mind as he stood there, captivated. Noticing Hu Shan's bewilderment, Hu Qiu lost interest in continuing the discussion, casting a fond glance at Yi Jiu. "This should suffice for our needs. If not, I shall hunt again." With Yi Jiu by his side, their food supply consisted not only of game and ordinary plants, but also energy-rich flora that provided satiety and stability, although they typically prepared extra food to have on hand during busy times. Hu Shan's presence as an adult male rendered their current portion insufficient. Hu Qiu's words filled Hu Shan with guilt. He had only brought back 1 piece of roasted meat, lacking any additional game. "I will go hunting. Young female, this is for you." As he spoke, he revealed the roasted meat wrapped in leaves, presenting it to Yi Jiu with hopeful anticipation. "I'm sorry, but I can't quite accept this." The roasted meat bore an unpleasant burnt flavor, and with so many delectable options available, Yi Jiu refused to compromise her palate for something unappetizing. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing food, Hu Shan had anticipated her response. Yet the rejection stung nonetheless. He forced a smile, saying, "No worries. Once we have fire, I will strive to improve my roasting skills. Cooking is no task for a female." He shot a challenging glance at Hu Qiu, fully aware that he could not compete with his brother in many respects, so he sought to win Yi Jiu's favor in other ways. The traumatic scene from their father's sacrifice had left a deep scar on his childhood, and only in the presence of his elder brother did he feel a sense of safety, despite having matured and gained considerable strength. Thus, he had resolved that if his elder brother took a female, he would willingly join them. This childish notion rendered Hu Qiu speechless, and he cast a bemused glance at him. Hu Shan has a remarkable ability to learn. If there is anything you desire, you can ask him. Don't you want to show off those little trinkets you made earlier? Aren't those your favorites? In his leisure time, Hu Shan would often carve wooden figures with his claws, transforming even the smallest piece of wood into a lifelike beast. Previously, Hu Qiu had thought it a frivolous pursuit, but now he recognized it as a skill to endear himself to females. No young female could resist such charming creations that he had to admit that his brother possessed a natural talent for crafting these trinkets, and aside from size, they were nearly perfect replicas of the originals. For the first time receiving acknowledgement, Hushan gazed at Hu Qiu in disbelief before excitedly rummaging through his space. Young female, do you like these? Shall we display them all in the cave? What kind of beast do you prefer? I will carve it for you. He has finally found his direction, that as he continues to dig outward, a pile accumulates on the ground, capturing the attention of Yi Jiu. Among these small trinkets, aside from the tiger carved in their likeness, are various other small animals, such as rabbits, deer, horses, and cattle, some grazing, others drinking water, and some gazing into the distance. The intricate details of their fur and the distinct expressions in their eyes bring each creature to life. As if they have been perfectly scaled down, together, Yi Jiu is able to envision the lively scene outside. Her eyes widen in admiration. They are exquisite. If only they were not so small. I would almost believe they were alive. This is a considerable compliment, causing Hushan to transform into his original form in excitement, letting out several roars towards the sky. This reaction leaves Yi Jiu momentarily stunned, her gaze softening as she looks at him. Having encountered many profound individuals, she finds it difficult to harbor any ill feelings towards such a straightforward and pure beastman, but Hu Qiu has been attentive to Yi Jiu's emotional shifts. Sensing her gradual acceptance of Hushan, while he feels joy, a bittersweet pang tugs at his heart. Noticing that Hushan has not reverted back, he playfully scolds him. What are you so happy about? Weren't we supposed to go hunting? Hurry, get moving. Chapter 10. She comes from another continent, brother. I told you there would be beast men who would appreciate these, right? I should release all these items. Otherwise, there's no room left. Upon reaching level 2, beast men gain a storage space, though its size varies, generally ranging from 1 cubic meter to 10 cubic meters. The better the talent, the larger the space, that A.S. Hushan's talent is above average. He possesses 8 cubic meters of space after leveling up. However, he often fills it with his beloved carvings. Previously, under Hu Qiu's care, he did not need to hunt large game, so he paid little heed to storage issues. But now that they have a female, they must consider these matters more carefully. Initially, Hu Qiu did not support Hushan's penchant for these small trinkets, yet he did not forcibly prohibit him either. Seeing Hushan finally willing to share these items brings him great relief. The female cannot be away from the protection of beastmen. From now on, we will take turns hunting to provide for her. We cannot let her suffer. Since you are back, you will hunt first today, and I will take my turn tomorrow. His words convey his recognition of Hushan. Hushan nods eagerly. I will go right away. Even as he speaks, he has already emptied his storage space, and without waiting for Hu Qiu's further instructions, he rushes outside in excitement. Has he always been this lively? Yi Jiu wonders, having no knowledge of Hu Qiu's past demeanor. In her presence, he appears stable and reliable, albeit a bit talkative. Hu Qiu understands that females tend to prefer composed males, as such traits instill a sense of security in them, that as they are to live together. Hushan's nature cannot be concealed. Thus, Hu Qiu nods without reservation. Indeed, while he is somewhat spirited, he is exceptionally dependable in his endeavors, that he is bold yet meticulous. He typically handles cooking, mending, and organizing their space. Previously, Hu Qiu had not regarded his younger brother as possessing any particular merits, but now, he makes a concerted effort to highlight Hushan's strengths in front of Yi Jiu, realizing he has accomplished much. It is splendid. You two brothers complement each other well. Now that he is back, we should prepare more food. Afterward, we can roast the game he brings back, ensuring we have enough to eat and some to store. Yi Jiu does not reject her younger brother, and Hu Qiu feels greatly relieved. You sit down. I will handle the rest. Although my skills may not match yours, there is no need for a male to be overly meticulous. He has already decided to include his brother in the tasks, but he does not intend to share the food Yi Jiu prepares. Unaware of his brother's subtle thoughts, Yi Jiu gladly entrusts the upcoming tasks to him. I am back. Their territory boasts an abundance of game, and Hushan returns shortly after, bearing an ample haul. His storage is as full as ever, but this time it is filled not with cherished items, but with prayed as so much. Is this for me? Before he left, he did not have these. It is evident they were prepared for him. Hushan expresses his delight as he places the game on the ground. I hurried back and didn't catch anything too large, but these all have excellent flavor and are quite suitable for the female. Using his human form, he seems to wag his tail, seeking praise. Thus, Yi Jiu responds somewhat dismissively, not bad. In such a short time, although they are small, there are many. Very impressive. Hey, hey, hey. Hearing this, Hushan beams widely, appearing rather foolish. Much to Hu Chio's chagrin, he wonders how his brother has become so sycophantic. All right, hurry up and skin the game. We cannot roast them like this. Confused, Hushan scratches his head, unsure what he has done to provoke his elder brother. However, he says nothing and cheerfully follows along, eager to share stories from the time apart. His carefree demeanor leaves Hu Chio exasperated, prompting him to swallow back any reprimands. Be a bit more steady. Females prefer such males as they provide a sense of safety. Brother, I think this is not right, that if everyone is the same, it will be difficult to win the favor of the females. Every male should possess his unique character, and our female is wonderful. She wouldn't mind me being like this, that he understands his brother's intentions. But after careful consideration, Hushan believes this mindset to be flawed. Aside from that, I agree with your point about improving strength. Do as you wish. This is merely his suggestion. Whether Hushan heeds it is up to him. The river is not far from their dwelling in the cave, and with their strength, they reach it in no time. Hu Chio retrieves the game from his storage, and as Hushan reaches to assist, he stops him. Follow my method to clean it. All right, brother, you do the washing, and I will observe and learn. During their time together, the two brothers often found such tasks to be trivial, usually opting to consume their food raw. Only during heavy rains or when the beast god raged, striking trees with lightning, did they kindle a fire to roast meat afterward. Of course, roasting meat is not overly complicated. One simply needs to peel off the skin and remove the entrails before placing it over the fire to roast, observing his elder brother's technique. It is evident that this method has been taught by the female. Life with the female is indeed meticulous. I worry I may not care for her properly. Hushan muses as he watches closely. By the way, where did the females for clothing come from? I have never seen it before. It looks so light and beautiful, far superior to our own. The clothing was produced by the tribe. It likely comes from another continent, as ours does not possess such quality. Their territory lies in this region, yet Hu Chio is not an ignorant beast man. He occasionally ventures out to explore, as does Hushan. The two brothers exchange discoveries about the outside world. This was given to me by the female. Isn't it lovely? Hushan exclaims, and Hu Chio, almost on a whim, retrieves the clothing gifted by Yi Jio from his storage. He carefully wipes his hands clean and gently unwraps the fur, revealing a set of purple garments. As he unfolds the clothing, he remarks, I have worn it. It is very comfortable. However, I worry I might soil or damage it. So I have refrained from wearing it regularly. Chapter 11. The night of the full moon, this statement fills Hushan with jealousy, his eyes turning red, that if you are reluctant to wear it, then give it to me. If it gets damaged, I will ask the female for another. You are right. How can I leave gifts from the female unused? Otherwise, she might think I do not appreciate her gifts and refrain from giving me good things in the future. Hushan stares in disbelief at the boastful man before him, unable to comprehend that this is indeed his elder brother. Just as he is about to scold him, Hu Chio has already tucked the garments away. His expression serious that we must hurry and tidy up before returning. Having fallen silent, he resumes cleaning with diligence to Hushan, filled with confusion, ultimately suppresses his feelings, mimicking his brother's actions. Beastmen are indeed adept workers, the two brothers. Eager to return to Yi Jio, hasten their pace, completing their tasks in under half an hour. Upon their return, Yi Jio has prepared an extra array of dishes that Hushan looks on, his heart swelling with delight. Just as he is about to speak, Hu Chio nudges him aside, addressing Yi Jio. Jio, you have worked hard. We could have managed with just a little. No need for such trouble. Very well. We shall roast and eat as we go. You handle this part. Why Yi Jio had never intended to become a mere cook. She had been the one giving orders, while Hu Chio executed them. Upon hearing this, Hu Chio unhesitatingly entrusted the grilling of meat to them. Once the arrangements were made, Yi Jio began to savor her meal. Having spent time with her, Hu Chio naturally helped himself to the food on the table. However, Hushan's expression turned to one of sheer panic. Big brother. The little female hasn't finished eating yet. How dare you eat? He glanced anxiously at Yi Jio, hoping that his brother would not incur a wrath that if a conflict arose later, he would need to share some of the burden. His concern was well received by Hu Chio. Jio is wonderful. Unlike the other females, we have all been sharing meals together during this time. This thought endeared Yi Jio to him even more. It was no wonder she gifted his brother such precious and beautiful leather garments. Evidently, his brother was highly favored. Could he then enjoy this privilege by association? He said nothing, merely gazing longingly at Hu Qiu. After years of brotherhood, Hu Qiu could easily discern his thoughts. With an exasperated glance, he remarked, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. It will taste bad if it gets cold." Since meeting Yi Jiu, he had grown accustomed to consuming cooked food, knowing that only those in dire circumstances would resort to eating raw meat, but he never imagined that he would one day enjoy such a fortunate life. Hu Shan stood there, dazed, but cautiously took a piece of food he had long craved from the table. He stole a glance at Yi Jiu, relieved to see no signs of displeasure on her face. And he felt a wave of joy wash over him. This meal lasted longer than usual, yet Hu Shan was exceptionally happy, finally feeling somewhat integrated into the moment. After dining, Yi Jiu suggested washing up and then resting. Noticing her pale complexion, Hu Qiu became worried. "What is it? Is the food unappetizing, or are you ill?" The thought of her being unwell changed Hu Qiu's expression. "Shall we go to the tribe instead?" As a female, Jiu would undoubtedly receive excellent treatment there, but my brother and I might not be able to stay. He felt a twinge of sadness, but it paled in comparison to Yi Jiu's health. "I'm fine, just need a little rest." Yi Jiu waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. The Hu Qiu swallowed his words of concern. "Then please rest well. That if you need anything, just call out. I can hear you." All right. She had arrived in the beast realm at the beginning of the month, and now, nearing the 15th, the inexplicable itch within her intensified. Today happened to be the 15th, and she found it increasingly difficult to control herself. To avoid losing composure, she chose to leave early. After stating her intention, she ignored the two and headed back to her cave. Seeing Yi Jiu like this, Hu Shan dared not utter a word until she was inside. He quietly asked Hu Qiu, "What is wrong with the little female? She hasn't been quite herself these past few days. I can't quite put my finger on it." Hu Qiu, deeply concerned for Yi Jiu, had observed her recent reactions, but since she hadn't spoken up, he found it difficult to inquire directly. Nonetheless, he couldn't suppress his worry. Observing his brother's furrowed brow, Hu Shan's earlier happiness from the meal dissipated completely. The little female seems so fragile. I wonder if she might be running a fever. "Big brother, we must keep watch tonight, but we must remain vigilant. If necessary, we should abandon this place and take Jiu to the nearest tribe with a shaman." The two brothers were filled with anxiety, while Yi Jiu was having her own struggles. Lacking experience, she felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her body shortly after lying down, even producing sounds unconsciously. Hearing commotion from the cave, Hu Qiu and his brother, still unsated, rushed inside. The sight that greeted them was astonishing. The blanket had fallen to the ground, and the lovely leather covering Yi Jiu had slipped down to her shoulders. It was summer, and the sight they encountered was unexpected. Hu Qiu was the first to react, covering Yi Jiu with the blanket. "You need to step out. Jiu is not in a good state." Having had prior experience, he remained composed, unlike Hu Shan, who was completely flustered. Hu Shan, however, felt a rush of warmth rising within him, that he touched his nose and realized his palm was flushed, the warm liquid unmistakably being blood. His ears turned crimson, but he was unwilling to leave. "Why should I go? I want to stay and care for the little female." Hu Qiu, typically obedient, was taken aback by his brother's defiance. His expression darkening. "Can't you see that Jiu is unwell? Big brother, though we haven't formed a mating bond, the state of other females after consuming charm fruit is identical to what our little female is experiencing now." Although he felt he was taking advantage of the situation, he did not wish to miss this opportunity. Perhaps after forming a bond, he could be as favored as his brother, or even more so. Understanding his brother's intentions, Hu Qiu was about to reprimand him when Yi Jiu suddenly grabbed him, causing him to inadvertently lean over her. He intended to rise, but Yi Jiu, as Hu Shan had indicated, seemed to be in heat, grasping him and exploring him. Having already developed feelings for the little female, he found it impossible to resist this spark that he did not wish to mate with Yi Jiu before formally establishing a bond, as that would naturally diminish his status. Yet, given Yi Jiu's unclear condition, he understood he could not hold back any longer. After a moment's hesitation, he embraced her in return. In matters of this nature, males possessed an innate talent, and compared to Yi Jiu's earlier chaotic attempts, he began to exhibit more finesse. Hu Shan did not leave, observing the scene unfold, feeling the temperature rise further. He too was not immune to the heat. Under these circumstances, he should have departed, yet he found himself unable to move. He struggled to convince himself, ultimately choosing to remain nearby, even if it felt like his body was about to burst. Before long, the first round of their encounter concluded, but before he could revel in his happiness, the second round commenced. Neither of them knew whether Yijio had consumed something harmful or if her body had suddenly reacted. But she was brimming with energy. Even though Hu Qiu prided himself on his stamina, he found himself struggling to keep up. Ultimately, under duress, Hu Shan, who had been merely a spectator, finally found himself thrust into the fray. The three indulged in a week of revelry, and at last, Yijio's condition began to stabilize. The two brothers exchanged glances, slowly exhaling in relief. Simultaneously, they gained a new understanding of Yijie Hu Shan. Still anxious, remarked, "The little female is quite formidable. I wonder if we can adequately care for her." Initially, Hu Qiu had worried that Hu Shan might usurp his affection, but now he felt grateful to have a younger brother to share the burden. Otherwise, who could endure this? He nodded in agreement and said, "You should rest. I will keep watch tonight. The scent emanating from Jiu is so sweet. I wonder if it has spread." Exhausted, Hu Shan did not bother to be polite and soon fell into a deep slumber beside Yijio. Hu Qiu took a moment to tidy up before heading outside to fetch water, then returning to clean up Yijio. Despite the tremendous effort, the resilience of the beast was remarkable. After a restful sleep, Hu Shan awoke feeling rejuvenated. As he stirred, the weary Hu Qiu finally found solace in rest. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Within a week, you have accepted 1 male and 2 males. Reward, storage bags 10. As you have fulfilled the task within the allotted time and performed admirably, the storage bags have been upgraded to 10 square meters, and you receive an additional growth-type spatial earring." Not long after Hu Qiu lay down, Yijio finally awakened, having had her way with the two brothers. Though she retained no memory of the events, the system's notification made her aware of her actions. Her emotions were complex. It was not that she felt outright resistance, but she was undeniably displeased. She had initiated the encounter, and in doing so, had stripped Hu Qiu and his brother of their purity. She should not have been so ungrateful. After a moment of mental reassessment, Yijio rose from her previous state of inertia. Feeling refreshed, she recognized that the two beasts had taken care of her hygiene, which brought her a modicum of satisfaction. However, the sudden changes in her body were undoubtedly linked to the system, and Yijio was determined to hold it accountable. "Speak. Why did I suddenly find myself in such a predicament?" She was a person of restraint. How could she casually impose herself on others? The system must have meddled. "Host, please do not doubt the system's concern for you. All tasks are designed for your benefit. Your reactions are entirely due to toxins within your body that require male intervention for detoxification. If you suppress it, you will experience this every 15th of the month." Anticipating Yijio's inquiries, the system preemptively provided explanations. "This toxin cannot be detoxified through other means. You will have to explore the rest on your own." Fine. I mean to say, I possess all elemental abilities, including purification. How could I possibly be poisoned? I never anticipated it would be incurable." Before Yijio could fully process this revelation, the system issued another task, mating successfully completed. "It is time to branch out and multiply. More offspring, more blessings. The system will safeguard you. You are in a 3-month novice protection period. Please acquire 1,000 points within this time frame." Methods of acquiring points. 1. Marrying a husband. 2. Having children. PS. The better the talent of the husband, the greater the rewards for the children born. The more children, the richer the rewards. The first task has inadvertently been completed, and the rewards are indeed substantial. While they may not be desperately needed, more is always welcome. She possesses a space, albeit currently only 100 square meters, which includes a small courtyard where some plants are grown, while the rest of the area remains shrouded in a hazy mist, akin to an unexplored map. Upon the system's notification, she observed the mist receding, thereby expanding her space at least tenfold. Moreover, the courtyard has become increasingly luxurious. How could Yijio remain oblivious to the situation? This task must be undertaken. Having already married 2 husbands, Yijio no longer resisted, yet the prospect of childbirth deeply unsettled her, although she adores little babies. The toll of childbirth on women is undeniably severe. She possesses numerous valuable items, Yet she still feels that her body would not recover to its optimal state post-delivery. Rest assured, host, how could the system be unscrupulous? Naturally, preparations have been made for you. You need only give birth, and there will be no pain, nor any losses incurred. Noticing Yi Jiao's shifting attitude, the system subtly tempted her. Would you truly be so kind-hearted? Although the system clarified that the matter of the full moon night had no bearing on it, Yi Jiao remained distrustful. Initially, she found comfort in having a system that could converse, yet that notion had vanished entirely. Host, your suspicions sat in the system. Hence I shall increase the task's difficulty. Due to your negative attitude, the task must commence within a month. Otherwise, there will be consequences such as a reduction in space or a weakening of abilities. Indeed, her suspicions were validated. The system was interconnected with the space. The system's penalty could be viewed as a direct threat to her very existence. Did I ask this how it is? What more can I do? I will do my best. Having perused numerous system novels, none had a system so accommodating as hers. She ought to feel grateful. This comforting thought made Yi Jiao feel as though she could accept the situation. Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing her acquiescence, the system secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Jiao communicated with the system through her consciousness. Yet upon awakening, Hushan immediately sensed her presence. Unsure of how to face Yi Jiao, he refrained from appearing. After a considerable time had passed without her emerging, he ultimately chose to check on her. Seeing her turned away in silence, Hushan felt anxious. Little female, are you hungry? He wished to call her Yi Jiao Jiu like his elder brother, but feared it might displease her, hence he dared only to address her thus, now that he was indeed his own person. This designation felt rather distant. I am called Yi Jiao. You may refer to me as Jiao Jiu or something else, as long as it is not an odd nickname. This revelation brought joy to Hushan. He could distinctly sense that following their coupling, Yi Jiao's demeanor towards him had improved considerably. Previously, her kindness stemmed entirely from her regard for Hu Qiao, but now her gentleness arose from their bond as partners. Very well, Jiao Jiao, he was an optimistic and cheerful beast-man, capable of radiating warmth with just a hint of sunlight. Jiao Jiao, are you hungry? I have prepared roasted meat and vegetable soup. While complexity was not his forte, he was quite adept at these two dishes. After speaking, he glanced at Yi Jiao nervously, hoping for her approval. All right, that a week had passed. Could she not be hungry? Rubbing her abdomen, Yi Jiao readily agreed that I have prepared a large stone pot, specifically to heat water for you to wash up when you awaken. Adia, you need me to assist you in rising. His female was not as delicate as others, yet he yearned for the opportunity to be in close proximity to her. He gazed at her earnestly, his eyes glistening, to be why some strange impulse. Yi Jiao nodded and extended her hand. Hushan promptly beamed with a broad smile, carefully supporting her arm as they ventured outside. In that moment, he felt like the happiest being alive. After a simple washing, Yi Jiao took her seat at the dining table, which was adorned with the fare Hushan had prepared for her. Perhaps having consulted Hu Qiao, each dish was not overly abundant, but was presented exquisitely, featuring a delightful balance of meat, vegetables, and fruit. Yi Jiao was pleased with his meticulousness. She believed the two brothers complemented each other well. In the future, when your brother goes hunting, you shall remain at home to care for me. Your cooking is delightful. Upon deciding to accept the task, Yi Jiao's mindset grew increasingly serene. She began to contemplate how to lead a more comfortable life. She merely took a bite before entrusting the significant responsibility of cooking to him, which filled Hushan with immense joy. Very well, I shall ensure that every meal satisfies you and fills you up. Indeed, food was of utmost importance in the beastly realm, and being entrusted with the kitchen indicated a high status. How could this not bring Hushan happiness? I believe in you. With that, Yi Jiao savored her food thoughtfully, falling silent, and Hushan understood, quietly enjoying his meal. Now, he too partook in cooked food, though his portion was noticeably less refined than Yi Jiao's. However, in comparison to raw fare, it was a significant improvement. After finishing their meal, Hushan tidied up, and Yi Jiao led him to weed the garden. After a week without tending, the grass had almost overtaken the seedlings, but fortunately, she had previously nourished them with wood abilities. Otherwise, they would have surely perished from nutrient depletion. Hushan lacked experience, yet he was eager to learn. After observing for a while, he was able to distinguish between the seedlings and the weeds. You sit and rest. Allow me to handle this. All right. Yi Jiao nodded, entrusting him with the garden while she retreated to her space to organize things. Time flew swiftly during their busy hours. Soon, Huqiu awakened, having rested well. And upon seeing Yi Jiu unharmed, he sighed in relief, though his gaze never strayed far from her. His attentive observation made Yi Jiu find it quite amusing. My body has its issues. I will experience this every month, but it is not life-threatening. That is good, as long as it is not life-threatening. It simply means the two brothers will have to exert themselves a bit more. The unexpected circumstances of the month had provided them with some reassurance. The brothers were not overly concerned. Life continued as usual, and to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident, the three of them occasionally engaged in battles. The adage that time fosters affection proved true, as their bond grew increasingly harmonious. They cultivated vegetables at home and planted some fruit nearby, yet hunting remained essential. Each time, Yi Jiu would accompany them, as it helped maintain her good spirits. This was their territory, secure and protected. The two brothers had never refused her presence, that of course, after each outing, Huqiu and Hushan would use pungent herbs to cleanse Yi Jiu's scent. Yet, as a powerful female, her fragrance was exceptionally enticing, especially after indulging in meat, which lingered and spread far and wide. Consequently, she had drawn the attention of others. However, Yi Jiu and her companions remained blissfully unaware, continuing to enjoy their tranquil lives. Due to the earlier incident, Hushan felt a tinge of guilt towards Huqiu and wished for Yi Jiu to spend some time alone with him. Moreover, he had some matters to attend to on his exploration route. Thus he took his leave. These days were peaceful, and Huqiu did not oppose Hushan's decision, leaving the territory once again to Yi Jiu and Hushan. On this particular day, under a clear blue sky, such weather was perfect for pickling vegetables. Therefore, early in the morning, Yi Jiu directed Huqiu to harvest vegetables from the garden, bringing them to the riverbank to wash and then dry. The day's agenda had been meticulously planned long before Yi Jiu opened her eyes. Today would be no exception. However, she sensed an unsettling intuition and cautioned Huqiu. "Did you patrol yesterday?" "I patrolled the day before, but not yesterday." The territory was vast, and he did not patrol daily, as that would waste too much time. Instead, he patrolled periodically to leave behind his scent. Other beastmen, upon catching the strong scent of a powerful beast in the vicinity, would recognize it as territory and refrain from encroachment. The Yi Jiu's seemingly random inquiry made him realize something. He reassured her, "Do not worry that no stray beastmen will come here. My scent is quite distinct. Even if there are, I will fight to protect you and ensure you suffer no harm." Hearing this, Yi Jiu refrained from saying more, nodded, and continued her task. At the border of their territory, a group of stray beastmen was hastening towards them, their blood boiling at the thought of what was to come. "Are you certain you did not miss C?" "Of course. I am quite certain that within this territory dwells a remarkably beautiful female. And the territory is owned by two tiger beastmen, one at the 4th tier and the other at the 2nd tier. With our strength, we can easily kill them and seize the female. Moreover, the 2nd tier one had departed yesterday, making today an opportune day." The speaker was a rat beast man, and as he recalled Yi Jiu's beauty and the faint, alluring scent wafting from afar, he could not help but salivate. "Chief, I have made such a significant contribution. I must receive my share." Observing his expression, the hyena beast man leading the group understood that this news was highly likely true, especially as they drew nearer. The enticing scent became stronger. This was a fragrance unique to females, and it was far more captivating than any he had encountered before. "Naturally, once I have enjoyed it, it shall be yours." Most stray beast men have long disregarded rules, having been expelled from their tribes. Thus they would not heed the age-old conventions that in their eyes, females held little importance, merely serving as vessels for the release of their desires. That if a female met their liking, she might be kept for a time. If not, she would be consumed after use. "Thank you, Chief, and I will work even harder to gather intelligence in the future." The rat beast man was utterly exhilarated. He had never anticipated such fortuitous circumstances would befall him. Other wandering beast men gazed upon his face, adorned with a triumphant smile, their eyes brimming with envy, wishing fervently that such an opportunity would grace them as well. However, everyone was acutely aware that such a possibility was rather slim. The females were predominantly delicate, and after the chief's engagement with the rat beast man, it remained uncertain whether she would still possess her vitality. Beyond the females, food held paramount importance for the beastmen. The rat beast man recounted everything he had witnessed. They had procured a substantial quantity of consumables, allowing them to feast heartily, and perhaps even amass a considerable stock to take back. Finally, a sumptuous meal awaited them. Chapter 14. Fierce battle. While their individual levels were not particularly low, their overall strength was rather mediocre. Otherwise, they would not have congregated, believing that a larger number would yield greater power, facilitating their endeavors. Yet, without inherent strength, sheer numbers were ineffectual to in most cases. They could only manage a meager meal, with full satisfaction dependent on fortune. That as they prepared to shower compliments once more, the chief grew increasingly impatient. Enough of this trivial chatter. Your rewards will come in due course. Move swiftly, and do not attract attention, that we must strike decisively. The chief was correct. Once they subdued their foes, not only would the females and food belong to them, but this territory would also be theirs. Such a vast and bountiful land, inhabited by merely one beast man, was a dreadful waste. With territory secured, they could recruit powerful beast men to join their ranks, gradually evolving into a tribe. Surely, the females and food would not be in short supply then. The more they contemplated, the more they were filled with visions of a promising future. After a brief exchange, they hastened their pace quietly. Their small statures allowed them to navigate the thick underbrush with minimal trace. However, beastmen possessed a keen sensitivity to scent, and their large number made it easy for the territory's owner to detect their presence. Before he had fully approached the dwelling cave, Hu Qiu sensed something amiss. His expression darkened considerably, and he had not anticipated such audacity from another beastman to intrude upon him. Stay here and wait for me. I will investigate that. Hu Qiu's face radiated a fierce aura. Though this menace was not directed at Yi Jiu remained composed, saying, "There is no need. They are almost upon us at this moment." Hu Qiu realized his decision was rash. Leaving the female alone was a grave mistake. Sensing numerous auras drawing nearer, Hu Qiu's heart sank, that he clutched Yi Jiu's hand tightly, filled with regret. "I should not have taken you out. It is my inadequacy that confines you to this meager space." While their territory posed little threat, there were times they ventured beyond its bounds. It was likely during such times that other wandering beastmen had spotted them and followed their trail. Now was not the time for lengthy discussions. He had to ensure the female's safety, but he gazed intently into Yi Jiu's beautiful eyes, filled with sorrow, knowing that the odds of survival in this battle were grim, and she was his greatest concern. "If I perish in battle, you must flee. Run far away and wait for Ashan to find you. You cannot remain. Once you realize I am outmatched, I will see you to safety before returning. This is our home, my territory. I cannot relinquish it." For the beastmen, retreat was not an option. They could only advance fearlessly. Losing their territory would mean losing their dignity. Dignity more precious than life itself. "They are coming. I will take cover in the trees, that I believe you can defeat them." Understanding that he did not wish for her to join the fray, Yi Jiu refrained from insisting on fighting alongside him. She knew that in the beast world, a female's ability to safeguard herself was the greatest assistance she could offer a male. Her unwavering loyalty touched Hu Qiu deeply. His gaze softened as he resolved to survive at all costs. Yi Jiu acted decisively. After speaking, she swiftly made her way toward the large tree near their cave and climbed up that. Hu Qiu sensed that as she ascended, her figure vanished from his sight. And he could no longer feel her presence. That a smile crept onto his face, for he understood that if he were to suffer a disastrous defeat, Yi Jiu's ability to conceal herself would make it difficult for most beastmen to detect her. As time dragged on, the group of wandering beastmen had already arrived before Hu Qiu. Sensing the potent aura of females surrounding them, they grew increasingly certain that one must be present, emboldened by their numbers. The leading hyena beastman spoke without courtesy. "Tiger beastman, I advise you to surrender the female and vacate this place. We may let you go. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of civility." Not seeing Yi Jiu beside Hu Qiu did not surprise them. They were sure she was hidden away, and with so many of them, how could she possibly escape? They aimed to eliminate this male first and would pursue her later. Their words infuriated Hu Qiu, causing him to laugh derisively. "A disorganized rabble, thinking that numbers alone can intimidate me. If it's a battle you seek, I, Hu Qiu, fear nothing." With Yi Jiu at his back, he dared not show weakness. He was determined to slay every incoming wandering beastman, for failure would mean endless repercussions. You dare test my patience, charge, tear him apart. Due to their overwhelming numbers, ordinary hunting tribes often avoided confrontation with such groups. But encountering such impudent beastmen for the first time infuriated the hyena beastmen. To established their footing. They possessed a modicum of combat prowess. Especially in order to survive, they needed to exhibit some ferocity. Thus, Huchio's words spurred them to charge forward, believing that so many beastmen could not possibly be bested by a single tiger beastman. Tiger beastmen were inherently formidable on land, and with a level surpassing theirs. Including the hyena chief, the few fourth-tier wandering beastmen sensed Huchio's impending breakthrough to the fifth tier, causing their hearts to tighten in apprehension. The hyena chief commanded, "Let us end this swiftly." His instincts warned him that if they did not act quickly, provoking Huchio to ascend in power could spell disaster for them. Thinking of Yijio hidden in the tree, Huchio felt a surge of strength. They were numerous, yet their combat lacked organization. That lower-tier beastmen posed little threat, but the numerous, persistent bites of ants could indeed fell an elephant. Thus, Huchio began targeting the weakest among them. With such a significant level disparity, he dispatched them with ease. His ruthless strikes quickly instilled fear in the wandering beastmen. However, the overwhelming allure of the surrounding female aura was undeniable. The area appeared quite promising, with an abundance of food. They were unwilling to depart so easily, especially after losing so many comrades. The scent of blood ignited their ferocity, and they began to fight with reckless abandon. Unfazed by their own mortality, Huchio took advantage of their fervor, intensifying his assaults, resulting in even more wandering beastmen perishing. Yet, despite his extensive combat experience, the sheer number of nearly 100 wandering beastmen exerted immense pressure upon him, though most were first and second tier. With only a few third tier and even fewer fourth tier, the tactic of overwhelming numbers proved effective, and he found himself struggling. Thinking of Yijio reignited his motivation, and as the barrier he had been facing began to loosen, he felt a surge of joy and resolved to break through to AT last. He ascended to the fifth tier. Seeing his ascension unfold as he had anticipated, the hyena chief's gaze turned even colder. Having incurred a grudge, he was determined to eliminate this tiger beast man. Otherwise, should Huchio recover, their fate would be sealed. Without needing his reminder, the other wandering beastmen understood the stakes. They were now locked in a deadly rivalry. And today would end with either the tiger beastman's demise or their own. Chapter 15. The appearance of the wolf and snake beast. The wandering beastmen fought with reckless abandon, clearly intent on sacrificing their lives. Even though Huchio had leveled up, the intensity of the battle soon left him exhausted. What did it matter if he was a fifth-tier beastman? Under the combined might of their brothers, he would find himself reporting to the beast god soon enough. Witnessing Huchio's diminishing capacity to continue, the hyena chief reveled in his triumph. The opportunistic rat beastman chimed in, "Our chief is wise and mighty. If we slay him, we shall enjoy the beautiful female. Yes, kill him. He has slain my brother." At this moment, the presence of the female was of little consequence. A beast man, eyes ablaze with hatred, fixed his gaze on Huchio. "I shall take you down with me, even if I die, Val scum. If you have the gall, then kill me." He feared not death for Yijio's sake. Rather, he feared the wandering beastmen would remain here, relentlessly searching for her. This would not only jeopardize her, but also pose a danger to Hushan, who was unaware of the situation upon his return. In his current battered state, he saw only one path ahead, to lure the wandering beastmen away and self-destruct. Having made this decision, he retreated without hesitation, engaging in battle while strategically withdrawing to prevent the meticulously arranged courtyard from being destroyed. As soon as Yijio began climbing the tree, he sprinted out of the yard. Though the courtyard was spacious, it was brimming with crops, and they had planned to cultivate the surrounding land soon. Having prepared ample wood for enclosures that in his bid for escape, he utilized the neatly stacked wood he had felled as weapons, hurling them at the wandering beastmen that in their distraction. Some even smashed through the fences he had worked so hard to build, which pained Huchio deeply and fueled his hatred for the wandering beastmen. Observing his actions, the hyena chief quickly shouted, "Stop him! Do not let him escape." Though he spoke with great bravado, the reality was that he was still fleeing, without the reminder from the hyena leader. The other orcs had been on constant alert. Therefore, the unexpected breach created by Hu Qiu when he discarded items had just been torn open and was nearly sealed again. Fortunately, as a fifth-tier orc, retreating was considerably easier than fighting to the death, and he ultimately chose to follow the path he had planned. As he moved further away from his small courtyard, two powerful and unfamiliar auras suddenly emerged in his perception. Those of the wolf beast and the snake beast. Enemies. Before Hu Qiu could react, they had already joined the fray. Seeing the wolf and snake orc attacking the wandering orcs, Hu Qiu realized that they were allies, and he quietly exhaled in relief. With support, he was certain he would survive. He was unwilling to seek death, as he had yet to father cubs with his female companion. Leaving now would not do. With the arrival of Lanya and Shirue, and thoughts of Yi Jiao and his cubs, Hu Qiu felt an inexplicable surge of strength within him. The two newly joined orcs were exceptionally powerful. The wolf orc could take down one with a mere swipe of its claw, while the snake orc could injure several with a flick of its tail, and its thick scales were difficult for most orcs to pierce. Despite their struggles, the wandering orcs were ultimately vanquished. Once the last of the wandering orcs breathed their last, Hu Qiu slumped to the ground. Unable to rise for some time, he was grateful that these two orcs had arrived in time to prevent him from self-detonating, and their distance from his courtyard ensured that Yi Jiao would not witness his predicament. Seeing him battered and nearly devoid of uninjured skin, with labored breaths, Lanya's eyes filled with concern. "Are you all right?" The wandering orcs were notorious for their misdeeds. Typically, those with sufficient strength would eliminate them. Lanya felt a deep admiration for Hu Qiu, who dared to face so many wandering orcs alone. He felt somewhat guilty for arriving too late. Otherwise, Hu Qiu would not have been so severely injured. Upon hearing Lanya's words, Hu Qiu smiled and shook his head. "To be honest, I'm not feeling very strong. Let me rest for a moment. Thank you for coming to my aid, my good brothers." Although he did not know these two orcs, their timely assistance in his hour of need made them his brothers. Now that the crisis had passed, he did not forget about Yi Jiao, who was still waiting in the tree. Once he regained his composure, he struggled to rise and head back, with Lanya kindly supporting him. "Take it slow. My good brother, thank you." The fact that he could endure the battle despite his severe injuries was solely due to that surge of strength. Now that it had dissipated, he felt utterly drained, his body limp. Lanya's support was immensely helpful, preventing him from appearing too disheveled. But it's nothing. Orcs from various tribes should help one another. Hearing this, Hu Qiu felt a twinge of awkwardness. "I have no tribe. I am considered a wandering orc. You are not a wandering orc. You have territory." Although Hu Qiu was alone, he possessed a territory and did not roam aimlessly like a true wandering orc. Furthermore, there was no sense of malevolence about him, so he could not be classified as such. What use is territory? Without a few clansmen, even if one is powerful, one could still nearly lose their life. For the first time, Hu Qiu realized the security that comes with belonging to a tribe. Indeed, more people can accomplish tasks more swiftly. You are quite formidable. Being alone is quite liberating, provided there are no females around. Because they were some distance from their tribe, they had happened upon this area by chance today. Had it not been for the scent of females, they might not have ventured further, in any case. The serendipity of it all was remarkable. These words acknowledged his strength and status, and Hu Qiu felt a surge of joy. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered that the corpses of the wandering orcs had yet to be dealt with, and a look of concern crossed his face. "Could you help with this?" Of course, without needing to be told, Lanya understood the implication of his request, and in truth, even without his prompting, they would have handled it, for they could not leave any potential threat by leaving the wandering orcs behind. While most orc corpses were typically disposed of in the forest as food for wild beasts, they did not intend to leave these wandering orcs behind. It was safer to burn them clean. "Thank you. If you hadn't come..." Hu Qiu was filled with gratitude and no need for such polite expressions of thanks. "If you truly feel grateful, why not bring your female and join our tribe? Our forest tribe may not be the largest, but it is one of the top among medium-sized tribes with many fourth-tier orcs, and both the leader and Shirue are fifth-tier." Lanya spoke in a joking manner. Yet he genuinely meant it, considering Hu Qiu's original fourth-tier strength, which had now risen to fifth-tier, making him a warrior of great value. His words left Hu Qiu momentarily silent. "Let me think it over. I need to consult my female about joining a tribe." Chapter 16. Cleaning the battlefield, Hu Qiu could see that Yi Jiao genuinely enjoyed her current life, and he wondered if she would adapt to life in a tribe. Expecting Hu Qiu to refuse, Lanya was taken aback by his response. Then I shall await your good news. Orcs from tribes generally knew how to preserve fire, and with Lanya's assistance, they gathered all the corpses of the wandering orcs into one place before setting them ablaze. As the orange flames danced, the bodies gradually turned to ash. Only once there was nothing left did Hu Qiu feel completely at ease. Let's hurry and check on my female. She must have been frightened by the commotion. Did I need to comfort her? By this time, he had recovered enough to walk unassisted. Understanding his urgency, they did not mock him, but silently followed in truth. They were quite curious about how this female had ended up here and mingled with this tiger orc that, if possible, she would likely join their tribe, as the abundance of resources in a tribe could provide a better life for a female. With their varying thoughts, they traversed the short distance in no time. However, upon reaching the courtyard and seeing the disarray, Hu Qiu felt a wave of despair. All our efforts over these past days have gone to waste. He was immensely grateful that he had fled the courtyard. Had he fought within it, the situation would have been far worse. As long as he was alive, everything destroyed could be rebuilt. He had been so eager to join the battle that he had not noticed the courtyard had been beautifully constructed. Lanya harbored worries that she might be reluctant to join them in the tribe, but he refrained from voicing his concerns. The taciturn Shi Rui remained equally silent, yet with his thoughts solely on Yi Jiu. Hu Qiu did not immediately call her down from the tree. He first tidied the courtyard and cleaned himself up before rushing to the base of the tree. He gently knocked and called up, Jiu Jiu. I am here to fetch you. Yi Jiu had witnessed the entire battle and was acutely aware of the severity of Hu Qiu's injuries. Seeing him act as if all was well only deepened her admiration for him. Her tone was gentle. Are you all right? Did you drive away the bad ones? Initially intending to comfort her, Hu Qiu sighed in relief upon hearing her words. I am so formidable. Driving them away was a piece of cake. He refrained from mentioning his injuries or the fact that he had killed the wandering orcs, unsure if Yi Jiu could accept that. Since ancient times, females had always lived within the beautiful constructs built by their males. Though Yi Jiu possessed special abilities, Hu Qiu still wished to provide her with a stable and beautiful life, free from the darkness of their world, as expected of you. Our courtyard is unharmed. Right? Yi Jiu naturally placed her hand over Hu Qiu's, her expression radiating warmth. Hu Qiu felt fortunate that he had tidied up the courtyard before coming up, as everything was in order. When he spoke, it felt very natural. The vegetables we hadn't gathered are still here. Don't worry. With me around, how could I let our home fall into disrepair? Considering Lanya and Shi Rui, he feared a conflict with Yi Jiu. So he preemptively introduced. Actually, it was thanks to the efforts of two brothers that we managed to drive away those wandering orcs, that you'll meet them shortly. Great? I've been wanting to see what these two warriors look like. Seeing Yi Jiu respond eagerly without a hint of resistance, Hu Qiu felt an immense sense of satisfaction, that he once again felt grateful that he had kept his distance from females before. Otherwise, he might have ruined his reputation and lost the chance to win over someone as wonderful as Yi Jiu. Purity was the best dowry for an orc. Let us go down. Your movements were quite nimble just now. Knowing that Yi Jiu spoke very little, he intentionally sought to engage her in conversation, racking his brain for topics. Suddenly, he recalled how adeptly she had climbed the tree and quickly offered his praise. Of course, I wouldn't want to hold you back. Only by dodging well can you fight without distraction. Though her voice was soft, the keen hearing of a tiered orc was exceptional. Upon hearing her words, Hu Qiu was left in awe. They had never contemplated that such an understanding female could exist. It was truly unexpected. Both Lanya and Shi Rui found themselves increasingly drawn to Yi Jiu. Of course, their interest had already peaked upon discovering that she had concealed herself in the trees, ensuring that Hu Qiu would not be hindered. When Hu Qiu descended with Yi Jiu in his arms, Lanya's heart raced at the sight of her unparalleled beauty, feeling as if he was succumbing to her charm. For the first time, he realized how superficial he truly was, so preoccupied with appearances. However, it was undeniable that no male would reject such a stunning and amiable female. Just as he was about to say something to bridge the gap between them, Shi Rui suddenly vanished in a swift motion. Lanya was left perplexed, uncertain of Shi Rui's intentions, his expression tinged with awkwardness. What is wrong with him? Hu Qiu was taken aback, having just witnessed Shi Rui's earlier composure. I don't know. I will go and check. Although Lanya longed to remain and converse with Yi Jiu, his concern for his brother Shi Rui took precedence. With an apologetic smile, he resolved to pursue him. Upon hearing this, Hu Qiu refrained from further comments. He was unsure when Hu Shan would return. In truth, he wished to inquire whether it would be convenient for Lanya and Shi Rui to stay for a few days to assist in caring for Yi Jiu until he had fully recovered, and perhaps treat them to some delicacies they had never savored before. Yet, Shi Rui's safety was paramount. Very well, you should hurry and check on him, he expressed gratefully. Beastmen rarely indulged in pleasantries. They spoke plainly. Hearing this, Lanya nodded and quickly followed the trail of Shi Rui's scent. What do you intend to do? Shi Rui had not ventured far, and Lanya caught up to him in no time. A result of Shi Rui deliberately slowing his pace. Reflecting on how Shi Rui had jeopardized his opportunity to connect with the female, Lanya felt a surge of displeasure. Could you at least inform me when you leave? You detest females so much, yet she did not pounce on you. There is no need for such tension that he recognized that Hu Qiu was no longer capable of protecting Yi Jiu. They needed to stay and watch over her, lest wandering beastmen catch wind of her presence. Although they had distanced themselves from Yi Jiu's dwelling, her scent lingered faintly in the air, yet her visage was etched indelibly in Shi Rui's mind. He remained silent, burying his head in his tail, unwilling to let Lanya perceive his turmoil. Witnessing Shi Rui's despondent demeanor, Lanya felt a swell of frustration. However, as his friend, he refrained from voicing dissent and ultimately squatted to the side, planning to wait until Shi Rui regained his composure before resuming their conversation. After some time, Shi Rui finally managed to regain control over his emotions, emerging from his self-imposed cocoon and reverting to his human form. Chapter 17. I am here to join this family. Relieved to see him unscathed, Lanya inquired with feigned concern. What happened? Why did you run so fast? She wouldn't harm you, that I'm fine. I just couldn't control myself. I feared I might frighten the young female. Years of camaraderie allowed Lanya to understand his friend's meaning all too well. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened in disbelief. Are you implying that you have taken a liking to that young female? Otherwise, why such a strong emotional reaction? This brother had always been indifferent toward any female. Had it not been for the punishment that awaited those who acted against females, he might have resorted to violence against those who clung to him. Lanya had always prepared for the possibility of Shi Rui remaining perpetually solitary, yet now he was grappling with the notion that his friend harbored feelings for a female he had only met once. That tiger beast man may not agree. We can all sense his immense possessiveness towards the young female. Moreover, as the first mate, if he does not relent, the young female may lean towards him. The first mate held a different status. Their significance in the eyes of females was profound, especially since they depended on each other, their bond deepening. Not only was there Hu Qiu, but there was also another presence surrounding Yi Jiu, closely related to Hu Qiu, likely his biological brother, complicating their desire to join even further. Lanya endeavored to persuade Shi Rui to abandon his feelings, believing that in his current state, he would not win the favor of the female. If all else failed, he considered positioning himself ahead. That I understand. I do not intend to win her over all at once. However, I am uncertain of my chances. Females often harbor a strong aversion towards snake beast men. I once had hopes for a partner. In my human form, females were eager to engage with me, but once they learned I was a snake beast man, they all distanced themselves that he had never committed any wrongdoing nor indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Yet the stigma left by other snake beast men cast a long shadow. Upon encountering a snake beast man, it was all too easy for others to project their biases onto him. Moreover, he faced a significant challenge. He struggled to control his emotions. Once overly excited, he would revert to his beast form or a hybrid state, tears streaming down his face. This was his secret, one he had yet to disclose to anyone, not even Lanya, who only knew of his uncontrollable transformations. Hearing his words, Lanya hesitated to voice his own concerns. That so, are you planning to retreat? If you do not engage, how will you win her over? Seeing that Shi Rui had made his decision, Lanya ceased his attempts at persuasion and instead suggested, you should go ahead. I am not in a position to accompany you now. That he found it difficult to articulate his worries, fearing that encountering Yi Jiu again might trigger another transformation. All right, Shi Rui replied. After a moment's contemplation, Lanya added, if you find yourself bored, you could go hunting or return to the tribe. There is no need to wait for me. Understood, Shi Rui agreed. Once assured that Shi Rui was all right, Lanya followed his instincts and returned. Upon his return, Hu Qiu was elated, his heart finally at ease. Good brother, just in time for you to savor my culinary skills. Despite his severe injuries, he could not neglect his benefactor. Nor did he wish Yi Jiu to be alone with this male. He harbored an instinctual wariness towards him that as a male, he could not help but feel that Lanya had taken a liking to Yi Jiu. Upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable for such an exceptional female to attract the attention of other males. Yet he had not anticipated Lanya's forthrightness. May I join your family? With some feelings bottled up. Lanya discreetly glanced at Yi Jiu before pulling Hu Qiu aside. Absolutely not. Hu Qiu interrupted without a moment's thought. The debt of gratitude was one matter. Joining their family was an entirely different issue that could not be conflated. Moreover, Lanya had rescued him. How could he involve his female in repaying that debt? His female owed no one anything, that I mean no harm, and you know very well that this approach will not adequately protect her. Lanya had hoped that by speaking candidly, he could secure a temporary acceptance from Hu Qiu based on their shared bond, which might lead to winning the female's favor. At that point, Shirue could join them, making it much simpler. Yet he had not anticipated Hu Qiu's vehement reaction. How could it not be significant? What benefits has he reaped? His brother comes to share, and there are no cubs yet, and already a beast man has come to compete. Hear me out. Lanya was resolute, not intending to concede, so he endeavored to persuade Hu Qiu that I refused to listen. Hu Qiu's persistence incited Lanya's ire, especially as he claimed he could no longer protect Yi Jiu. As if to prove something, that he transformed into his beast form and charged at Lanya. Let us fight and see my strength. I can protect her, his wounds, which had been healing due to his formidable recovery abilities, tore open once more, filling the air with the potent scent of blood. Despite his weakened state, his offensive capabilities remained formidable that he did not intend to kill, but such a reaction left Lanya feeling unsettled. Nevertheless, he refrained from transforming into his beast form, choosing instead to withstand the confrontation. Calm down, good brother. You're insulting me. Hu Qiu's actions incensed him further, but given his injuries, his higher rank was of little use. No, I am merely concerned that your injuries may worsen. Please agree to this. I have yet to bond with a mate, and I have already come into contact with your female, carrying her scent. No female will ever want me again. Though this bore the semblance of a pity plea, it was nonetheless the truth. Males were expected to maintain their integrity before bonding, and this held true even afterward. His words caused Hu Qiu to pause, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Unable to bear the situation, Yi Jiu approached from the stove, grabbing hold of Hu Qiu with a gentle tug. Hu Qiu became as still as a cat caught by the scruff of its neck. Jiu, I was wrong. I should not have disregarded my well-being. Instinctual survival urges inherent to males compelled Hu Qiu to plead for mercy without hesitation. Yi Jiu, vexed yet amused, replied, You realize this now? Go clean off the blood, then wait for me to apply medicine. You promised to always stay by my side. I do not wish for you to perish from this battle. As she spoke, her voice quavered slightly. Would you really abandon me alone? What would I and Ashan do without you? Never. I will fulfill my promise. Hu Qiu's eyes brimmed with remorse that I will wash up immediately. Do not be angry with me. It will not happen again. Though Yi Jiu was annoyed, she understood that her anger stemmed not from Hu Qiu's altercation with other males, but from his lack of self-preservation, which only deepened her affection for him. Observing their affectionate exchange, Lanya felt an indescribable envy, solidifying his resolve to join their family. With Hu Qiu gone, the small courtyard was left with only Yi Jiu and Lanya. Resolving to express his sentiments, Lanya decided to approach her directly. Female, I hold great affection for you. May I join your family? Chapter 18. Gracious host, initially, I wish to gain some understanding, yet due to overwhelming nervousness. Lanya inadvertently expressed her innermost thoughts. Regarding the male who assisted Hu Qiu in slaying the wandering beastmen, Yi Jiu felt no aversion. In fact, his ears were flushed, his gaze was wandering, and his demeanor was utterly flustered, exuding an innocent charm. This matter ought to be discussed with Hu Qiu. The wolf beastman appeared quite agreeable, yet she must respect Hu Qiu's position as the first mate, having spoken her mind. Lanya now felt compelled to earn the approval of the female. She quickly added, He cannot protect you right now. Only by becoming your beast husband can I legitimately safeguard you. Lanya acknowledged her opportunistic approach. Yet she was unwilling to let such a fortuitous chance slip away. Her beast parents had taught her to boldly pursue what she desired, a tradition that had long been upheld in their Orcish continent. Host hastened to win him over. His potential is of the blue tier. The rewards for marrying him and bearing his offspring are extraordinarily generous. Yi Jiao, wishing to shift the topic, stated, "I need to consider it. At the very least, we must spend some time together," that he was considered a task target. And though Yi Jiao initially intended to agree, the voice of the system ignited a rebellious sentiment within her. Lanya's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Excellent. Let us spend this time together." Yi Jiao did not overtly refuse. In his eyes, this presented an opportunity, and he perceived no wrongdoing in the notion that pursuing a female necessitated effort from the male. With the conversation having taken such a turn, Lanya felt increasingly at ease. Upon Hu Qiu's return from cleaning, he sensed that something was amiss, though he could not discern the specifics. That in truth, Hu Qiu did not harbor excessive resistance towards Lanya's presence. All males were aware that he alone could not adequately protect the females. Furthermore, the bond among partners in the Orc continent was, aside from siblings born of the same mother, the most steadfast. With Hu Shan absent, even if he were present, he would be ill-equipped to handle the current situation, indicating that their little family required the addition of a formidable beast man. Lanya was undoubtedly a suitable candidate. Yet the optimal choice remained the taciturn serpent beast. Noticing that Lanya refrained from revisiting the earlier topic, given that he was her lifesaver, Hu Qiu's demeanor softened considerably as he warmly invited him into his dwelling. The territorial instincts of the beastmen were strong. Had he not considered Lanya one of their own, he would never have permitted his entry. Lanya felt a surge of joy at the implicit acceptance from Hu Qiu. Upon entering, he was taken aback. His naivety brought Hu Qiu a sense of pride. "This is all arranged by my dear Jiao. Isn't it splendid?" "Indeed, it is lovely. Having a female in the household makes all the difference." He could not fathom how fortunate this tiger beast man was to encounter such an exceptional and industrious female. The differences between females were indeed striking. Hu Qiu was eager to boast further when Yi Jiao entered. Pulling him towards the stone bed, "Lie down. I will apply the medicine for you." The ointments were all from her storage, and although she had lost some memories, she was confident that they belonged to her and were within her rights to use. Fortunately, the effects of these items were such that she did not need to research them. Mere contact would evoke knowledge in her mind. Initially fixated on recovering her memories, Yi Jiao now believed in a more natural approach, trusting that relevant individuals would gradually restore her recollections. Her tone may not have been particularly gentle, yet her touch was not forceful. Hu Qiu could distinctly sense her concern and obediently lay down, a foolish grin adorning his face. His demeanor was so endearing that even Lanya felt a pang of empathy for him. But the next moment, Hu Qiu's agonized cry resonated through the air. Upon hearing this, Lanya shuddered, realizing that the little female was not to be trifled with. She could be formidable when angered. The medicine smelled delightful and felt cool upon application. How could it hurt so much after rubbing it in? Hu Qiu was utterly baffled. "Now you know pain, do you? I thought you were made of stone. Will you ever learn to cherish yourself?" This was the first beastman Lanya encountered in this unfamiliar land. While she had the ability to protect herself, she still felt a tinge of reliance on him. Although Hu Shan would later join them, under normal circumstances, Yi Jiao would strive to treat everyone equally. However, it was undeniable that Hu Qiu held a unique significance for her. Should he perish, she would likely be left in the dark and mourn for several days. Thus, despite the availability of a pain-relieving ointment, she opted for this one. Hu Qiu, sensing Yi Jiao's aura, was still feeling somewhat guilty. He could not afford to be embarrassed at this moment. "Jiao, I acknowledge my wrongdoing, that I hope you truly understand." Yi Jiao ceased speaking, and Hu Qiu dared not utter a word, only occasionally emitting soft sounds to cooperate with her. She was not slow in her application of the medicine, and soon enough, she had treated all of Hu Qiu's wounds. The effectiveness of the ointment was astonishing. Shortly after application, Yi Jiao could perceive a marked improvement in Hu Qiu's condition. However, prolonged battles had left him not only with visible scars but also significantly drained in strength and vitality. This was not something that could be remedied with mere medicine. This was a healing salve, not a restorative potion, and the comfort it provided lulled Hu Qiu into a deep slumber. Now, only the two of them remained in the cave. As the host, Yi Jiao felt compelled to extend her hospitality to Lanya. She gestured for him to step outside. Lanya was not an ungrateful beast man. Upon seeing Hu Qiu fast asleep, he refrained from waking him and quietly followed Yi Jiu outside. Once they were outside, he finally spoke. To have a female like you is truly enviable for any beastman. As a guest, you have rendered us great assistance today. We should treat you to a hearty meal. However, his condition is not suitable for company. Please sit nearby while I prepare something to eat. Upon hearing him mention this again, Yi Jiu quickly interjected to avoid Lanya's persistent references to the matter, which might irritate her. She decided to be forthright. I said I would consider it, and I will indeed give it serious thought that if I am unwilling, even Hu Qiu's agreement is of no consequence. I understand. Please do not be upset. Why Yi Jiu's tone was exceedingly calm. Yet Lanya discerned her discontent and hastily replied, I was merely anxious. I did not mean to pressure you to. It is rare for a male to encounter a female as exceptional as you. And I do not wish to miss this chance. That I promise not to act in such a manner again, that I shall speak less and act more, striving to join this family as soon as possible. For a beast husband to reside here, he must not only please the female, but also gain the approval of the first mate and the other husbands. Otherwise, he would merely be considered an outsider. Lanya was quite astute, stepping forward to take the items. How can I allow you, a female, to undertake such arduous work? You tell me what to do, and I shall handle it. Living together entails shared responsibilities, and adapting in advance would prove beneficial for him. However, in a moment of distraction, Lanya snatched the items away. Observing his eagerness, Yi Jiu did not insist. Very well, follow my lead. Truth be told, had he not intervened to save Hu Qiu, she would have been reluctant to engage in domestic duties. Chapter 19. Acceptance of the concept of bearing offspring. Nothing can bridge a relationship like a shared meal. If that fails, a second meal may suffice. After partaking in a sumptuous banquet, Lanya felt a sense of belonging within this household, and Yi Jiu's attitude towards him had improved significantly. She watched from a distance, enviously observing the serpent beast man. He understood that if he did not strive harder, he might not even have the opportunity to stand beside Yi Jiu, let alone aspire to be her third or fourth mate. After much mental preparation, he finally approached, though he remained silent, staring intently at Yi Jiu, struggling to suppress his excitement. This is for you. Would you like to eat? I am unsure what your kind enjoys, but this dish, called flower chicken, is quite delightful. Having sensed his presence long before, Yi Jiu retrieved the previously portioned food from her storage and presented it to him. The chicken before him was unlike any he had tasted before, fragrant and golden. It tantalized his taste buds. Yet it was the tenderness in Yi Jiu's gaze that ensnared him. With a swift motion, he snatched the plate and fled once more. Lanya felt somewhat awkward. He was simply too shy. Having never spoken much with a female before, coupled with her exceptional beauty, he found himself at a loss. Despite being close friends, they both had eyes for the same female, yet he would not resort to underhanded tactics by disparaging other males in her presence. He was quite intriguing to the towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, with defined features resembling a ruggedly handsome hero, yet he was so bashful. The system whispered temptations in his mind. Hurry and secure him. His potential is even greater. However, as a beast husband of purple quality, should he sire offspring, the minimum potential of the offspring would be blue tier, that if genetic mutations were to occur or enhancement potions were purchased. The offspring could potentially possess black or white tier abilities. Quality levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white, silver, gold, rainbow. Host, do not forget that if no actions are taken within a month, there will be consequences. Regardless, you have already accepted this. Why not delve deeper into the path of marriage and childbirth? The system's assertions were indeed factual, and the rewards were exceedingly generous. However, Yi Jiu remained unenthusiastic, for there was a significant difference between voluntary and coerced participation. There are still more than 20 days left. I am not in a hurry. By the way, you requested that I accumulate 1,000 points within 3 months, yet you did not award me any points upon completing the first task. Host, how can your 37-degree tongue utter such frigid words? The rewards have already doubled, and yet you still demand points. This was the first time the system encountered such an insatiable host, yet as long as she was willing to fulfill tasks. Points would not be an issue. Very well, to encourage you to undertake tasks, I shall retroactively grant you the points for the first task's reward. Will that suffice? Agreed. With just a few exchanges, the task progress surged to 20. How could it not work? As night fell, Yi Jio's mood significantly improved, possibly having transcended a crucial threshold that in truth, Yi Jio had grown less resistant to the prospect of bearing a child with Na Fu, and even felt a hint of eagerness. Engaging in conversation with the system, she remained mindful of Lanya's feelings, striving to enhance their rapport. However, Lanya, possessing high emotional intelligence, soon took the initiative to suggest that she rest, which further elevated Yi Jio's opinion of him. Then you may rest outside. I will make the bed available for you. Naturally, she would not permit Lanya to enter the inner chamber, but it seemed impolite to deny him a place to sleep outside. Although Lanya initially intended to decline, upon witnessing Yi Jiu unveil an exquisite wooden bed, he was nearly overwhelmed with joy. As it signified Yi Jiu's regard for him, that he nodded with enthusiasm. Very well, I shall ensure your protection from outside. That as the moon danced upon the treetops, gradually descending, the sun's ascent signaled the awakening of Hu Qiu, who found himself contentedly lying beside Yi Jiu, that he pulled her closer into his embrace, squinting his eyes to continue his slumber. When he stirred, both Yi Jiu and Lanyu awoke as well. Noticing Hu Qiu's stillness, they remained in their original positions. The sun rose higher, its rays piercing through the doorway, casting a blinding light that rendered sleep impossible for Lanya, prompting Hu Qiu to prepare to rise. As he shifted, he realized his injuries had healed considerably, and he felt grateful for having found such a remarkable mate in Yi Jiu. The moment he moved, Yi Jiu's eyes fluttered open, and Hu Qiu, wearing an expression of guilt, murmured, I apologize for waking you. Please continue your slumber while I prepare breakfast. That he mistakenly believed he had disturbed her rest, and no need. I was already awake and wished to spend more time with you, she replied. Although Hu Qiu handled the household chores, the presence of Lanyu alleviated her burden. Yet she felt restless lying in bed all day and yearned to bask in the sunlight outside. Jiu, you are truly remarkable. I feel so strong that I could take on a headstrong bull beast. The transition from 4th to 5th tier was indeed transformative. Not only had his combat prowess increased, but his recovery rate had also multiplied significantly, particularly with the aid of exceptional ointments. Hu Qiu genuinely believed this to be true. Upon hearing his words, Yi Jiu playfully tapped his head, feigning annoyance. Have you forgotten to remain grounded so soon after feeling slightly better? Take the time to recuperate. You may only venture out to hunt if I grant you permission. If Fushan sees you in this state, do you think he won't weep? The thought of his younger brother, who appeared formidable yet was, in truth, an emotional soul, gave Hu Qiu a slight headache. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Her playful taps were not painful. Hu Qiu found them endearing, feeling a surge of happiness from Yi Jiu's concern for him. Though Lanya busied himself outside, he could still hear the commotion within, warming his heart. Hu Qiu cherished Yi Jiu, and he too would receive her affection upon marrying into the family, reflecting on the less admirable females who, despite their mates' injuries, forced them to hunt, often leading to their demise. He felt fortunate to have encountered a mate like Yi Jiu. Surely, he must have performed great deeds to earn such divine favor from the beast god, who had bestowed upon him a goddess. After yesterday's events, Lanya had gained a thorough understanding of the household. Without needing prompts, he instinctively kindled a fire to prepare a meal, calling them to dine. This wolf beast is quite industrious, Hu Qiu remarked, cautiously glancing at Yi Jiu's expression. Indeed, quite industrious, she affirmed, and with her words, Hu Qiu began to grasp that Yi Jiu was gradually accepting Lanya. A pang of sadness pierced his heart, yet he understood this was a rite of passage for every male. Rather than monopolizing a female and risking her life, it was prudent to involve other males for the greater good. Having come to terms with this, Hu Qiu's tone lightened as he contemplated how to integrate Lanya. From now on, household tasks can be entrusted to him. Until yesterday, Lanya had been a savior, deserving of utmost respect. However, now that he aspired to join their family as the primary mate, Hu Qiu felt entitled to exert some level of authority over household management, as they were now a family. This won't do. We must take turns with the chores, that we cannot simply burden one individual, he insisted. Chapter 20. Yi Jiu's pregnancy, understanding that Hu Qiu was jesting and not intending to assign all responsibilities to Lanya. Yi Jiu still felt compelled to remind him that, as the head of the household, fairness must be maintained. Lanya, overhearing this, was elated. He had not anticipated Yi Jiu's fairness and impartiality, feeling an overwhelming desire to offer his heart to her. He rushed in, eagerly stating, "As the newest member of the family, I indeed ought to contribute more." Hu Qiu patted him on the shoulder. "This is our shared home. We must manage it together. But do not encroach upon the tasks assigned to Hu Shan and me." As Hu Qiu spoke, Lanya realized he was fully integrated into the family, with only a mate ceremony left to solidify his position. "Very well, I shall comply with the arrangements." The trio enjoyed a pleasant breakfast, and after Yi Jiu assigned tasks for the day, she settled beneath a tree to bask in the sun and knit. Hu Qiu and Lanya worked in tandem, occasionally stealing glances at Yi Jiu, their hearts swelling with satisfaction. Life here was quite agreeable, yet Lanya still recalled the matter of the wandering beastmen. He suggested, "Shall we take Jiu back to my tribe? If she finds it unappealing, we can return after the cold season. The outside world is ultimately not as secure." This time, Hu Qiu did not refuse. "I share your sentiments. I have an unsettling feeling. Then we shall speak to Jiu shortly." Lanya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Agreed. Once they completed their tasks, they approached Yi Jiu to share their thoughts and inquire about her opinion. Given Lanya's strength, the wandering beastmen posed no threat to her. Thus, she was not inclined to leave. Furthermore, she understood that leaving would hinder the deepening of her bond with Hu Qiu. Consequently, she articulated her thoughts clearly. "I have yet to bear your offspring, and Hu Shan has not returned." The mere mention of offspring made Hu Qiu feel more inclined to remain. "You are correct. We possess a territory, which affords us greater freedom." Why Yi Jiu's words struck a chord with Lanya. Indeed, a beautiful and powerful female, like Yi Jiu, would undoubtedly attract many competing males upon entering a tribe that, as he had not yet taken a mate, his advantages would diminish significantly within the tribe. "I concur with your sentiments. We shall reside here for the time being. That I will inform Shi Rui that with the three of us males present, we can offer ample protection." All three were 4th and 5th tier warriors, easily capable of handling the disorganized band of wandering beastmen. That would be splendid. Upon hearing Lanya's intention to summon Shi Rui, Hu Qiu felt a surge of joy, knowing that their capacity to safeguard Yi Jiu would be greatly enhanced. Recognizing Hu Qiu's inclination toward Shi Rui, Lanya felt a twinge of envy. When he had learned of this desire yesterday, Hu Qiu had given him a thorough beating, had it not been for his injuries. Lanya would not have stood a chance against Hu Qiu's superior rank. Indeed, as the primary mate, Hu Qiu had the right to seek a formidable mate for their female's safety. Naturally, if the female objected, she would become a secondary mate. Though the title sounded unappealing, it was far superior to being a male without a female companion. Time passed in this manner, and in the following days, Hu Qiu focused on his recovery. Only when Lanya confirmed that Hu Qiu had fully healed did he feel at ease to seek out Shi Rui. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Rui was nearby and had not departed. After seeing Lanya exit the small courtyard, he quickly caught up. "What brings you to me?" With a calm demeanor, Lanya felt a flicker of irritation. "You are fortunate. You are not present and yet have received the endorsement of the primary mate." After venting his frustrations, Lanya relayed the matter at hand. "I plan to remain here to protect my female. You must return to the tribe and inform the chief that, of course, you will also need to come back to assist with protection." Upon hearing the initial part of Lanya's statement, Shi Rui was thoroughly disinclined, but upon reaching the conclusion, his amber-like eyes fixed intently on Lanya. "Are you speaking the truth?" "Absolutely, that I have already been acknowledged as the third mate. If you strive diligently, securing the little female's consent will earn you the title of the 4th mate. After all, you've been consistently absent. The little female clearly has a favorable impression of you. And you've squandered your chance. Having fought against each other since childhood without ever winning, Lanya relished the victory in this matter, brimming with pride. Does she truly hold a good impression of me?" Shi Rui appeared electrified, his tail twitching as if yearning to break free. "Indeed. While you may not generally be favored by females, my female remarked that you are quite amusing," her eyes sparkling with laughter as she spoke. Before Lanya could say more, Shi Rui dashed away. "Damn it, why must it always be like this? Can't you let me finish my sentence?" Fuming, Lanya decided against pursuing him again, knowing that his earlier words had resonated with Shi Rui. Now that he had ventured out, returning empty-handed would be unsatisfactory. Hu Qiu remained at home with the female, and he planned to bring back some game from his recent hunts. Lanya worked diligently, not only catching prey, but also processing it thoroughly by the riverside. From Huchio, it is known that Yi Jiao has a fondness for the prickly beasts in the river, and he has captured quite a few. He is no longer the same as before. His smile, once distant, now radiates warmth. Thus, Lanya settled here, not only occupying the original cave, but also excavating several additional ones nearby. Their territory has expanded outward, with Lanya and Huchio, the two males, taking turns to hunt, living a life of happiness. Before long, Hushan returned. Upon seeing a formidable male added to their household, he felt no particular emotion, as he got along quite well with Lanya. Today, under the bright sun, the mood of the beastmen lifted, largely due to the fact that Yi Jiao is pregnant. Huchio could sense that her belly contained not only his offspring, but also those of Hushan, though he could not ascertain the exact number. Jiao, you must eat more and take good care of yourself. You seem too thin. And the cubs, you mustn't trouble your beast mother, or I, your father, shall not spare you. Huchio fussed over Yi Jiao. Since his own strength was the least among them, hunting was primarily left to Lanya and Huchio, and when it was his turn, it was always nearby. Thus, he spent the most time with Yi Jiao, forming the closest bond. He spoke without a hint of reservation, unlike Huchio and Lanya, who often had to venture out for days in pursuit of larger prey to stock up for the cold season. However, the two beastmen worked well together, yielding great rewards, enough provisions to sustain them. Though Huchio did not speak, his gaze was fixed on Yi Jiao's belly, unable to look away. Lanya gazed at Yi Jiao with envy. Hesitating to speak, that it's all right. Once they are born, it will be your turn, he reassured. Within Yi Jiao's womb lay 5 tiger cubs, 4 of which belonged to Huchio, not only because she favored him the most, but also due to his high aptitude, reaching the blue level, which would ensure the quality of their cubs and greater rewards. Only 1 cub belonged to Hushan, whose aptitude was merely at the green level, making it likely that his offspring would fall short of Huchio's. Chapter 21. The third husband for males. Regardless of whether they fathered the cubs, all offspring from the females would be considered their children, for they would all need to be cared for in the future. Naturally, having cubs of their own lineage was preferable. Right. Though they had only recently begun to interact, Yi Jiao had not fully accepted Lanya. Their prior mating was an accident. Otherwise, they would not have bonded so swiftly. Yet, the outcome was favorable, and they now lived happily. With Yi Jiao's pregnancy, Huchio and Hushan became increasingly proactive, speculating on the number of their children, which compelled them to accompany her on every hunt. Consequently, Lanya often remained home to care for Yi Jiao, allowing him to cultivate their relationship. Not long after the two brothers returned from several days of hunting, they noticed Lanya bearing the scent of Yi Jiao, indicating that the two beastmen had mated. They felt both joy and a tinge of bitterness. At last, they had truly become a family. Eldest brother, second brother, please eat something to tide you over and rest a bit. I will prepare food for you, Lanya said, feeling slightly guilty as he sought a legitimate excuse to hurry away. Previously, he had sent word back and, upon returning, Snake Rue had been lingering nearby. Upon learning that Lanya had become Yi Jiao's male partner, he could no longer resist showing himself in the courtyard. Upon his appearance, Hushan wore a wary expression, sensing a power within Snake Rue comparable to his brother's, that, however, Huchio greeted him with a radiant smile. Brother Snake Rue, you have finally arrived. Jiao has been mentioning you. Huchio was well aware of the presence of other beastmen within his territory, yet he refrained from pressing the issue, aside from Lanya. Snake Rue had no experience interacting with other beastmen, and Huchio's enthusiasm left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As if his feet were glued to the ground, he struggled to recall how Lanya had integrated himself among others. But his mind was blank, fixated only on becoming a family with Yi Jiao. I can bond with a female. Can I not? He asked, his words unclear, yet Huchio and Hushan understood perfectly. Before Huchio could respond, Hushan transformed into a formidable tiger, baring his teeth at Snake Rue, his fur bristling and looking rather fierce. Don't even think about it. This is our female. He was certain that this snake beast, even without ill intent, harbored ulterior motives, likely seeking to usurp their female. It was one thing to contend with an unexpected wolf beast man, but one who was both powerful and diligent, and whom his brother had described as a savior. Why should this cunning and cruel snake beast be afforded the same treatment? He is also my savior, and Jiao likes him. Yet a single remark from Huchio immediately soothed his ruffled fur. Really, Jiujiu likes him. Hushan felt as if the sky had fallen upon him, uncertain if it was love, but he certainly had a favorable impression. He would inevitably become one of their brothers, with his own brothers saying so. Hushan could only transform into human form, though he could not bring himself to face them. Turning away in silence, he still could not accept the rapid addition of so many individuals into their home. Huqiu paid him no mind, warmly pulling Snake Rue inside. Lanya, who had been cooking, had sensed his good brother's arrival long ago. Now that he had mated, his position as the third husband was firmly established. Thus he welcomed Snake Rue's inclusion wholeheartedly. While there had been some resistance during his initial joining, Snake Rue's desire to integrate into this family was evident, and Lanya, feeling slightly unbalanced about how easily he had come to join them, unhesitatingly instructed Snake Rue to help prepare the food. "Come help me slice this meat into thin pieces and arrange them neatly." Though he harbored intentions to challenge him, Snake Rue genuinely wished to become part of this family. He had never considered bonding before, yet he understood the unspoken rules for males seeking entry. So he silently complied with Lanya's request. He did not protest, and even engaged in a friendly scuffle, which took Lanya by surprise. Nevertheless, with someone assisting him, he would certainly not refuse, exerting himself even more. The two males worked together to cook. Their speed significantly increased, and within an hour, Huqiu and Hushan had nearly filled their bellies. With two beast men safeguarding Yijio, they could eat to their heart's content and then rest peacefully. After several days of toil, they could finally relax at home. After their meal, the next task was to prepare food for the female. Jiujiu should eat this. It is fragrant and crispy, that don't add too much salt, and let us also include this spice. Jiujiu's appetite was modest, so they would consume coarser fare to save time. Being good brothers, Lanya took it upon himself to instruct Snake Rue, who would attentively absorb his words that in reality, from observing these past days. He knew well what Yijio favored, but he appreciated the thoughtfulness of his brother. "Thank you." When those words escaped his lips, Lanya was taken aback, momentarily mistaking him for another beast man. Yet Snake Rue remained silent, akin to a mute, understanding that they were still the same. "What does it matter? We are family now, that if I don't tell you these things, how will you care for her properly? Only if Jiujiu is well will we all be well." At this point, he broached the subject of Yijio's pregnancy. Although the cubs were not his own, ever since he had decided to marry into this family, he had considered everything pertaining to Yijio as his own, including the child within her. "We must ensure her happiness and fill her belly. Yes, therefore we need to hunt more. Your arrival is just in time. With two beast men to protect her and two others coordinating for hunting, we shall reap greater rewards, ensuring Jiujio's safety." That they spoke while preparing the meal. Within an hour, an exquisite spread was ready, with the finest portions reserved for Yijio, while their own was simply cooked. Yijio's meal consisted of fried wild vegetables with pork cracklings, garlic-flavored 5-spice pork, pickled fish, chicken soup, and roasted sweet potatoes. Their portions included roasted pork, roasted fish, and chicken that Yijio would not eat, with roasted sweet potatoes as the staple. Though their meal required only basic preparation, it far surpassed the flavors they were accustomed to. Snake Rue had previously tasted the food Yijio had reserved for him, a flavor he found unforgettable, making him reluctant to return to the tribe. After all, he had lived outside the tribe, never residing within, as females were particularly disdainful of snake beast men. Now, as he savored the warm meal, he was determined to settle here permanently. Furthermore, with Yijio as their female, they could develop this place as a tribe and invite others to join. The previously lethargic Snake Rue had never imagined he would contemplate so much. The three beast men sat in silence, savoring their food. Yet soon, the joy on their faces faded to a scent, reeking of numerous beast men, wafted through the air in ominous presence. It was a horde of wandering beast men. How could there be so many? Chapter 22. Leaving the territory for the tribe, the expressions of Lanya and Snake Rue turned grave. Not only due to the sheer number of wandering beast men, but also because they were disturbing Yijio's meal. "Jiujiu, continue eating. We will keep them at bay and must not let them ruin our little courtyard," Lanya said, setting down the roasted meat and rising swiftly. Snake Rue nodded in agreement. Indeed, to avoid losing control of his emotions, embarrassing himself before Yijio, or fleeing and leaving a poor impression, Snake Rue kept his head down. Speaking little. Yijio seemed to sense something amiss. She did not exhibit excessive enthusiasm, and upon hearing him speak, she finally turned to him. Please be careful. His gaze was as gentle as water, causing Shi Rue's heart to quicken with an unaccustomed rhythm that he found it perplexing that as a cold-blooded serpent beast man, he could feel so remarkably different. Uttering a simple, good, he dashed outside with remarkable speed. Lanya understood that this was not the time for lengthy discourse. The priority was to keep the rogue beastmen at bay, so he hurriedly followed suit. Yi Jiu, untroubled, continued to savor her meal, confident that the combined strength of the two would easily handle the band of vagrant beastmen outside that S anticipated by the time she had finished her food and was resting under a tree. Lanya and Shi Rue returned, their bodies immaculate and devoid of any trace of blood, even exuding a hint of moisture. Yi Jiu comprehended that they had not only dealt with the rogue beastmen, but had also taken the time to tidy themselves up. Lanya approached Yi Jiu, embracing her while wearing a troubled expression. Though we've dealt with this batch, something feels off that I can't shake the feeling that there will be more. His suspicion proved correct. It wasn't long before the scent of rogue beastmen reached them again. They realized the source of their troubles. Some rogue beastmen had escaped a previous encounter for unknown reasons and were now deliberately drawing more to seek revenge. After eliminating this group, both beastmen felt a wave of fatigue wash over them. You stay here. I'll go back and inform Jiu that this place is compromised, that we can't remain here for the time being. It's not safe. All right. His strength had reached level 5, making him the most reliable guardian, but that was only relative. Their territory was vast, and while he could guard this area, other rogue beastmen would surely approach from different directions. Lanya was right. They could only leave now. Otherwise, despite their higher levels, the 4 males would eventually perish here. After their demise, even if Yi Jiu possessed her abilities, how dangerous would it be for a single female in the forest? The thought was alarming. Jiu, we need to call Hu Qiu and the others to leave. Although they had only lived here for less than half a month, he had already developed a sense of belonging. If not for the pressing circumstances, he truly wished to stay. Trusting in him and Shi Rue, the Hu Qiu brothers had not awakened since falling asleep. Now that they were to leave, it was only right to rouse them. All right, let us head to your tribe. Compared to the unending troubles, having enough leverage in the tribe to negotiate with the leader would grant them freedom. Seeing that she did not resist, Lanya sighed in relief, feeling even fonder of her. Truth be told, if a female did not voice her opinions, even benevolent actions toward her would be off limits to the males. Fortunately, the female they found genuinely cared for them and showed no selfishness. Wait here. I'll wake them up, and we'll pack our home together before taking you away. Lanya kissed Yi Jiu's forehead and headed towards their dwelling. Usually, she would bask in the sun and take leisurely walks, merely waiting for meals, but in this urgent moment, Yi Jiu naturally would not be idle. I'll help you. Don't forget I have space. Sounds good. Typically, Yi Jiu was rather lazy, and though she was petite and lovely, her abilities in space often went unnoticed by them. Just take what you need. We'll handle the rest of the prey and the crops. Although the prey had been processed, it still bore a scent. Some of the crops had been cleaned and sun-dried, while others were still earthy. Such a meticulous and clean individual like Jiu was ill-suited to carry these. Their food supplies were substantial. Soon, the males would realize her prowess. Lanya swiftly roused the Hu Qiu brothers, succinctly outlining the situation outside. Upon learning that Yi Jiu agreed to leave, they wasted no time in gathering their belongings from the food storage cave. While Lanya went to the kitchen, as Yi Jiu had predicted, they filled the space to the brim, leaving not a sliver of gap. Yet there was still plenty of food left to gather. Having previously fretted over insufficient supplies and hoarding food frantically, they now realized they had amassed so much without even noticing that if they attempted to take it all, their space wouldn't be accommodated. If they abandoned it, it would fall into the hands of the rogue beastmen, which would be a heartbreaking loss. While they were at a loss, deliberating on how to manage the surplus food, Yi Jiu waved her hand, and everything was instantly stored in her space. The 3 large males stared at her in astonishment. Jiu, you're done already. It seemed they had found a rather capable female. Not only beautiful and good-natured, but possessing abilities that surpassed theirs. That I told you my space is vast and can help with storage. Didn't I? Yi Jiu proudly lifted her chin. See, in the end, it still relies on me. Indeed, Lanya nodded, his expression somewhat dazed, increasingly feeling that the beast god had treated him exceptionally well. Hu Chio knew even more and, after a brief moment of surprise, accepted the reality. This family still relies on you. Jiu, come, sit on my back. After Hu Chio and Lanya had spoken their praises, Hushan was at a loss for words, transforming into a large tiger and lying in front of Yi Jiu. Seeing this, Hu Chio and the other beastmen were somewhat irked. He was certainly adept at seizing opportunities. Not yet. First, let us gather the vegetables in the yard. They would return eventually, but these crops needed tending. Without care, they would wither or be overrun with weeds in a few days. The best course of action was to take them away, and she was immensely relieved that her space could accommodate them without issue. As Lanya was about to inquire how she planned to do so, Yi Jiu waved her hand, and the vegetable patch vanished, leaving the ground tidy and clean. They knew she had stored it in her space. Jiu, you're amazing. You can collect things without touching them, even the crops that haven't been pulled out. Of course, my level is much higher than yours. When you reach my level, we can discuss this further. Besides, females and males are inherently different. The three males wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. With everything packed, they sent Hushan to notify Shi Rue, while Hu Chio and Lanya planned to take Yi Jiu away first. Hushan was somewhat displeased. Why me? Can't you go? Aren't you more familiar with Shi Rue? I need to lead the way. We're heading to my tribe next. Lanya didn't feel a shred of guilt. Just right for you to hold off behind, aiming to take down as many reckless rogue beastmen as possible while I and your brother take Jiu further away. You're at the pinnacle of level 3 now. Perhaps this opportunity could elevate you to level 4. Shirei knows the way. Even if you don't catch up, he can guide you to the tribe, and you can regroup later. Lanya had truly considered every aspect, leaving Hushan without a retort. Moreover, his nearly level 4 beast rank made him feel somewhat embarrassed. All right, I'll follow your lead. It seemed they had taken a long time from packing to departure. But in reality, it had only been a quarter of an hour. Hushan made his way toward Shi Rue. Lanya led the way ahead, with Yi Jiu riding on Hu Chio's beast form. As they formally departed from their cherished home. Where are they? Following the scent, Hushan quickly found himself before Shi Rue, who had transformed into a colossal serpent over 20 meters long. With a sweep of his tail, he could clear a wide area, earning Hushan's admiration. My brother and Lanya took Jiu to your tribe. Good, kill as many as you can. Your strength is too weak. Understanding Hushan's arrival, Shi Rue instantly grasped Lanya's intentions, deciding to elevate him to level 4 before regrouping, which aligned with Hushan's thoughts. I know. This was the truth, and Hushan admitted it openly, transforming into a large tiger to charge into the throng of rogue beastmen. Although he was not yet level 4, many of these rogue beastmen were at levels 2 or 3, and he sought them out as worthy opponents. Seeing that he did not recklessly challenge higher-level rogue beastmen, Shi Rue felt somewhat reassured. They moved in tandem, trusting each other's backs. After a fierce battle, Hushan was utterly exhausted, although Shi Rue was significantly stronger. The prolonged combat took its toll on him, but thankfully, they had eliminated this group of rogue beastmen. They must be insane. Do they not value their lives? Hushan pondered. I understand that Jiu is enticing, but surely it isn't to this extent. What do they mean by goddess? We must find that villain who instigated the rogue beastmen. With Yi Jiu absent, they had no lingering concerns, and Shi Rue resolved to track down the source. Hushan was not particularly adept at such matters, but upon hearing Shi Rue's words, he recognized the direction and complied with his plan. All right, over here, the sparrow beastman who had escaped due to a stomach upset was still inciting the others. You have no idea how beautiful that female is. Her sweet scent can be detected from across vast territories. What's more, she is a goddess who descended from the heavens. I witnessed her teaching the male beasts to cultivate, allowing them to have ample food without venturing outside. The initial statement was true, while the latter was entirely fabricated. Yet the reality remained. For the rogue beastmen, procreation and sustenance were of utmost importance. Among them, in addition to those males who had lost their partners, there were many who had never bonded, naturally harboring a primal longing for reproduction. I hope what you say is true. Otherwise, we'll make a meal of you. Of course it's true. The territory only carries the scent of a level 4 tiger beastman and a level 3 tiger beastman. The level 3 hasn't returned, perhaps perished outside, which means you can easily claim the female for yourselves. Since that incident, the sparrow beastmen had not returned to their territory, oblivious to the changes that had transpired. Certainly, In order to entice more wandering beastmen to come, he naturally spoke in an appealing manner. They were somewhat skeptical, yet the Sparrow Beastman possessed a remarkable eloquence that swayed them. They resolved to venture forth, reasoning that with so many beastmen gathered, they could hardly suffer loss. After departing from their territory, Shirue and Hushan applied the stench grass to their bodies, tracking the scent of the wandering beastmen. With their keen sense of smell, they discerned that among the various groups of wandering beastmen, there was a common essence. They had already identified this scent as belonging to the instigator. Sure enough, following the trail, they encountered the Sparrow Beastman inciting batches of wandering beastmen to approach their territory. Enraged, Shirue lunged forward, transforming into a great serpent and swallowing him whole, although these wandering beastmen had yet to reach their territory. The very notion of it could not be tolerated. They could not leave any potential threat unaddressed. Enveloped in fury, the two beastmen dealt ruthlessly with the wandering beastmen. Having previously fought together, their coordination was seamless, and their combat prowess far surpassed that of the hastily assembled wandering beastmen. Caught off guard, many wandering beastmen fell without resistance, their forms reverting to their original shapes. Those who realized what was happening later were bewildered. But their immediate instinct was to flee, especially under the oppressive pressure of Shirue, a 5th-level beastman, which extinguished any thoughts of resistance. "Have we offended you in any way?" a wandering bear beastman shouted angrily, displeased by the sudden assault. Shirue remained taciturn, demonstrating through his actions that indeed they had provoked him to Hushan, not one to suffer in silence, retorted, "You have set your sights on our females and sought to usurp our territory. How can this not be considered an offense? For beastmen, females, territory, and food were of paramount importance, matters of life and death." Hence their fierce response. The wandering beastmen soon grasped the gravity of their situation. The accursed Sparrow Beastman met his demise far too soon. How dare he deceive us? With a vengeful serpent like Shirue present, how could they ever dare to covet his female? The reality diverged completely from what had been portrayed. "Forgive us, we were wrong. Please spare us, and we are willing to be your slaves." Seeing that Shirue and Hushan were unwilling to let them go, the only fate that awaited them was death, prompting some beastmen to kneel and plead for mercy. Compared to the prospect of slavery, death offered nothing. Having ascended to this level with great difficulty, they were loath to meet the beast god so soon and return to his embrace, that "We do not require you. Most of you are not even at my level, and keeping you would only waste food." Not knowing much about Shirue, Hushan, fearing a change of heart, hastily added, "They truly do not intend to let us go." The ensuing battle was brutal, resulting in the demise of all the wandering beastmen, a river of blood flowing as severed limbs littered the ground, leaving both Shirue and Hushan in a state of disarray. Although Hushan managed to advance to 4th level at a crucial moment, the sheer number of wandering beastmen inflicted severe injuries upon them. Shirue's beautiful tail was almost severed in half, causing Hushan to feel a pang of sympathy. "Are you all right? Can you still transform into your human form? I'll carry you." The overwhelming stench of blood would surely attract ferocious wild beasts, and in their current condition, they would struggle to withstand any further threats. Shirue, in a state of confusion and fading consciousness, had yet to meet Yi Jiu or bond with her, and he was unwilling to succumb just yet. Chapter 24. Giant Python Beast. Hushan did not respond. He quickly retrieved the ointment Yi Jiu had given him before their departure, scooping it out with his hands to apply it to Shirue's injured tail. "Hold on, Jiu is waiting for us. She cares for us and has prepared good things, to be honest. Had Shirue not been so gravely injured, he would have nearly forgotten the ointment." After applying the ointment thoroughly to Shirue's wounds, Hushan then tended to his own injuries. The ointment felt cool and soothing, significantly alleviating the pain and slowing the bleeding from his wounds. Noticing slight improvement in Shirue's condition, Hushan finally felt a sense of relief as Shirue transformed into his human form that he cautiously stored the remaining ointment in a space and hoisted Shirue onto his back, setting off in the direction where Yi Jiu was. With Shirue still unconscious, he could not rely on him for navigation, so he would have to follow the scent, hoping to reach their destination. Hushan pondered while quickening his pace, "Did I see anyone pursuing us?" The urgency of wanting to see Yi Jiu propelled him forward without awareness that it was only when Shirue awoke and inquired in a hoarse voice that Hushan halted. "No, How are you feeling? Let us eat something to at this moment. Hushan realized he was exceedingly hungry. He leaned Shirue against a tree and retrieved some cooked meat from his space to hand to him. This was prepared by Jiao for our journey. It's perfect for now. Speaking of Jiao, his eyes sparkled with joy, and Shirue's spirits lifted as well. She is truly a wonderful female. Of course, Hushan nodded in agreement that I'm nearly recovered. I'll guide you on the rest of the journey to my speed surpasses yours. Although they had not known each other for long, the previously irritable young tiger had shown great care for him, prompting Shirue to reflect on the bond formed after pairing, leading to a robust camaraderie among males. Hushan's eyes widened, that you are gravely injured. Do not jest, my speed may not match yours. But I excel in steadiness, that if your wounds are jostled, they may reopen, wasting Jiao's precious ointment. Uncertain of how the ointment was crafted, he was astonished by its effectiveness. The minor injuries were nearly undetectable, and the deeper wounds no longer hurt, instead replaced by a tingling sensation of new flesh growing. Fearing that Shirue might utter something disheartening, he quickly pressed a fist-sized fruit into his embrace. Eat this. It's an energy fruit that aids in healing. The fruits given by Jiao tasted far superior to those gathered by other females, and although small in size, they were rich in energy. Consuming even one left one feeling invigorated. Receiving the fruit, Shirue felt somewhat at a loss. This is for you. Why share it with me? Energy plants were scarce and could only be found by awakened females, typically reserved for their own males or family members, making it rare for ordinary males to partake. Even though he had attained 5th level strength, he had seldom consumed energy plants, and the fruit in his hand felt exceptionally precious. With Jiao around, we will not lack for such provisions. She distributes several energy fruits to us each week. This is not my share. It is yours. That Hushan understood his sentiment, urging, quickly eat. Under Hushan's encouragement and his heartfelt gratitude, Shirue consumed the energy fruit. Indeed, he felt his recovery accelerate, and the restlessness within him subsided. That it was no wonder that females with abilities were so treasured. After finishing the energy fruit, Shirue continued with the cooked meat, seasoned with salt and spices. Though it had cooled, it still tasted delightful. After a brief rest, Hushan suggested they continue their journey, and Shirue shared his eagerness to reunite with Jiao, leading to a mutual understanding between the two beastmen. With Shirue now awake, they were able to navigate more swiftly. The pair took breaks when fatigued, eating and recuperating before resuming their expedition. They pressed on at full speed, while Huqiu and Lanya, burdened with the pregnant female Jiao, maintained a slower pace. The distance from Lanya's tribe to their territory was not great. A leisurely pace would take about 10 sunsets, while a full sprint would require 7, that although the earlier pursuit of the wandering beastmen had consumed considerable time, the disparity in their speeds allowed Hushan and Shirue to catch up to Jiao and the others in just 2 sunsets. Upon seeing that both were safe and sound, Jiao and the 2 other beastmen breathed a sigh of relief. From here on, we shall proceed at a leisurely pace. We will surely arrive. When Shirue and Hushan had not yet caught up, Huqiu and Lanya, despite one being 5th level and the other 4th level, had to tread cautiously with Jiao, a female, in their company. Now, with 2 5th level and 2 4th level beastmen together, while their overall strength was not the pinnacle, they could move forward boldly without the need for subterfuge. Good, let us gather food while we're at it. Their supplies were ample, yet the harsh season was long, and with the impending arrival of cubs, more provisions would be essential. Asked the first mate, Huya's suggestion garnered agreement from the others. Indeed, there is no rush. With a female present, foraging became much easier, and Jiao eagerly sought to diversify their diet. Hurry, gather everything you can. In truth, what she yearned for most were staples such as rice or wheat. To be candid, she found herself somewhat weary of potatoes and sweet potatoes, yet she had yet to uncover this preference, as they were entirely focused on hunting and foraging underground for plants. Consequently, a day passed without traversing even a fraction of the distance covered the previous day. However, none of them seemed to mind. Witnessing the myriad expressions on Jiao's face brought them greater joy than indulging in delectable food. The heat of the day had subsided, giving way to the windy season. The daytime temperatures were pleasant, but they plummeted at night, becoming quite frigid, not as harsh as the cold season, but still uncomfortable for the females. Thus, on nights when they struggled to find a cave for shelter, the four males would gather wood and stones to construct simple dwellings for her. Their thoughtfulness and diligence ensured that Yijio endured little hardship along the way. Indeed, had she been alone, she would have fared just as well in this vicinity. There were tribes, and prey was not easily hunted, to ensure a bountiful supply of food for the cold season. They deviated from their original route in pursuit of a herd of exquisitely flavored long-necked deer. After exhausting their hunting efforts, they sought refuge in a forest unlike any other. This particular thicket lacked the towering trees and grass taller than the beastmen. Instead, it was filled with straight logs. Observing the distinct grains of sand and the coconut-like trees, Yijio's eyes sparkled, momentarily believing she had found coconuts to eat. However, upon looking up, she was disappointed to find there was not a single coconut in sight. With a sigh, she could only express her regret. Let us find another place to rest, that moment. Lanya recalled the nature of this place. It was home to several giant pythons. Indeed, not a suitable locale for respite. And no sooner had he spoken than they were assailed by a foul stench. Upon investigation, they discovered a massive serpent with its mouth agape, venom glistening on its sharp fangs. Chapter 25. Rice Substitute. Coconut rice. It seemed there was no option to relocate now. They might as well slay these creatures to prevent any further disturbances from wild beasts that night. Just a few fourth-level giant pythons posed no threat to them, but the priority remained to construct a shelter for Yijio's comfort. Thus, they split into two groups. The three most powerful beastmen would confront the three giant pythons. While Hushan began to fell logs to build the house, Hushan's sharp claws first sliced through the wood. A white substance unexpectedly slid out. What is this, so fragile? He had not anticipated it to be hollow, and for a moment, he was perplexed, yet the substance sliding on the ground bore a striking resemblance to the rice Yijio had previously mentioned. Albeit originating from a different plant, that as soon as he uttered these words, Yijio's gaze shifted from the two beastmen engaged in battle to him, and upon seeing the rice, her eyes instantly lit up. This is rice. Its appearance was remarkably similar, albeit magnified several times, Yijio approached, scooping up a handful and inhaling its scent, which was indeed reminiscent of rice with an added hint of coconut, calling it rice. Perhaps referring to it as coconut rice would be more fitting. She had not anticipated that her quest would lead her to this treasure with such ease, merely by choosing a resting spot at random. She had stumbled upon the very thing she had long sought, in her excitement, Yijio embraced Hushan tightly, planting a fervent kiss on him, and retrieved 10 storage bags as a reward from her spatial pocket. Let us fill these with it. This is food. It provides a strong sense of satiety. The storage bags did not require a master. Anyone could use them. Although the space within each bag was limited, it could still hold a considerable amount. System. Will there be more tasks involving reward storage bags or storage equipment in the future? Such marvelous items are always in demand, and she had no qualms about receiving more. Naturally, as long as she actively completed tasks, she would receive what she desired. Upon hearing this, Yijio felt reassured. Please do your utmost to issue more such tasks. I cherish them. Understood, dear host. Unbeknownst to Yijio how she had come to possess such extraordinary bags. Hushan obediently complied with her instructions that he filled one bag after another, striving to expedite his pace so that Yijio could rest. Before long, while Yijio leisurely filled 2 storage bags, Hushan had already filled the remaining 8. This is truly remarkable. It has a larger capacity than my second-level space. His innate talent was already inferior to Hushan's, having been born later without the nurturing of energy plants from a beast mother. Advancing further was fraught with peril. Had it not been for Yijio, he would have struggled to reach even the 3rd level, let alone the 4th. Only these 10 bags remain. Oh, and there is one large space. However, there is only one, and since it is difficult to divide, I shall keep it to myself. The purple earring was exceptionally beautiful. Even if there were more, she would be reluctant to part with it for these males. Jiojio, you are truly wonderful. No need to share. We have our own spaces. Your larger space is perfect. Once we return to the tribe, we shall exchange it for many beautiful beast skin skirts and adornments. While they gathered coconut rice, Huchio and several beastmen had already dealt with the giant pythons. Observing the two busy at work, they silently departed the coconut rice grove to gather wood from elsewhere. Upon their return, Yi Jiao and Hushan had already filled all the coconut rice bags. Hearing their conversation, the three beastmen wore expressions of astonishment. Such a remarkable find. Is it a gift from the beast god? Yi Jiao remained silent, smiling at them. They immediately interpreted her silence as confirmation that it was indeed a divine gift, for no one but the beast god could possess such miraculous treasures. They marveled at their good fortune, convinced that they must treat Yi Jiao with utmost kindness to bring about further good luck. Typically, the task of cooking did not fall to her, so each beastman received one of the 4 storage bags. From now on, I shall forego sweet potatoes and potatoes. Prepare coconut rice for me instead, be it rice or porridge, preferably porridge. Potatoes, yams, and other tuberous foods were collectively referred to as earth fruits, while those growing above ground were called wild vegetables. And fruits from trees were named according to their colors, a straightforward classification. However, for her own ease of identification, Yi Jiao referred to these plants by their new century nomenclature. Initially, Hu Qiu and the others found it somewhat unfamiliar. Yet they possessed excellent memories and quickly absorbed the new terms, responding promptly to her. Very well. We shall ensure you are satisfied. The coconut rice grove still held ample coconut rice, which had originally belonged to the 3 giant pythons. With their demise, the area was now relatively safe, and Yi Jiao was reluctant to leave. However, considering the occasional disturbances from wandering beastmen, and knowing Hu Qiu and the others would need to fight, she ultimately relinquished the notion. Let us linger here a few more days to gather coconut rice. I have ample space to store it. Having inquired with the system, she learned that coconut rice yielded crops 13 times a year. To leave it unharvested would be wasteful. She resolved to collect all the coconut rice before departing. Noticing her fondness for coconut rice, the 4 males voiced no objections. Very well, we shall heed your wishes. Time passed swiftly, and Hu Qiu and the others had constructed a dwelling suitable for Yi Jiao, also preparing a meal. Although there was already food prepared in the space, meant for future convenience. They felt no fatigue today, and thus continued to cook. To ensure they embraced the coconut rice with enthusiasm, Yi Jiao requested they prepare white rice, alongside braised meat and stir-fried vegetables from their own cultivation. Hu Qiu and the others had always possessed hearty appetites. The flavor of the cooked coconut rice was exquisite, yet they still insisted on roasting additional meat, fearing they might not have enough to eat later. Yet, Yi Jiao's assertion that the coconut rice provided a strong sense of satiety proved true. After consuming 3 substantial bowls of rice accompanied by delicious braised meat, they found their bellies full, leaving them utterly astonished. Had they been eating roasted meat, each beastman would typically consume at least 20 pounds in a single sitting. This is truly a marvelous find. Though it is not an energy plant, it brings us such comfort. We must gather more of this. With it, we need not fear the cold season. Listening to their cheerful discussions, Yi Jiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, carbohydrates were remarkable in this way. Sweet potatoes and yams also belonged to this category. Yet as a southerner, she preferred rice. After a brief rest, she planned to harvest all the coconut rice and store it in the bags. Feeling their vitality, Yi Jiao retrieved several hundred burlap sacks, which he had exchanged for points from the system. Each only required 1 point and provided 100 square meters of space. Economical and spacious. It was unfortunate that, unlike the storage bags, it lacked preservation capabilities. Such good fortune. We can certainly return in the future. Whether it is Tiger Hill or Lanya, the 4 of them have no intention of leaving even a morsel of coconut rice. For it is Night Nine's favorite. They're determined to take it all away. This food was discovered by them first, and according to the laws of the beast world, it rightfully belongs to them. Moreover, this territory is that of the giant python. Having defeated the beast and claimed it, it now belongs to them. The rules of the beast world are straightforward. The strong prevail, and survival is for the fittest. Unlike the leniency Night Nine perceives that in their eyes, failing to chop down the coconut trees or hunt young beasts and pregnant females is the epitome of sustainable development. You go rest. We will handle things here. Noticing Night Nine's desire to assist, Tiger Shan immediately carried her back into the house, saying, You need not concern yourself with these matters, that we are here, and besides, you are carrying young ones, Jiao as a female. Your only duty is to maintain a light and joyful spirit, that if you do everything, it would only make us males appear incompetent, that a male who cannot care for his female is unworthy of a mate. After all, despite the equality of the new century, even with the teachings of the heavenly way, Night 9 has struggled to fully adapt in just a few months. What she perceives as laziness is seen as industriousness by these males. They do not require Night 9 to labor. Females ought to be cherished, and it is their honor to propagate the lineage that if they cannot manage these trivial tasks, they are simply unworthy of being called males. All right, there is no need to rush. I do not wish to rest just yet that I have just eaten and wish to take a stroll. Seeing him about to say something further, Night 9 could only smile wryly. Very well, wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you, but not too far. The woods are perilous at night. He has now reached the 4th level, a rank insufficient for wandering the forest freely, especially with a pregnant female in tow. Night 9 naturally understands that since becoming pregnant, her strength has greatly increased. She is no longer merely at the 3rd level. It is unclear how strong she is now. But collectively, the 4 of them would not stand a chance against her. Recognizing his concern, she merely decided to meander nearby, remaining within the sight of the 4 males. Observing their industriousness brought her an indescribable satisfaction. The system had not deceived her. During her pregnancy, her physique had not significantly changed, but had instead become more mature and alluring. Were it not for the sensation of life growing within her womb, she might have believed she was not with child. Gently caressing her belly, she beamed a tender smile. Tiger Shan's gaze never left Night 9. Upon seeing her smile, he began to smile foolishly in return. Feeling as though this happiness were a dream, that in truth, Night 9 was not fatigued, but Tiger Shan treated her with utmost delicacy, as if she were a porcelain doll, and she found it difficult to continue her stroll. You go assist them, I shall take a rest. The space had not been tended to in recent days, and it was the perfect opportunity for her to organize it. Very well. After escorting Night 9 back to the house, he hurried to the coconut grove to gather coconut rice. With their absence, and after setting up the formation, Night 9 entered the space. All 4 of them were aware that Night 9 harbored secrets. They had always been attentive to her condition. Sensing her aura's disappearance, they felt a pang of unease. Fully aware of what she was doing, do not pry where it is unnecessary. Jiu is unlike other females. She can protect herself well. Being overly cautious would only displease her. Having spent the most time with Night 9 and being the first to engage with her, Tiger Hill, who knew her secrets best, immediately cautioned the other 3 beastmen. Jiu is truly remarkable. This aura is akin to that of our dwelling cave. Now I am not worried about intruding beastmen while we are away. Lanya, being the most perceptive, began to piece together some details. Tiger Hill nodded. Indeed, she will diligently protect what she cherishes. Although they no longer worried for Night 9's safety, the absence of her presence and the inability to feel her aura left the 4 males somewhat distracted. However, since they had not completed the tasks Night 9 had assigned, they dared not rest, hastening their pace. Finally, as the sun rose on the following day, they managed to fill all the sacks with coconut rice from the grove. Now they had the time to examine the sacks. They were more exquisite and durable than those made of beast hide, capable of holding more doubt, of course. Jiu is favored by the beast god. I was merely fortunate to have brought her back. Being brothers, Tiger Hill no longer withheld information, revealing Night 9's origins. Having grown more familiar with one another, Snake Rue spoke more than before, suddenly realizing. No wonder those wandering beastmen spoke of a goddess. It seems their words were not entirely unfounded. Lanya, with a furrowed brow, expressed, "It is not that I am selfish, but for Jiu's safety. We cannot disclose her identity as a goddess. With just the 4 of us males, we cannot adequately protect her. I somewhat regret bringing her back to the tribe. What if we settled here instead?" The scent of the giant python has not dissipated, and most wild beasts do not dare to approach. Not only does this place have the coconut rice that Jiu loves, but it is also convenient for hunting, making it an ideal location for settlement. They deliberated. Feeling they had no place to interject, Tiger Shan grew somewhat displeased. What use is all this talk? We still need to ask Jiu for her opinion. Don't we? Are you all not tired? If you are not fatigued, prepare for breakfast. If you are, then take turns resting. In the past, with his elder brother around, he did not need to overthink. Now, with 2 additional beast husbands, their numerous opinions only highlighted his own perceived dullness. I am not tired. As long as I think of how we will not go hungry or freeze this cold season, and that after it passes we shall have young ones. I feel as though I possess boundless energy. Thinking of the young ones in Night 9's belly, Tiger Hill finally exhibited a bit of childish excitement. Having been busy outside all night, Night 9 had also been industrious within the space, resting when fatigued before continuing her tasks. The passage of time in the space differed from that outside, and without the sensation of pregnancy, she had not been overly concerned that it was not until the system notified her that Tiger Hill and the others had completed their work that she emerged from the space. Having rested well, her complexion was rosy, while Tiger Hill and the others appeared somewhat fatigued, albeit with a spirited demeanor. They were all delighted at her excellent condition. "Jiujiu, we have prepared breakfast that I have already eaten. Here, this is an energy fruit." Producing a bunch of grapes she had previously picked, she offered them. "Do not worry. There is more than enough." The grapes were quite large, with this bunch weighing nearly 10 pounds. The size was not the primary concern. Rather, it was the pure energy contained within, causing the four males' eyes to widen. "We won't need this much. One fruit per beastman is sufficient to ensure the males would heed her. No female had ever been so generous as to offer such a bounty all at once that I have many more in my space." The grapes had just been picked, and the stems were exceptionally fresh. Upon hearing her and seeing the state of the energy fruits, they began to speculate. "Jiujiu, can your space cultivate plants?" Such females were not unheard of, but they were quite rare, and their spaces were typically limited, making upgrades even more challenging. Unaware of the size and specific level of Night 9's space, the appearance of her storage bag and the sacks left them momentarily perplexed. "Indeed, so eat freely. Only by growing stronger can you better protect me." Receiving a definitive answer, the four males prudently refrained from further inquiries, feeling that their duty to protect Night 9 had become even more pressing. Tiger Hill embraced her tightly, exclaiming, "I am so afraid I will be unable to protect you. But I do not regret having taken you away. Do not worry. I am not so foolish as to expose myself recklessly. There are not many awakened females with special abilities, but I am not unique." Feeling his body tremble slightly, Night 9 gently patted his waist in reassurance. Her voice was soft, and the gentle touch gradually alleviated Tiger Hill's anxiety. The other three males looked on with envy, longing for her attention. Night 9 did not favor one over the others. She made sure to caress each of their heads to offer comfort. Though she said nothing more, the strength emanating from her palm fortified their resolve. Especially for Snake Rue, who had not yet mated, fostering within him a profound sense of belonging. The items Night 9 produced were not something she intended to reclaim. She genuinely wished to share them. The four males could all sense this, and they happily divided the bunch of grapes among themselves. They planned to split them evenly, and the extra one naturally went to Tiger Hill. "That I feel the energy within me stabilizing. The previous turmoil has subsided, that I estimate I can begin to advance to the 5th level now." After consuming a grape, Lanya gleefully announced this good news to the other beastmen. In truth, for males, it is not difficult to enhance their strength. As long as they engage in combat, energy will accumulate within them. Especially when hunting ferocious beasts, obtaining energy stones from them greatly simplifies the process of advancement. However, the energy within these stones is often volatile. While absorption can lead to elevation, it also harbors risks, making future upgrades more perilous. Generally, they are treated as currency. The energy stones from ferocious beasts are categorized by their colors, ranging from red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, silver, to gold. The 3 giant pythons they had slain were of the 4th level, and the energy stones they possessed were green. Remembering the energy stones, they suddenly recalled that they had not given Night 9 the stones from the giant pythons. "Jiujiu, here are the energy stones. When slaying a ferocious beast alone, the energy stones naturally belong to the one who killed it, but in a group, Tiger Hill managed the distribution." Seeing him present her with 3 green energy stones, Night 9 was somewhat reluctant to accept. "You males should each have a little reserve. Otherwise, it may not be convenient that we require the ability to hunt once more. The energy stones obtained from our regular hunting endeavors must be surrendered to you. For it is the female who manages the resources. The female has numerous desires for purchases, and without energy stones in hand, how can she proceed? Unlike those males who spend their days hunting, whether it be the original beasts or the magical creatures, it is not a difficult task. Not only does Huichio gaze at her with eager eyes, but the other 3 males do so as well. Yijio has no choice but to concede. "If you require it, come find me." It must be said that the males of the beast world are truly impressive. Not only are they handsome, but they also provide for their families. handing over every single coin they earn without retaining a cent. If the men of the new century possessed such awareness, would they still lack wives? Initially, she intended to remain here for a few days to finish packing the coconut rice before departing. But they worked swiftly, completing it in a single night. Gio decided to wait until the males had rested before continuing their journey. Observing that she prioritized their safety, Hu and the other beastmen were deeply moved. "We are not tired. Regardless of whether you are tired or not, I command you to rest." Gio was still unaccustomed to their gazes, so she resorted to a firm demeanor to issue commands. The four males showed no displeasure. They discussed taking turns resting. Their stamina was impressive. Packing rice was not particularly strenuous work, so after each beastman rested for a while. By the afternoon, they were already invigorated. They certainly could not travel at night, so they continued to recuperate here. Naturally, any thoughts they had needed to be communicated to Yigio. Hence Lanyu approached. "Let us settle here for now." During their rest, Yigio did not remain in the coconut grove the entire time. Accompanied by the males who had not rested, she explored the surroundings, collecting a fair amount of valuable items. In a place rich in resources, she was more than willing to stay. Receiving her affirmative response, Lanyu felt elated, sensing Yigio's respect for him. Initially, they had only planned a temporary respite, constructing a 10-square-meter wooden shelter sufficient for Yigio to escape the wind and rain. However, since their family of 5 would be residing here, it was only natural that they could not be so casual. Thus, they decided to seek out a cave, although they had considered a snake den. Those giant pythons were surprisingly lethargic, often coiling atop the coconut trees or seeking a hollow space to rest, showing no intention of seeking a cave. In any case, this matter was to be arranged by them. And Yigio was not concerned. She merely needed to stay atop their transformed beast forms. After a thorough search, not far from the coconut grove, they finally found a suitable cave. Observing their struggles, Yigio pointed in a direction. "Let us check that way. I sense moisture." Although they did not discover anything at first, they followed her suggestion without hesitation. Ultimately, they halted at a foggy area. This mist is perilous. It is said that those who enter become mad or simply perish. The mist is toxic, yet the interior appears quite promising. With her formidable mental strength, Yigio comprehended the valley's situation clearly. There is a cave. Spacious, and the area outside is very open. But we cannot enter. Upon hearing this, the 4 males understood that this was indeed a suitable dwelling. However, recalling the dreadfulness of the mist, their expressions were fraught with conflict. "Since I have led you here, I naturally possess a means. Here, take one each. Consuming this will allow you to pass through safely." Trusting her implicitly, they accepted the offering and consumed it. The rich medicinal aroma carried a hint of sweetness, unlike the bitterness of the pills they had previously ingested. Before they could savor it, the substance transformed into a warm current upon entering, facilitating their breathing. "Gio, are you not eating?" Observing her distribute the items to the 4 while omitting herself, Hushan expressed concern. "You have a young one to think of. Prioritize yourself." Though he had a lively disposition, he was quite observant, realizing that the 4 had consumed the elixirs while Yigio had seemingly not. He felt a pang of regret. Yigio smiled, presenting a porcelain vial. "There are more. Do not worry, I actually do not require external assistance to enter." Chapter 28. Planning the cave with illustrations. Her body is quite unique. This minimal mist poses no threat to her. Each of you may keep a vial. Most toxins can be neutralized. As she spoke, she produced several more vials. Although they were merely low-grade detoxifying elixirs, they were exceptionally useful in this beast world to avoid running out. She had learned to concoct them. It seemed she had practiced countless times. During her first attempt at crafting, she succeeded. While in the space, she had not only farmed and slept, she diligently organized her fragmented memories and enhanced her skills based on the books left in the house. She also discovered a remarkable ability that Huchio and the others had somewhat grown accustomed to. Most beastmen are straightforward. Upon receiving her gifts, they accepted them eagerly. "Gio, we will take good care of ourselves, striving not to need this medicine. Of course, I hope that you will not have to use it. However, I will continue to concoct it so you can use it for yourselves or share with friends." Having just arrived in this realm, aside from these few, she had no acquaintances. Perhaps Huchio and his fellow beastmen were different. Having lived here for so long, they inevitably had made some friends. The Beast World continent is indeed perilous, as unexpected events can always arise. The elixirs she produced were, of course, meant for use, not merely for display. Her words deeply moved Hu Qiu and the four beastmen. Jiu, you are the finest female I have ever encountered, bar none. Hu Qiu and Hu Shan, being wandering beastmen, had resided outdoors without forming genuine friendships. Their previous interactions with tribe members were merely casual conversations. However, Lanya and the other beastmen were different. They had been raised in the tribe, especially Lanya, who, despite his brusque demeanor towards women, had many close brothers. Due to his connections and formidable strength, Shi Rui was quite popular among the males. Having heard such sentiments repeatedly, Yi Jiu was somewhat indifferent. Not wishing to listen to them continue to extol her virtues with limited vocabulary. She urged them to promptly enter and rest. The moon had risen high in the sky, and by this time, most beastmen had settled down, leaving only the 5 of them outside. Let us enter. Having consumed the detoxifying elixirs, they had no lingering concerns, and with resolute steps, they ventured into the thick fog, their hearts brimming with anticipation for their future lives. Indeed, as Yi Jiu had foretold, this valley proved to be an excellent dwelling place. Upon traversing the mist, a flat expanse unfolded before their eyes, adorned with various plants and trees, many of which bore fruit, indicating the soil's remarkable fertility. Previously, when Hu Qiu and his companions had cultivated in their territory, they could instantly discern the valley's abundance. What a fortunate find this splendid location has turned out to be. Stop looking. This place is vast. We shall clear it tomorrow morning. Let us first locate the cave. Without the fog's obstruction, their search for a cave became significantly easier. After approximately half an hour, they discovered a suitable cave. The entrance was quite small, only 1 meter high, with a width of merely 50 centimeters. Obscured by tall weeds, had they not sensed the moisture within and the ventilation, it would have taken them longer to find it. Hu Qiu instructed them to widen the entrance a bit. With their combined efforts, they successfully enlarged the opening to accommodate 2 beastmen side by side. This truly was an ideal dwelling place, not only concealed, but also naturally shielded by mist, and the area before the cave was spacious, facilitating their planting endeavors. Once inside, Hu Shan remained at the entrance to safeguard Yi Jiu while the other 3 males ventured in to investigate. This cave was significantly larger than their previous dwelling, easily capable of accommodating hundreds or even thousands of beastmen without issue. Moreover, being naturally formed, it was incredibly sturdy, requiring no additional reinforcement for habitation. However, for safety's sake, they needed to smooth out any sharp edges within. Hu Qiu was exceedingly pleased. How spacious! Once the young one is born, they can run freely. Indeed, but we will need to make some modifications. Lanya nodded, feeling exceptionally cheerful. His territory was genuinely convenient, free from any oversight by other beastmen. Jiu, you sit here. I will go lend a hand. Watching the 3 males begin to craft their new home, Hu Shan flattened a large stone, setting it aside for the animal skins, and then lifted Yi Jiu onto it, saying, "How long do you intend to be busy with this? I can assist." Not wishing to interrupt their enthusiasm, Yi Jiu knew that it would take several days for the 4 beastmen to properly arrange such a large cave. After making her suggestion, she wielded her earth-based powers to smooth out the cave. Not only that, but she also partitioned it into numerous rooms, each measuring 100 square meters. Initially, she had aimed for around 20 square meters. But considering that beastmen sometimes transformed into their beast forms, this would be much more convenient. This was the first level. The cave itself stood approximately 30 meters high, so Yi Jiu proceeded to create a second level. However, the second level was not divided into rooms. Instead, it was intended for purposes such as drying items and family meals. Given the spaciousness of the cave, Yi Jiu had no desire to make it cramped, as that would negatively affect her mood. Observing how swiftly she had arranged the cave to such perfection and seemingly increased its stability, the 4 males were left in awe that we will heed your guidance. You may arrange it as you see fit, but which room will we reside in? The first to regain composure was Hu Shan, who gazed at her with eager eyes upon hearing these words. The 4 males turned their full attention to her. Although the suppression of instincts would lead to a loss of control during every full moon, she had been sufficiently nourished recently, and the chaotic events of the first month had not recurred. Thus, Yi Jiu was not particularly enthusiastic about such matters. Sensing her thoughts, Hu Qiu spoke. The birth of the cubs cannot be separated from the essence of the beast father. The cubs within you share his lineage. And since they are blood brothers, Hushan naturally sided with his elder brother. Indeed, we cannot be apart for too long, or it will affect the cubs' development. They spoke with unwavering conviction, yet the male's reliability in such matters left her feeling doubtful. Therefore, she inquired of the system, "Is that so?" Yes, beastmen are different from humans. Intense physical activity can impact a child's well-being. Excessive intercourse may lead to developmental issues for the child, requiring a long time for recovery. However, beastmen have different needs. They require the beast father's essence from time to time, that if the beast father dies, the beast mother can rely on her other mates. Naturally, the essence from one's own beast father is the best. There is nothing to conceal about such matters. They do not wish to deceive Yi Jiu, which is why Lanya and Shi Rue conveyed the same information, after hearing the system's explanation and their words. Yi Jiu understood what to do. That I do not intend to neglect you, but it is better for adult beastmen to have separate rooms. Her statement relieved the four males. Then, Jiu, what do you think? Chapter 29. The previous goddess met a tragic end. As long as we are not avoiding mating, everything else is negotiable. Look at how anxious you are. Do you think I am the type of unreasonable female? Seeing her feigned anger, the four males quickly reassured her. How could that be? Our Jiu is so understanding and beautiful. She could never be one of those unreasonable females. Exactly. We are merely concerned that we may not care for you properly. They had already noticed that Yi Jiu had lost interest in mating matters. Before she was pregnant, she had shown enthusiasm, but after conceiving, she hardly paid them any attention, regardless of their attempts to entice her. Now, seeing her prepare so many rooms, they found it difficult to accept. Their worries were not unfounded, as some females do lose interest in males after having cubs. To ensure the cubs' full development, the essence from the beast father is necessary. But other mates can also suffice, that if the female possesses sufficient strength and energy to nurture the cubs, she may not need the males at all. Given their female strength, they genuinely feared they would become unnecessary. Rest assured, I have already thought of a plan that I will reside in the center, with Qiu and Ashan on either side, and you two may freely choose your rooms. Should we have a dedicated nursery? Or would you prefer to create partitions in each room for easier care of the cubs? She was determined to give birth, but she had no intention of raising the cubs herself. After all, she had experienced enough chaos with an unruly child in her past life, who, at merely 2 or 3 years old, had a penchant for hitting and was impossible to discipline. Not only that, but her family of 5 had struggled to manage the child collectively. Just the thought of it left her with a poor impression of such troublesome children. She had no knowledge of whether her own cubs would be well behaved. But she certainly did not plan to take on the responsibility. Raising children was a laborious endeavor best suited for strong males. Each should care for their own offspring. This arrangement is excellent. We can create partitions in each of our rooms to facilitate the care of the cubs. All right, you may choose first, and then I will create the partitions. Seeing their eagerness to take on the task of caring for the cubs, Yi Jiu felt a surge of happiness. Need I even say? Naturally, the closer to you, the better. Without hesitation, they selected rooms near Yi Jiu. The space was ample, but for ease of movement, Yi Jiu designed it akin to an ancient courtyard. The rooms near the entrance were designated for receiving guests and storing miscellaneous items, while the interior featured an open area surrounded by rooms, temporarily reserved for future use. The middle Yi Jiu referred to as the row of rooms closest to the interior, specifically the one in the center. Once they had made their decisions, Yi Jiu proceeded to create partitions in their respective rooms. Lanya and Shi Rue, who did not yet have cubs, felt warmth in their hearts as they observed her actions. I have completed my part. The rest is up to you. Such a significant undertaking required her effort, but she was unwilling to engage in the smaller details. Having provided such substantial assistance, the 4 males felt deeply appreciative and would not allow her to do anything further. Naturally, the other 3 continued to organize and arrange their new home, while one prepared dinner for her. After all, they could not let her go hungry. Their thoughtful care brought joy to Yi Jiu as she sat atop a large stone hewn by Hushan, watching them bustle about and savoring the warmth of life. For the first time, she truly felt alive, no longer like in her previous life, where she was perpetually busy with survival, unable to eat on time. Today was particularly rushed, and since Yi Jiu had mentioned it, Hushan made her some dumpling soup. The broth was from stock previously simmered, and it contained not only well-marinated meat and crisp vegetables, but also a wild chicken egg. With each sip of soup and each dumpling, Yijio contentedly squinted her eyes. Ashan, your cooking skills have improved again. It must be said that this young man possessed a true talent for cooking. With just a bit of guidance, he could create dishes that looked quite impressive. Perhaps he had diligently studied on his own. After a few attempts, the taste even surpassed her own cooking. She felt fortunate indeed. She adored such a skilled male. Since his culinary prowess was the best among the four, the responsibility of caring for Yiju naturally fell predominantly on him. Although Yiju always praised him, he felt immensely pleased upon hearing such words, sweeter than tasting honey to P's. It has been previously mentioned that for convenience, Yijio had renamed the items they collected and hunted using contemporary terminology. Feel free to eat as much as you like, and if there's anything else you wish to eat, just let me know. Even if I cannot make it, I can learn, besides carving various small items. He also enjoyed exploring culinary arts, with no greater joy than when Yiju ordered dishes from him. So motivated. How could Yijio possibly discourage him? She had initially planned to retrieve a cookbook from her storage space to share with him, but realized that most beastmen in this era were illiterate, rendering it futile. Never mind, I will draw up a cookbook when I have the time. Although her drawing skills did not reach the level of a master, her illustrations were still quite recognizable. At least enough for others to discern what they depicted. Why are you silent? Are you feeling down? Do you need me to do something? Noticing her lapse into silence, Hushan felt a twinge of concern. He understood that females tend to experience mood swings after conceiving cubs, that he did not view this as a troublesome matter, for nurturing young ones required considerable energy from the female, although males could provide essence. Without the mother, the cubs could not be born. Thus, the female deserved to be cherished and treated with utmost care. That I intended to show you a cookbook to learn from, but I forgot you all are illiterate. There was nothing to hide in this regard. However, she was unaware of the profound impact her words had on Hushan. Although he was more astonished than shocked, they would still marvel at the abilities Yiju occasionally revealed. You can read and write. Indeed, how could a goddess be illiterate? Hushan remarked with a sigh. I have heard that beastmen from another continent can read, taught by their goddess. The porcelain and cloth we trade at the market, along with many other goods, were imparted to them by their goddess. Our continent once had a goddess, but the males were too harsh towards the females. The goddess, being a female, did not have a good life. And ultimately, she perished, provoking divine retribution from the beast god. Since then, our continent has not only become barren, but has also nearly lost its heritage. Females are inherently precious in the beast world, and they are rare. Hushan could not understand why their male ancestors would sever their own lineage. There were many things Hushan could not articulate. Some were contained within certain legacies, while most required inquiries, and all he could convey were these fragments. However, from the snippets Yijio gathered, she could discern the conditions of that time and could only say they deserved it. Males should learn from their lessons. Heritage cannot exist without females. Indeed. So, do not reveal your identity. They are not yet fully healed, merely forced by circumstance. That it was not selfishness, but rather an understanding that, as a goddess, Yijio too would not be treated kindly. Chapter 30. Settling in the Valley. The beast world consists of more than one continent, but Hushan could assure that theirs is undoubtedly the most barren and weak of all. Hushan's emotions were complex. He wished for Yijio to strengthen their continent, while simultaneously fearing they might become too powerful. During the years of wandering, he had his father protecting him in the front, and his elder brother guarding him from behind. Yet truly malevolent beasts were far too numerous that he could hardly sense any kindness, his heart harder than even Hushan's. You wish to say that it is easy to change one's exterior, but difficult to alter one's nature? Due to the benevolence of heaven, Yijio was willing to give back to these beastmen. However, she could not allow herself to be exposed to danger. She understood the principle of a grain of rice, given may lead to a grudge over a grain of rice. Hushan did not comprehend the phrase she uttered, but understood the meaning behind nature is hard to change. Indeed, not all beastmen are worthy of help. Their suffering is often of their own making. Do not be like the previous goddess, selflessly sacrificing yourself. One day, when you no longer give, they will deem you guilty and seek to burn you alive. Matters concerning the goddess were indeed present within the heritage of every beastman. Indeed. The typically vivacious and endearing Hushan bore a visage laden with worry, evoking a twinge of sympathy within Yejio. Gently ruffling Hushan's head, she spoke in a soothing tone, "Fear not, I shall take care of myself." After a bowl of lumpy soup was consumed, a sense of drowsiness began to envelop her. Casting a glance at the industrious Hushio and the others, she softly reminded them, "I shall take my rest now. Do not toil too late, for there is ample time ahead." Understood. After ensuring Yejio was settled, Hushan prepared their meal, beckoning them to gather for a shared feast. Having grown weary of mere meat, they now preferred the satiation provided by coconut rice. As the energy expenditure was considerable, today's fare consisted of coconut rice paired with stewed meat, which contained but a smattering of vegetables. Though they were not accustomed to a vegetarian diet, Yejio insisted on a balanced intake of both meat and vegetables, a notion they diligently remembered. Yejio had completed the bulk of the preparations, leaving the furnishing of their rooms to them. Thus, by the time mealtime arrived, the 5 chambers were already arranged. "What were you discussing earlier?" Hushan inquired, his expression betraying a hint of concern as he noticed Hushio's troubled demeanor. "I was reminded of the tragic fate of a goddess from our continent and the consequences we face." Shirue replied resolutely, "We will not allow her to come to harm. And unlike the previous goddess, she is immensely powerful, that I am aware, yet it is our duty to safeguard her, that we cannot succumb to despair. With so many energy fruits available to us, how can we not strive to enhance our strength and her honor? We need not endure energy turbulence. Once our dwelling is organized and our crops sown, we shall take turns venturing out to confront beastly foes and grow stronger." Among the 4 males, the most astute was undoubtedly Lanya, who always pondered deeply. "Yejio carries your offspring. We shall venture out first while you remain, allowing me to confer with the tribe." His foresight was met with agreement from the other 3 males. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." As the moon waxed and waned, when the sun finally peaked above the horizon, Hushio and the other 3 males had already risen. They prepared breakfast and placed it in the pot, awaiting Yejio's awakening. After a modest meal, they dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. The valley was secure, free from the intrusion of beast men. Thus no males were needed to guard Yejio. The most knowledgeable, Hushio, took it upon himself to construct a bathing area for Yejio, while the other 3 tended to the soil for their crops. "Should we not wait until Yejio awakens to discern the presence of energy plants before we begin weeding?" Hushan voiced his concerns. "Ordinary plants we can identify, but energy plants elude us, that we might inadvertently uproot something valuable." He fretted. Lanya retorted, "Yejio's energy plants are superior. Besides, if we uproot them and place them in the shade, they can still be replanted, that do not disturb her, or I shall not be kind." Shirue's demeanor was markedly colder compared to Lanya's gentleness. After a long day of travel yesterday, he wished to avoid waking Yejio. "Why must I be the one left behind? My prowess is not lacking. I am already at level 4. Hushan lamented, despite his fondness for accompanying Yejio and experimenting with delectable foods. He yearned for the chance to hone his skills outside, lest he fall behind the trio. Inherently, males possessed a penchant for combat. Prolonged leisure was a challenge to endure. Silence fell among them. Hushan suggested, "Let Shirue remain. He is yet to mate with Yejio. This way, we can be away for several days, allowing them to foster their bond." Having long regarded Shirue as a close brother, they felt a sense of responsibility towards him, given his uncommitted status. Indeed, Hushan's proposal is quite fitting. "You shall remain." They agreed that as the finest of brothers, Shirue wholeheartedly supported the proposal. Thus, before Shirue could utter a word, the matter was settled. The prospect of spending time alone with Yejio filled him with immense joy, yet he found himself grappling with overwhelming emotions in her presence. He worried greatly about embarrassing himself before her. However, the majority ruled, and Hushio and the others had a plan to ensure everything was in order before the onset of the cold season, paying little heed to his concerns. After their discussion, they ventured outside the valley, leaving only Yejio and him behind. The detoxifying elixir proved to be remarkably effective. One could enter with it, yet there was no need to consume it upon exiting. To conserve their resources, they decided to gather more items before returning. With the absence of the other 3 beast men, Shirue felt his heart race and his cheeks flush at the mere sight of Yejio. "Why don't you come closer? Afraid I might devour you." Yi Jiu teased as she noticed Shirue keeping his distance, his head bowed in shyness. Overwhelmed by her words, the bashful Shirue could no longer contain himself and made a swift attempt to flee. Yet, how could Yi Jiu allow such an opportunity to slip away? Before he could get far, she ensnared him with her vines, pulling him back. Shirue, do you despise me? Yi Jiu feigned anger, her tone light. How could I? I could hardly contain my fondness. Yet Shirue was unable to voice his feelings, struggling to maintain control and prevent his transformation into his beast form. Observing his silence and sensing the instability of his energy, Yi Jiu's curiosity intensified that if you truly loathe me, then you may leave. After all, we are not yet bonded as mates. There is still time. You are so powerful. Other females would surely accept you, she lamented, putting on a facade of sadness that no, I don't. I like you. At long last, Shirue's true feelings spilled forth, but his eyes dimmed with despair, for he could no longer restrain his form. He transformed into a half-human, half-beast figure, the vines that bound him straining under the pressure to Yi Jiu, concerned for his comfort, loosened the restraints, yet did not release him entirely for fear he might escape. In that moment, Shirue's heart felt as though it had turned to ash. His greatest secret laid bare before Yi Jiu. He was uncertain how she would perceive him, burying his head in his tail. Weeping that he averted his gaze, dreading the hurtful words that might escape her lips, clinging to the hope that he could still dream of a life with her. This was undoubtedly the secret Shirue wished to conceal, which explained his reluctance to reveal it. No wonder he feared sharing it with others. Such a condition was often met with disdain. Beastmen believed that those unable to control their complete transformation were cursed by the beast god, marked as ill-fated. Yet this form of Shirue was irresistibly alluring to Yi Jiu, deepening her affection for him. That, oh, Shirue, you are so unique. My heavens, may I behold this? Just as Shirue's heart plummeted into despair, Yi Jiu's words shone like the warm sun of spring, illuminating his heart and lifting him from the abyss. Do you truly not despise me? I cannot fully control it. It is a curse. Generally, it is manageable, but when I am excited, it happens, he said, lifting his gaze to meet hers, tears glistening in his eyes. His voice retained its timbre, but a hint of playfulness and charm infused his tone, which Yi Jiu found utterly delightful. Despise what? I cherish it, she exclaimed. Using her vines, she drew herself closer to Shirue. This is not a curse from the beast god. It is a unique blessing. I am a goddess, and what I say reflects the will of the beast god. The half-human, half-serpent Shirue was not as imposing as his fully beastly form, yet his serpentine tail extended several meters. Chapter 32, Half-Human. Half-serpent Yi Jiu approached him, exploring his form with her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. When she looked up, Shirue felt a pang of regret, yet he could genuinely sense her fondness. My heavens, how extraordinary! She traced her fingers over the area where his serpent tail met his human body, causing a tingling sensation to spread throughout Shirue's being. Please do not touch there, he shyly protested, his beautiful eyes darting away. Why not? You are my male. Every part of you belongs to me, and I shall touch wherever I wish. Yi Jiu paid no heed to his words, indulging herself in affectionate embraces. Though Shirue spoke little, he undeniably evoked a unique sensation in Yi Jiu. The conflicting thrill of his presence piqued her curiosity, especially since they had yet to bond as mates. Contemplating this, Yi Jiu felt a rush of warmth after touching Shirue, her gaze becoming less innocent. Meanwhile, the system observed from its sterile, high-tech realm, elated by the developments. You have grown in prowess, host. You are increasingly embodying the traits of a formidable female beast. Shirue could sense the change in her aura, realizing that Yi Jiu genuinely cherished his form. His heart soared with uncontainable joy. It seemed he could never part from Yi Jiu that moment. Yi Jiu's gaze turned hazy, and she wrapped her arms around Shirue's slender waist, nuzzling against his chest. Shirue, you smell divine. As she spoke, she clung to him with all her might, no longer restrained by her vines. She was now wholly entwined with him. Shirue felt a transformation within himself. His gaze ignited with fervor. Jiu, you smell even more enchanting. I lose control the moment I am near you. His attachment was not due to desperation. It was the female who accepted him, and thus he felt free to embrace her. You feel cool. That is the advantage of being a serpent beast man. Having abstained from mating for some time, toxins had begun to re-emerge in Yi Jiao, clouding her mind. Yet she remembered that the male before her was hers, and so she held no reservations. As she spoke, she playfully nibbled on him, undeniably stoking the flames of desire. How could Shi Rui, in the vigor of youth, possibly resist? He remained perplexed by Yi Jiao's transformation, yet he had gleaned a few insights from Huqiu. Perfect! Our serpent beast men often wait long for their first mating. With Jojo acting so, she should be safe. However, out of concern for her well-being, Shi Rui resolved to lead Yi Jiao to a water source, believing it would enhance their pleasure. The valley was indeed splendid, featuring a waterfall, a stream, and a serene lake. This inner lake, though smaller than the outer one, was ample space for their revelry, with great care. He coiled Yi Jiao into the lake, using his body as a cushion beneath her. Watching her embrace and nibble at him, Shi Rui felt no need for restraint at that moment. Both he and Yi Jiao were not entirely lucid. Yet he remained mindful of his tenderness toward her, aware that she carried their offspring. Before meeting Yi Jiao, Shi Rui had never experienced the sensation of a racing heart or the joy of intimate connection. It was utterly intoxicating that he felt as if he had soared to the heavens, liberated and unrestrained. From that day forth, his heart would beat solely for her, and his joys and sorrows would revolve around her. Similarly, Yi Jiao reveled in the experience, akin to a thrilling roller coaster. It matters not. As long as we are together, I can endure anything, she reminded him. Serpent beasts were often scorned, not only for their cold nature and ruthless tendencies, but also for their remarkable stamina, requiring 3 days for mating to commence. Generally, weaker females could not withstand such endurance, and other males found it equally challenging to remain close to their females for extended periods. Yet after experiencing it firsthand, Yi Jiao discovered the utility of serpent beast men. That a week had passed since their union, originally intended to last 3 days. Yet Yi Jiao clung to him, unwilling to part, allowing Shi Rui to indulge in a few more days of connection. Now, Shi Rui bore Yi Jiao's scent and mark, his heart finally at peace that in Yi Jiao's presence. He still felt shy, yet no longer evasive. His greatest secret had been laid bare before her, and he felt no fear left to harbor. After a week of fervent encounters, Yi Jiao regained her composure. Though unable to control her consciousness, which irked her, her body was honest, revealing her enjoyment. She was increasingly satisfied with Shi Rui, seeing Yi Jiao's improved demeanor towards him. Her gaze shimmering like dew, Shi Rui felt a swell of pride. This was the allure of serpent beast men. Only the strongest females would not reject them. Yet he remained concerned for Yi Jiao's well-being. I hope we haven't harmed the offspring. It has been quite some time. The first mating of serpent beasts was often unrestrained. Fear not. They are safe, the system reassured her, having already prepared her for this moment. Moreover, they will be born strong, as their beast father. You will provide them with abundant vitality to PS. Whose offspring they are, they shall call him a fu upon birth, while other beast fathers will be addressed as several beast fathers, with Huqiu and the others absent during this period. The responsibility falls to you. The world of two was delightful. Yi Jiao was still enamored with Shi Rui. To be honest, she was quite taken with his half-human, half-serpent form, which offered the warmth of humanity along with the coolness of a serpent, ideal for both warm and cold seasons. Can you transform into this form often? I wish for you to hold me as we explore. Upon encountering the serpentine form of Shi Rui, Yi Jiao's eyes blazed with fervor, scorched by her gaze. Shi Rui stammered, I can deny in truth. There was no need for him to exert control. After finally calming down, his emotions once again teetered on instability, transforming him into a hybrid of man and serpent. In this guise, he towered at an impressive height of 5 meters. Although Yi Jiao was not diminutive among females, standing at over 1.70 meters, she still appeared quite petite before Shi Rui. It is worth noting that the height of females is not fixed, varying according to their beast forms. For instance, female felines of the tiger species typically exceed 1.75 meters, while females of various cat clans range from 1.60 meters to 1.80 meters. Connected by their mutual affection, Shi Rui effortlessly lifted her onto his broad shoulder, his robust frame providing a comfortable perch, with one foot resting on his arm and the other draped across his chest. She declared, "Let us set forth." Elevated above the ground, her perspective was vastly broadened, and her spirit soared. Yet a twinge of regret crept in as she mused, if only Huqiu and the others could transform into half-beast forms like you. How delightful it would be to see those furry beings flaunting their ears and tails. Chapter 33. A picnic with Shiri, being an aficionado of fluffiness. The thought of Huqiu and his companions in such forms filled her with joy. Shirue's expression grew somewhat complex as he reflected. Males capable of complete transformation may choose to reveal certain beastly traits. Finally, he discerned a commonality between Yi Jiu and other females. Unfortunately, he could not fathom why serpent beasts were less favored despite their resemblance to the merfolk, who merely sported fins. That he dismissed the notion, focusing instead on his own mate's acceptance. The fate of other males, who failed to win the affection of females and thus remained solitary, was of no concern to him. Yi Jiu's face displayed shock as she exclaimed, "I had no idea. I missed so much. They never mentioned it to me." While she had already claimed him as her beast husband, she knew that winning his affection would require some effort. With the three males absent, and all being long-haired beast men, a hint of jealousy stirred within Shirue, prompting him to contemplate tarnishing their reputations. Courtship was an instinct inherent to all males, but he suspected they might be caught off guard. Nevertheless, their talents were formidable. They should have the ability to control their beast forms. Though taciturn, Shirue was astute, fully aware of what to say and what to withhold. Previously, he had scorned conversation, as those beast men had little relevance to him. However, now that he was a male with a partner, he realized the necessity of learning how to win a female's heart. He began to regret his earlier aloofness, wishing he had acquired more skills in charming females, unlike Lanya, who seemed adept at it. Otherwise, he would have been the third husband. Upon their return, he was determined to compel them to demonstrate their prowess. Without needing to be told, Yi Jiu had already begun to formulate her own plans. Seeing that she had taken his words to heart, Shirue felt elated. "Shall we head to the stream? Don't you enjoy fish and shrimp? I've learned a thing or two. Let us have a picnic there." Although his culinary skills paled in comparison to Hushan's, he had diligently practiced, particularly with his two signature dishes, which were undoubtedly delicious. Having never had the opportunity to showcase his talents before, today was his moment to shine. Sensing the anticipation in his voice, Yi Jiu did not decline, especially since she had yet to taste Shirue's cooking. She readily agreed, "That sounds wonderful." Hearing her words, Shirue instinctively quickened his pace. Despite it being the windy season, the daytime heat remained oppressive. Concerned for her comfort, he sheltered her beneath a large leaf. Even as the sun bore down upon him, as a serpent beast, he naturally preferred the shade. Even in the pleasant temperatures of the valley, he was drenched in sweat, rivulets cascading down his neck and chest. Yi Jiu observed him, her mouth parched as she watched the sweat glisten on his well-defined abdomen, wishing she could take his place. She had never realized how eager she could be until faced with the allure of this beast man. Realizing this, she shot him a glare. Shirue, perplexed by her sudden ire, looked at her with innocent eyes. "What is it? Is it too hot? There's nothing I can do." If only he possessed powers. He lamented his own weakness, wishing he could wield abilities of the 10th level or higher. Yi Jiu, silent, embraced his head and planted a fervent kiss upon his lips. "Then no more talking. Just hurry along." Though she felt little discomfort herself, she could sense his struggle against the heat. Seeing that she was not genuinely upset, Shirue felt relieved and quickened his pace. At last, they arrived at the waterfall, and after descending a short distance, they discovered a suitable spot. That a massive tree, too broad for even several people to encircle, provided ample shade, and several large stones lay scattered beneath it. Initially intending to gather materials, Shirue soon realized he lacked sharp claws and envied Huqiu and his companions even more. Sensing his thoughts, Yi Jiu produced chairs and a table from her space. "This will suffice. We have everything we need. The outdoor items might be contaminated, and it would waste precious beast skins." Though she did not offer words of consolation, her natural actions brought comfort to Shirue. Unable to restrain himself, he coiled around Yi Jiu, playfully nudging her into his serpent tail. "Don't be silly." The coolness of his body was inviting, and proximity was quite pleasant. However, Yi Jiu, with her ability to adjust temperatures, found little need for such comfort. "I will go catch some fish and shrimp. You stay here and wait for me." Thinking of the energy they had expended over the week, Yi Jiu must have been quite hungry. Shirue, unwilling to dawdle, shifted into his beast form and darted into the stream. Having bonded, he was now a level 6 beastman. Whether due to an increase in strength or the balance of yin and yang, he could now easily control his beast form. Consequently, he appeared less formidable, resembling an ordinary small snake, only as thick as 2 fingers. With a smaller size, he swam faster and, having concealed his presence, was able to catch fish and shrimp without alarming them. Although he had shrunk in size, he was still quite effective and quickly filled his space with plump shellfish. While he had no expertise in preparing them, he believed Ushan would certainly know how to handle them, and he would wait for his return to learn. From the moment he entered the water until he emerged, less than 15 minutes had elapsed, and as it was a picnic for 2, Yijio did not wait for Shirue to serve her, but took the initiative to assist. She retrieved fruits, vegetables, pots, and utensils from her space, even setting up the stove. Upon his emergence from the water and transforming back into human form, Yijio joyfully waved him over. "Come quickly," seeing her organize everything neatly. With water boiling in the pot, Shirue felt touched. "You so delicate. How can you do such things? Let me take over." "Very well. I leave the rest to you." Yijio agreed with enthusiasm. Seated comfortably, she watched as Shirue scaled the fish, removed their entrails, and followed her instructions to make several incisions, seasoning them with salt before setting them aside, that he then proceeded to handle the shrimp. The shrimp in this world were enormous, each as thick as an arm. Just a few would suffice for a meal. The snails required no attention, as she planned to place them in a bamboo tube filled with water and let them expel sand, observing his efficient and adept movements. Yijio surmised he must have practiced frequently. Once he had finished preparing everything, he arranged the stones and the grill that I planned to make a portion of grilled fish and shrimp, some for soup, and some for roasting. What do you think? Though Shirue had a plan, he still sought Yijio's input. There was little to critique, and she smiled. "Let us do as you say. I enjoy everything you make." With no need for labor, her sweet words flowed easily. Upon hearing this, Shirue's ears flushed crimson. Truly, he was so innocent, the why Yijio chuckled softly, gazing at him with warm affection. Shirue relished the solitude shared by the 2 beastmen and recognized this as an excellent opportunity to win Yijio's heart. He was determined to make the most of it. Consequently, he hastened his efforts, aiming to serve her warm food as soon as possible. Approximately half an hour later, Yijio was served her meal. Chapter 34. Mutual Instruction. The fish soup was exquisitely prepared, a creamy white hue enriched with the dried mushrooms and daylilies they had previously gathered, resulting in a delightful flavor. The grilled fish and shrimp, seasoned with cumin and chili, were presented with a sprinkle of scallions, enhancing their taste further. As for the grilled fish, Shirue exhibited remarkable skill. It was perfectly cooked, with a crispy exterior and tender interior. Each bite was imbued with richness, and he had stuffed it with garlic, ginger, scallions, and salt, elevating the flavor. "Delicious! The taste is exceptional," Yijio exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she sampled each dish. After expressing her delight, she fell silent, continuing to eat. Though she refrained from excessive praise, her actions spoke volumes, providing Shirue with the utmost affirmation. Overjoyed, he nearly danced with excitement. "That if you like it, eat more. I'll prepare extra for your space, so you can snack on it whenever you feel hungry." Although he had prepared a considerable amount, he felt it was still insufficient. The validation from Yijio made every effort worthwhile. Even if he himself remained quite famished, there's no rush. "Let us eat together," Yijio insisted, pulling him close and preventing him from continuing. "All right, I will heed your wishes." Her concern was greatly appreciated by Shirue, who felt that he could entrust his life to her at that moment. The 2 beastmen shared their meals in a delightful exchange, feeding each other and relishing the sweetness of their companionship. The meal lasted a full 2 hours, leaving Yijio feeling somewhat unsatisfied. It had been a long time since she had eaten to such fullness. "You ate even more than usual. That's splendid," she remarked. Generally, female beastmen required at least 10 to 15 pounds per meal, with some consuming as much as 20 pounds, matching their male counterparts, females with special abilities. Needless to say, required even more sustenance. To be frank, if there weren't enough males, it would be quite challenging to support the females. However, the females in their household were exceptional, strong yet requiring very little food. A typical meal for them would be just 2 or 3 pounds, and today was quite good as she had consumed about 5 pounds. This was all thanks to him, and thinking of this made Shirue even happier. You don't need to hold back for us. Eat whatever you desire, that we can afford to take care of you, he said gently. Indeed, things were different after forming a bond, although he still maintained an aloof demeanor. He was exceedingly tender when addressing her, as if he had transformed into an entirely different beast man. His words brought a smile to Yi Jio's face as she laughed. Oh, don't worry. How could I ever shortchange myself? I'm eating this because I'm full. That I adhere to the principle of eating smaller portions more frequently. That haven't you noticed that despite my slender appearance, my body possesses considerable strength and vitality? That's true. Shi Rui mused, recalling the many females in the tribe, most of whom were quite plump. The females would grow ample due to their hearty appetites, while it did showcase the prowess of their males. It was not particularly aesthetically pleasing. More importantly, these females appeared frail, lacking the robust health and strength that Yi Jio exhibited. Indeed, within Yi Jio's delicate frame, he could discern a sense of strength. Previously, Shi Rui had not understood what constituted beauty in females. But after meeting Yi Jio, he finally grasped it. Well-defined or exquisite features, a balanced physique, and robust health. That was true beauty. Enough of such talk. Here, I made this garment myself. What do you think? Does it fit? In this weather, the conditions were not a significant issue for Hu Qiu and the others, but for Shi Rui, it was quite a burden. The leather garments were stiflingly hot, prompting Yi Jio to craft several pieces during her idle moments in her space. She found great joy in these handicrafts. There was no need for her to weave fabric. She merely needed to design, cut, and sew. Was quite simple for her, while the others spent their time preparing a meal. She could produce several garments. The leather outfit before her was light and airy, resembling the one she wore. Shi Rui had seen Hu Qiu and the others wearing it before and had always envied them. However, he had never dared to ask for one. Now that Yi Jio had taken the initiative to offer it, he was overjoyed. Great, I will cherish it dearly. Although he had not intended to seek a female companion. He had many snake skins stored in his space, yet he had never crafted clothing from them. Reflecting on this situation, he felt somewhat regretful. I don't have any leather garments made from snake skins to give you. I haven't given them to other females. I've kept them all for myself. Once I learn how to make clothing, I will transform all my snake skins from these years into garments for you. Though they may not compare to the clothes you made for me, they will be warm in winter and cool in summer. Quite satisfactory, especially the skins from my coming-of-age day, which are excellent for making clothes. The skins of adult snakes are generally reserved for their own females, but after proper processing, they can be sold. However, the skins of mature snakes are not to be given away. They rightfully belong to the respective snake females. All right, I look forward to you crafting garments from the snake skins. Yi Jio had actually wanted to ask this earlier, but Shi Rui's honesty filled her with delight. Shall I teach you how to make clothes? Inspired by a thought, Yi Jio decided to take this opportunity to ensure Shi Rui learned sooner rather than later. Shi Rui shared her enthusiasm. Absolutely. You teach me, and I will surely study diligently. The coarse bone needles used in the beast world for mending clothes were not suitable for creating aesthetically pleasing garments, and Yi Jio did not want to waste Shi Rui's snake skins. The needles from the new era were too fine, making it inconvenient to pierce the snake skins. Fortunately, a box of needles in her space was exceptionally useful. They could change sizes and were sturdy enough to easily pierce through materials. They were perfect for crafting snakeskin garments. Taking the initiative, Yi Jio laid everything out. She placed a large piece of leather beneath her and arranged the necessary items on top before introducing them to Shi Rui. Do you understand? If not, just follow my instructions and practice with this piece of fabric. Seeing Shi Rui's earnest expression gave Yi Jio a sense of authority as a teacher, and her demeanor turned serious. All right, I will heed your guidance. Although accustomed to this phrase, Yi Jio could not help but feel uplifted by it as she worked. She explained the process to Shi Rui. Her patience was endearing, stirring a deep admiration within him, almost making him wish to embrace her there and then. His gaze burned with intensity, and Yi Jio could not ignore it. She shot him a fierce glare. Did we not agree to focus on learning to make clothes? How can I help but be distracted? After all, you are simply too captivating, and my thoughts wander to more intimate matters. Shi Rui was a good child, acknowledging his misstep, yet he showed no intention of repenting, leaving Yi Jio both exasperated and amused. We must take things one step at a time. There is no need to rush. That if you do not perform well, you shall sleep alone tonight. How could that be? After having feasted on meat, How could I ever desire a vegetarian meal? I was in the wrong. I shall study earnestly. When it came to his happiness, Shirue became increasingly serious. Perhaps the males of the beast world had a natural talent for this, as under Yi Jiu's attentive guidance, he quickly grasped the art of sewing. With a bit of practice, his stitches became remarkably even. Chapter 35. Teaching Shirue to read and write. Yi Jiu was quite pleased. It seemed her teaching skills were commendable. Shirue was equally delighted. So this is how simple it is. I will surely create the most exquisite snakeskin garment for you, one that will make other females envious. That is unnecessary, Yi Jiu replied. She had no desire to compete with other females. Everyone had their own way of living, and beauty was subjective. However, the thought of aesthetics made Yi Jiu suddenly concerned that Shirue might create something peculiar for her. Please don't ruin good materials. If it's too ugly, I might not wear it. But if she didn't wear it, Shirue might overthink it. Pondering these matters, Yi Jiu regretted teaching Shirue this skill so hastily. She should have let him learn from others to see their standards of beauty. Even if it was not particularly appealing to her, if it was well liked by the majority, it would not be too far off the mark, though it might be an eyesore in her view. If everyone else appreciated it, there would be no grounds for complaint. With her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts, Yi Jiu refrained from voicing them, not wanting to dampen Shirue's enthusiasm. Noticing that Yi Jiu disapproved, Shirue, who had already entertained such thoughts, devised a plan. In that case, you teach me this, and to be fair, I shall teach you something in return. Teach what? Yi Jiu asked, bewildered. Shirue smiled mysteriously. You will find out shortly. When the two beastmen concluded their activities once more, Yi Jiu finally understood what Shirue meant by teaching. Her face turned crimson. She had not expected that someone who appeared so restrained could possess such knowledge after their encounter. No wonder he was a snake beastman. Jiu, did my earlier performance not meet your expectations? Not at all. Your teaching was quite effective. Where did you learn so much? From our shared experiences. After our first mating, a wealth of knowledge suddenly filled my mind. To prevent Yi Jiu from misunderstanding that he had been frivolous before, Shirue honestly confessed. Your ancestors certainly thought ahead for you younger generations, even imparting such knowledge. Although somewhat speechless, she did indeed feel a sense of satisfaction. Having grown quite familiar with Yi Jiu, Shirue did not sense any anger from her and pressed further. It seems I did not teach you with sufficient dedication. Shall we continue? He realized that after mating, Yi Jiu's attitude toward him improved significantly. Moreover, the young ones became more lively, so he felt compelled to seize the moment. All right, I'm worried you won't be able to keep up. Shirue's skills were impressive, and he was considerate of her feelings, making Yi Jiu feel at ease. She did not resist the situation at all. Thus, in the days that followed, they indulged in their whims while thoroughly exploring the entire valley. As they could not read, Yi Jiu decided to draw a map. Upon completion, Shirue glanced at it and immediately understood what each symbol represented. His eyes widened with amazement. Jiu, you are incredible. This will allow us to pinpoint our location accurately. Beastmen typically relied on scent rather than memory to navigate, but Shirue found Yi Jiu's drawings immensely useful, as scents could easily vanish due to rain or other factors. This map could record their path, ensuring they would not go astray. Shirue resolved. From now on, we should document the places we pass through with maps, initially intended for his own convenience. He had not anticipated that this would inspire Shirue and the other males to develop a good habit of keeping records. Hearing him say this, Yi Jiu felt that her teaching duties needed to be prioritized. Let me teach you how to read and write. Wait for them to return. Henceforth, I shall teach you to recognize characters every evening, starting with 10 each day. Whoever memorizes and writes them out first shall have my company for the night. I am uncertain about their capacity to grasp written language, so we shall begin with the most basic and simple. Upon hearing this, Shirue instantly perked up. You can teach me first. After all, I have nothing to do. Otherwise, who knows how long it will take for them to return. If you teach me, I can then instruct them, thus saving you time. Did Yi Jiu not understand his intentions? She found it utterly amusing. However, this arrangement was indeed more convenient, as teaching one was considerably easier. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jiu readily agreed, saying, All right, let us commence from today. The serpent was exceptionally astute. And Yi Jiao's teaching methods were quite straightforward, starting with the basics of numbers. Shi Rui diligently engaged in his studies, occasionally voicing his queries. Why must we remember it this way? It seems rather peculiar. He referred to Arabic numerals. Although they appeared simple, he wondered why they were structured thus that why Yi Jiao could not articulate a response. After all, she could hardly transport the conventions of the new century into their world. Could she? The beast god taught me this. Perhaps you should inquire with him. Yet, there was a distinct advantage in the beast realm. Matters that defied explanation could be attributed to the beast god. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Shi Rui ceased to inquire further. Shi Rui was resolute in his desire to share a bed with Yi Jiao. Thus he studied with remarkable seriousness. After several days of instruction, he astonishingly learned to deduce and could count up to 1,000, which left Yi Jiao profoundly astonished. It seemed that the beastmen were not as ignorant as she had previously imagined. Rather, they were quite intelligent but merely lacked guidance. And oh wonder the beast god had dispatched a divine maiden to educate them. Regrettably, this continent had failed to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, what she beheld now would surely be far more than this. While waiting for Hu Qiu and the others to return, Shi Rui endeavored to gain favor with Yi Jiao. As their learning session concluded for the day, he eagerly approached her. Am I not quite clever? Shouldn't you reward me with some encouragement? While speaking, he gazed at Yi Jiao with his enchanting eyes, filled with tenderness, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Furthermore, he strategically placed her hand upon his abdomen, exhibiting such initiative and awareness that Yi Jiao found it difficult to resist. Had they not agreed to maintain a cool and aloof demeanor? Why, then, did he now appear so eager for affection? Yi Jiao was perplexed, yet she relished the moment. Very well, since you have sincerely asked, I shall generously grant you a reward. Where would you like to go today? At present, Yi Jiao was quite clear-headed, but she was willing to acquiesce. Shi Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Anywhere is fine, as long as it is not a strange place. That it was said that serpents favored dark, damp locales, which were not particularly friendly to her. Observing the way his eyes darted about, she wondered what schemes he was concocting. In this regard, he possessed a plethora of ideas, far more intriguing than those of the other three beastmen. It was evident that he had accumulated much experience over generations, making it an exquisite experience to behold. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction. With Shi Rui's affirmation, he was overjoyed and transformed into the half-human, half-beast form that Yi Jiao adored, guiding her toward their destination. This plan had been on his mind for quite some time, and he had thoroughly scouted the location, deeming it highly suitable. Noticing the absence of hesitation, Yi Jiao soon realized he had long been plotting this. Chapter 36. Peach Blossom Valley. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and instead anticipated the unfolding events. Shi Rui truly knew how to have fun. The place he chose was one she was very familiar with. The site of their first picnic together. What are we doing here? Are we beneath the waterfall? Yi Jiao inquired, her face a picture of confusion. Speaking of which, Shi Rui could hardly contain his pride. There is a cave behind the waterfall, with a pleasant temperature. I assure you, you will adore it. How could that be? I have thoroughly scanned the entire valley with my spiritual energy. How could there be a place unknown to me? I only discovered it by chance. There are stones that isolate the energy within. His words prompted Yi Jiao to reflect on whether she had become too reliant on her spiritual power. What is it? Do you blame me for not informing you sooner? I merely wish to surprise you that I find those energy-isolating stones quite useful. Perhaps there are more undiscovered areas within. Unfortunately, I cannot enter. But I know you will have a way. Upon noticing Yi Jiao's silence and deep contemplation, Shi Rui grew anxious, as he cared deeply for her feelings and no worries. I am merely pondering what else might be explored in this valley. If we have the opportunity, we ought to come and investigate ourselves. This way, we shall not miss anything. What might evade the scrutiny of spiritual energy may not elude the gaze of our eyes. Even if our vision is obscured, being so close, I can still sense the differences. After all, this was to be their living space. Until she had thoroughly understood it, Yi Jiao would never feel at ease. Shi Rui wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, they lacked spiritual energy, unable to explore their surroundings in advance as Yi Jiao did as they evolved. Their senses would become remarkably acute, yet it would only enhance their hearing and sight. They could not reach the level of exploration that Yi Ju possessed. That I greatly enjoyed discovering this land alongside you. That if only it were just the two beastmen. Shirue cherished such solitude. Yet he understood it was impossible. In the valley, there were opportunities, but outside, he could not guarantee Jo's safety. Even in thought, for her well-being, they must act as a collective. That in the midst of their light-hearted banter. Shirue had already led her through the waterfall and into the cave. That Yi did not manipulate the water element, but Shirue protected her well, ensuring not a single drop touched her. Aside from bathing, males typically did not permit females to frolic in the water, as apart from awakened females, the others were too fragile, especially those who could not transform into their beast forms. They were even more challenging to nurture than cubs. Digressing momentarily, they returned to the matter at hand. Upon entering, Yi Ju discovered that the cave was not particularly large, perhaps 50 square meters, yet it was naturally divided into inner and outer sections by the stone walls. Although it was situated behind a waterfall, the cave remained quite dry. Despite the absence of any visible ventilation, a refreshing breeze occasionally wafted through, providing a delightful sensation. It appeared that Shirue had tidied the space. There were no loose stones or dust. Venturing further inside, she found a large stone bed, seemingly placed there with intention by Shirue. What do you think? Do you like it? Noting her silence as she surveyed the surroundings, Shirue felt a twinge of anxiety, unable to decipher her thoughts from her expression. The other aspects were inconsequential. Yi Ju was curious about what Shirue had mentioned earlier. Where did you sense something amiss? To be honest, she had not discerned any differences with her naked eye. Here, he said, guiding Yi Ju to a protruding stone. These are the stones that isolate energy. It was no wonder she had overlooked this. Without approaching, there was truly nothing to discover. Yi Ju was utterly astonished, extending her hand to touch the stone, only to find herself unexpectedly drawn into it. In the blink of an eye, her female companion vanished from his sight, leaving Shirue momentarily stunned. In a state of panic, Shirue quickly attempted to follow her. He realized that the force that had previously hindered him had dissipated, and he too was pulled within. Yet he did not feel alarmed. Rather, a sense of calm washed over him. Yi Ju encountered no danger. The force guided her into a valley filled with peach blossoms, awash in enchanting shades of pink. The wind blew continually, causing the blossoms to cascade down like confetti, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In an instant, Yi Ju found herself captivated. Although she sensed no immediate threat, she remained vigilant, as her spiritual energy had lost its efficacy in this place. Simultaneously, she worried for Shirue outside, uncertain how to escape. Wandering aimlessly, she sought an exit. As she meandered, she realized she had come upon a colossal peach tree, vastly larger than the others, likely its progenitor. Not only was it grand, but its leaves shimmered in a spectrum of colors. It bore numerous peaches, each larger than her head, alongside many fist-sized peaches that appeared unripe. Yi Ju merely glanced at the tree before intending to depart. Yet after a few steps, she found herself inexplicably transported back to the base of the giant peach tree. Indeed, her suspicions proved correct. Upon seeing the immense peach tree, Yi Ju understood the exit lay within its presence. She sensed that this peach tree was imbued with abundant energy and vitality, accompanied by a faint consciousness. Alas, that consciousness was gradually fading, and the energy and life force seemed to dissipate into the ether, leaving a subtle aura of decay in the air. Yi Ju was not one to dawdle. She spoke plainly. What assistance do you seek? As long as it is within my power, I shall lend my aid. However, I cannot do so without recompense. She had no desire to take advantage of others, nor to be taken advantage of herself. Save me, and I shall grant you this space, along with my descendants. After her utterance, Yi Ju soon heard a frail voice respond. That will not suffice. They are but ordinary peach trees, serving little purpose beyond occupying space. Furthermore, this space requires energy for sustenance. I lack the strength to nurture an entire lineage of useless beings. Yi Ju's words were exceedingly straightforward. In her space, there was also a peach tree. Although it lacked self-awareness, the peaches it bore were remarkably exquisite. To put it simply, they were no inferior to those from a grand peach tree. Her inquiry arose solely from the fact that the larger peach tree possessed consciousness. I am at your service. Given the current circumstances, if there were no assistance, she would likely leave nothing behind. Being compelled was certainly preferable to extinction. She had already existed for 10,000 years and was unwilling to dissipate so easily. Very well. As you have stated, let us first establish a contract. Yi Jiao was unaware whether the oaths of heaven in the beast realm differed from those in the fictional cultivation world, but she had faith in herself, believing that signing a contract with her was the safest course of action. Find that I have no other choice. She consented without hesitation. Following the incantations in her mind, Yi Jiao forged a master-servant contract with the Grand Peach Tree that an equal contract. Was that a jest? How could she ever regard a pet as a friend? Chapter 37. The Peach Tree Space, unless the initial relationship was one of equality, the weaker party was unworthy of preferential treatment. Those without value should be grateful for being taken in, yet still desire better treatment. Such aspirations were indeed fanciful. Once the contract was signed, the Grand Peach Tree became akin to her OWY. Yi Jiao had always treated her own well, and without needing another reminder from the Grand Peach Tree. She commenced her operations. This contract was inherently domineering, particularly the master-servant arrangement. The party absorbing its energy and life force immediately sensed something amiss. Not only could it no longer absorb even a speck, but the energy it had previously drawn was also vanishing. No, it was not vanishing, but rather returning to the Grand Peach Tree's body. The Grand Peach Tree was at a loss as to how Yi Jiao managed this. Once helpless, it now willingly sought to follow her. After the contract was established, the previously unresponsive system finally made contact. Host, where are you? You scared me to death. Why was the connection severed? At the first opportunity. She had reached out to the system, but there was not the slightest response. That I do not know. It must be the doing of this Grand Peach Tree. IT actually possesses such abilities. The system was thoroughly astonished. This lowly beast realm should not have been capable of blocking IT. IT seems it is more formidable than you. Now that a contract has been signed, it poses no harm to me. Yi Jiao's words made the system react as though it had stepped on a cat's tail, erupting in indignation. How could it possibly be more powerful than I? Yet it had, unbeknownst to her, brought her here. From the outset, she had sensed its presence, but lacking any malice. Her intuition led her to perceive an opportunity. Thus she followed the Grand Peach Tree's guidance to this place. However, now was the perfect moment to temper the system's arrogance. And Yi Jiao seized the opportunity. After stating this, the system fell silent. This remark left the system momentarily speechless, for it was indeed the truth. After a prolonged silence, it finally spoke again. That I must level up once more. Next time you encounter any dangers or situations, I will be able to respond immediately. The system realized its level was seemingly too low. This beast realm was not as simple as it appeared. If it did not upgrade soon, its limited functions might not be sufficient to adequately protect Yi Jiao. IT had yet to fulfill its mission, and upon returning, it would certainly face consequences. Before Yi Jiao could utter a word, it ceased all responses, likely off to upgrade. Although the system's actions were ultimately for its own benefit, the constant surveillance was quite displeasing to her. Now that the system was absent, Yi Jiao felt a flicker of joy in her heart. The other party had the ability to continuously siphon her energy and life force. Although the amounts were minimal each time, over time, they accumulated significantly. Thus, the Grand Peach Tree was now reclaiming what it had taken, a process that required considerable time. After the contract was signed, this space belonged to her, and naturally, Yi Jiao noticed Yirue trapped within a passage. Once he was brought before her, she was ready to explore. Upon seeing Yi Jiao safe and sound, Yirue finally exhaled with relief. You vanished so suddenly. It truly frightened me. Thank goodness you are unharmed. He held her tightly in his embrace, overcome with joy at having her back. Subsequently, he checked her from top to bottom, finding no injuries and noting her excellent state of mind, which allowed him to fully relax. Only then did he take the opportunity to survey his surroundings. What is this place? It was somewhat beautiful, but as a beast man, Yirue was less concerned with aesthetics and more with the presence of danger, food, and water sources that I asked for other matters. They were beyond his consideration. This is my private domain. Regrettably, the system remained unresponsive. Otherwise, she would have inquired whether this space could be integrated with hers, thereby allowing the Grand Peach Tree to assist her in managing it. Yirue, with a hint of disdain, remarked. It's quite lovely, but unfortunately, there is no food or water. However, it is quite cool, suitable for the hot season. Gio raised an eyebrow, signaling to the grand peach tree to pluck a ripe peach. The sudden appearance of the peach startled Shirue. What? An energy plant? Energy plants could only be sensed by males if removed from the soil. Otherwise, they remained oblivious that he wandered before the grand peach tree like a blind man. Yet he did not see Gio had heard of such things before, but witnessing it firsthand evoked a sense of wonder that indeed, as she spoke, she took the peach and stuffed it into his arms, encouraging him to taste its flavor. Delicious! Energy fruits pose no harm regardless of quantity, and since this was a gift from his female, Shirue was naturally delighted to devour it. After finishing, he dutifully remarked, "The taste is excellent, rich in energy, but it does not compare to what you cultivate in your space. All energy plants are not equal. There are distinctions in their levels. Moreover, the energy contained within varies." Although this fruit possessed superior energy compared to those he had previously encountered, Shirue still felt it paled in comparison to what Yigio provided. Nevertheless, with energy fruit available, he had little to complain about. Hence he meticulously finished the peach. Upon hearing his words, Yigio's expectations for the grand peach tree's fruit diminished. After all, given its large size, its quality could not rival that of the fruits from her space. Consuming it would only fill her stomach and hinder her enjoyment of other delicacies. Naturally, she wished to provide the best for her male, and in the future, fruits from her space could be shared with them. This would facilitate the development of the tribe and recruit manpower. Energy fruits were indispensable for ensuring other males could upgrade safely. The grand peach tree's peaches were decent and could be allocated to them. In a fleeting moment, Yigio contemplated many matters. Previously, when she had no options, she intended to go to the tribe of Lanya, where with her strength, she could lead a comfortable life. Upon discovering this valley, she entertained the notion of establishing her own tribe. However, a single female was insufficient. She needed to seek another kind-hearted female to meet the basic requirements for founding a small tribe. Since it is not as good as mine, then there shall be no more consumption, that I have other plans. Their conversation was naturally overheard by the grand peach tree. It felt somewhat indignant, but upon considering Yigio's prowess, it seemed reasonable that there were fruits superior to its own. Thus, it opted not to say much, resolving instead to upgrade diligently in hopes of enhancing the quality of its peaches. Only with value could it garner the attention of its master. Yigio was unaware of the grand peach tree's thoughts as she strolled through this space with Shirue. The peach tree space indeed lacked valuable items. Aside from the peach tree, there was merely some water, which significantly alleviated Shirue's disdain. Recalling the peach from earlier, he felt a measure of satisfaction with this space. I did not expect our dwelling to have such a location. This is all thanks to you. Had you not ventured forth, I might not have discovered this place. Although Shirue's intentions were not pure and merely sought a locale for mating, this was indeed an excellent location. And attributing this merit to him was not unwarranted. Her praise left Shirue feeling quite ashamed. He had not thought that far ahead. Chapter 38. The three males returned to Huchio. I will be more diligent from now on. After forming a bond, they had become attuned to each other's sentiments, and occasionally Yigio's emotions were discernible to him. Are you thinking of establishing a tribe? Other females might lack such ambition, constrained by their bodies. Yet the awakened females generally did not settle for mediocrity, and indeed possessed the capability that exactly in such a vast valley. It cannot possibly be just us. We must find some help. I see you all bustling about. While I am pleased, I also feel a twinge of concern. She held no competitive thoughts against other females. They were all males, and some matters were difficult to convey. No worries. Males ought to venture outside more, hunt more, and engage in battles to enhance themselves. However, you are right. Having more people would be beneficial for establishing a tribe. Yet, we have yet to meet the conditions for founding one. Although it was possible to establish a tribe directly, only those recognized by the Beast King City would receive protection. As he spoke, Shirue shared much of what he knew. Yigio had no intention of acting independently. She was aware that many small tribes existed as family units. However, tribes without the protection of the Beast King City were considerably less stable. Moreover, she was curious about how that protection functioned. No worries, there is still time. During the cold season, we can venture out to recruit individuals. Finding solitary females at other times is no easy feat, but during the frigid season, when sustenance is scarce, certain tribes or wandering beastmen may launch assaults against others. The males are slaughtered entirely, while the females remain. However, some females are reluctant to stay. They possess the freedom to depart, thus presenting an opportunity for them to entice the females to join. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Regardless of Night Nine's plans, Shirue has resolved to support her. After surveying the surroundings and familiarizing themselves with the peach tree space, they return to the Grand Peach Tree. This majestic tree has reclaimed the energy and vitality it once lost, and with Night Nine's power, it has robustly regained its interest. She is now genuinely devoted and eager to please Night Nine. Previously, Night Nine had contemplated merging the peach tree space with her own, but after considering the establishment of a tribe, she felt it would be better to remain independent. Nevertheless, she wished to change locations, intending to use this space as a secret haven for herself and Shirue. Thus, she broached the subject with the Grand Peach Tree. Must one remain fixed in a single location? I am willing to follow you anywhere, as she spoke. The peach tree radiated a soft pink glow. The light enveloped Night Nine, and soon a peach blossom mark appeared on her forehead. Furthermore, Night Nine found several peach blossom-shaped stones in her possession. Concurrently, the voice of the peach tree resonated in her mind. You may entrust these stones to the beastmen you trust. They will be able to enter through them. It must be said that the Grand Peach Tree is quite astute, and Night Nine is exceedingly pleased with her. Although as males, Huchio and his companions are unable to independently harvest the fruits of the Grand Peach Tree, this space provides a refuge from any external predicaments. The air within is rich in spiritual energy, and ample open land exists for cultivation. Should they recruit suitable females, those individuals could cultivate energy plants within this sanctuary. Having designated planting areas would alleviate the need for them to rely on chance in the wild. Energy plants are exceedingly scarce, and numerous tribes inhabit this region. Any passing females with the ability to sense them would certainly gather them all. Awakened females can identify high-grade energy plants, while those without awakened abilities can still locate lower-grade ones. Such treasures would undoubtedly not escape the notice of the females. Not only could these plants sustain their male counterparts, but they would also serve as valuable trade commodities, worth more than energy stones. Given the scarcity of females and the abundance of males, their advancement and stability are inextricably linked to energy plants. Upon receiving the peach blossom stones, Night Nine had already devised a plan. Although Huchio and the others were not present, Shirue was, so she unhesitatingly entrusted one to him. I have granted you access. You may enter here from now on. Very well. Although he understood that Night Nine's fairness would ensure Huchio and the other beastmen also received their share upon returning, he felt a sense of pride in being the first to possess it. Reflecting on this, Shirue felt quite elated. While the peach tree space might seem devoid of resources, with a plan in place, they could not merely stand idly by. Thus, Night Nine directed Shirue to till the land, intending to plant some vegetables. Contrary to his expectations, he was unable to fulfill his mating plans. However, being able to assist Night Nine brought Shirue immense joy. And naturally, she had the final say that he efficiently turned over all the designated areas of land, awaiting her next instructions. The remainder of the task required no input from Shirue. Night Nine commanded the earth element to create small pits in the soil. Subsequently, she invigorated the seed's life force with the wood element, guiding them into the pits. Finally, she watered them and covered them with soil. Witnessing her effortlessly complete what had taken them several beastmen an entire morning, Shirue gained a deeper appreciation for her capabilities. Let us depart. It is time to leave. Noticing him still lost in thought, Night Nine tugged at him. Shirue, somewhat perplexed, asked, Is that all? Are we not to do anything else? The process had been completed, yet Night Nine's speed had left him unable to react. Indeed, now we simply await their rooting and sprouting for the vegetables to emerge. While he remained in a daze, Night Nine had already ushered him out of the peach tree space. Upon returning to the small cave, the thoughts he had suppressed earlier resurfaced that he gazed longingly at Night Nine, stirring her emotions. The once cool cave became infused with his fervor, and Night Nine found herself equally ignited. As thunder clashed with fire, the two beastmen embarked on a new round of intimate exchanges. After a while, Huchio and the other three beastmen, who had gone hunting, finally returned. Their expedition had been remarkably successful, with each beastman leveling up twice. Just as they intended to share their joyous news, they discovered that Shirue, living a tranquil life, had also achieved the same advancement. Initially believing himself to be the most formidable, Huichio felt a twinge of frustration upon realizing that Shirue's prowess remained on par with his own. He chastised himself for not putting in enough effort. Quite impressive. Considering that they were all males under Night 9, he deemed it advantageous for them to grow stronger, and thus he congratulated them joyfully. Shirue offered a slight smile. "Thank you. You three are exceptional, and your haul was substantial. Had it not been for your efforts, I would not have fared as well." The windy season was soon coming to a close, and the cold season was gradually approaching. Shirue realized that his movements had become somewhat cumbersome. Although he had already reached the 7th level as a beast man, his innate inclination towards hibernation hindered his ability to adequately protect Night 9 during the frigid season. At this moment, he felt immensely grateful that Night 9 was not solely relying on him as her male, that I shall enter hibernation. During this period, I cannot attend to Jiujio, that I must ask that you all take extra care. He had no intention of forcing himself, as he would proceed with hibernation regardless. Chapter 39, The Arrival of the Cold Season. His words left Huichio feeling somewhat displeased. You two have spent this time together. Do you truly believe Jiujio belongs solely to you? You need not worry. She is our female, and we will protect her well. Rest easy during your hibernation and strive to gather energy. Only then can you advance further in the warm season. Unlike the others, snake beastmen are released by their beast mothers and fathers at a mere few months of age. Due to their youth, they are unable to control their cold-blooded nature, and when hunger strikes, they will instinctively consume any creature nearby, even their own parents. Consequently, those who survive to adulthood among the snake beastmen are exceedingly formidable. Even at the same level, they can be merciless and challenging to contend with. Moreover, during each hibernation, as long as food is plentiful, they will endure until the warm season, when they can enhance their abilities. This cold season, they will not be lacking in sustenance. Should Shirue's energy be sufficient, he would undoubtedly experience a significant breakthrough in strength come the warm season, and he eagerly anticipates it. They are a family, a community. Whoever grows stronger benefits the entire household. As the first husband, possessing great strength is fundamental, yet gaining the affection of the female is paramount. Night 9's differing feelings towards Huichio solidify his position, leaving him unperturbed by any threat from Shirue. Moreover, he could discern that aside from his biological brother, the other two beast husbands had no intentions of vying for his position. They were all content and well-behaved. Thus, Huichio eagerly looked forward to their enhancement, as it would lighten his own burdens. Forgive me. It was my misstatement. Realizing his error, Shirue promptly admitted his mistake, piquing Lanya's curiosity that he had only returned a short while ago. Yet he noticed that Shirue had changed significantly. Is this the allure of the female? With the cold season fast approaching, they refrained from venturing far, as their current strength and provisions were adequate to confront any challenges posed by the impending cold season. Besides food, warmth was of utmost importance. Night 9 was naturally unperturbed by such weather. Yet to recruit females, adequate heating was essential. Otherwise, they risked losing any newcomers. Therefore, in the days to come, they diligently began burning coal under Night 9's guidance. In the new era, Night 9 had lived in the south, where winter was often endured through positive energy. However, the region she inhabited was not particularly frigid during winter. Nonetheless, her curiosity about the northern climate led her to be well-versed in constructing heated platforms. Having mastered the heated platforms, how could she not learn about coal burning? Initially motivated purely by her inquisitiveness, she never anticipated her sudden transportation to another realm, nor that she would actually utilize her knowledge from the new era. To digress, returning to the topic at hand, after an extensive period of burning, they accumulated sufficient coal. Night 9 joyfully gathered them for a sumptuous dinner, intending to rest for a few days. However, the cold season is unforgiving. One morning, it stealthily descended upon them. Just yesterday, the weather had been quite pleasant, yet upon awakening, the ground lay blanketed in snow. Although the valley's geographical position is unique, the snow reached knee-deep, making movement arduous. What could they do? They could only huddle in for the winter. Yet, as a child of the South, Night 9 found herself thoroughly enchanted by the snow. Undeterred by the cold, she dashed outside. It's snowing. The snow in the sky cascades gently downwards, while Yi Jiu's face is adorned with a radiant smile. The four male members of Hu Qiu are filled with concern, hesitant to intervene for fear of inciting her anger. Ultimately, they can only closely follow her, ready to embrace her should she show any signs of discomfort. The presence of males proves advantageous. One keeps watch, another tends to the warming ginger soup, while the other two engage in various tasks. In contrast to her joy, the emotions of Hu Qiu and the others are rather complex. Unlike Yi Jiu, who delights in the snow, they understand that its arrival heralds the onset of the harsh cold season, signifying a scarcity of food, leading many beastmen to succumb to hunger or freezing. They cannot fathom why Yi Jiu is so cheerful. The only explanation they can muster is that her former tribe must have been exceedingly prosperous. Only a beastman, well-fed and warmly clothed, would dare to embrace the cold season with such enthusiasm, as hunting becomes impossible and they are left to consume stored provisions. What is the point of overthinking? We are not lacking in food or clothing, Hushan dismissively remarks. She Rue coldly retorts, what we possess did not come from the wind. It was accumulated bit by bit. Those who starve or freeze do so due to their own incompetence and laziness. Why should we feel sorrow for such beastmen? The more useless ones perish, the more resources are available for capable ones. Nature selects the fittest. The weak have no right to exist. A serpent who was abandoned by his beast father and mother at a mere few months old, and has since survived without knowledge of their identities. She Rue speaks with authority that if he, a mere cub, can struggle to survive and become a formidable beastman, why should those sheltered by their beast parents fail to thrive? Hu Qiu, upon hearing the words of the two males, feels his own thoughts to be rather absurd. Indeed, as a wandering beastman, he had only the protection of his beast father. When his father passed away, he and his siblings were still quite young and not yet adults, yet they managed to survive. Compared to the three males, Lanya is fortunate. His beast father and mother are still present and care for him well. Yet he believes that Hu Qiu's trio does not err in their reasoning. Laziness leads to hunger. Brother, do not harbor any feelings of pity. Have you not heard? There was a tribe that showed compassion to certain beastmen. Yet these creatures were indolent and sought to gain without giving. Eventually, that tribe ceased their aid, but those beastmen had grown accustomed to demanding sustenance, fostering resentment in their hearts. Ultimately, they led the wandering beastmen to pillage and wreak havoc upon the tribe that had sheltered them. They claimed that their household was too large to sustain, yet they had many brothers who could all be well fed. Even during times of scarcity, aside from illness and untimely death, none had starved. Remembering his beast father and mother, he recalls that he is yet to discuss the matter of forming a bond with them. He resolves to wait until Yi Jiu bears his offspring before returning, so that his beast mother will not deem him a failure. As they converse, they occasionally glance at Yi Jiu frolicking in the snow, their hearts filled with contentment. Having never experienced snow before, Yi Jiu indulges herself today. Initially, she dashes about, embracing the snow, rolling snowballs, and later beckoning Hu Qiu and the others to join her in a snowball fight. After a few days, she grows tired of it and can retreat to the cave to rest, which indeed eases the minds of Hu Qiu and his companions, who fear she might catch a chill. Fortunately, Yi Jiu remains in good health. As the cold season progresses, there are few recreational activities aside from eating and drinking, leaving Yi Jiu exceedingly bored. She believes it is time to commence her plans for the wind season. That I will accompany you. My strength is unmatched, and I can protect you well, plus my fur is quite warm, asserts Hu Qiu. As the first husband to Hushan, unwilling to concede, counters, we must remain outside for an extended period. My culinary skills are unparalleled, ensuring that Jiu is pleased and satisfied that I cannot be left behind. Upon hearing the words of the two brothers, Lanya grits his teeth, at a loss for words. After all, whatever advantages he possesses, the brothers share and surpass him in. Moreover, their valley requires guardianship. As for She Rue, he has been in a state of lethargy since the first snow of the cold season, yet is unable to shake off his concern for Yi Jiu. Once she ceases her snow play, he succumbs to drowsiness. After much discussion, Lanya remains behind. Of course, he is not idle. He must tidy up the cave to prepare for the arrival of other beastmen. With the idea of establishing a tribe in mind, Yi Jiu naturally digs out a few more caves. This spacious cave can accommodate a considerable number of beastmen. However, aside from the common area where beastmen can gather to discuss matters, she is unwilling to allow anyone else to reside within. Only her males and offspring may dwell inside. Other beastmen must remain outside. The conditions of the external caves may not be as favorable as the large cave, but they are not significantly lacking either. Each measures between 10-50 square meters, with size determined by the number of inhabitants in their family. Furthermore, each one will feature a large Kong, providing warmth and facilitating cooking. Yegeo has naturally considered other aspects. Thus, she has installed chimneys to prevent the kitchen from becoming engulfed in smoke. In any case, she will not open the cave to other beastmen. She has already arranged for a large kitchen to be constructed by Hu Qiu and his companions. If they find cooking within their living cave unsatisfactory, they can utilize the large kitchen. In any event, she has organized everything quite thoroughly, ensuring that the conditions are undoubtedly superior to those of other tribes. And indeed, as she predicted, upon witnessing the comforts of Yegeo's small tribe, none of them planned to leave after their arrival. Of course, that is a matter for later. For now, it is set aside. Once all arrangements are finalized, the two brothers Hu Qiu lead Yegeo out of the valley. Upon emerging, they immediately sense a marked difference that if the temperature within the valley hovers around -10 degrees. Outside it is at least -30 degrees. Hu Qiu promptly inquires of Yegeo, "Are you cold? Climb onto my back and take some beast skins from the space." After saying this, he instructs Hushan, "Transform into human form and sit on my back, holding Geo. Previously, to avoid being caught off guard in case of an ambush, the two brothers remained in beast form. Now, to prevent Yegeo from catching a chill. This arrangement is the most suitable to no need. "I'm not cold, let's continue," she replies. "How could one who can control various elements feel cold? It is merely a matter of adapting momentarily. A slight adjustment will suffice." She is not a fragile female who would fall ill from a gust of wind. Hearing the calmness in Yegeo's tone, and noting that she does not shiver, Hu Qiu finally feels at ease. Though he instinctively slows his pace, his attentiveness endears him to Yegeo, who snuggles closer to him. Hu Qiu feels as if he might freeze, a warmth radiating from his lower body. "Don't be silly. We're outside." "What to do?" His female is so affectionate that Yegeo sweetly replies, Qiu, you are so wonderful." Such a tone stirs Hu Qiu's blood, igniting a desire within him. Observing their interaction, Hushan feels a pang of jealousy. "What about me? Am I not good enough? You are wonderful. Both of you hold a special place in my heart. Your goodness is unique," Yegeo reassures, though her words are somewhat insincere. Nevertheless, Hushan feels a surge of sweetness and delight. Due to the toxic mist, this area is devoid of beastmen. They have walked all day without encountering a single one. Let us seek out a barren region. Our forest is relatively abundant in resources, so it is unlikely that many beastmen have starved. They cannot run about aimlessly like headless flies, as such behavior is devoid of purpose. Although food is abundant and energy is not lacking, wastefulness must be avoided. Upon hearing the commands of Yegeo, Hu Qiu and the others swiftly altered their course. The place where he had previously lived with Hushan was a bit distant from here. While it cannot be deemed far, it is clear that Lanya and Shirue possess greater knowledge of the area. However, prior to the onset of the cold season, they ventured out and thoroughly explored this region. Thus they naturally know where it is more barren at this moment. Their steps are resolute. In fact, there remains less than a month until the cold season, and the majority of the orcs have stored enough food to last. Their outing at this time does not yield greater rewards than those harvested in the middle to late stages of the cold season. Yet, there is no alternative, having lingered in the valley for too long. Yegeo felt quite uncomfortable. The scenery in the valley is quite pleasant, but after prolonged observation, it becomes somewhat tedious. A change of scenery is needed for a refreshing perspective. Hu Qiu and the others are well aware of this. Previously, they lacked the strength to venture out, but now, the two brothers, one at level 7 and the other at level 6, have nearly become the vanguard of this forest. Encountering any danger no longer instills fear within them. And their female companions are not without their own means of self-defense. It is indeed crucial to venture out more often, as the growth and advancement of the males necessitate ample experience. And the awakened females are no exception. Importantly, once they emerged, they could sense that Yegeo's mood was exceedingly cheerful. The cold season is not devoid of sunlight, but rather, the sun rises late and sets early. It feels as though a day passes in the blink of an eye, and soon darkness envelopes the land. Traveling at night is inherently perilous, and the temperature drops rapidly, estimated to be around -5 to 6 degrees. Having previously ventured out, the two brothers are well aware of suitable resting spots, so without much exertion, they soon arrived at a commendable cave. This cave spans merely a few dozen square meters, and it is exceptionally dry, with the ground strewn with dry grass. The place is remarkably secluded, containing only their scent, devoid of any other orc presence. After a brief inspection, the two brothers decided to settle here. Caring for a female orc is significantly easier with the two of them working together. One prepares a bed for Yijio, while the other retrieves items from their space to cook. Once Huqiu finished setting up, he did not simply watch Hushan, the male, busily at work, but rather assisted him. Although his culinary skills do not match Hushan's, he lent a helping hand. With the assistance of another orc, Hushan's cooking speed increased considerably. There is no need for particular finesse when preparing food outside, as many ingredients are only slightly processed. Thus, within approximately half an hour, a warm meal was ready. After a day of braving the elements, while Yijio did not feel cold, the food warmed her heart once it reached her mouth. After finishing her meal, she needed not do much. Merely fetching hot water from her space to wash her face and hands, soaking her feet, drying off, and preparing for sleep. The two brothers, likewise, cleaned the pots and utensils, and followed suit in washing their faces. Hands and feet. It is prudent to remain vigilant in the outdoors. They tacitly agreed that one orc would keep watch for half the night to avoid any unforeseen incidents. The one not on watch naturally nestled close to Yijio to rest. Chapter 41. The cat demon Xiaoye. This night is peaceful, and after a restful slumber until dawn, Yijio and the three orcs rose to wash up and prepare breakfast. The breakfast consisted of meat porridge, accompanied by fried eggs and roasted meat. While the meal was quite sumptuous, to Yijio and her companions, it appeared rather ordinary. However, to other orcs, it was a luxury. During the cold season, their diet primarily consists of wild vegetable soup or small pieces of roasted meat to last the day. After their meal, they continued their pursuit of orc-related endeavors that, as the saying goes, the path to success is often lined with obstacles, yet fortune may come with ease. Having encountered no yields the previous day, upon venturing out today, they sensed the presence of several orcs drawing near. Huqiu sniffed the air and remarked, "Jiao, there is a female orc you seek," accompanied by a strong scent of blood. As they approached, Yijio's eyes brightened, and she discreetly used her mental energy to investigate. Not far ahead, several orcs were advancing cautiously. "Xiaoye, are you certain we should proceed this way?" one of them inquired. "This place feels exceptionally promising. We have no other options left." The female orc, referred to as Xiaoye, responded softly, occasionally rubbing her hands together. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she sensed a hint of food in the air. The instinct of a demon hinted to her that she might soon encounter an opportunity. Indeed, she was not a native orc, but a cat demon hailing from a realm of cultivation. As a member of the demon race, her path to enlightenment was fraught with challenges. Yet, fortune smiled upon her, and through diligent effort, she managed to reach the threshold of transcending tribulation. Unexpectedly caught in a calamity, she succumbed to the thunderous tribulation she could have withstood, reduced to mere ashes. Believing her journey to have ended, she was astonished to awaken in this new realm. Here, the spiritual energy is sparse. A far cry from the cultivation world she once inhabited. Fortunately, her body had been born here, and her name remained unchanged from her past life. Not only that, but her innate abilities from her previous existence also persisted. Although her mind-reading skill, which was sometimes unreliable, proved somewhat troublesome, the spatial ability inherent to her demon lineage rendered her life in the orc world quite comfortable. Regrettably, her once vast spatial realm had shrunk to a mere 20 square meters. A dismal size. While it could no longer expand, it was still possible to cultivate crops within it, turning misfortune into a blessing. Upon reaching adulthood, she awakened her spatial powers, providing ample storage for her needs. The yearning for her cultivation world gradually faded as she found joy in her current life, in the orc realm. As a female, she could acquire many things without exerting excessive effort. Over the past decade, She had managed to learn quite a bit, albeit sporadically. Not to mention, she had gained a thorough understanding of the circumstances in the orc world. She developed a fondness for rituals, which led her to become a priestess. However, after a strenuous previous life, she did not wish to invest too much effort in learning this time around. After all, the priest had several disciples apart from her, due to her laid-back attitude and lack of competitive spirit. Her fellow disciples treated her with kindness. The rituals did not require her to worry, and for her safety, she had already secured 3 orc husbands. These husbands were meticulously chosen by her orc parents, and she held great affection for them. They had already formed a bond. Mi Bei, a proud and formidable level 4 cat orc, spoke little but possessed a warm heart, excelling in hunting. Chi Xiu, a tall and imposing level 4 orc, transformed into a youthful figure, his voice youthful and tender, that he maintained an aloof demeanor before outsiders, yet was exceedingly endearing in her presence, alternating with Mi Bei during hunts. Tu Jiogo, a small orc saved by her mother from the beak of a bird, had grown up alongside her. Currently at level 3, his combat prowess was not high, and he could only capture small to medium-sized prey. Nevertheless, he was gentle and an excellent cook, his eyes filled with admiration for her. In her space, apart from a few animal skin garments, all else belonged to her. Initially believing her life would be unremarkable until its conclusion, she was taken aback to discover that her cousin harbored such deep-seated animosity towards her. Attracting wandering orcs, was he out of his mind? How could he be so irrational? The thought of her orc parents and 2 biological brothers filled Xiao Yi's heart with pain. Hearing her voice tremble, the concerned male orc spoke gently. Xiao Yi, are you all right? I am fine, just missing my father and mother. She replied that in her previous life, she had wandered alone, enduring various forms of bullying until she grew strong enough to fend off the demons. After arriving in the orc realm, she had long since grown accustomed to the love of her orc parents. Especially considering that their quartet had been able to escape safely, it was all due to their protective efforts. Upon hearing her words, Mi Bei and the other 2 males fell silent. Jiogo, being more perceptive, offered comfort. Once we find a strong tribe to rely on, we can return and seek revenge. Although Mi Bei often bickered with Chi Xiu, they shared a deep bond. And he added, at the very least, we must ensure Chi Xiu receives treatment. Otherwise, he might meet the beast god sooner than expected. Jiu Ji's condition was manageable, but he too bore injuries. Compared to the optimism of the 2 orcs, Chi Xiu remained far more subdued. When speaking of himself, his expression grew complex. We do not know much about the tribes in this area. Though I am at level 4, my current injuries are severe, and it would require a considerable price for a shaman to assist me. We do not possess many resources left, and they must be reserved for Xiao Yi during the cold season. I will endure. If I cannot hold on, you must take good care of her, that if you encounter a suitable and powerful male orc, feel free to invite him to join us. The more males we have, the better we can protect Xiao Yi. He coughed as he spoke, having lost too much blood, his complexion alarming pale, a stark contrast to the snow beneath him. Upon hearing this, Mi Bei erupted in anger. What nonsense are you spouting? If Xiao Yi says there is a way, then there is a way. I cannot bear to watch Chi Xiu die before my eyes. Enough, there is no need for you to arrange my future. I possess the ability to protect myself, that if you speak like this again, I shall ignore you. After Chi Xiu's brief mention of future arrangements, Xiao Yi was infuriated. While they deliberated, they had not considered that Yi Jiu was well aware of their discussion. Witnessing their unwavering loyalty, she felt a newfound respect for them. She waved her hand. Let us proceed. That silver wolf seems to be in dire straits. The cat demon was particularly fond of that orc. Should the silver wolf perish, she would likely mourn for a long time. These orcs would soon become her subjects, and saving him would not only add another laborer, but also earn her their gratitude and loyalty. Very well. Chuchio did not ask many questions. Carrying her forward, following the scent, they drew closer. The 4 beast men from Xiao Yi became increasingly vigilant, sensing the approaching orc whose aura radiated a strength far superior to theirs. Instilling a sense of impending danger, Chi Xiu, with a resolute expression, declared, I will hold them off for a while. You all take Xiao Yi and flee. When their cousin had arrived with his companions, he bore no ill intentions, yet their tribe was ultimately annihilated. The opposing party had not displayed any overt hostility, but they could not afford to be unprepared, having suffered once from such navet. They could not afford to fall into the same trap again. No, we are family. If we must die, let us perish together. While vigilance is commendable against their mere third or fourth levels, escape was not an option. Observing that they did not abandon one another, Hu Qiu and Hu Shan held a favorable first impression of them. Chapter 42. Conditions for establishing a tribe met as they approached, coupled with the pressure Hu Qiu deliberately exuded. The expressions of the four beastmen from Xiao Yi changed dramatically. However, the sharp-eyed Xiao Yi spotted Yi Jiu on Hu Qiu's back, and her heart suddenly calmed that a male with a female companion would not seize her away. And he certainly was not a rogue beastman. Although she did not understand why Hanji had come, her intuition told her that Yi Jiu could assist her. Therefore, she revealed a sweet smile. Sister, are you sent by the beast god to rescue us? Despite having never met, she felt an inexplicable affinity towards Yi Jiu and longed to be close to her, though her voice lacked the sweetness of her smile. It was crisp and melodious, pleasing to the ears of Yi Jiu, who found her quite endearing. She could not resist the call of sister, at what Yi Jiu nodded. Indeed, would you like to join my tribe? Together, we can thrive and grow, all right. Without consulting with the three male beastmen from Ebay, Xiao Yi made her decision. She held feelings for these three males, especially Qi Xiu, who was gravely injured, if left untreated. He might truly meet the beast god. Thus, she shamelessly pleaded, Sister, does your tribe have a shaman? I wish to heal my male. Upon hearing this, Mi Bei and the others were deeply touched. Most females were often cold and selfish. Yet Xiao Yi had not abandoned them in their time of peril. She had fought alongside them, which had already brought them immense joy. Now, witnessing such a proud female humbly requesting aid from another female indicated just how significant they were to her. Xiao Yi need not act thus. Life and death are fated, and merely being taken in by a tribe would suffice. Qi Xiu was already on the verge of reaching level 5, yet he could not discern the strength of the two males, indicating that the opposing party was far superior in level. That Qi Xiu bore the most severe injuries, followed by Jiu Gu, while Mi Bei, though somewhat wounded, fared much better than the two males, even with light injuries. Xiao Yi did not wish to lose any of them. Do not speak. I am the head of this family. I will decide. Cats, dogs, and rabbits are somewhat adorable. Even when angry, they appear endearingly cute. Originally, they had set out to rescue beastmen, and in the first batch, they had found a female. Yi Jiu was elated and had no intention of being difficult, though she lacked a proper shaman. She possessed medicines. Would you like to use them? Xiao Yi immediately replied, yes. I will trade you for them. Saying this, she summoned some herbs from her internal space with her mind, as a cat demon surviving alone. How could she be unaware of herbs? She may not have known much, but the herbs she cultivated in her space were all hemostatic, that I in the beast world. It was an enigma. The healing herbs could not be used independently. They had to be refined into pills or powders by a shaman or healer to be effective. Otherwise, she could not bear to watch her male bleed excessively. This batch of herbs consisted of dozens of fresh specimens, entirely unlike the beastman's space, resembling freshly picked ones, still glistening with DEWDPS. In the beastman's space, time is relatively static. Food spoils slowly, but not imperceptibly. For instance, in the hot season, food left outside for half a day or a day spoils. While in the beastman's space, it takes 10 days to half a month to spoil. This little cat is somewhat special. It is unknown whether it experienced some fortuitous encounter, or if, like her, it traversed through time, or perhaps was reborn, thus possessing a golden finger. However, seeing the naive clarity in her eyes, Yi Jiu shook her head, concluding she was not ill-intentioned. She accepted the herbs and then reminded her, these herbs are quite fresh. Simultaneously, a meaningful smile graced her lips. Xiao Yi's heart sank, realizing she had inadvertently exposed her secret, that in her eagerness to trade herbs for healing Mi Bei and the others, she had forgotten that revealing her secret was unwise. Indeed, she had not disclosed the identities of the three males. The beast father, the beast mother, and her own brother. It was unexpected that she had revealed so much on their very first meeting. Fortunately, the female before her bore no ill intentions. Thank you, sister. I'll be more careful in the future. Xiao Yi felt that following Yi Jiu was an exceedingly wise decision. After obtaining the herbs, Xiao Yi had already given them to Mi Bei and the others, allowing them to tend to their wounds. That Mi Bei and the others did not overthink it. They cleaned their wounds and applied the herbs. A cool, soothing sensation began to emerge, and soon, after washing with hot water, Qi Xiu's bleeding was staunched in an instant. Their initial indifference vanished completely. This medicine is extraordinarily effective. Where did you acquire such herbs? They could discern that Yi Jiu was of a higher level. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for her to accompany males during the cold season. Given her inherent strength and such medicine, Mi Bei and the three males treated her with newfound respect. These are just some simple concoctions. Once you join our tribe, you may exchange for as many as you wish. However, Yi Jiu did not wish to conceal the circumstances of her tribe and was quite frank about it. Upon hearing that there were only 5 beastmen in their tribe, the 3 males from Mi Bei hesitated significantly. They still bore deep-seated grudges, and a tribe with so few members would make revenge difficult. However, everything Yi Jiu had presented was enticing. Xiao Yi was quite satisfied. Isn't that perfect? With fewer beastmen, there will be fewer disputes, and we can share more of what we gather. Jiuge, who often took her opinions into account, agreed, yes, this way it will be stable. Their words left Mi Bei and the 2 males in a state of amusement. That Dio, you know what you were saying, with only 7 of us beastmen. Whether in hunting or defending the tribe, it will be quite inconvenient and easy prey for rogue beastmen. That I asked the first husband. Mi Bei had to consider matters more deeply, and no worries. The valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. Leaving 1 or 2 beastmen behind will suffice. That I am already at level 7, my brother at level 6, and the 2 males remaining in the tribe are also at level 7. Hu Qiu understood his meaning and thus elaborated on the situation. Indeed, previously, Lanya, who was at the same level as Hushan, surged to level 7 shortly after the onset of the cold season. Not to mention, with such strength, they are already far ahead of other small tribes. They had initially harbored some doubts, but upon learning about Hu Qiu and the others' levels, their last shred of hesitation vanished completely. Xiao Yi was correct. They would heed her counsel. After applying the powder, the wounds had already improved significantly, and Qi Xiu no longer appeared pale. Jiuge and Mi Bei's minor injuries were nearly healed as well. They were somewhat impatient. When shall we return to the tribe? Having confirmed their intention to join, they regarded the tribe as their own. And so the question came quite naturally that we still need to find a few more beastmen to return for construction. Your earlier thoughts were quite valid. Having too few beastmen indeed poses a problem. That why Yi Jiu did not intend to return just yet. Considering Qi Xiu and the others' injuries, she instructed Hushan to guide them. Hushan was displeased. Brother, as a beastman, you should protect her properly. Your cooking is unpalatable. Initially pleased to see Yi Jiu so happy and approving of them, he was now dissatisfied. Our valley is easily recognizable. Situated within a thick fog, and one knew how this poisonous mist had formed. Even the cold season had failed to freeze it. While speaking, Hushan took out detoxification pills to distribute to them. You must consume this to enter. The mist is toxic. Chapter 43. Sloth requires strength. Hushan had always been sparing with the detoxification pills, and now, giving away for it once, his heart ached. However, compared to the companionship of Yi Jiu, these 4 pills seemed trivial. Upon seeing him produce the detoxification pills, Xiao Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. She hesitated, eager to inquire about something, yet unsure how to broach the subject. She suspected Hushan might also hail from the cultivation world. Otherwise, how could he concoct pills? But recalling Yi Jiu's earlier mention of casually refining medicine, she wondered if detoxification pills were also among them. Could it be that she was a pill master? Xiao Yi tentatively asked, Do you know about spirits? Those with intelligence who can cultivate into human forms. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yi Jiu's eyes. Yes. Xiao Yi confirmed that Yi Jiu, like herself, came from the cultivation world, and no wonder, she felt such a warm familiarity towards Yi Jiu. They were both from the same place, seeing her take this at face value without probing further. Yi Jiu found it particularly amusing that it was not that she wished to tease Xiao Yi. Rather, there were many secrets that could not be shared with others. Otherwise, they would cease to be secrets. She had not even disclosed this to Hu Qiu and the others. So how could she be transparent with Xiao Yi? Such misunderstandings are inconsequential. After all, the memories she has lost may indeed pertain to the realm of cultivation. It seems reasonable to assert that she hails from the world of immortals. Fortifying her psychological resolve, Yi Jiu's gaze remained composed. There was little she could do about Xiao Ye's Na'vi demeanor. which elicited a hint of guilt, albeit slight. Knowing that they shared a hometown, Xiao Yi felt a sense of camaraderie with her, chattering incessantly. She monopolized her femininity, causing Hu Qiu and Hu Shan to feel somewhat disgruntled, leading them to cast stern glances at Mi Bei, warning him, "Tend to your female," that it was rare for them to witness Xiao Yi forming such a close bond with another female. Although they could not comprehend a conversation, as long as they were not abandoned, they were content to engage in any discourse. Thus, they pretended not to understand, allowing Xiao Yi to converse with Yi Jiu. Observing that Yi Jiu did not reject Xiao Yi, they ultimately fell silent. Somewhat disgruntled that as the conversation progressed, Xiao Yi and the four beastmen did not depart. They intended to contribute to their tribe. Naturally, Hu Shan did not reclaim the detoxification pills, for they would eventually join the tribe and still require them to compensate for his loss. Yi Jiu generously bestowed upon him another vial, even more than before, which filled Hu Shan with pride, prompting him to boast before Hu Qiu from time to time. Consequently, he received a harsh beating from Hu Qiu. Their raucous banter resembled that of ordinary males. And Mi Bei and the other beastmen shed their previous reservations, aware of their tribe's need for manpower, and recognizing Xiao Yi and her companions' ulterior motives, they openly discussed their tribe's affairs. Currently, their Orange Cat tribe had suffered significant losses, with many perishing or dispersing, leaving only a handful of beastmen. However, if those remaining were brought back to the tribe, it could substantially bolster their population. They were industrious, and despite their size rendering them less adept at hunting large prey, they could rely on capturing smaller beasts and gathering resources, ensuring their tribe rarely faced starvation. Belonging to a weaker beast tribe, they had not only retained their original Orange Cat members, but also sheltered beastmen of various forms. Although they could sustain themselves, they still had the backing of the Yellow Lion tribe. Without the protection of the Yellow Lion tribe, they would be vulnerable to plundering by other tribes. The recent influx of wandering beastmen was driven by hunger, treachery from within, and the ongoing conflict between the Yellow Lion tribe and the newly arrived Gray Leopard tribe. Otherwise, no nearby tribe or group of wandering beastmen would dare to act against them. This was merely their suggestion. The final decision rested with Yi Jiu. They had become beastmen of a tribe, and all matters must prioritize the tribe's welfare. Even former kin must take a back seat in the face of tribal allegiance. Let us first visit the Orange Cat tribe, and then proceed to the Yellow Lion tribe you mentioned. Fortunately, they possessed keen judgment and good fortune that Yi Jiu not only had an affinity for cats and dogs, but also found herself in need of beastmen. Thus, upon hearing their proposal, she resolved to delve into this murky situation, her instincts indicating that great rewards awaited her. "Thank you, Chief." Although most tribal leaders were male, Xiao Yi only recognized Yi Jiu, and the chief's call was sincere. "No need for formality. We are now part of the same tribe, but by the way, you mentioned you were a shaman. I entrust you with the responsibilities of future rituals, as our tribe lacks a priest. Furthermore, a shaman must be sought, for her laziness would not allow her to attend to beastmen's ailments without cause." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi appeared somewhat dazed. "Huh? How did I end up as a priestess while planning to ride on someone else's coattails? No, I can't do it. I believe you are entirely capable," Yi Jiu declared resolutely, sending her a mental message. "You can cultivate medicinal herbs, right? I will select a few commonly used ones for you to plant. Rest assured, this contribution to the tribe will earn you recognition." Her CPU felt nearly overwhelmed. Who had informed her that she would be saddled with so many responsibilities in just a few brief exchanges? Xiao Ye's bewildered expression amused Mi Bei and the other males. What happened to Xiao Yi? Nothing. She was suddenly entrusted with significant duties by the chief and is a bit taken aback. She understood that Yi Jiu's decisions were immutable, and her leisurely days were likely at an end. "You know, you are simply too lackadaisical. Those awakened females are eager for opportunities to shine. Yet here you are, despite your high rank, only thinking about basking in the sun all day," Jiu Good gently remarked. Although his strength was not inferior to the other two males, he had initially felt quite self-conscious. Yet, Xiao Yi treated them all the same, displaying a character that was inherently uncalculating, which gradually fostered a more open and cheerful disposition within him. Life as a beast man is fleeting. One should savor each day with joy. This sentiment was undoubtedly true, yet Yi Jiu reminded her, laziness is only permissible with sufficient strength. Have you not yet grasped the reason for your tribulations? as a priestess, you can avert calamity and attract fortune. You are merely a shaman. However, should you diligently practice, you may develop some predictive abilities. She too was relaxed, yet she never neglected her self-improvement. Her possessing strength enabled one to accomplish more and made certain choices less obligatory. Yi Jiu's words jolted Xiao Yi into clarity. Although harsh, they were nonetheless the truth that it was her inadequacy that had led to her parents' suffering. I understand now. I shall diligently fulfill my responsibilities as a priestess and ensure that the tragedies of the past do not recur. Seeing her comprehension, Yi Jiu refrained from saying more. In the days that followed, Yi Jiu perched atop Hu Qiu, while Xiao Yi sat upon Mi Bei. Qi Xiu and Jiu Ge transformed into human form to recuperate on him, while Hu Shan remained in beast form for precautionary measures. With a formidable beastman in their midst, they felt considerably less pressure and could afford to relax. That he increasingly believed that joining this tribe was a fortuitous decision. Initially seeking a powerful tribe to join and contribute significantly before broaching the subject of revenge with the chief, he had not anticipated that they would encounter such an opportunity so soon after joining. Returning early would enable them to rescue their family sooner. Being a member of a new tribe was far preferable to living as a defeated slave. Chapter 44. Proactively signing the slave contract to avoid capture. They traveled for quite some time. Due to the scent of blood, they occasionally found themselves in skirmishes, sometimes panicking and losing their way. Thus, returning home would require considerable effort. The cold season was protracted, and as time passed, the potential for encountering more beastmen increased. However, witnessing their diligent navigation, Yi Jiu found herself somewhat exasperated. You truly cannot recall the way home, can you? The snow has masked the scent. Returning will not be easy. Ugh, this is infuriating. Resigned, she placed a hand on her forehead. Describe some distinctive features, and I shall guide you, relying on you. I doubt we can arrive before the end of this cold season. Mi Bei and the other beastmen felt a twinge of shame. All right, in the end, they did not locate Xiao Ye's previous tribe, but they did encounter family members who had escaped along the way. Their condition was far worse than that of the 4 beastmen. Upon their meeting, they were engaged in a desperate battle against a pack of ravenous wolves. The situation was perilous, but Yi Jiu responded swiftly, ensnaring the wolves with her vines. With the crisis averted, Xiao Ye's elder brother's arm was spared. As Yi Jiu was a female, they sensed a familiar aura and exhibited no signs of wariness. They expressed their gratitude. Thank you, female. It was evident she was an awakened female, not to be offended. Besides Xiao Ye's beast father and mother and her 2 elder brothers, her 2 cousins had also survived. Xiao Ye's beast mother possessed a rank, albeit only at level 2, yet she retained the basic ability to ward off the cold. However, her 2 cousins and aunt were in dire condition, on the verge of death. Their beast husband's attempts to provide warmth had proven futile. Having evaded the chaos of war and the ferocity of wild beasts, they now faced the prospect of succumbing to the bitter winds. Don't mention it. Consider it a loan, and repay me later. They were all her own labor force. A decrease in numbers meant a loss for her. As she spoke, Yi Jiu produced some medicine. Administer this to them, and their temperature will return to normal. Also, provide them with plenty of warm water. You need to attend to their injuries. Otherwise, the scent of blood will attract wild beasts, and I wish to avoid such complications. Though her tone was rather brusque, Xiao Ye's family was immensely grateful that we will repay you. Fortunately, they heeded the priestess's advice and remained vigilant. Otherwise, they would not have survived. In a defeated tribe, males were typically slaughtered, while females were retained to bear offspring. Should a female wish to leave, she could do so. However, without the protection of a male, most females would be captured by wandering beastmen upon venturing out. Compared to mating with their enemies, leaving would lead to humiliation, while remaining would allow them to enjoy their previous privileges. Naturally, females who were indifferent to males would not perceive the males from their former tribe as adversaries. In fact, they often preferred even stronger males. Observing that Xiao Ye's family of females had accompanied their males, Yi Jiu regarded them quite favorably. The medicine of a shaman was incredibly precious. This female had provided so much at once that they felt as though they did not deserve it. As the medicine took effect, their fever gradually subsided, and their injuries began to improve, leading to an even greater sense of trust in Yi Jiu. Initially intending to express their gratitude, they spoke. Female. We are willing to become your slaves. As the head of the household, they possess this authority. The females enjoy certain privileges. Should they willingly agree, one female may take on the role of a slave to another, particularly if the latter is an awakened female. The rules of the beast world are decidedly more favorable towards her, regardless of Night Geo's status as an awakened female or the life-saving grace she has provided. The females of the Xiaoye family consider becoming her slave to be a matter of pride, especially those of her unawakened cousins, who are eager for such an opportunity if a contract is signed under the witness of the beast god. They would awaken in turn. Although they would rank 3 levels lower than the awakened female, it is a small price to pay for a chance at a life beyond the ordinary. Once awakened, any female offspring they bear will inherit their awakened traits. From their brief conversation, they have already discerned that Night Geo's strength is at least level 5, which is truly remarkable. However, as her slaves, they would at least possess level 2 with sincere service. They might have the chance to progress further. That I do not require slaves, but I do need my kin to assist in building the tribe. Night Geo is well aware of their intentions. That A's kin. She need not concern herself excessively. Should they be slaves, there would be many worries to manage. She is not one who relishes complications, thus she naturally wishes to avoid such a scenario. Yet, the rules of the beast world dictate that accepting them as slaves is not only safer, but also beneficial for the tribe's development. That as she hesitated, the eldest cousin of Xiaoye spoke up. My lord, entering into a contract with you would greatly facilitate the tribe's construction. With our presence, the collection of resources and the search for energy plants to upgrade the warriors would be significantly simplified. The second aunt has a level, and Xiaoye has awakened as well. After working so hard for so long without any results, this is her only chance. Miao Shaoan does not believe that any other awakened female surpass Night Geo. She has studied various tribes, most of which do not exceed level 3, that unlike the one before her, who, despite her youth, stands equal to or even surpasses the majority of males in strength. Indeed, in the nearby tribes, most males range between levels 2 and 3, forming the backbone of their communities. That a small number reach levels 4 to 5. The strength of a tribe is determined by the number of warriors at these higher levels. Their original tribe had many females, numbering in the dozens and thousands of kin, yet the number of level 4 warriors was limited, rendering it merely a middle-tier tribe. Furthermore, the warriors of levels 2 and 3 constituted only half their number, with many being ordinary beastmen of level 1 or none at all. Compared to those small tribes with fewer than 10 females but a significant number of level 4 warriors, their combat prowess falls notably short. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily defeated by these wandering beasts. This is what you earnestly sought. I shall grant your request. Night Geo is not fond of the task of gathering. If they are all her slaves, such matters would not fall upon her. Having come to this conclusion, Night Geo readily agrees. Upon her acquiescence, the unawakened females are filled with joy, despite the biting wind. They are surprisingly oblivious to the cold. Their hearts are ablaze. Their males breathe a sigh of relief, equally exhilarated that if their females awaken and bear young, those offspring will undoubtedly be stronger than those born of ordinary females, ensuring better sustenance. Following her memories, Night Geo recites the incantation and gently taps their foreheads. That a flash of the character for slave vanishes. The contract is complete, and Night Geo can already sense their conditions. With but a thought, these females could meet their demise in an instant, along with their males. Indeed, it is a joint responsibility. Even if the offspring do not perish, the beast mother's death would leave them severely injured. How domineering this slave contract is! Yet, she finds it utterly delightful. It is remarkably secure. Henceforth, there will be no need to venture outside for gathering. I shall assign you tasks. Chapter 45. Accepting portions of the Orange Cat Tribe's Beastmen. The peach tree space is not suitable for outsiders. Since they are slaves, they may as well be treated as kin. Night Geo is in high spirits as she speaks, handing them stones shaped like peach blossoms. You may perceive this. Having experienced so much in a single day, these females are quite fatigued. However, the surge of power within their bodies and the exhilaration of becoming awakened females invigorates them. Following Night Geo's guidance, they attempt to utilize the inheritance within their minds. Soon, their expressions reflect astonishment. Night Geo designates a location for them, where vegetables and several fruit trees are cultivated. These fruit trees are laden with fruit, instilling a sense of hope for the days to come. Even before awakening, they possess the ability to sense. Now they can discern that these trees are infused with energy. Your tasks will be simple. Plant within this area and periodically bring out the ripened fruits. Keep a daily tally of the contributions made by the males and distribute accordingly. Ensure their energy remains stable for optimal upgrades. I have already planted this batch of vegetables. You will tend to them from here on, and I shall allocate 1/10 to you. The energy within is minimal, yet with long-term consumption, it will stabilize energy levels. In the future, as you cultivate further, you may reap 30%, which you may choose to reserve for your males or exchange for other goods. These vegetables belong to the tier of 0 to level 1 energy plants. While the fruit trees are of a higher caliber, ranging from levels 2 to 5, as long as the level disparity does not exceed 3, the impact will not be significant, and energy plants tend to be quite gentle in nature. Night Geo's generosity and her meticulous arrangements for their future fill these females with immense joy. None are more delighted than Night Geo herself. Initially, finding a single female would have sufficed, yet unexpectedly, so many have appeared. With their presence, it will be considerably easier to recruit more males. Although many of Xiaoya's family have escaped, they are not entirely intact. To protect their females, many of their beast husbands were lost along the way. Now, with only a few males by their sides, they undoubtedly require more, as their convenience is lacking. With so many females in her tribe, there will be no need to venture out to recruit. By spreading the word, beastmen will naturally join. Furthermore, if the conditions are relaxed, wandering beastmen who have never consumed a beastman, even those who have lost their females, can be accepted. Contemplating the future, Night Geo regards them with a gentle gaze. Xiaoya speaks little, content to snuggle beside her beast father and mother, calming her tumultuous emotions of loss and recovery. With matters settled, their wounds all staunched, Night Geo instructs the males in good condition to conceal the bloodstains and lead them to a nearby resting point. With such a substantial harvest, Night Geo has no desire to linger outside. She longs for the company of Lanya within the tribe. Moreover, although these females now possess levels, they remain far too low. While they have not sustained injuries, they have been startled and require proper care. First, let us rest and cleanse the blood from your bodies. I do not favor filthy beastmen. She retrieves previously heated water from her space. Providing each with a large wooden tub, it may be impossible to scrub every inch clean, but at the very least, they will appear considerably more presentable. Females, being naturally inclined towards cleanliness, are more than willing to comply. The males, having learned from Xiaoya and her 3 beast companions that Night Geo is the tribe's leader, dutifully follow her instructions. Just as they have finished cleaning and applying medicine, they express concern over wastefulness. Fear not, the medicine is highly effective and absorbs quickly. It is just right to apply a second layer after cleansing. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's eldest cousin vehemently shakes his head. You have already recovered significantly. We must not squander the healer's medicine. Indeed, the males, with their tough skin and muscle, believe such precious resources should not be wasted on them. Before he can finish, Xiaoya taps his head. Why are you hitting me? Due to having a younger sister, he is not particularly close to this cousin. Although they usually get along well, Xiaoya has never treated him so rudely. Xiaoya rolls her eyes. Your elder sister shares the same womb as you. She is so clever. How come you are so dull? Typically, twins are rare, and they are indeed a precious pair. I am not dull. You speak nonsense. His pride ignited by her words, the eldest cousin leaps to his feet. Humph. You are now Geo's slave, and if you do not take proper care of your body, it signifies the loss of a valuable laborer. If you leave behind any hidden injuries, you will become unable to work before old age and be left to eat in vain. Only through the hands of a healer or a herbalist can herbs be transformed into medicine capable of curing and saving beastmen. Healers and herbalists are particularly scarce. Not every tribe possesses one. Additionally, to safeguard their livelihoods, healers seldom take apprentices that a single mishap could easily result in the loss of their knowledge. Moreover, it is not easy for healers to concoct quality medicine, making it even more precious. Because of this rarity, males typically refrain from using healers' medicine unless they are severely injured. They believe they can endure until they either recover or the beast god takes them. The direct provision of medicine by Night Geo stirs excitement within them, yet they hesitate to use it excessively. However, Xiaoya's words awaken them. I concede that what you say is absolutely correct. Night Nine's generosity suggests an abundance of medicinal supplies in her possession. Undoubtedly, their tribe boasts formidable or numerous shamanic practitioners. After a brief period, Xiao Ye's family is settled in quite well. Fortunately, the space is ample. Otherwise, accommodating such a multitude of orcs would have proven impossible. Now that they are all slaves to Night Nine, they are dutifully tending to her needs and assisting with meal preparations. Isn't this a reflection of their own survival? Hushan expresses his displeasure. We won't require your culinary skills. They are woefully inadequate, and Jiao does not favor them. The others fall short compared to the three best cooks, and should they manage to impress Jiao, what standing would he have left? Miao Xiao, Wan, and the others find themselves at a loss. What should we do? As first-time slaves, they are uncertain of their roles, yet assisting their master is a fundamental duty. The females should first familiarize themselves with their unique abilities, as their contributions will be vital in the future development of the tribe. As for the males, your current task is to recuperate from your injuries and adhere to my directives. She refers specifically to those orcs who have signed the contract, while Xiao Ye's direct family remains unaccounted for. Xiao Ye's beast mother approaches with her mate and son. Chief, are we to be treated like them? Indeed, you are all individuals I have rescued. And thus, you must join my tribe. It is a good thing to have tasks to accomplish. She relishes the industrious nature of these orcs. Understood, I appreciate the arrangements as it indicates our usefulness. In a tribe, those who lack utility hold no voice and are afforded poor treatment. Having asked all pertinent questions, Xiao Ye's beast mother does not linger, guiding her family back to their corner. Chapter 46. A family affair. Earlier, Xiao Yi provided only a vague outline of the situation. Now that her entire family is to join the tribe, she elucidates the details clearly. She had intended to persuade her beast father and mother, asserting that aligning with Night Nine's tribe holds great promise. However, before she could begin, her mother chides her. Xiao Yi, I know you are a clever girl, but as orcs, we must never be ungrateful. Without a chief, our ultimate fate is death. It is precisely this understanding that compelled her to follow her beast father without hesitation. From the tribe to this place, she has lost 2 mates. Apart from Xiao Ye's beast father, only 3 remained in her eyes. Those orcs who have seized the tribe not only usurp territory, but are also her husband's murderers. She would never lower herself to welcome her enemies into her home. Even if it meant dying outside, she would deem it worthwhile. Having awakened her unique abilities, she possesses the courage and resolve to face such fate. Yet she did not anticipate that her sister-in-law would dare to accompany her. Though their relationship is generally amicable, the ties between the 3rd and 4th families are rather tenuous. With this thought, her gaze inadvertently shifts to her sister-in-law and younger siblings. What are you looking at? While I may not have awakened my abilities as early as you, I am now on par with you. Initially, she had been reluctant to venture out, fearing death in the wilderness. However, during a battle, her beloved mate was slain, and the assailants sought to forcefully claim her as their own. With her pride, how could she acquiesce? Their family is large, with several females and 4 young, representing one of the more prominent families in the tribe. For any orc wishing to court her, what lengths they would go to, offering numerous prey, energy stones, and animal skins. Once I am strong, I may not return to seek vengeance. It is all their fault that her unborn child has lost its father. Were it not for her awakening, this turmoil would have surely cost her the child. The struggles of beastkind in reproduction are formidable. This child is a long-awaited blessing after many years. Her previous hesitations have now transformed into relief, as following her second sister-in-law invariably leads to favorable outcomes. Her sister-in-law is notably gentler. The priest has already warned the tribe to either be vigilant or relocate. When Xiao Yi departed, she urged us to follow, and the second sister-in-law concurred as awakened females. We are destined to receive the protection and guidance of the beast gods. As ordinary females, accompanying them is undoubtedly wise. Besides, we are all family. How could we possibly mingle with our enemies? The demon tribe places great emphasis on blood relations, and due to Xiao Yi, their familial bonds are exceptionally close. Unlike other families who sever ties after mating and moving in with their female partners, they maintain frequent contact and reside nearby. Naturally, their ability to unite is also influenced by the fact that their mates belong to the tribe, whether they are from the native Orange Cat clan or have sought refuge from other clans. Her sister-in-law's words ring true. Many females have not remained behind. They are indeed the treacherous and ruthless wandering orcs, who will not treat females kindly. However, the outside situation remains uncertain, and it is unknown how many will manage to escape. The Orange Cat clan, known for their strong reproductive capabilities and a higher number of female offspring, not only has the Yellow Lion tribe as a significant ally, but also forges marital ties with other tribes. Those females who have fled will likely follow their mates back to their original tribes at this moment. Those original tribes are likely in disarray, but once the Orange Cat tribe's females gather strength, the wandering orcs will surely not leave any survivors. The most powerful awakened female may even establish a new tribe. Yet they do not plan to return from the moment Night 9 rescued them. They belong to her, and their fates rest in her hands. Upon hearing her mother's words, Xiaoyi feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Mother, how could I possibly think that way? I merely wish to convey that our tribe is quite splendid. Although our numbers are currently few, we shall surely flourish. She believes that having numerous orcs is of little consequence. It merely leads to greater waste of food. Look at our former Orange Cat tribe. With its multitude of orcs, ultimately bullied by a mere band of less than 1,000 wandering orcs that, of course, the involvement of my second cousin cannot be dismissed. We undeniably lacked combat strength. Though we have ample support, it is of little use in dire situations. During the cold season, many orcs remain huddled at home, attempting to minimize energy expenditure and conserve food. Even if the Orange Cat tribe were to be rebuilt, it would likely occur only after the warm season. She is genuinely serious about her discontent, yet she is acutely aware of her current powerlessness. You speak the truth. The chief has lost his senses. The chief is her elder brother and had previously been quite reliable. However, after taking a mate, he has become arrogant, reveling in the tribe's growing numbers without considering whether these orcs genuinely seek to ally with them. The rapid downfall of the Orange Cat tribe can be attributed not only to the sudden assault by several hundred wandering orcs, but also to the internal conspiracies, far beyond just her second nephew. We have already joined a new tribe. There is no need to dwell on past grievances. Their well-being is no longer our concern. Her second sister-in-law is correct. It is not worth wasting emotions on such orcs. After all, before departing, they were severely injured and lacked medicine. They would not survive the cold season. The previously vengeful third aunt immediately alters her stance to P.S. Xiao Ye's father is the first mate. Her two elder brothers are the offspring of the second and third mates, while the sixth mate and the two deceased fourth and fifth mates have yet to bear children. Her father ranks second in the family hierarchy, with one elder brother and two younger brothers, both of whom share a mate. The elder cousins are twins, and they, along with the younger cousin, belong to the family of the eldest uncle, while the second cousins are from the third and fourth uncles. The third uncle is the first mate, and the fourth uncle is the second mate. The aunt is currently expecting another child. Her cub's father has passed away. Xiao Yi's mother is the youngest, with three elder brothers, and their sibling bond has weakened since marriage. Xiao Yi has three cousins on her mother's side, who have been incited to conflict, leading to ongoing tensions. The eldest aunt has 5 beast fathers, 2 elder brothers, and 3 mates who have perished in battle, leaving only 2 beast fathers, 1 elder mate, and 4 younger brothers. The aunt has 4 beast fathers, 3 elder brothers, and 5 mates who have died in battle, leaving only her father, 1 elder mate, and 1 second mate. The 2 younger brothers are already married and have moved with their mates to live in other tribes. Xiao Yi nods in agreement. Indeed. We shall start anew. The orcs are emotionally detached. Although Xiaoye holds familial ties in high regard, she harbors little sentiment for those family members who have perished in battle or have married off. Upon witnessing her beastly father, mother, and elder brother safe and sound, her desire for vengeance evaporates entirely. After a brief conversation, they cease their discussions. Those recovering tend to their ailments, while the newly awakened females delve into the study of their unique abilities. Aside from Yi Jiao, the tribe is now graced with 7 females. Xiao Ye is tasked with the rituals, while her beastly mother, having awakened the ability to communicate with plants, oversees the gathering and management of resources. In Chapter 47, the awakening of abilities reaches its climax. The 2 cousins are fortunate, awakening powers related to plant healing, thus providing Yi Jiao with an array of choices for a shaman. That Xiao Ye's aunt and another relative have awakened water-based powers and, like her mother, the ability to communicate with plants. Their collaboration in managing energy plants proves to be remarkably effective. Why Egyo does not constantly monitor the interests of others. After a meal and a refreshing wash, she peacefully drifts into slumber. With an influx of orcs, tasks have become somewhat cumbersome, yet the vigilance of the night watch has grown less burdensome. It is not that Hu Chio and his companions lack caution. Rather, the beast god is their faith. Under the priest's guidance, they vow to join a tribe bearing a totem, ensuring that they cannot genuinely harm one another. Although they are aware that their tribe comprises only 5 orcs and has yet to gain recognition from the Beast King city. The possession of a totem is indeed a blessing. With the totem's enhancement, their combat prowess will multiply several-fold. Xiaoye may not reach the status of a priest, but as a shaman, she possesses the power to communicate. To demonstrate her commitment, she has already sworn allegiance to the tribe alongside her family. Particularly, upon discovering that this small tribe possesses a totem, her eagerness intensifies. When the golden totem materializes in her palm, their hearts swell with astonishment, reinforcing their belief in the correctness of their decision. The following day, before dawn, those with minor injuries stealthily rise to venture outside for hunting. The cold season does not preclude the acquisition of prey. It merely renders the task arduous, with yields far inferior to the other 3 seasons. Had it not been for such unforeseen circumstances, their family would not have had to rely on forage resources. With limited space for orcs, aside from personal belongings, most food is stored in a designated cave, leaving only a small portion on their persons. The scant supply of food can barely sustain them through winter, providing enough to last several sunsets. Yet for the physically demanding orcs, it is a mere drop in the bucket. Uncertain of what the future holds, they find sufficient reasons to feel grateful for their current circumstances. Thus, even when hunting during the cold season, they remain cheerful. Although there are sentinels on watch, Hu Chio and his brothers do not fall into a deep slumber, concerned about their combat capabilities. Hearing a noise, they merely lift their gazes slightly and pull Egyo closer into their embrace. It is not until the sun rises and warmth begins to permeate the air that Egyo awakens naturally. The last to open her eyes, while the other orcs are already engaged in various tasks. Fearing that the hot water Egyo had prepared might be insufficient, Hu Chio has already made arrangements to bring more. Wash up and refresh yourself. Having kept the food warm, Hu Shan glances over, swiftly retrieving it and adding, "Then, let's eat." Accustomed to their attentiveness, Egyo graciously accepts their assistance, smiling as they fuss over her. The 3 males from Ebay look at Xiaoye expectantly. You ought to learn from the leader. Otherwise, we appear utterly useless. Xiaoye, unaccustomed to being waited on, is taken aback, realizing this is true indulgence. She no longer resists. You are right. Humans certainly know how to enjoy life better than we demon kin. I shall learn. Originally a casual remark from Ebay, it now strikes them as genuinely surprising. The 3 males share a knowing smile. This is what you said. You cannot change your mind. I certainly won't. I aspire to align with the leader. While the medicine is commendable, it is not of the highest quality provided by Egyo. After spending several days in this cave and observing their recovery, they finally return to the tribe. However, these days have not been entirely fruitless, as they managed to rescue several more orcs. Regrettably, none were females. Most were wandering orc brothers or a male accompanied by several cubs. Seeing Xiaoye's disappointment, Hu Chio finds it amusing. Did you truly believe females could be plucked like cabbages? He had prepared himself for the cold season without encountering a single female, to his surprise. Not only did they find females, but there were also 7, each accompanied by their families. Moreover, as females, they surprisingly requested to become slaves. Certainly not. It is just a bit disheartening. Their voices, though not loud, are audible to the newly joined wandering orcs, filling them with trepidation. Glancing at the totem in her palm, they find reassurance. Hu Shan gently ruffles her hair. It matters not. All orcs are valuable. With the increase in orcs, Hu Shan no longer transforms into his beast form to accompany them. Instead, he assumes human form, closely protecting Egyo. I never said they were useless, but I prefer females that why Egyo size. Pondering the assortment she has collected. Cats, dogs, rabbits, pigs, squirrels, all ranging from levels 2 to 4, leaving her at a loss for words. In any case, once we return, we can send someone out to spread the word. There are bound to be females nearby who are struggling. With our favorable conditions, ample food, warmth, and comfort, no female would refuse. While they may depart after enduring the cold season, those with cubs are likely to stay. That Chuchio observes everything Yijio does, instilling confidence that they will indeed remain. Should even one female choose to stay, it will at least provide 3 additional laborers. With females present, they will continuously attract more males. You speak wisely. We shall take our time to as the cold wind blows gently. This band of over 100 individuals progresses slowly. Among them, only 8 are females, all of whom have awakened their abilities. The younger ones possess energy within, making their journey through the cold season manageable. Surrounded by a blanket of white, the silent forest evokes a complex array of emotions. Uncertain of what lies ahead, they take solace in the totem, signifying the beast god's favor upon their tribe. Surviving the cold season will undoubtedly lead to significant breakthroughs. However, the scarcity of food keeps their spirits in flux. With fewer orcs, finding a place to settle had been relatively easy. Now, with more orcs, they can only halt in flat areas to rest. As dusk approaches, they pause to regroup. Without needing a reminder, they divide into 3 groups. One heads out to hunt. Another gathers firewood while surveying the surroundings. And the last remains to care for the females. An hour passes, and the hunting party returns empty-handed, their faces reflecting unspoken disappointment. We are sorry. We could not find any prey. Time was too tight, and the range too limited. With such a commotion, the wild beasts had long fled, making it impossible to catch anything. The male's inability to bring back prey was expected. Just as they return, they are met with a digging task. They are not entirely empty-handed. Under Xiaoya's beast mother and her aunt's guidance, they discover some frost-resistant wild vegetables. While these are insufficient, they expend effort to dig up the buried tubers. The tubers provide a satisfying fullness, and without the ability to communicate with plants, it would be quite challenging to locate them beneath such thick snow. Having uncovered such a bounty, they find enough to sustain them for several meals. Without a moment to feel embarrassed, the hunting team is promptly tasked by the remaining group to assist in digging for tubers. In the camp, every orc is busy, leaving Yijio to doze on a hide. As her head nods, Hu Qiu and Hu Shan gaze at her with affection. They see nothing wrong with Yijio's behavior. After all, she is the leader, and as her males, they provide the most support. In Chapter 48, titled The Totem Tribe, Hu Qiu shakes his head. Shan, give Jiu a lean. Navigating is quite taxing for her. All right, brother. Putting aside his tasks, he wipes his hands, feeling warmth, and leans closer to Yijio, asking drowsily, is it time for dinner? Not yet. I have prepared chicken soup for you. In a moment, you can retrieve some buns from the space to accompany it. While other orcs may settle for a meager meal to stave off hunger, Yijio has consistently enjoyed a bountiful diet. She harbors no feelings of guilt or hesitation. She indulges in the nourishment she deserves, both for herself and for the child she carries. Although her pregnancy is not outwardly apparent, the presence of the cub is palpable to those around her, prompting the orcs to treat her and Xiao Ye's aunt as their most cherished treasures. The existence of females within the tribe is a blessing. Despite the restrictions imposed by totems following the rituals, their loyalty remains unwavering. It is the desire to marry a female that motivates the males to contribute more to the tribe, for only when the tribe thrives can the lives of the females improve. Though Xiao Yi's female elder has reached her 40s, the awakening of their abilities has infused their bodies with vitality. It is common for females to suffer after childbirth, and even though orcs can live up to around 150 years, many do not survive past the halfway mark. Some perish from minor ailments, illustrating the fragility of life. Beyond their role in reproduction, females play a crucial part in mitigating the chaotic energies within the males. Whether through their own presence or their innate affinity for plants, their value is undeniable. Thus, some males, wishing for their females to live longer, may be reluctant for them to bear offspring. Yet, they remain unaware that if a female cub awakens her abilities, the mothers, too, may receive benefits and have the opportunity to evolve from ordinary to awakened females. However, the awakening of a female is no easy feat. Aside from inheritance, they must seek out females of level 4 or above to form a bond. Such esteemed females are rare, often only found in the largest tribes. Returning to the matter at hand, due to their awakening, many males have been lost. Consequently, Xiao Yi's female elder has sought out a few suitable candidates among the wandering orcs to serve as mates. The older males may feel a twinge of jealousy, but do not reject this arrangement. recognizing their inability to adequately protect their females. Moreover, aside from their younger cousin, both of Xiao Yi's older sisters have found multiple mates. They have begun to appreciate the advantages of having more orcs in their midst. As for Xiao Yi, she has certainly attracted the attention of several males her age, yet she is not inclined to seek additional partners at this time. Content with her 3 mates, Mi Bei feels a mix of happiness and concern. Should we find 2 more? Do you dare to strike me? Retort Xiao Yi, displeased. I am now a priestess with many matters to consider. I cannot afford to deal with romantic entanglements, and I will not bear any offspring in the immediate future. She takes Yi Jiu's words to heart, striving to communicate with the beast deity and personally conduct the rituals. Solidifying her role as a true priestess, they understand that there is no rush for cubs. As long as Xiao Yi is well, they are content. Xiao Yi wishes to avoid further discussion, sending off the males who have declared their affections and instructing Mi Bei and the other 3 males. Be swift in your actions. Finish digging and return promptly, and we shall do so immediately. Apart from Yi Jiu, the other females in the tribe join in, for the combination of males and females makes the labor less burdensome. Hearing this, the other males quicken their pace. An hour passes, and they return with bags brimming with edible roots. A smile graces the faces of the hunting team. Chief, we have returned with an abundance of roots. Their supplies are well organized, but food distribution is regulated. So all gathered roots are placed in the burlap sacks provided by Yi Jiu. Yi Jiu does not concern herself with this. The sacks are managed by Hu Shan, who distributes them daily to the designated leader, Miao Xiao Wan. Hu Shan accepts the sacks naturally, saying, "Not bad, Jiu has promised you a reward." Having already dined with their family, they do not partake in the communal meal. Now officially members of the tribe, Yi Jiu has decided to provide for future meals. Not only will there be the previously collected coconut rice, but she also plans to offer a substantial portion of meat each day. The promise of rewards, particularly the high-quality provisions from Yi Jiu, elicits astonished expressions from the orcs. Indeed, from now on, you will receive this along with meat, to prepare porridge for everyone. The roots can be roasted for immediate consumption or cut into pieces to be cooked together. Food can indeed be prepared in large quantities. Stored in the space, it remains fresh longer. However, nighttime is not suitable for travel, and when they pause to rest, they can warm themselves by the fire, making it an opportune moment to prepare meals for the following day. Nonetheless, food is not always readily available, and bad luck may yield only a meager amount, leaving them hungry the next day. Some orcs have encountered coconut rice before, while others have not. Even those familiar with it do not know how to prepare it. One orc exclaims in astonishment, "This can be eaten." Indeed, this is called coconut rice. Discovered by Jiu IU.IT, is highly satiating and makes a delightful meat porridge, especially when complemented with wild vegetables for balanced nutrition, Hu Shan explains while teaching them how to prepare it. They quickly realize that even in cold weather, porridge cooks rapidly and yields a delightful flavor, captivating their senses. This is truly an excellent find. No wonder the chief was able to discover a new food source. The coconut tree does not possess the sturdiness of other trees, making it unsuitable for construction. Previously, they held disdain for the coconut tree, unaware of its edibility. Now, they reflect on their short-sightedness and recognize Yi Jiu's remarkable insight. This is what we gathered during the windy season. Consider it alone. Upon returning to the tribe, you must diligently follow the arrangements and return it. These provisions are not a gift. I will venture out to hunt during the warm season and repay you with double the food. Yi Jiu does not intend to establish a communal system, as that would hinder the tribe's development. Instead, she envisions a private system based on family units. When hunting or foraging, they will contribute a portion to the tribe for storage in case of emergencies, while the remainder will be distributed based on labor, that if one hunts alone, the spoils belong solely to them. This arrangement was agreed upon from the outset, and upon hearing Hu Shan's words, everyone voices no objections. They all possess a sense of honor and would not take from others, especially not from the chief's household. Not to mention, the chief's prowess in medicine suggests they are a shaman. How could they offend such an individual? Rest assured, Lord Hu Shan, we will certainly repay you. Very well, from now on, I will provide rations daily, with Miao Xiao Wan overseeing the cooking, since the terms were clearly laid out from the beginning. No one feels any grievance when Yi Jiu consumes her own share. They do not perceive her as merely the chief who should sacrifice everything for the tribe. Rather, They view the tribe as belonging to each and every orc. Thus, when it comes to contributing, they do so willingly. The provisions offered by Yijio are of excellent quality, and as the orcs enjoy their meals, their complexions gradually become more vibrant. Chapter 49. Yijio's painless delivery in the time that follows. Yijio refrains from sending them out to forage for food, consistently providing coconut rice and meat. The females are assigned to cultivate energy plants within the peach tree space. Although the variety of food is not overly abundant, it is sufficient to keep them reasonably satisfied. Additionally, their encounters with primal beasts and magical creatures along the journey have allowed many orcs to steadily increase their strength. Initially, there were only the three of them, moving swiftly. Upon their return with a growing number of orcs, their pace has slowed considerably. Especially with Uchiyo keen on enhancing their combat capabilities, their speed has diminished further. Typically, Hu clan members give birth within 3 to 4 months. However, if nutrition is lacking, it may extend to 10 months. Yijio, being well-nourished, is nearing the time for her child to be born. Recently, she has felt movements, as the cub within her grows impatient to enter the world. Thus, on a day when they are preparing to set out after a rest, Yijio calmly announces that she is about to give birth. Her tone is unassuming, yet it strikes the surrounding orcs like thunder, leaving them astonished. "What? I am to become a father," exclaims Hushan, his face alight with joy as he rushes over. They had prepared themselves to welcome a cub after the cold season, never anticipating such an event would occur before the season had even reached its midpoint. As Yijio carries not only Huchio's offspring, but also Hushan's, and with the tribe merely 2 days' journey away, her impending delivery is of utmost importance to Huchio decides they should rest once more. We shall set out again in a few days. The birth of the cubs signifies a new continuation for the tribe, and they naturally would not refuse, particularly since it is the esteemed leader, Yijio, who is expecting. Previously, apart from the females, Yijio would summon wooden huts from the space to provide them with rest. Now, uncertain of how many days they would need to stay, even the strong males could fall ill from prolonged exposure to the snow. Thus, she decided to release the crafted dwellings and took residence within one herself, granting all the remaining orcs access to the wooden huts. Most of these huts had originally been intended for the tribe that sought to journey to Lanya, but ultimately did not make the trip. Each time they took a break, they were constructed by the 4 orcs alongside Yijio, that a small portion was erected by the males for the females along the way. Reluctant to discard them, Yijio gathered all the huts, which now conveniently facilitated their rest. Although small, the huts were plentiful, and not being in beast form, several orcs could comfortably sleep within one during the cold season. The close quarters provided additional warmth. Even before entering the tribe, their treatment on the journey was already quite satisfactory, and they were filled with anticipation for their future lives. Yijio's hut was of similar size but appeared to be sturdier. Apart from Huchio and Hushan, she had no intention of allowing the other orcs to enter. Thus no one had discovered that this seemingly simple wooden hut contained a hidden world. For Yijio's safety, all the resting huts had been encircled. Originally, there were 2 orcs on night watch, but this number had now increased to 10 per group. As Yijio's slaves, Xiao Yi and Miao Xiao, were exceedingly worried, remaining vigilantly stationed at the entrance of the hut without leaving. With their past experiences, the female orcs remained calm and organized, instructing the others to boil water and prepare hot food. Once they had tasks to occupy themselves, Xiao Yi and her companions could finally focus on something other than their worries, praying silently while they cooked. Inside, Huchio and Hushan were oblivious to the hut's peculiarities, completely absorbed in thoughts of Yijio. Compared to their restlessness, they seemed far too calm. Just as Yijio was about to feign a sense of urgency, she realized it was unnecessary, for she was indeed about to give birth. Although the system was absent, its assurance that the birthing process would be painless and without injury proved true. Yijio merely felt a shift in her abdomen, as something made its way outward, followed by the faint sounds of several little tigers. Had she given birth, the presence of a system made it all seem effortless. If giving birth in the new era were this simple, it was likely every woman would bear multiple children to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Feeling little discomfort, Yijio nonetheless retrieved a recovery pill from her spatial realm and placed it in her mouth. While Huchio and Hushan remained in a daze, she had already risen to place the 5 newly born cubs into their arms. "Are you dazed? Here, take your cubs. I shall rest for a while." With that, She produced several items intended for the cubs from her space. The act of giving birth was not arduous for her, yet she felt the need to maintain an air of difficulty. After all, things that come too easily are often not cherished. Chu Qiu and Hu Shan, clumsily handling the squirming cubs, were momentarily taken aback. Jiu, you've worked hard. With her complexion previously flushed, it now appeared pale, indicating she had undoubtedly endured much. Her delivery was swift, unlike other females who might take until sunset. Yet Hu Qiu and his companions had heard tales of many females experiencing tragic outcomes during childbirth, which only deepened their concern for her. They had initially wished for Yi Jiu to refrain from having more offspring, but the thought that their two brothers now had cubs while the Lanya orcs did not make them hesitate. To voice such a desire seemed selfish. Ultimately, whether she bore more cubs was not theirs to decide, but rather rested upon Yi Jiu herself. Despite any complex feelings they harbored, Yi Jiu found herself peacefully asleep. Hu Qiu and his companions, though inexperienced in child-rearing, found that the wisdom passed down through their lineage aided them. After an initial flurry of confusion, they began to manage the cubs adeptly, first providing them with milk and then wrapping them snugly in soft animal hides. When Hu Shan realized he had only one cub, despite expecting several, a twinge of disappointment flickered within him. He diligently cared for his cub while observing Hu Qiu, who was drenched in sweat from his exertions. A mixture of envy and helplessness washed over him. He did not comprehend Yi Jiu's control, but simply felt that his elder brother was exceptionally fortunate. With a hint of melancholy, he remarked, "Brother, why do you have for while I have but one? Having one is already fortunate. Many males struggle their entire lives without a single cub. Though all were males without female offspring, he felt a swell of joy." His consolation proved effective, and Hu Shan smiled. "I am already more accomplished than many males that I in a male-dominated world. Aside from enhancing their strength, securing a female, and having a cub to inherit their legacy was of utmost importance. Yet few males could achieve this aspiration in its entirety. At just over 20 years old, he had already accomplished what many males would strive for their entire lives. Truly remarkable. Keep your voice down. Jiu is resting." Chu Qiu shot him an exasperated glance. Having focused their attention on Yi Jiu, they finally had the opportunity to observe the cubs after ensuring they were all fed and asleep. The hut was incredibly comfortable, brimming with energy and tranquility, making it an ideal environment for the cubs. Though it appeared modest, the interior was surprisingly spacious and seemingly contained more than one room. Knowing it belonged to Yi Jiu, they were assured it posed no harm, and Hu Qiu made the decision to investigate further. Seeking to understand the situation, Hu Shan shared his thoughts as well. After a brief exploration, their astonishment was palpable that Hu Shan's expression turned complex. "The beast god truly favors Jiu. Dio not dwell on it. The cubs will grow hungry soon and will stir. Let us relocate to the next room. I shall care for the cubs while you tend to Jiu. Chapter 50. Very well, very well. On purpose, with a multitude of cubs to look after, the responsibility of caring for them naturally fell upon Hu Qiu himself. He would not willingly relinquish the pleasure of looking after a female. "Very well, it is only fair that I benefit," Hu Shan readily agreed. The hut Yi Jiu had produced was specifically crafted, boasting excellent soundproofing. They had stood guard outside for quite some time without hearing a single sound, their unease growing. Could the leader be in peril? She was so powerful. Surely the birth of the cubs would go smoothly. The awakened females enjoyed numerous advantages, yet the challenges of childbirth were equally formidable, which heightened their anxiety. Xiao Yi, overhearing their conversation, expressed her displeasure. How could the leader possibly be in danger? "Do not harbor any malicious thoughts, or the beast god will not spare you." Concern breeds confusion. Xiao Yi now realized that this wooden hut was not as simple as it seemed. Their inability to hear anything was entirely normal. Xiao Yi herself possessed a strength of level 4, surpassing most males present as a priestess. Her words carried a natural authority. With such a close relationship between the priestess and the leader, she surely knew something. If she claimed all was well, it must be so. They ceased their hovering and returned to their respective duties, allowing Xiao Yi to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Xiao Yi, do you know something? I merely trust that the leader would not place herself in danger." Upon hearing her response, Xiao Yi's companions refrained from further inquiries. Fortunately, while Hu Qiu and the others were indeed worried about Yi Jiu, they had left supplies behind before entering. They were not idly waiting for sustenance. With ample time, they organized a hunting team to forage nearby, ensuring they did not go hungry. When Yi Jiu awoke well-rested, her spirits were high, while Hushan appeared quite at ease. However, Hu Qiu looked utterly haggard. Hushan fared slightly better, yet still appeared weary. What happened to you all? You look nearly like pandas after just one night apart. Their exhaustion was startling. Hu Qiu shook his head, glancing at the cubs on the bed, feeling both joy and frustration. It's nothing. The cubs are a bit rambunctious. He no longer took pride in having 4 cubs when they were misbehaving. Not a single one showed the slightest understanding, especially the smallest. The smallest cub belonged to Hushan, who was well-behaved, eating and sleeping without fuss. Yi Jiu, recalling the chaos of the previous night, felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Let me take a look. Though she did not intend to care for the cubs, she felt no harm in observing and playing with them, while Hu Qiu and his companions managed their duties to be careful not to wake them. They were difficult to soothe. Hu Qiu felt exhausted. Hushan sighed. Brother, those 4 cubs are too lively. Once they awaken, they want to climb, and carrying them back only leads to cries and tumbling. If not for your help, I wouldn't be in such a state. It's all right. Being spirited indicates they will thrive. Though tiring, such lively cubs could generally be raised well. Yi Jiu understood this fully. Even one cub could be a handful, let alone so many. It was no wonder females required numerous males. Relying on just 1 or 2 was simply unmanageable. While most beasts typically bore a single offspring, a small number could still have twins or triplets. However, this exacted a heavy toll on their bodies, often risking life for the sake of childbirth, making 1 cub per birth the more prudent choice for recovery. Seeing Hushan's sincerity, Yi Jiu felt a greater appreciation for him. I will help as well, no need. Giving birth has already drained much of your vitality. You must take care of yourself. Hu Qiu rejected her offer without a second thought. Hushan nodded in agreement. Giving birth is the female's duty. Raising the cubs is the male's responsibility. With that, he retrieved a pot of chicken soup from his space. Here. This is your favorite. I added some mushrooms to it. Do you crave anything else? I can prepare it now. Having thoroughly understood the contents of the hut, they had prepared food in anticipation of Yi Jiu's awakening. Yi Jiu made no special requests. The aroma of the chicken soup was exceptionally enticing. This will suffice. It smells delightful. Then I shall prepare some scallion pancakes. Due to her understanding of Yi Jiu, she knows that regardless of the dishes she consumes, they must always be accompanied by a staple food. Congee is the best, but it can be substituted with rice, steamed buns, dumplings, scallion pancakes, or potato pancakes. In the realm of culinary skills, Hushan excels, feeling that she has completely grasped the art. Upon waking, she finds that someone has prepared the meal, and Yi Jiu feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. After the family finishes their meal, Yi Jiu finally decides to take a glance at her offspring. Astonishingly, she has given birth to 5 little tigers. Though their eyes are still closed, they have already learned to sniff around and root about. As she approaches, the 5 sleeping cubs awaken and clumsily crawl towards her, causing Yi Jiu's heart to melt. Did I give birth to these? Although she adores fluffiness, the sensation of having birthed them feels somewhat strange. Before she can fully process her feelings, the cubs are already climbing onto her, their soft touch igniting a flicker of maternal love within her. Like a cat owner, she lovingly strokes each one, finding satisfaction as the 5 little tigers express their joy. Compared to their beast father, they gravitate more towards their beast mother. Upon witnessing their awakening, Hu Qiu, feeling a sense of impending doom, realizes the unfolding situation is not in his favor, leaving the entire beast clan momentarily stunned. Subsequently, he reacts with a mix of laughter and tears. These mischievous little ones dare to bully me. Just wait until they can walk and jump. I shall show them what for this moment. Hu Qiu cannot discern that they are intentionally causing mischief. After all, he has lived for many years. Having just heard Hushan's words, Hu Qiu decides to continue his complaint. Don't they enjoy pretending to be well-behaved? Let us reveal their true nature. The 5 little cubs, endowed with levels like Yi Jiu and Hu Qiu, and nourished abundantly, naturally possess greater intelligence than other cubs. They comprehend that Hu Qiu is complaining, and their frustration mounts. Yet, lacking control over their own bodies and not having reached the stage of transformation, they can only seethe in silence. After hearing this, Yi Jiu realizes how mischievous they truly are. Amused and exasperated, she playfully smacks their bottoms and flicks their foreheads, admonishing them not to trouble their father, or else she would not spare them. Realizing they cannot escape, the 5 little cubs continue to nuzzle against her. I am serious. Your father has done nothing wrong, so you best behave. They do not have the luxury of spending all their time on you. They must also care for me, that if you're hungry or need to relieve yourselves, you may fuss, but otherwise, behave yourselves. That in comparison to these 5 easily birthed cubs, Yijio naturally holds a greater fondness for her beast husband, with whom she has spent considerably more time. She reiterates her warnings, ensuring the 5 little cubs do not dare to misbehave. After nuzzling her, they scamper over to Hu Qiu and Hu Shan for affection. Observing this, Hu Qiu, who initially felt a bit annoyed, is left with nothing but paternal love. Father will not neglect you, but your mother is even more important. Sniff, sniff. They are indeed unexpected, aren't they? After playing with the little tigers, Yijio decides to step outside. The cubs, still young and unable to fully absorb their energy, tire quickly and soon fall asleep after nursing. Meanwhile, Yijio has already ventured outside. Chapter 51. A midnight raid. Upon seeing her safe and sound, everyone breathes a sigh of relief, especially with her complexion so rosy, which brings a sense of peace to every beast man. All right, everyone disperse. Do not linger here, the Xiaoye's beast mother, well aware of the conditions following a female's delivery, does not wish for them to disturb Yijio and sends them all away. She has now reached level 3, while her beast husband, originally at level 4, has now ascended to level 5. The newly acquired beast husband, initially at level 3, has now reached level 4. Moreover, her female cub is a priestess, lending considerable weight to her words. After sending the others away, she earnestly reminds Yijio, females are the most delicate and precious. Even if you awaken and your body is strong, you must take good care of yourself, or you will surely suffer in your later years. You should hurry inside and rest. We will stay outside for you. We can depart in a few days. It's only a 2-day journey, so we are not in a rush. This time is perfect for stocking up on supplies, even if it's just a little. It is better than none. Her voice is exceptionally gentle, and Yijio feels a trace of maternal love. Her tone softens in response. All right, I will go in now. Rest assured to delegate tasks to the males. They are robust and recover quickly. Observing their amiable conversation, Xiaoye's aunt and others feel a twinge of envy at AS fellow females. Their status is inherently lower than Yijio's post-contract, making such sentiments difficult to express. However, Xiaoye's beast mother and Xiaoye themselves do not share this concern, so their care as elders and friends is entirely natural. Remembering that she is now an awakened female, they feel it is indeed worth celebrating. Not expecting her to return so soon, Hu Qiu, who intends to settle the cubs before accompanying Yijio, feels a hint of confusion. What is the matter? Aunt Miao said I need to rest and eat well for a few days. Do you like her? Hu Qiu has a favorable impression of Xiaoye's beast mother. Having older females in the tribe is beneficial, as they have experienced much and possess greater wisdom to guide the younger females toward a smoother life. Indeed, she is Xiaoye's beast mother, very gentle and measured in her actions. That I truly appreciate such a beast man. Interactions with her are not exhausting. What is more, Aunt Miao excels in management, allowing her to be a hands-off leader. Hu Shan, feeling anxious, remarks, Jiu, I know you are fond of that female, but you are granting them too much authority. The totem tribe is legendary, for a small tribe like theirs, or for beastmen from a wandering background. They hardly regard it with much significance. Thus, they occasionally forget the totem's purpose. This is purely for his own consideration. Yijio understands, so she patiently reassures him. It's fine. There is the totem. Because Hu Qiu and the others are her males, they bear only her beast mark, lacking a totem. Therefore, until now, Hu Qiu and Hu Shan remain unaware of the totem's significance or how it is obtained. They have always harbored this curiosity, but had previously refrained from asking. Now seems appropriate that in truth, Yijio knows not what conditions must be met for it to manifest. Upon encountering Xiaoye, a voice in her mind instructed her that a sacrifice must be made. This voice, which she had heard upon her arrival, is the heavenly law of this realm, presumably the beast god they speak of. The beast god harbors no malice and has informed her of the totem's significance. To be honest, she finds it difficult to refuse. She is uncertain why, as a human, she possesses a beast mark, Yet considering the new era of Huagua, where everyone claims descent from Yan Huang, the dragon-esque kin, it seems to connect. Thus, the totem is akin to a dragon, and her beast mark resembles a dragon, which appears to provide an explanation. Hence, she conveys that the message from the beast god and the totem being akin to her beast mark. Hu Qiu and Hu Shan wear complex expressions. Why should their totem be the same as our beast mark? They have painstakingly become JoJo's males to earn that beast mark. Why should mere ordinary tribesmen have the same? Upon seeing their aggrieved expressions, Yi Jiu feels somewhat awkward. She scratches her head. They are not the same. Their totem resides in their palms and generally does not manifest. Your beast marks are prominently displayed on me, making it evident that we are partners. When it comes to comforting males, Yi Jiu is genuinely at a loss. Fortunately, Hu Qiu and the two males are not being unreasonable. Upon hearing her earnest explanation, they no longer harbor grievances. This is quite good, as it signifies the tribe belongs to her. Now that they have come to an understanding, it poses no detriment to Yi Jiu that they cease their discontent. Yi Jiu secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Though her body feels perfectly fine, Yi Jiu decides to take good care of herself. Thus she does not plan to venture outside in the coming days. However, some beastmen do not grant her the opportunity. That as darkness falls, numerous unfamiliar scents converge towards them. The number is considerable, indicating they have long been observing. Previously, deterred by the strength of Hu Qiu and the others, they dared not approach. Now, with around 100 individuals, including 7 females exuding a sweet scent, they can no longer restrain themselves. Indeed, Yi Jiu's small dwelling not only muffles sound but also masks scents. The beastmen outside, no longer as weak as before, now possess a stable energy and heightened levels, giving them newfound confidence. They position Xiaoye, the 7 females, elder beastmen, and younger beastmen in the center, with warriors above level 3 preparing for battle. Before long, numerous wandering beastmen appear before them, consisting of both young and old, though most are robust. Sensing the strength emanating from Yi Jiu's side and the levels they project, the wandering beastmen experience a twinge of regret. Many elderly wandering beastmen left their tribes due to scarce food, not wishing to burden their clans. They harbor little ill intent, and upon assessing the situation, they wish to retreat. After much effort in organizing such a gathering of beastmen, even if the elderly have seen their strength wane due to injuries, they still possess at least level 2 capabilities. While this level may not be high, it suffices for defense. The leading wandering beastman promptly speaks, having reached this point. The occasional waft of food aromas suggests ample provisions. Are you truly not the slightest bit tempted? After being hungry for so long, do you not yearn for a meal? If you receive a generous share, you could even bring some back to your original tribe. Many of the Forsaken Orcs are cast out for their grievous transgressions, yet numerous orcs have committed no wrongdoing. They are either injured or aged, rendered incapable of hunting, that in order to avoid burdening their tribe, they face 2 choices. First, to refuse sustenance and perish within a cave. Second, to unwillingly embrace death while not wishing to encumber their tribe, thus opting to wander the wilderness, thereby alleviating the tribe's food expenses. The latter are not true vagrants. At times, they manage to procure sufficient food and find ways to support their original tribe and their families. Upon hearing this, one's heart cannot help but be stirred. They are not solitary figures. Their considerations extend beyond themselves, encompassing their families as well. Observing their hesitant footsteps, yet unwilling to depart, the leading vagrant orc feels a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 52. The Gentle Shaman and the Flower Shaman, they brazenly discuss the division of food and females, showing utter disregard for the orcs of Night 9, who find this exceedingly displeasing. How dare you, a mere remnant of a defeated force, covet our interests? The captain of the hunting squad scoffs. Some of these vagrant orcs he has encountered before, particularly the leader, whom he holds in low esteem. Though he too roams, it is merely because his previous tribe could no longer accommodate him. Not due to any fault of his own. I did not expect you to gather so many orcs. In light of our acquaintance, why not lay down your resistance and join me? I shall grant you a female. The leading vagrant orc similarly looks down upon the captain of the hunting squad, viewing him as pretentious. Having been cast out, what need remains to adhere to the tribe's rules? Naturally, one seeks various pleasures. What are the value of females? Males have but a singular chance to bond for life. His opportunity is lost. He cannot father offspring. So why should anyone? If I desire a particular female, I shall court her openly and gain her consent to join me. I see no need for coercive measures. I disdain such tactics. That it is precisely because of vile males like you that the beast god punishes us, diminishing the number of females and making the birthing of offspring increasingly arduous. He is a lucid male, preferring to wander rather than compromise. How much better are you than I? Were you not also expelled from your tribe? His words caused the leading vagrant orc to erupt in anger, unwilling to be outdone with scornful retorts. The captain of the hunting squad now feels a sense of purpose. Unfazed by his words, he is currently among the tribe's orcs, albeit their numbers are few. However, they belong to the totem tribe that I in his wandering. He has also received the beast god's endorsement and has even acquired his own offspring. Whether or not he has a female matters little. For the tribe possesses ample energy fruits, sufficient to quell his energy surges. Without yet having glimpsed the future, he already feels that this life is sufficiently fulfilling. Nevertheless, some matters must be clarified to avoid misunderstanding. I departed on my own accord, unlike you. I am not so cruel as to slay my own female. You must be regretting your actions now, having irrevocably severed your lineage. Yet I suspect a wretch like you still harbors resentment towards her. She has wronged you in no way. It is only natural for a female to seek multiple mates. Among 100 orcs, having a female is already quite fortunate. Although your female has taken 10 or so mates, she treats each of them well. Your demand for her exclusivity is indeed excessive. That I have never encountered a male as cruel as you. You are even more terrifying than the inherently cold-blooded snake orcs. After all, no male would harm a female, let alone murder her, and then dissect her to extract her unborn offspring. The leader of this vagrant orc, previously at level 4, has now ascended to level 5. They belong to neighboring tribes and often engage in communication. Being young and talented, there are times when orcs compare them. Before that incident transpired, he held this orc in relative esteem, for he worked tirelessly to advance his level. However, due to his impatience, his eyes had already begun to show red veins, his energy unstable. Now, seeing him again, his eyes blaze red, particularly unsettling in the darkness. Not only is it due to the lack of energy plants to consume, but also because he is fed upon other orcs. Noticing his furious glare, the captain of the hunting squad feels no fear. What are you staring at me for? Had it not been for your unexpected attack, injuring numerous tribe orcs who then fled, we would be seeking atonement from the beast god by now. Today, he too has reached level 5, yet his energy is remarkably stable. While he cannot match the eloquence of the hunting squad captain, he is indeed recognized as cruel. Sensing the presence of a small orc carrying his aura, he rushes forward without hesitation. The captain of the hunting squad, having long anticipated his actions, is unlikely to allow him to succeed. As the leader, he initiates the battle, and the other vagrant orcs promptly follow suit, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Their targets are evident, the food still simmering and the females encircled within. The emaciated vagrant orcs stand no chance against the well-fed and well-nourished tribe orcs. Those weak and wicked are swiftly dispatched, recalling that Night 9 mentioned the tribe requires orcs for construction. Thus those with cleaner auras are merely rendered incapable of action, not outright killed. The rest, however, face no mercy. The warriors engage fiercely, and Aunt Meow and the others wish to assist, but are held back by Aunt Meow too. Do not cause trouble. Night 9 possesses great strength, and after signing the contract, they all benefit. However, their inherently frail bodies cannot withstand excessive power. Thus they remain at levels 2 to 3 that compared to Aunt Meow 2, who has cultivated her strength through rigorous training and possesses far greater knowledge. They fall short. Upon hearing her words, they cease their movements to as for Meow Xue, the most powerful among the 7 females and a priestess. She remains still, her thoughts quieted. Mother is right. We shall wait here and tend to their wounds later. The shaman Night 9 has already selected a candidate. Thus she has been nurturing her. During this time, that a master begets exceptional disciples. Xiaoye's 2 cousins, though unable to concoct potions, have made commendable strides in powder form. They are now capable of brewing level 1 hemostatic powder. Though the powder is of low grade, having stepped in a level 1, they can officially be regarded as shamans. Unlike some tribes, where those called shamans are either healer women or mere apprentices, neither of whom can independently brew level 1 powders. While the warriors are engaged in battle, we too must not lag behind, sisters. Let us continue. Previously, there were no opportunities. Since awakening, they have all worked diligently. Consequently, they have stored a considerable amount of hemostatic powder, tranquilizing powder, and analgesic powder. Thinking of the tranquilizing powder and the anxious younglings, the two sisters exchange glances and then place the powders in their hands. Be cautious. Sprinkle it on them, preferably on their faces. The vagrant orcs have no habits of sparing younglings, yet their small size often renders them overlooked amid fierce battles. Gentle shaman, flower shaman, we understand. Currently, the two of them can only brew these 3 types of powders. Observing the malice on their faces, the younglings are acutely aware that this could aid the warriors. However, upon hearing on their faces, they immediately realize that the younglings running on the ground are ill-suited for the task. Among the younglings, there is a leader, and coincidentally, there are 2 flying sparrow younglings, who are siblings. The leading youngling assigns the task. Do not disgrace us. We are not utterly useless. Chapter 53. The Shamans Assault 18 and 19 understand. The 2 sparrow younglings entrusted with the important task solemnly accept the powder. Safety first. Do not get caught. You are far too small to withstand it. Seize the opportunity. If it does not work out, so be it. Observing their eagerness and strategizing to assist the warriors, Miao Shaoan feels a twinge of regret. Gentle shaman, we know this. We will not be captured. The 2 of them ventured out into the wild alone, without any adult supervision. Their family had an overwhelming number of children, and their beastly parents could not afford to care for them all. Initially intended to be abandoned, they overheard the plan and thus took the initiative to escape. They emerged from the warm season, managing to stave off hunger, though not entirely satisfied, until the onset of the cold season. The frigid weather brought with it a scarcity of food, prompting the 2 little ones to devise a plan to stealthily infiltrate the tribe. Seeking refuge in a secluded area, given their diminutive size, they believed they could easily conceal themselves to their surprise before they could even enter. A tribe welcomed them, allowing them to remain openly. Having wandered for so long, they had developed commendable stealth skills and had gleaned a wealth of information, understanding that only useful beasts had greater opportunities. However, the tribe appeared kind-hearted, and seeing their youth, they had not assigned them any tasks. Now presented with an opportunity, the brothers were resolute in their determination to seize it and showcase their capabilities. Having left early, they were more mature for their age, and upon hearing their assurances, Mia Shaoan believed in their potential. They conversed quietly. The situation for the wandering beast men, who had initially thought they could easily overpower them, grew precarious, losing several companions and each contemplating retreat. That moment, they failed to notice the unfolding events at the other end, providing an excellent opportunity for Shibo and Jiao. Observing that they had already begun to ascend stealthily, and upon finding suitable hiding spots, Mia Shaoan and her companions breathed a sigh of relief, filled with anticipation. Xiaoyu recalled Night Nine's words and remained vigilant for the others. When the scent of the wandering beastmen became evident, she swiftly took out a turtle shell for divination. Upon calculating a favorable outcome, she remained remarkably composed, her gaze fixed upon her male companion, particularly concerned for the weakest among them, Jiao, when he was caught off guard and scratched by a wandering beastman. Her heart ached for him. The methods of attack employed by the priestess were distinct. She silently recited incantations, expending 1/3 of her internal energy. However, the wandering beastman who had harmed Jiao was instantly reduced to a pool of blood. This sudden turn of events caused the battling beastmen to instinctively pause, filled with trepidation. The wandering beastmen realized that this group of beastmen was formidable, and they could not easily gain the upper hand. Witnessing their companions' inexplicable demise instilled further fear, compelling them to reconsider their presence. They held a deep-seated fear of mysterious powers, especially those wielded by shamans. The leader of the wandering beastmen felt a heavy heart. "We apologize. Great shaman, that we did not know this was your tribe, that we beg for your mercy." Both shamans and priestesses were associated with the mystical, often collectively referred to as apprentice shamans. However, shamans excelled in healing, while priestesses specialized in rituals. Only those capable of cursing, blessing, and defending were deemed great shamans. Great shamans could communicate with the energies of heaven and earth, transforming them into shamanic power for cursing attacks. Blessing, healing, and defense. Shamans utilize the power cultivated within their bodies to refine herbs for healing. Priestesses employed their cultivated shamanic energy in conjunction with external objects like turtle shells to communicate with beast deities and receive their mandates. Offending a great shaman would bring no good fortune to the entire tribe. They had not anticipated that this ragtag group not only possessed a female, a shaman, but also a great shaman. Witnessing their sudden halt, expressions of apprehension adorned their faces, while Xiao Yi wore a somewhat exasperated look. She was unsure how the attack had been unleashed. She had merely recited the incantation that had manifested in her mind. Yet, she could feel a mysterious force emanating from her body. This must be what her master referred to as the communication of heaven and earth's energy, transformed into shamanic power. Regrettably, she had yet to reach the level of a great shaman, but could be considered a novice shaman. As thoughts of her master crossed her mind, Xiao Ye's expression grew somber. There existed a connection between shamans, especially in cases of master-apprentice lineage. She could sense that her master's shamanic power had vanished. As for her elder sisters, two of them had similarly lost their shamanic energy, likely signifying death. One was in peril, exhausting her potential, resulting in diminished power. Another, akin to herself, was strengthening. The one was undoubtedly the master as chosen heir. The most formidable elder sister. Her master had grown old, and her greatest wish in life was to become a fully fledged shaman. However, she had devoted her entire life to the tribe, ultimately meeting her demise due to their burdens. Considering her family's exceptional nature, Xiao Ye's emotions became exceedingly complex. Using curses, the wandering beastmen accurately identified who the true shaman was. Observing her youth, their hearts were shaken. Youth implied boundless potential. While she might not be a great shaman, she was undoubtedly a shaman nonetheless. Moreover, she exuded an aura of energy and was an awakened female. I do not accept your apologies. Since you are here, you shall all remain. She felt empowered to pursue her desires, justifying keeping them as slaves. Reflecting on how the wandering beastmen had overrun her previous tribe, causing the loss of those she cared for, Xiao Yi harbored no fondness for them, that I in her eyes. The malevolent wandering beastmen were all of a similar ilk. Great shaman, do not go too far. The leader of the wandering beastmen, filled with trepidation, cautioned. Having misused her power earlier, she felt the drain. In that brief time, Xiao Yi had already grasped how to wield it, that if threatening a chicken to scare the monkey was ineffective, then she would eliminate a monkey instead. Thus, she launched an attack against the leader of the wandering beastmen. The shaman's attacks were unpredictable. Were he not a fifth-level beastman, he would likely have perished, not dead. Seeing him sprawled on the ground, struggling for breath, Xiao Yi felt incensed. I was too lenient. Once more. Great priestess, he is already a fifth-level beastman, that I am also fifth level, and I am a shaman. How could a single strike not finish him? It became evident that she still lacked combat experience. She could not control her strength effectively. Higher-level males possessed innate defenses, but she was not an ordinary shaman. She was an awakened female with levels of her own. Within the same tier, she was unable to deliver a fatal blow. Her abilities were truly lacking. Listening to her words, even the beastmen who wished to offer comfort dared not speak, for her current demeanor was overwhelmingly imposing. Fortunately, after gaining some experience, the leader of the wandering beastmen finally met his grim fate. The one leading them was the highest level among them, while the others ranged only from level 1 to 4, with few even at level 4. Chapter 54. The mark of slavery, with several beastmen having perished in the recent battle. Night 9 side not only boasted formidable warriors capable of overpowering third-level opponents, but also included shamans. Any continued resistance would be futile, that it was better to remain as slaves. If luck favored them, they might even secure some food, for there was truly no worse fate awaiting them. After a moment of contemplation, those beastmen, still wishing to survive, knelt in supplication that we are willing to be slaves. Enduring hard labor, menial tasks, anything, as long as we can eat and not starve, that we had no other choice. And we were coerced into coming here, that we have not committed any wrongs, nor have we consumed other beastmen. We implore you for a chance at survival. Within this tribe, many familiar faces emerged, all wandering beastmen. If they could join, why could they not? With this thought, their resolve solidified. You are fortunate. The chief has decreed that not all must be heartless. As for your treatment, Xiaoyi chose not to elaborate. They would experience it for themselves upon entry. The stark disparities would encourage them to protect the tribe, and although the totem would deter thoughts of betrayal, sincere dedication to the tribe would be greatly valued. Upon hearing these words, many wandering beastmen felt reassured. However, those who had previously consumed beastmen were filled with dread, for that scent could not be concealed. Stinky grass was not a panacea, and before a shaman, they could not escape. Beastmen harbored an inherent fear of the unknown. Only male 10th-level beastmen possessed extraordinary powers, while females had a chance of awakening upon reaching adulthood. Typically, females awakened abilities related to plant communication or healing, such as wood-based perception or healing that a minority might awaken would control, water healing, or pure water manipulation. That wood-based healing and water-based healing were the easiest to perceive shamanic power, leading to the role of shamanic healers. Only a select few awakened stronger offensive elements like fire or lightning. However, those with low power could not exert significant effects, unlike shamans whose shamanic power could better cater to the tribe, as they could share their power with their kin through various mediums. Moreover, compared to extraordinary powers, shamanic power was much more difficult to cultivate. The rarer it was, the more precious it became. Just as they had feared, those who had consumed beastmen were not spared. The remaining wandering beastmen felt both fortunate and sorrowful for them, that if conditions permitted, they would never resort to cannibalism. Yet this was merely a portion of the wandering beastmen. The majority, even if they initially appeared normal, would inevitably alter their mindset over time, driven by the instinct for survival and integration. Every misdeed would eventually attract punishment, and now that punishment had arrived. As long as you do not err, the tribe's conditions are quite favorable. Be patient. I shall summon the chief. Without signing a slave contract, no matter how submissive they may appear, Xiaoye remains deeply concerned. After expressing her thoughts, she disregards them and promptly knocks on the door of Yejio. The commotion outside is so loud that Yejio and the others cannot hear, but the sound of knocking is unmistakable. They quickly emerge, inquiring, "What is the matter?" The air is thick with a pungent metallic scent of blood, lingering even after attempts at cleaning. Without needing to ask, a single glance reveals the chaos that had just unfolded. Yet Xiaoye still recounts the events in detail. "You all performed admirably, displaying remarkable vigilance." Yejio holds Xiaoye in high regard, exclaiming, "See, this is how it's done." No need for further words. Without delay, Yejio brands them with the slave mark. Observing Yejio's technique, Xiaoye, who has already gained insight into the path of a sorcerer, realizes that Yejio is also a sorcerer, and a more formidable one at that. The slave mark is a power exclusive to sorcerers. And the stronger one is, the more marks they can bestow. An awakened female can possess 3 slaves, a preparatory sorcerer 1, an apprentice sorcerer 3, and a novice sorcerer 10. Excluding herself and the beast mother. Alongside her cousin, Yejio has already signed 5 slaves. How could she have overlooked this? The astonishment in her eyes does not escape Yejio's notice, leaving her puzzled about Xiaoye's thoughts upon seeing the slaves. Xiaoye realizes, "How could I forget that you too require slaves?" Although Xiaoye's space can cultivate medicinal herbs, and her peach tree space is also suitable, it is evident that relying solely on the few females cannot suffice for the entire tribe. The inclusion of these wandering beastmen is crucial, as their tribe encompasses several hundred beastmen, necessitating the addition of a few slaves to assist. Yejio generously declares, "Sign as many slaves as your capacity allows." While it is possible to acquire slaves without a slave mark, poor management could lead to them escaping and becoming free beastmen. The slave mark is the safest option. Miao Shaoan confidently selects 3, saying, "Thank you, Chief, that if she were to venture out in search of herbs in the future, her males would undoubtedly accompany her. However, she is reluctant to burden her males with laborious tasks. Slaves do not have such limitations." Taking the lead, all eligible females eagerly select their slaves. The youngest among them, Miao Xiaoqiao, gazes on with envy, having yet to reach adulthood. The wandering beastmen, witnessing such harmony among the females for the first time, are filled with disbelief but dare not voice their thoughts. The more astute males begin to promote themselves, knowing that private slaves naturally offer better treatment than shared ones. Seizing the opportunity, they display their attributes like peacocks courting. It is only natural for beings to appreciate beauty. Thus, the females prioritize selecting those who are handsome, tall, and well-endowed. In an instant, the wandering beastmen no longer dread potential dangers, but are instead filled with anticipation. Yegio, rubbing her forehead, finds the scene somewhat unbearable. It hardly resembles the acquisition of slaves, but rather a selection of potential mates. One cannot deny that the males of their world possess commendable appearances, with not a single one being unattractive. In contrast, the females leave much to be desired. While some have appealing features, many are quite ordinary, particularly those with notably corpulent figures. Perhaps due to Xiaoye, the females of her family boast admirable physiques, and as their features awaken, they gradually become more refined. Overall, they surpass even the females described by Lanya and others. Once they finalize their selections, Yegio claims all remaining slaves without marks. Although these are Yegio's personal slaves, they understand that as the leader, they will ultimately be communal property. There are indeed males who harbor intentions towards Yegio, yet the prowess of Huqiu and Hushan dissuades any other thoughts. They are self-aware, recognizing the vast difference in strength, and feel ashamed even to contemplate such ideas. Are we to conduct a sacrifice this time? Xiaoye inquires eagerly, wishing to gauge her own strength in previous sacrifices. Without the assistance of her beast mother and others, she would not have found them so effortless. This time, she feels capable of handling the altar alone. In no rush. We will do it collectively upon our return. Chapter 55. We are merely passing through since the slave marks have already been inscribed. They are unlikely to betray her, and Yegio is in no hurry. However, her opinion of this batch of wandering beastmen is not particularly favorable. The thought of her beast mark appearing on their palms is somewhat unsettling. Upon hearing Yegio's words, the first beastmen to join express great joy, having grasped her meaning. This exemplifies the distinction between those who join with sincerity and those who approach with malice, only to be thwarted and left behind. All right, I will heed your advice. Xiaoye is not disappointed, knowing she will find utility for them in the future. Upon their return, a sacrifice is undoubtedly in order to inform the beast god of the new tribe members. Although they are merely slaves, they can be considered half-tribesmen. Their famished appearance elicits a twinge of pity in Yegio. She is not so callous and produces fresh coconut rice and meat. She then instructs the others. Provide them with something to fill their stomachs. We cannot have them too weak to walk. Her tone is not particularly gentle, yet her impatient demeanor starkly contrasts with her actions, immediately putting the wandering beastmen at ease. This female is unlike any they have encountered before. She is not harsh, and this tribe's females possess considerable capability. If one of them could manage to marry a female, they would be able to secure a steady source of food. Such thoughts are entirely normal in the beast world, and they do not interfere as long as they do not resort to underhanded tactics. Winning a female's favor through their own merit is a testament to their ability. The scent of blood is sure to attract wild beasts or that are not in hibernation. They feel no fear. Rather, they are filled with anticipation, as this presents an opportunity for food. Although this meal may not suffice to satiate their hunger, it provides a much-needed fill for their long, empty stomachs, igniting their fierce fighting spirit. They fight with abandon, and the original tribe members begin to feel a modicum of fondness for them. Consequently, after the battle concludes, camaraderie blossoms among them. Having already eaten, and with the harsh season still stretching ahead, it is impossible to consume all provisions in one sitting. They leave a portion for Miao Shaoan while entrusting the remainder to Hushan, who oversees their supplies. When hunger strikes, one can do anything. The wild beasts and seem fearless, frequently approaching. The beastmen cannot possibly fight continuously, so they divide into several groups to ensure those who have not yet fought have ample time to rest. Throughout the night, there is no respite. The possessing a modicum of intelligence realize their enticing aroma but cannot overpower them, so they do not return. The wild beasts, driven purely by instinct, provide plentiful rewards for the beastmen throughout the night. With so many beastmen gathered, nearby tribes inevitably come to investigate. Although the heavy snowfall conceals much, it is still evident that numerous battles have taken place here. Those with words to share dare not speak. They can only pray for the wandering beastmen to depart swiftly. When returning to report, the reconnaissance team urges the tribe's beastmen to remain vigilant, aware of the potential for intrusions. After all, a team comprised of wandering beastmen unaccustomed to beastmen, is bound to evoke fear. This is only a matter of time. However, the tribe's beastmen are surprised to find that aside from hunting here, the wandering beastmen have not engaged in any actions that would incite the ire of beastmen. Chief, should we send them some provisions to encourage their swift departure? Their presence makes the females and cubs quite uneasy. This scene plays out in many tribes. They are puzzled as to why the wandering beastmen linger here for so long. Do they intend to scout the terrain, waiting for the tribes to relax their guard, then take the opportunity to ambush and divide the tribe? Such a scenario is absolutely intolerable. Yegio's mental acuity has already sensed that there are occasionally higher-level beastmen with considerable stealth abilities observing them. Especially after the previous night's battle, the addition of numerous wandering beastmen has made the nearby tribes increasingly anxious. Her tribe is not far from here, and they will have to interact in the future. So maintaining a harmonious relationship is essential. Additionally, the establishment of the tribe is something other tribes are unaware of, which could pose difficulties in the future. Therefore, she calls upon Miao Dajie and the others, saying, I have an important task for you. Yegio is well aware of their situation. As females, their presence will alleviate the tension among the tribe's beastmen. They possess commendable eloquence, making them suitable for the fundamental task of establishing diplomatic relations. If possible, they can even forge alliances through marriage. Such tangible benefits are sufficient to foster cooperative thoughts. Yegio does not instruct them to seek out additional males to bring back. Instead, she simply says, inform the tribe's beastmen that we are merely passing through, that we have our own tribe, and there is no need for alarm. However, Miao Dajie and the others discern the underlying implication. Rest assured, we know what to do. It is only natural to seek opportunities to contribute to the tribe. Now, the opportunity lies before them. You shall select beastmen and take a few high-ranking individuals to act separately. In this vicinity, there exist several tribes: the Red Fox tribe, the White Fox tribe, and the Silver Fox tribe. These tribes coexist as one, living in a state of mingled habitation, yet occasionally they act independently. Furthermore, there are the Rabbit Hunter tribe and the Grey Wolf tribe. The Grey Wolf tribe possesses the greatest combat prowess, while the other two tribes excel in numbers and unity, allowing the three tribes to coexist peacefully. Although minor frictions may arise, they maintain a balance for their safety. The arrival of Yegio disrupted this equilibrium, compelling them to gather and deliberate matters together. Consequently, Aunt Miao and Aunt San went to a tribe that lacked a decisive leader, finding themselves all congregated within the Fox tribe. The two females, feeling neglected, were decidedly displeased and naturally planned to recruit a number of valiant warriors that in their 40s. They appeared to be merely in their 20s. Possessing a maturity and allure absent in the younger females, awakened females, their ability to bear strong offspring stirred considerable excitement among many warriors of the Fox tribe. Numerous individuals capable of making their own decisions swiftly packed their belongings to join them. Realizing their own charm and the substantial increase in the tribe's population, Aunt Miao and Aunt San returned proudly, exclaiming, "Leader, we have accomplished half of our mission." "Excellent," came the reply. The throng of Fox and Rabbit tribe males, though predominantly of lower tiers, included a single fourth-tier warrior, which sufficed. But where is Aunt Air? Upon their return, Yegio expressed concern over the absence of one. "I am unsure. When we departed, they stated that the leader was away visiting the Grey Wolf tribe." Aunt Miao replied, "My sister-in-law, I encountered the same situation," Aunt San added. Their words provided Yegio with some solace. Now, we shall simply wait. After their discussion, they finally turned their attention to the accompanying males. The patrolling squad of the Fox and Rabbit tribes consisted of several fourth-tier beastmen. Their superior strength and speed made them less detectable by enemies. However, they merely observed from a distance, aware of the high numbers. Yet ignorant of the specific tiers as they approached this group of wandering beastmen, they recognized their formidable strength. Most were above fourth tier, with very few at third tier. Chapter 56. The White Fox. By Shao among them were cubs, appearing lively and spirited, already embodying the essence of warriors that know they should not be referred to as wandering beastmen. Although their leader was absent, Aunt Miao and her companions effectively conveyed the intentions Yegio wished to express, revealing that this newfound tribe was indeed formidable. Seeing Yegio approach step by step, the radiant smile upon her face did not instill a sense of calm. Rather, it heightened their anxiety. They feared Yegio might launch an attack against them. She was an awakened female, and stronger than they. Welcome, valiant warriors, to our Huaxia tribe. That I am Yi Jiao, the leader of this tribe. By joining us, you will receive the same treatment as our clan members. However, the right to mate must be earned through your own efforts. I shall never coerce my tribe into any actions. Her voice was melodious and soft, captivating many of the males immediately. These males, finding it challenging to seek females within their own tribe, recognized that the fox and rabbit tribes possessed even more formidable males. In comparison, they felt utterly insignificant. Yet if they were to succeed in joining this tribe, their prospects would vastly improve. Although there were several females in the fox tribe, and even more in the rabbit tribe, the number of awakened females totaled fewer than 3, that some females were advancing in age and would soon lose their ability to bear offspring, making them less desirable. The few young female cubs were still years away from maturity. In contrast, this new tribe boasted 7 adult females, with 1 cub nearing maturity, all in the prime of their youth. The prospect of remaining was undeniably appealing. They declared earnestly, "We shall contribute wholeheartedly to strengthen the tribe." Agreed, we shall await Aunt Air's return. Even though they had been engaged in battle the previous day, they had taken turns to rest, and with the abundance of food, every beast man was in high spirits. Today, they had no intention of resting further. They would return to the tribe upon Aunt Air's arrival. After a while, as the beast men gradually awakened from their rest, they organized themselves for breakfast, efficiently cooperating in their tasks. However, Yi Jiao did not join them. She took Hushan back to her wooden dwelling. Indeed, the only one accompanying Yi Jiao was him, while Huqiu remained in the wooden house, tending to the cubs. The cubs of the beast men were relatively resilient, but the harshness of the cold season was challenging. With their fur not yet sufficiently thick, they were prone to overheating in such temperatures. When they returned, Huqiu entrusted the cubs to Hushan. "Let's take turns. I am struggling to cope." "Understood." As his elder brother appeared weary, his younger brother felt a pang of concern and immediately agreed to help, especially since one of the cubs belonged to him. Hearing his brother's words, Huqiu sighed in relief, feeling that his brother was not raised in vain. Finally, he was of use. Upon entering, they isolated themselves from the external clamor. Yet outside, the atmosphere remained lively. The newly arrived males from the fox and rabbit tribes were predominantly young, some barely in their 20s. Their gazes naturally gravitated towards the more exquisite Yi Jiao, particularly as she was accompanied by only Hushan, indicating a scarcity of males at her side. Although Hushan was of a significantly higher tier, they believed they might still have a chance. One must always strive for opportunity. Thus, one bold individual approached another male to inquire, "How many males does the leader have?" If the number were few, their chances would increase, with nearly 100 males now vying for mating rights. The one being questioned appeared displeased. Noticing his intense gaze fixed on Yi Jiao, his expression darkened. However, the dried meat he offered brought a sense of satisfaction, and he responded, "It is known that there are only 4, 2 of whom remain in the tribe, yet they are of very high tier. Instead of fixating on the leader and the priest, consider the 2 shamans. They too are quite young. That of course, you may reserve a spot with Miao Xiaoqiao. She is nearing maturity. In fact, it would be easier to seek out Aunt Miao and her companions, as they had collectively recruited dozens of males, particularly Aunt San, who had previously been an ordinary female and found it somewhat overwhelming. But out of necessity, she had to seek companionship. After awakening, her physical condition improved significantly, and she relished such privileges. Among these beast men, many were youthful and vibrant, which appealed to her, adding a splash of color to her life. After all, when females sought males, unless they were reserved, they would generally pursue those they found appealing. "I am fond of the leader. She is truly beautiful and powerful. Suit yourself. I merely offer a word of caution. Should this male manage to marry into the leader's family, it would serve as encouragement for others, as a testament to possibility." Unfamiliar with Yi Jiao, this fox male was resolute, investing considerable effort into gathering information. From the moment he laid eyes on Yi Jiao, his heart raced. Though he was but a first-tier being, the lowest of the low, he knew that a male's worth extended beyond mere strength. Beauty was equally significant. Previously, he had despised his own visage, as it had drawn the unwanted attention of females. Yet he understood that those females were seldom genuine. They viewed him merely as a plaything. If he were to offer himself up, once they grew bored, his fate would be dire. Thus, when the opportunity arose, he decided to partake, not for the allure of Aunt Meow and her companions, but for a chance at a fresh start. After all, there were no stringent requirements regarding the tier of males wishing to join, and despite being an unfamiliar tribe, he believed it would thrive. Although some might deem his hopes fanciful, he was certain that his beauty placed him among the finest of males. Meow Xiao Chow found him appealing. Despite his low tier, she admired his looks. She approached him, stating, "You may find it difficult to marry into the leader's family. Perhaps consider me instead, and you could become the third husband." Her first husband was a fifth-tier beastman, while her second, though only fourth tier, possessed unique talents and was under 30. Truly elite among beastmen. My apologies, but my heart lies with the leader that I shall find a way to win her over. This female displayed a pleasant demeanor, devoid of any playful malice, and in that moment, Bai Xiao felt a flicker of interest. He was uncertain if he could capture Yi Jiu's heart, yet having a female interested in him was already a victory. However, the thought of Yi Jiu's breathtaking beauty and her ethereal voice made it impossible for him to consider changing his mind. Such a powerful leader, willing to bear offspring for a male, was a prospect too enticing to ignore. That if he were to succeed in marrying her, life would surely be splendid. The thought of cubs ignited an idea within him. While males typically only cared for their own offspring, exceptions did exist. Chapter 57. A different path. Upon hearing his rejection, Meow Xiao Chow remained unfazed. "I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Several hundred males, many of whom are in their 20s and 30s, hold ranks from 3 to 4, that the older ones possess strength at levels 5 or 6, demonstrating formidable power and longevity. There are plenty of choices available. She has ample options to select from." Upon encountering her, there was no entanglement, nor any threats or intimidation. Bai Xiao instantly felt a sense of belonging to this tribe. With thoughts already brewing in his mind, he approached Yi Jiu's wooden dwelling after Meow Xiao Cao's departure. Observing his audacity in frequently disturbing Yi Jiu, many males were entertained by the spectacle. Due to his striking appearance, the females regarded him quite favorably. Meow Xiaoan cautioned, "The leader does not appreciate males who seek trouble unnecessarily." His looks were indeed exceptional. Aside from his low strength, there was little else to criticize. Bai Xiao was genuinely tempted, yet this fox was entirely preoccupied with the leader and had no intention of harboring such thoughts. Unlike her naive younger cousin, she would not humiliate herself intentionally. That would be a waste of emotions, wouldn't it? He was already aware of all this. He sought the leader for a matter of importance. The specifics remained unclear, but the seriousness on his face prompted no further inquiries from others. Yet, some males harbored subtle discontent towards him, a newcomer daring to covet what they deemed unattainable. That a male wild boar grumbled, "Is this typical of your fox clan?" Most males held a disdainful view of the fox tribe, primarily due to their striking beauty. While the majority of females were shallow, favoring powerful males, they exhibited an even greater preference for handsome appearances. The fox males, despite their lower strength, were adored by females who could easily handle them. However, it wasn't solely the males of the fox clan that faced disdain. The females were equally unpopular. Their beauty was undeniable, yet they were reluctant to bear offspring. Moreover, their fleeting novelty often led to neglect of the males once the initial excitement faded. Although they wouldn't outright abandon them, it was rare for a male to regain favor unless they achieved a significant power breakthrough. Males who fell out of favor found it challenging to procure energy plants from the fox females. Without a stable supply of energy plants, upgrading became a perilous endeavor, leading to a vicious cycle. Consequently, their reputation suffered greatly. In contrast, the gray wolves and rabbits boasted a much better standing. Rabbit females, known for their amiable nature, seldom lost their temper. They were not particularly large, making them unsuitable for powerful males. But their disinterest in offspring posed no issue. Gray wolf females were fiercely loyal, rarely abandoning their partners, which endeared them to many males. Among the fox males, there was a natural aversion to tarnishing their own reputations, especially since none had yet secured a mate. They hastily denied any association, saying, "We are not like that. He is an exception." During his time in the tribe, he had flaunted himself, relishing the attention of the females, even instigating fights among them. While they were indeed decent-looking, they paled in comparison to Bai Xiao, especially since the tribe was home to numerous strong and attractive beastmen, which rendered them quite mediocre. Observing their desperate attempts to dissociate themselves, it became evident that, despite their decent looks, they were merely slightly better than average, leaving the other beastmen somewhat satisfied. Achieving mating rights through merit was not a shortcut. Their tribe had quite a number of females, yet the competition remained exceedingly fierce. They understood the situation. Noticing that the original tribe members no longer held grudges, the fox males sighed in relief. Although resentment towards Bai Xiao lingered in their hearts, fearing they might be ostracized. Meanwhile, after knocking for quite some time, when the door finally opened, Bai Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment, but did not depart. This was his only opportunity. He had taken this action while the other beastmen lacked the courage to intervene. Next time, they would certainly be on guard, and he wouldn't have a chance to approach the leader. Creak. The door finally opened, revealing a tall and handsome man, distinct from the one who had accompanied him earlier. He bore a resemblance to Hushan, suggesting he was another male who had come out with the leader. Bai Xiao's mind raced with thoughts, yet he managed to present a composed smile. Greetings, esteemed leader's male, that I hear you have welcomed a cub. Congratulations. May I assist you in caring for it? The other appeared somewhat unwell, likely exhausted from the demands of the cub, which Bai Xiao envied. With such low strength, Hu Qiu would have disregarded him in the past. However, the other's appearance was undeniable as a fellow male. He understood the underlying intent, seeking to curry favor through his cub and thus gain entry into their family. Naturally, before the cub's birth, he would prefer not to have unfamiliar males intruding. After all, with their collective strength, they could adequately protect Yizhou. Yet, after several days of being tormented by the cub, even he and Hushan, formidable males, could not escape the burden that it felt as though they were shackled. And despite their immense strength, they were relegated to changing diapers and feeding. Bai Xiao's presence offered him a direction. Perhaps they could recruit some low-strength, good-looking, and well-behaved males to assist with household chores and cub care. In this manner, everyone could fulfill their roles, ensuring a more harmonious home. That must be said, Bai Xiao was indeed fortunate. With just a glance, Hu Qiu felt Bai Xiao met his criteria, but the specifics would depend on his performance. Not uttering a word, he invited him in, and this gesture filled Bai Xiao with joy, as he believed he had taken his first step forward. Upon hearing his words, many males awaited the unfolding drama. The fox males, alongside those less fortunate in appearance, seemed eager to sabotage him. Seeing Hu Qiu actually usher him inside left them astonished. What does Lord Hu Qiu mean? Has he consented? They all knew Hu Qiu was Yizhou's primary mate. Passing this hurdle equated to a significant victory. That it was merely a matter of time before Yizhou acquiesced, for Bai Xiao was truly stunning. However, considering Hushan's fatigue and Hu Qiu's dispirited demeanor after several days apart, they quickly understood. The leader's cub was lively, yet with just one cub, it shouldn't be too overwhelming. Observing Hu Qiu's efficiency in daily tasks, they assumed he could manage the child. That it was unlikely the leader would birth two. Right? If there were two cubs, one beastman could handle each, which wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Regardless of their speculations, none could fathom that Yizhou would give birth to more than two. Let alone 5. Outside discussions were lost on Bai Xiao. He merely recognized that he had finally entered this enigmatic abode. That it was more spacious than he had envisioned, filled with an abundance of items that left him momentarily speechless. You understand how to care for cubs, correct? It wasn't that he lacked affection for his offspring. Rather, it was a matter of capacity. Chapter 58. I am serious about caring for cubs. Indeed, I know how to change diapers and feed them. Before meeting Yizhou, he had never entertained the notion of finding a compatible female. Yet, he had envisioned scenarios involving cubs and had secretly honed his skills. Hearing him speak thus, Hu Qiu felt somewhat reassured. We have 5 cubs that require attention. Can you manage? What? 5. Wasn't it said that the leader just gave birth? It must be done. At this moment, he had no choice but to comply. Losing this opportunity would mean a lifetime of solitude. Encountering such an extraordinarily captivating female, it would be challenging for him to focus on any other in his lifetime. The leader's males possessed remarkable strength, which only heightened his chances as a low-ranked male. Household chores required beastmen to manage them. Lacking beastly parents or siblings to assist him, he had to seek opportunities to secure a mate independently. Regardless of the outcome, his attitude was enough to satisfy Hu Qiu. Very well. You will assist me for a day that we do not mistreat our beastmen. You will dine with us henceforth. While inquiring about Yi Jio's situation, Bai Xiao had diligently gathered information about Hu Qiu and his companions. Realizing he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Despite the cold season, the leader's household was exceptionally well prepared, enjoying abundant and delightful meals. Not to mention, the beastmen outside were far less fortunate in their provisions. I will certainly strive to care for the young leaders well. Hu Qiu nodded in satisfaction. Yes. Jiu resides in this room. Do not disturb her unnecessarily. Hu Shan and I each have our own rooms. This one is assigned to you. You may enter and assess what is lacking, and inform us of any needs. By the way, this is the kitchen, and this is the storage room. Having decided to welcome him, Hu Qiu made the necessary arrangements, allocating him a room. Upon hearing Hu Qiu's words, Bai Xiao was taken aback, for the designated area was merely a door that it was difficult for him to envision what lay beyond. Yet he followed his instincts to the door assigned by Hu Qiu and opened it. Indeed, he was greeted by a reasonably spacious room, furnished with a wooden bed and various exquisite items. For a moment he felt somewhat flustered. Is this for me? Of course. You don't expect to solely care for the cubs, do you? Sharing a space with a female would tarnish your reputation. Henceforth, you can only wed my females. She had always been fair to her males. Though she had yet to acknowledge him, she found him commendable and believed he deserved equitable treatment. During the brief time he had just spent outside, he had overheard numerous discussions among the orcs. The moment he realized that the orc before him had taken an interest in him, he felt a flicker of irritation. Bai Xiao's strength was indeed rather lacking. However, the words that escaped his lips unexpectedly filled Hu Qiu with immense satisfaction. Thank you, big brother. Even if the chief ultimately does not choose me, I would be content to serve as a concubine. I have raised the cubs, and as long as I dedicate myself wholeheartedly, they will recognize me in the future and provide for me in my old age. That alone suffices in this life. It holds promise. His swift change of heart demonstrated his cleverness, and Hu Qiu was quite pleased with him. Bai Xiao too felt a sense of contentment. He believed the beast god had finally bestowed his favor upon him. I truly appreciate what lies within. There is no need for a swap. Have you had your morning meal yet? I possess decent culinary skills. Typically, during the cold season, orcs would have one meal, and if provisions were ample, perhaps two. Yet, he assumed the chief's household would partake in three. By offering to assist, he endeared himself further to Hu Qiu. You may venture into the kitchen and give it a try. The implication was clear. They had yet to eat, allowing him the opportunity to showcase his cooking talents. Due to his low rank, he found it impossible to elevate himself through conventional means, so he sought improvement in other areas. Thus Bai Xiao brimmed with confidence. For instance, in culinary arts, mending garments, and foraging for edible fruits. Note: not energy plants as males could see them, while females utilized perception. Prompted by Hu Qiu, he washed his hands and proceeded to the kitchen. Hu Shan was inside, tending to the cubs, and the door stood ajar, allowing their conversation to be heard clearly. He awaited an explanation from his elder brother that we need them to take on some miscellaneous tasks. Hu Qiu, having just entered, spoke before even cradling a cub. Hu Shan? Them? Are you considering finding a few for Jiu? Let us not end up competing for favor and jeopardizing our standing. With the addition of Lanya and Shirue, he felt an unsettling sense of being the least favored among the four males, despite being the second husband. How could that be? Our lowest rank is already level 6, and it is quite rare for a level 4 male to lose favor. Besides, do we not already have cubs? Or do you suspect Jiu is like other females? His position as the first husband felt immensely secure. Hu Qiu had faith in his abilities, and even more so in Yi Jiu, who was not the type to abandon her males. Reflecting on how, although Yi Jiu displayed a slight bias, she was generally fair to them all, Hu Shan's heart found solace. You are right. Our levels are sufficiently high. With the warm season following the cold, we have much to attend to and cannot waste time on trivial matters that we must form a hunting team and lead them out to hunt. We should also establish a planting and breeding team. The gathering team cannot rely solely on females. Strong males must accompany them. There is much to accomplish. It would be unreasonable to entrust all tribal matters to Jiu alone. We ought to support her. Contemplating this, Hu Shan suddenly felt a pang of realization that the number of beast husbands was indeed somewhat insufficient. Hu Qiu continued, as Jiu has said, we must expand our territory. Indeed, brother, I heed your advice. Let us recruit a few more capable individuals, particularly males skilled in caring for females, that I asked the leading males. They needed to set a positive example. Numerous tribes surrounded them, although level 5 males were scarce. It was quite normal for a tribe to possess one or two, that the number of level 4 orcs was similarly limited, yet each tribe boasted at least a dozen or so. Overall, despite their formidable strength, they still lacked deterrence if they did not venture outside. Do not worry. I am well aware. Once these males joined their ranks, the first order of business would be to seek the affections of the females. Yet remarkably few would approach Yijio. Their might was overwhelming, and they took excellent care of her, leaving most males feeling embarrassed. Only Bai Xiao, unexpectedly bold, dared to approach directly. For this reason alone, Hu Qiu felt compelled to accept him. The two brothers played with the cubs while engaging in conversation. Did I end the kitchen? Bai Xiao surveyed the abundant ingredients with growing serenity, but he had already gathered Yijio's preferences, so he began preparing chicken porridge, followed by steaming coconut rice. The coconut rice was meant for Hu Qiu and his brother, as it was their favorite for its filling nature, but he opted for a light stir-fried vegetable dish and a potato stew. Though these were common dishes, he was meticulous with the seasoning. Chapter 59. The Reward for Giving Birth. Bai Xiao was remarkably swift in his movements, his timing impeccable. Within less than an hour, the meal was ready. During preparation, he was both earnest and confident, yet upon completion, he found himself feeling somewhat anxious. Dinner is ready, he announced. The door to Hu Qiu's room opened, and it was Bai Xiao's first glimpse of their cubs. Their fur was soft, and they appeared lively. Indeed, 5 of them, suggesting they had been born in a single litter. The chief is truly impressive. 5 cubs in 1 litter. No wonder the chief's 2 beast husbands appear so haggard. He felt a sense of gratitude for his fortune, yet also a twinge of worry. 5 cubs seemed quite a handful. If even the formidable elder brother struggled, how could he, a mere level 2 male, possibly manage? Seeing them emerge, Bai Xiao hurriedly said, "You all eat first. I will help with the cubs. You bear no scent of Jiu, nor are you their father. Allow them to adjust before approaching. Otherwise, I fear they may become agitated." These little ones were not easily entertained. Aside from being somewhat obedient in front of Yijio, they were not particularly accommodating towards their 2 fathers. Even after receiving a scolding, they remained quite unruly, yet their small size meant they ate little and grew hungry quickly, and they frequently required changing, leaving little time for proper rest. My apologies. I forgot this was my first time seeing such delightful cubs. He genuinely wished to care for the cubs, yet for a moment, he had completely overlooked such a crucial aspect. Whether his sentiments were sincere or feigned, they could perceive the difference. Hu Shan regarded him with newfound recognition. No worries. We are family. They will know you in due time. You all eat first. I will take care of them. Observing how the cubs had turned his brother into a frazzled mess, he resolved to be more attentive, allowing Bai Xiao time to recover. All right. Orcs seldom engaged in pleasantries, so when Hu Shan spoke thus, Bai Xiao readily acquiesced. After their meal, under Hu Qiu's guidance, he gradually approached the cubs. True to the fact that they were the chief's offspring, they remained remarkably indifferent to his approach. Noticing the admiration in their eyes, Hu Qiu discerned his thoughts, immediately feeling speechless. Perhaps it is due to your low rank. This remark struck hard, while he had heard it often in the past. Hearing it now from Hu Qiu's lips was particularly disheartening. That I will strive to improve, though I am unsure why I cannot seem to advance. Upon hearing this, Hu Qiu realized it was not a matter of Bai Xiao's capability. Perhaps you should consult Jiu later. She possesses considerable knowledge. Mention of Yijio caused him to feel slightly embarrassed, prompting him to inquire, "Why isn't the chief joining us for a meal?" She mentioned she was busy and asked us not to disturb her. Indeed, at that moment, Yijio was occupied with managing her space, which had inexplicably expanded once more. Upon noticing the increase, she recalled the system that was still upgrading. Previously, she had felt little, but after such a long silence, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to its absence. Perhaps sensing her longing, the system finally emitted a sound. Yet, the notification bore no hint of emotion. It appeared to be pre-programmed. Congratulations, host. The first husband is diligent and virtuous, successfully acquiring a husband. Name. Bai Xiao. Identity. 5th husband of the host, a discarded white fox of the 9-tailed celestial fox lineage. Poison maliciously. Level. Peak level 1. Talent. Black grade. Age. 22 years. Dimensions. excellent image. Physique, excellent image. Appearance, exceptional image. Perhaps due to the inexplicable toxins within her body, upon hearing that Bai Xiao had also been poisoned, she felt an unexpected affinity towards him, especially given the assessments that were accompanied by images, causing her cheeks to flush. Yi Jiao, incensed, exclaimed, "What are you sending me this for? I do not understand. Should I just look for myself?" However, she soon realized something was amiss. Bai Zhao's talent was astonishingly classified as black, yet why was his strength lower than that of Ushan, the weakest among her beast husbands, who had yet to reach level 2? The system offered no response, as this beast husband's high talent level surprisingly granted her 500 points, completing half of her task instantly. Yi Jiao's expression conveyed her disbelief. Nevertheless, she did not forget that this was her 5th husband. She had requested the 1st and 2nd husbands, receiving 200 points for each, yet had not received any for the 3rd and 4th husbands, revealing the system's apparent forgetfulness. Yi Jiao felt quite displeased. Are my snakes Rue and Lanya not valuable? When the system remained silent, she continued her tirade. Finally, the mechanical voice infused with a hint of human emotion announced, "Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 3rd husband, quality blue, reward 100 points. Congratulations, host, for successfully conceiving, earning 500 points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 4th husband, quality purple, reward 200 points. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task requirement. The novice protection period is 3 months. Please earn 1,000 points within this time frame. Rewards include 10 growth-type rings, 100 square meters, a comprehensive witchcraft inheritance, witch doctor section, priest section, 10 wizard staves, and a set of totem warrior training manuals, skill techniques, mental techniques, sword techniques, knife techniques. Did it seem the gifts were rather excessive? As night fell, Yi Jiao found herself utterly astonished, just as the thought of cubs crossed her mind. The system, seemingly in retaliation, began to chime incessantly. Congratulations, host. You have given birth to a blue-quality male tiger cub. Reward: 100 points, blue quality potion 1. Congratulations, host. You have given birth to a green quality male tiger cub. Reward: 50 points. Green quality potion 1. Congratulations, host. You have given birth to another green quality male tiger cub. Reward: 50 points. Sanitary pads 10. Congratulations, host. You have experienced a surge in fortune, giving birth to a purple quality male tiger cub. Reward: 200 points. Purple quality potion 1. Large carriage 1. Congratulations, host. You have experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck, giving birth to a purple quality male tiger cub. Reward: 200 points. Purple quality potion 1. Large waterbed 1. The abundance of rewards, coupled with the absence of any physical harm, filled Yi Jiao with an overwhelming desire for offspring. System, are there any other rewards apart from these? NAF indeed had less to offer than the prospect of childbirth. What exactly are these potions? Can they enhance one's talents? The rewards were specified as follows: golden quality, 5,000 points, silver quality, 2,000 points, white quality, 1,000 points, black quality, 500 points, purple quality, 200 points, blue quality, 100 points, green quality, 50 points, yellow quality, 30 points, orange quality, 20 points, red quality, 10 points. Host, I have generously calculated your rewards. This is quite plentiful. Do not be greedy. You are right, potions can indeed enhance one's talents and can be used on your beast husbands. Upon hearing the latter part, Yi Jiao recognized it as the voice of the system. Have you upgraded? What new features do you possess? She inquired, her excitement palpable. The previous system had been rather lackluster, often forgetting its own tasks, such as the second mission, which was supposed to last 3 months, yet she had far exceeded that duration in giving birth alongside her 5th husband. She felt an odd sensation that the system was somewhat negligent. As long as she completed her tasks, there seemed to be no strict time constraints. Quickly shifting the topic, nearly causing the system to crash, her genuine concern and joy were evident, delighting the system in return. Of course, I am no longer ordinary. You will find my capabilities useful, but I shall refrain from revealing everything just yet. Are you certain the rewards I have granted you will not be revoked? After all, I have exceeded the timeline for this task. There is no exceeding of time. I have my own calculations. Your gestation period is within 3 months, and the minimum rewards are sufficient. Yi Jiao contemplated the points. Hu Qiao and Hu Shan were worth 200 points. Lanya and Shi Rue, 300 points, 5 cubs totaling 700 points, bringing her total to 1,200 points, which indeed sufficed. Excellent. I am quite fond of the rewards. However, could you possibly spare some more sanitary pads? This was something Yi Jiao found perplexing. Despite possessing beast marks, she could not transform into beast form. She experienced monthly cycles, though not as prolonged as in her previous life. 3 days were still enough to induce a headache. For her, it was merely a normal physiological period, but for the beast men, it signaled a female's estrus, causing them to become quite excited, occasionally sniffing around her. Though 10 packs of sanitary pads sounded abundant, they would be depleted within half a year. Among the various rewards, this was the only one that truly piqued her interest. What is the purpose of that carriage? We do not possess a vehicle, and I doubt the current technology in the beast world can create such a thing. And what of the large waterbed? Can it surpass the comfort of my own? Yi Jiao found herself at a loss for words. It was not that she was disdainful, but rather that she could not fathom it. Women, you were not expressing such sentiments earlier. Fear not. All the items sent to you will be of use in the future. I will not divulge further secrets. With that, the system vanished as if it had never existed. Despite receiving so many items, Yi Jiao felt quite content. After all, with the system's backpack, all rewards could be stored without taking up space. If they were useless, so be it. Maintaining a positive mindset, Yi Jiao set aside these thoughts and continued her tasks within her space. Indeed, the gardening genes of her flower family made her space exceptionally beautiful. Once she had completed her chores and filled her stomach, she took a nap before emerging from her space. After spending this time together, the brothers Hu Qiu had developed a favorable impression of Bai Xiao. When Yi Jiao finally met her fifth husband, she found him even more handsome than his profile had suggested. Recalling the personal information the system had provided, her gaze inadvertently drifted to her lower abdomen, causing her cheeks to flush. Though Yi Jiao's glance was not overtly noticeable, her fair skin made even a slight blush apparent. Sensing that she had made a good first impression, Bai Xiao felt a surge of confidence. Having received the approval of both the first and second husbands as well as the cubs, greetings, chief, that I am Bai Xiao, and I may be living alongside you in the future, that if you are dissatisfied, you may treat me as a slave. That he held the utmost disdain for being a slave, yet he was more than willing to serve as the chief's subordinate. Since you were chosen by Qiu Qiu, I have no objections. I merely hope for a harmonious coexistence. His beauty momentarily distracted Yi Jiao, making her realize her own superficiality. This was a gift from her beast husband, and to refuse it would be ungrateful. Having already acquired 4 husbands, adding one more seemed inconsequential. Thus, Yi Jiao accepted readily. Upon hearing those words, Bai Xiao understood he had become the 5th husband. Overcome with joy, he felt as though the beast god had finally graced him with favor. He had merely wished to join and be accepted, but Hu Qiu had deeper thoughts, considering Bai Xiao as a brother, and felt compelled to contemplate his future. Thus, he expressed his concerns regarding Bai Xiao. His condition is rather troubling. I know, he has been poisoned, and the energy he has worked hard to accumulate over the years is now contending with the toxin that if he had not been diligent in his training, he might very well have lost his life. That why Yi Jiao's tone was notably calm. Yet Bai Xiao felt a wave of dread wash over him. That be why the beast god's grace. I am fortunate to have encountered you. Chief, do you possess a means to save me? I deeply desire to accompany the cubs as they grow. I do not wish to meet the beast god just yet. From now on, you are my beast husband. You need not address me as chief. You may call me Jiao Jiao. That I have a method, but I cannot guarantee your salvation. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiao felt somewhat puzzled. It seemed the cubs belonged to Hu Qiu and Hu Shan. Did it not? Noticing her gaze, Hu Qiu quickly clarified that Bai Xiao was indeed a gift delivered to their doorstep. Showcasing his cleverness, he expressed his genuine affection for the cubs, a sentiment Yi Jiao could sense. However, the fact that these little rascals did not reject him was rather surprising. Indeed, they were all drawn to beauty. Those who were good-looking often received preferential treatment in any endeavor. Do not worry. I will exert my utmost effort. Extend your hand. I will examine it. Although she knew he had been poisoned, Yi Jiao had yet to ascertain the type of toxin. She needed to investigate through direct contact. Without hesitation, Bai Xiao extended his hand, only feeling a sense of shyness afterward that he lowered his head, unable to meet Yi Jiao's gaze. Yet his heart brimmed with sweetness that Hu Qiu and the others remained silent, hoping for Bai Xiao's well-being, for he truly excelled in caring for the cubs. After a considerable time, Yi Jiao finally exhaled in relief. It's not a significant issue that I have plenty of ready-made medicine here to craft a lower-grade version. To completely cure you, we must venture into the forest. We will do so when the warm season arrives, just in time to teach the two feline sisters. Her words brought a sense of calm to Bai Xiao and the others. Now that he was her beast husband, Yi Jiu naturally felt a pang of sympathy. Not long after she emerged, having checked on the cubs, she returned to her room to prepare medicine for Bai Xiao. Seeing her busying herself for him, Bai Xiao's eyes welled with tears of gratitude. Jiu is truly wonderful. Even without the need for mating, he was willing to remain by her side, ready to face any challenge for her sake. Take good care of the cubs. Your time will come. Attraction began with appearances, but loyalty stemmed from character. His female counterpart was undeniably charming. Bai Xiao's arrival indeed alleviated their burdens, making the task of raising cubs considerably easier. However, Hu Qiu's desire to take on more beast husbands still lingered, that in what felt like no time at all, Yi Jiu reappeared. Bai Xiao felt no disappointment. As long as Yi Jiu had this intention, the outcome mattered little. He wished to engage in conversation with her, yet he was unsure how to initiate it, so he could only speak to the cubs. Nevertheless, his attention frequently drifted back to her, why Yi Jiu could naturally sense this. She emerged precisely because the medicine had been prepared. Though the lower-grade version could not cure him completely, it would gradually eliminate some toxins, allowing Bai Xiao to upgrade smoothly. With his black quality talent, once some toxins were cleared, his cultivation speed would at least match that of a green quality talent. As she made her way towards him, a gentle smile gracing her lips, Bai Xiao felt his heart race, leaving him somewhat flustered. That moment, the cubs tugged at his beast skin, snapping him back to reality. Jiu, he called shyly, "Are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare something for you?" It seemed his only skill lay in cooking. He recalled someone had once told him that to win a female's heart, one must first capture her stomach. "I am not hungry. I have eaten. Here, take your medicine." Yi Jiu's delight at his bashful demeanor was evident. Since growing closer to Hu Qiu and the others, such shy expressions had become a rarity. Bai Xiao's heart raced. So soon? Is his female counterpart truly so formidable? She surpasses even the shaman of his former tribe. Surely, concocting medicinal powders and pills is an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. A single herb may cure ailments, yet its efficacy is rather limited. That is to be expected. It is not a particularly potent toxin. I wonder what memory she is lacking. The moment I probed her mind, the necessary medicinal ingredients emerged in her thoughts, alongside the commonly used ones, as well as the unique herbs of the beast realm. This revelation utterly dismantled many of her prior speculations. She is quite certain of her origins in the new era, and the memories she thought were from the cultivation world might actually belong to her second life. Yet, with the sudden appearance of herbs from the beast realm, she contemplates the possibility that her second life may have transpired in an even more advanced beast realm. She does not subscribe to the notion that these missing memories will vanish entirely upon her death. Given the right circumstances, they will surely resurface. Her calm demeanor and the tranquility etched upon her face deeply resonate with Bai Xiao. Take one each day. There may be some reactions afterwards, so it would be wise to find a moment of solitude or privacy. The thought of such a stunning individual engaging in such mundane acts makes Yi Jiu somewhat reluctant to bear witness. Bai Xiao is bewildered by the complexity of her expression, yet he commits her words to memory. Understood that he is filled with anticipation, but he remains acutely aware that his primary responsibility is to care for the young ones. They do not reject him and appear quite obedient. Yet, as is the nature of younglings, they will inevitably crawl about when awake. His task is to monitor them, ensuring they do not inadvertently touch anything they should not. Though it seems a simple task, their boundless energy and propensity for destruction are astonishing. Bai Xiao suspects that the young ones harbor latent power within them, though he is uncertain how to guide its use. Jiu, should we teach them? Guide them on how to wield their powers. He has never encountered younglings born with innate energy, as it is rare for awakened females and powerful beastmen to produce offspring. This realization only amplifies his admiration for Yi Jiu's strength and capability. Let nature take its course. They are quite intelligent. These little cubs can communicate with her, but they are too young to grasp many concepts. An understanding must await their maturation. With their inherent energy, they will likely undergo transformation earlier than ordinary younglings. Female cubs are born in human form, while male cubs only gain mastery over their bodies at the age of 6. Those with superior talent and intelligence will likely awaken between the ages of 3 and 5. Geo speculates that the younglings with innate energy may achieve human form by the age of 12. Bai Xiao is filled with excitement. When that time comes, I will teach them well. Younglings in the beast realm. While female cubs are somewhat pampered, male cubs are not free from responsibilities. They will learn hunting skills from their fathers or beast husbands. Upon adulthood, they typically awaken their powers and attain a certain rank that if they have not done so by the age of 20, they must leave the tribe to venture into the world until they reach the second rank before returning. Those who awaken powers in adulthood, even if they remain at a single rank, may choose not to leave out of course. If they lack ambition and cannot awaken their powers, remaining in the tribe as ordinary beastmen is also acceptable. Though the conditions will be significantly inferior to Chu Shan, feeling somewhat exasperated, finally speaks. You are a fox while they are tigers. Their hunting methods differ. This is a straightforward truth, yet it nearly shatters Bai Xiao's heart. Yi Jiu, unable to bear the sight of a beautiful being in tears, understands the benefits of bearing offspring. As long as they do not perish, she will strive to give birth, sooner or later. She intends to bear cubs for Bai Xiao, and thus she reassures him. Do not worry. When the time comes, you can take the fox cubs hunting, while the tiger cubs will be cared for by Qiu and his brother. Upon hearing this, disbelief fills Bai Xiao's eyes. Jiu is willing to mate with him and bear his young. He has yet to reach the second rank. Does he truly deserve such a blessing? However, contemplating the prospect of his rank rising after purging the toxins, he feels a renewed sense of calm. Jiu, thank you. This earnestness stirs Yi Jiu's heart. You go and eliminate the toxins. I will watch over the cubs with a Shan. All right, Bai Xiao, filled with exhilaration, gently strokes the cubs in his arms and promptly returns to his assigned quarters. The moment to depart draws near, and he must be swift to avoid hindrance. Observing Yi Jiu, who typically shuns the responsibility of cub rearing, making such efforts for him, Hu Shan feels a pang of jealousy. Alas, compared to Xiao Wu. I wonder if my status will diminish with the arrival of Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, that he knows that Yi Jiu responds better to gentleness than to force, to gain more advantages. He must strive for them himself, that he portrays himself as exceedingly pitiable, his face resembling that of Hu Qiu, tinged with melancholy. Why Yi Jiu finds herself both amused and exasperated. Do you not trust me? Or do you lack faith in yourself? Bai Xiao is undeniably handsome, and I fear you may become infatuated. The male foxes truly make it difficult for beastmen to feel at ease, although Bai Xiao appears docile. Who can predict his future intentions? It seems you have not made it in quite some time. Perhaps you should indulge a little? Yi Jiu's words are blunt, her fiery gaze causing Hu Shan's heart to race. He feels a resurgence of shyness reminiscent of their first meeting. What began as mere teasing has transformed into genuine sentiment. Yet upon glancing at the 5 younglings crawling about them, Yi Jiu sighs. It seems unlikely. To lose a hard-won opportunity simply because of the cubs makes Hu Shan feel it would be better not to have it at all. Sensing his disdain, the cubs, born of the same litter, begin to cry. When one cries, how can the others refrain? They soon follow suit, creating a cacophony that Yi Jiu is momentarily stunned, unable to react to Hu Shan, irate, drives Yi Jiu away. Such matters are the responsibility of us males. The clever little ones, understanding the situation, cause a ruckus without needing explicit direction, proving to be quite a handful. Realizing the shift in dynamics, Yi Jiu cannot help but chuckle, ultimately proceeding to Hu Qiu's abode without any reservations. Hu Qiu, resting, opens his eyes the moment he senses her presence. The benefits of his strength are evident. A brief rest has greatly improved his condition. Chapter 62. Who lacks enthusiasm for meat? Upon seeing the fiery glint in Yi Jiu's eyes, he smiles. What is it? After soothing the little ones, is it my turn now? In an instant, he pulls her into his embrace. With a wistful sigh, he remarks, another edition means less of your time for me. Reflecting on their past lives as 2 beastmen, Hu Qiu feels a deep nostalgia. So beguiling is he that Yi Jiu cannot help but acquiesce. With fingers as delicate as white jade, she caresses his throat and plants a gentle kiss. No matter how many there may be. You are always the most important to me. Whether you may enter depends on your willingness, does it not? Besides, Was it not you who invited Bai Xiao into our fold? She refuses to shoulder the blame, fully aware that it was he who found Bai Xiao's appearance appealing and his willingness to care for younglings compelling. Umph. In the end, does it not ultimately benefit you? Yi Jiu's words delight Hu Qiu, filling his eyes with mirth and elevating his spirits. Though his body is somewhat weary, it does not hinder him from pursuing further pleasures. Moreover, mating with Yi Jiu is a long-held aspiration, and he will not hold back. With her approaching him of her own accord, he is determined to fulfill her desires. The ensuing encounter is exhilarating, leaving Yi Jiu thoroughly satisfied. Revitalized by their union, Hu Qiu rises, his eyes sparkling with vitality. We must return. Those beasts outside await our presence. The satiated Yi Jiu exudes a languorous aura as she rests her chin on her hand. Could you see if Aunt Meow Air has returned? If so, please inform me, so we can return early and make arrangements that, of course, with a gentle kiss upon her lips, Hu Qiu, content, exits the room. Though the door is closed, the unmistakable aura of their union lingers. And with one male and one female present in the room, there is no need to guess what has transpired. Upon Hu Qiu's emergence, the rich scent of Yi Jiu envelopes him, eliciting envy from both Hu Shan and Bai Xiao. Hu Shan remarks sarcastically, "Brother, you have many cubs. Why not come and care for them?" He acknowledges that he has taken advantage of the situation while attending to Yi Jiu, yet he is unwilling to relinquish such advantages. Jiu Jiu has tasked me with handling matters outside. Besides, your young ones are within. You mentioned alternating duties, did you not? Hu Qiu is in high spirits. Bai Xiao, you expressed your desire to care for the young ones. Hearing this, Bai Xiao nods eagerly. Indeed, that Hu Shan, feeling exasperated, chides. Why have you conceded so quickly? Can you not display some backbone? I possess backbone, but as a newcomer, I must heed the words of the first husband. He entered under the pretext of caring for the cubs, and it was evident that he truly cherished them. How could he possibly neglect them? Observing his demeanor, Hu Qiu grew increasingly satisfied with him, contemplating the arrangement for him to serve Yi Jiu. After the mating, his heart felt more at ease. Bai Xiao, unaware of Hu Qiu's thoughts, took the opportunity to appease Hu Shan as soon as Hu Qiu stepped out. Hu Shan was easy to coax, and with Bai Xiao's eloquence, their relationship was quickly restored to its former state that, of course, he hadn't genuinely been angry earlier. After all, this was his elder brother, that a few teasing remarks were all that was needed. A true conflict was out of the question. Just as he emerged, Aunt Meow Air returned. Besides her beast husband and a few slaves, she was accompanied by several males from the Grey Wolf tribe. Upon seeing him, Aunt Meow Air understood that Yi Jiu was resting. She didn't insist that Hu Qiu summon Yi Jiu, but instead said to him, I have successfully completed the task assigned by the leader. The leaders of several tribes have expressed their desire to visit our tribe, likely during the warm season. All right, I understand. I will make arrangements upon our return that I end the beast realm. A visit was genuinely meant to happen. Not just a formality. From this moment on, they needed to prepare for hosting guests. Aunt Meow Air felt quite proud. Among the 3 females she had sent out, only she had met the leader, clearly conveying his message and assisting in communication. Just as she intended to boast in front of Aunt Meowda, Hu Qiu announced the impending departure. They were well aware that they would certainly leave today and had already prepared accordingly. So they packed up swiftly. Seeing them ready to set off, Hu Qiu returned to inform Yi Jiu. Naturally, she had little to pack. With ample space, it was convenient to store anything. However, she was deeply concerned about the 5 cubs. It was freezing outside. What would happen if the cubs were exposed to the wind? Beast realm cubs were sturdier than human infants, but only in comparison. In reality, they were as delicate as the females, only becoming resilient when they could shift between human and beast forms. Even then, the likelihood of cub mortality remained alarmingly high. Before Hu Qiu could voice his concerns, the system expressed its displeasure. Host, do you underestimate the efficacy of the pregnancy-preserving elixir produced by the system? Yi Jiu was puzzled. She wasn't currently pregnant. What does this have to do with anything? Unless it's deliberate harm, cubs born from the elixir won't perish. If the system lacked even that capability, how could it sustain its reputation? It would be ridiculed. With the system's assurance, Yi Jiu felt more at ease, but Hu Qiu soon grew troubled again. Indeed, while many cubs have been acquired, they are all capable of transforming between forms. The youngest are over 8 years old, and the oldest are in their teens, nearing adulthood. Unlike our cubs, who were just born days ago and have yet to be weaned. Moreover, The cubs were far too young and utterly unaware of their surroundings that if taken outside, they certainly wouldn't remain contentedly wrapped. They would inevitably peek out into the cold and no worries. The beast god has provided me with something. I'll give it to them shortly. It shouldn't pose a significant issue. Not wishing to see him wearing a troubled expression, Yijio fabricated a lie, realizing that the beast god was indeed quite useful. Upon hearing this, Huichio showed no signs of displeasure. Yet his worry deepened. He hesitated, ultimately prioritizing Yijio's well-being. He gently stroked her head and spoke earnestly. Jiu, you are a goddess, favored by the beast god. But where we can avoid troubling him, we should. The beast god was busy. If she were to ask for too much, he might grow weary of her. His words deeply moved Yijio, who found it difficult to articulate that everything belonged to her. Telling one lie necessitated a cascade of others, which was quite challenging. That it's all right. I offered the beast god some local specialties, which he greatly enjoyed, that he said I could ask for anything I needed. He would provide whatever he could. Having sent her to this barren land, he felt a sense of guilt. Finding numerous reasons, Yijio merely contemplated in her mind, quickly formulating an excuse. Hearing him speak this way, Huichio, familiar with her nature, shifted the conversation. As long as you know your limits. Ultimately, it was for their family and the cubs that he refrained from saying too much. In a moment, Huichio transformed into his beast form to carry them, with all 5 cubs snugly secured in a backpack, tended to by Xiao, while Hushan safeguarded Yijio. Both of Huichio's brothers were well aware of her capabilities. Yet none were more important than her. She was always their priority. Their focus was on themselves, and Yijio felt delighted. She adored the cubs, but loved herself even more. Chapter 63. Entering the tribe once everyone had emerged. Yijio stored the house away and simultaneously packed all the wooden structures into a sack. Observing Xiao standing with them, it was evident they had become a family, prompting many males from the fox tribe, who were eagerly awaiting a spectacle, to widen their eyes in disbelief. Their expressions were filled with incredulity. How is this possible? His strength is so low. Could it be solely because of his appearance? The leader cannot be so superficial. Moreover, there was the first husband present, entrusting the care of the cubs to him. Such trust. The cubs in the backpack were tightly secured, yet the aura within revealed they were indeed the offspring of Yijio. Wait, how can there be 5 auras? Did the leader give birth to 5 at once? No. How is Xiao already at level 2? Their minds were filled with questions, but apart from the initial exclamation from the fox tribe male, they dared not voice their subsequent inquiries. Since he had already been taken as a husband, it was only natural to grant him a title. That why Yijio confidently brought Xiao forward and introduced him to everyone. This is my 5th husband. Xiao, he will live with me from now on. Strength is not an issue. I believe Xiao will surely make breakthroughs. Most importantly, he possesses a good character, which I appreciate. She did not mention Xiao as poisoning, as she was unsure if any of the males accompanying her had harmed him. Rarely did a male receive such solemn introduction from his own female. Those who were yet to bond with a mate glared with jealousy. They suddenly felt a glimmer of opportunity, and several reasonably handsome males timidly approached Yijio, asking, "Leader, what do you think of me? Although I am only at level 3, I am still higher than Xiao. Given that even Xiao, who was previously below level 2, had been accepted, surely he wouldn't overlook someone at level 3? The male speaking was well known to Xiao. Having had verbal spats with him in the past, the female he was interested in had spurned him, and he often found himself in conflict with Xiao. Now, he was openly disparaging him in front of his female. How could Xiao tolerate this? Just as he was about to retaliate, Huichio intervened first. Do you think my first husband is dead? How dare you attempt to seduce my female without my consent? Despite Xiao's shortcomings, he was still Huichio's personal choice, and their cubs recognized him. Jiu regarded him as her 5th husband. Their own beastmen naturally would not tolerate outsiders bullying them. Seeing Huichio and Hushan glaring at him furiously, the male suddenly realized he had made a grave mistake. He had failed to respect the first husband. Others claimed the leader had yet to take him seriously, but if he genuinely desired him, without the first husband's approval, he would still rank lowly, relegated to the status of a mere concubine. Not to mention the chances of mating were slim. Having cubs was an impossibility. Huichio, Hushan, I apologize. Just as he was about to explain himself, Huichio impatiently cut him off. If you wish to be accepted, defeat me and Hushan. Of course, you can also be like Xiao, showcasing your talents. then being weaker in strength is no issue. Hu Shan nodded. For instance, being able to care for cubs, serving the female well, excelling in sewing, or cooking delicious meals. These were his strongest points. As long as there was a male capable of surpassing him, he wouldn't mind accepting them to share the burden among the brothers. Relying solely on Bai Xiao might prove somewhat exhausting. Ultimately, whether one could officially become a husband depended on the approval of their female. Otherwise, they would end up as mere concubines or slaves. Watching her beastmen so graciously consider her needs, Yi Jiao felt an indescribable emotion. Continuing this discussion would likely consume too much time, so she gently patted the waists of Hu Qiu and Hu Shan, signaling for calm. Let us return to the tribe first. You are not afraid of the cold, but the cubs are. Thinking of the cubs, she cast another glance at the 5 nestled in by Zhao's backpack. And the gazes of everyone on Yi Jiao turned fervent. The males were determined to devise ways to marry into her family, while the females sought her advice. Who knows, perhaps they too could bear several cubs in one go, alleviating much of the burden. Regardless of their intentions, the primary goal remained to return to the tribe. The journey ahead was exceptionally smooth, perhaps due to their numbers, but more likely because of their formidable strength. Ultimately, they arrived safely at the entrance of a valley, where the dense toxic fog awaited them. Those beastmen who had once roamed here recognized this place, their expressions reflecting disbelief, as if to say, "Are we not jesting?" After a moment of hesitation, a few of them stepped forward to inquire, "Leader, have we taken a wrong turn?" Beastmen were not known for their convoluted speech. Most were straightforward, though some understood social nuances. Noting the indirectness of their inquiry, Yi Jiao regarded them with newfound respect. Indeed, this is the place. Her affirmative response left the group momentarily speechless. After considerable deliberation, they seemed to resolve to press forward. So how do we enter? The fog is toxic. These are all orcs adorned with totems, who have never once considered that Yi Jiao would deliberately wish them harm. The fact that they can settle here indicates that there must be a way to enter safely. Not to mention the natural toxic mist, which ensures safety, that if they can enter and exit freely without causing them harm, this would undoubtedly be the most desirable dwelling. The orc speaking maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. Yet Yi Jiao could sense a hint of tension beneath the surface. Nevertheless, this was quite favorable, as it meant she was not being questioned about her intentions to cause harm, though why Yi Jiao's expression softened considerably. I was just about to inform you. Since you all have come, please notify the others to come and drink the antidote. 1 antidote pill per orc. How arduous that would be for her. After assessing the toxicity, a few antidote pills, combined with fresh water and a few drops of spring water, would be more than sufficient. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of several orcs shifted from worry to excitement as they joyfully raced back to inform everyone. Their attention had been firmly fixed on this conversation. Thus, they naturally understood what Yi Jiao had been discussing. Without needing further instruction, they quickly formed an orderly line. This was a habit instilled in them by Yi Jiao during their journey, which undeniably reduced disputes. While this task was not exhausting, Yi Jiao certainly had no intention of letting her males handle it. She summoned a few slaves, distributing the antidote according to the 1 orc, 1 spoon standard. There were only a few bowls, and once one was finished, they would continue with the next without concern for cleanliness. After some time, all the orcs present had consumed the antidote, to why Yi Jiao wasted no words. Waved her hand and led them deeper into the mist. Although they had ingested the antidote, many orcs still felt quite anxious, fearing any adverse occurrences. However, as they drew closer, they felt no discomfort in breathing. Quite the opposite. Their hearts finally settled, and their steps became noticeably lighter. As they traversed the dense fog, they finally beheld their territory, far larger than they had imagined. Moreover, the temperature was significantly warmer, as if the cold had vanished entirely. Chapter 64. Yi Jiao establishes rules despite their excitement. They did not forget that this was Yi Jiao's domain. Thus, they gazed at her with fervent anticipation. "Leader, will this be our territory from now on?" "Yes, as long as you do not engage in treachery. This shall forever be your tribe. Should you betray, I assure you I am not as lenient as other tribes. I will not merely let you leave, but will ensure you enter standing and leave horizontally, meaning there will be no escape for you." She made her intentions abundantly clear to prevent anyone from naively thinking they could leave unscathed after wrongdoing. Once these orcs were brought in, She intended to impart knowledge and cultivate the tribe. Knowing the tribe's secrets and acquiring skills, if they left, wouldn't that benefit other tribes immensely? At that point, the exiled orcs would harbor resentment, and combined with outsiders attacking them, she would be at a loss. She was not so selfish. She wished for the prosperity of their world, but it must be through open and fair trade and learning, not through traders reaping benefits. Before entering, I made my inquiries quite clear. You agreed to join the tribe. Now consider your actions carefully. As the saying goes, a stick must be accompanied by a date. The Tio motivate these orcs to toil for the tribe's development. They must see tangible benefits. While they were still processing this, she announced another piece of good news. The caves have long been prepared, furnished with excellent warm materials. You will form units based on family. Those who have mates shall follow the females, while the single ones will be divided by age. Those under 18 will form one group, youths under 60 another, middle-aged under 100 another, and seniors under 150 will have their own accommodations. The term female master was somewhat unclear to them, but they understood it pertained to females. Thus, the paired males proudly followed their mates to one side, while the unpaired males could only envy them. Yet they complied with Yi Jiu's instructions and organized themselves accordingly. Miao San, with your large family, the cave marked number 11 belongs to you. Observing that she had gathered more than 20 males, Yi Jiu was somewhat astonished but deeply moved by her efforts. Caves numbered 1 to 10 were spacious enough to accommodate orc families of over 50 members. Caves 11 to 20 could house families of 2,600 to 3,000 orcs. Although unclear about the specifics, Miao San was nonetheless delighted to accept. Thank you, leader. Miao Da and Miao Air, though having fewer males, still had considerable numbers, totaling over 10. Thus, Yi Jiu assigned them caves 21 and 22. Caves 21 to 30 were equally spacious, suitable for families of 16 to 20. Miao Xiaoan and her sister had more than 10 husbands, though not excessively so. Hence they were assigned caves 31 and 32. Caves 31 to 50 were of moderate size, accommodating 11 to 15 individuals comfortably. Caves 51 to 100 were ideal for families of 6 to 10. Miao Xiaoqiao, though still a juvenile, already had several husbands and was assigned to cave 51. The other males, depending on the number of orcs, would share a cave. Families with more orcs would be assigned larger spaces, while those with fewer would occupy smaller ones. Although orcs could assume human form, their inherent beastly nature prevailed, and most possessed territorial instincts. Except for the young and the elderly, unpaired middle-aged males desired to reside alone. Besides food, territory was of utmost importance, and Yi Jiu provided them ample. Yet she had no intention of letting them dwell as they pleased. Starting from cave 201, all would be designated as single orc caves. At this juncture, Yi Jiu paused to observe their expressions, and as anticipated, she noted their excitement. However, she swiftly shifted her tone. You may only reside collectively unless you repay the food you owe me or make significant contributions. Only then may you gain the privilege of choice. As it stands, you lack the qualifications. Furthermore, she emphasized that even the current accommodations have been painstakingly crafted by her and her males. They would not be granted the privilege of residing there for free. She certainly did not wish for these orcs to grow accustomed to relying on her for sustenance. Among the slaves, the boldest quickly spoke up. Will we also receive a share? Indeed, do you plan to starve yourselves and leave me to collect your remains? Or do you expect me to sustain you throughout the winter? This prompted Yi Jiu to recall that the tribe was not devoid of tasks. There are indeed some jobs available. Would you like to undertake them? You can offset the food owed, and once settled, food will be distributed as normal. It was not much. 1 pound of meat and 2 pounds of coconut rice per orc each day. They had already experienced the satiating nature of coconut rice, and with meat to share, they felt content. During the winter season, labor was not overly demanding, and this amount of food would suffice for a half-full stomach. By conserving a little, one day's food could last 2 or even 3 days. As soon as she finished speaking, numerous orcs eagerly raised their hands to express their willingness to participate. Yi Jiu, however, did not plan to manage these trivial matters. Having not seen Lanya and Shi Rue for quite some time, she entrusted this task to Hu Qiu. Noting her hurried demeanor, Hu Qiu felt somewhat helpless. Leave this to me. You should take Bai Xiao and the young ones back. It was entirely reasonable for them to want to see Lanya after such a long absence. Observing the minimal snow on the nearby shed, it was apparent that Lanya had been diligent in maintaining the area. They had even planted something. How clever of them, for they had previously neglected to provide shelter for the plants. All right, I shall take my leave. With that, she grasped by Xiao's hand and moved forward to facilitate entry and exit. They constructed a path with stones and slabs. Currently, there was little snow, suggesting that Lanya had been waiting for their return and had periodically come to clear the area. Seeing her stride with urgency, Hu Qiu and the others felt no concern. They had complete confidence in the valley's safety that Hu Shan had initially intended to accompany them, but was restrained by Hu Qiu. Hu Shan chuckled sheepishly. Brother, you are sufficient here. I wish to return and check on things that I in times of difficulty. We share burdens. You cannot leave. Bai Xiao and Lanya can look after Jiu. Chapter 65. A heart aglow. While it was acceptable to slack off on the journey back, returning was a different matter altogether. Earlier, Jiu had only provided a rough outline. Further detailed allocations would require their involvement. You wouldn't want to trouble Jiu. Would you? Of course not. With his brother's urging, there was no other course of action but to lend a hand. This was Jiu's domain, and it was only natural for them to contribute accordingly. Seeing that he harbored no reluctance, Hu Qiu felt his mood lift considerably. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. After Jiu's departure at night, Hu Qiu led them to the breeding and planting areas, assigning tasks to each individual. Throughout the journey, he meticulously observed which orcs were industrious and suited for particular roles, preparing for efficient organization upon returning to the tribe. Due to Jiu's inherently aloof demeanor, she interacted minimally with the males, offering only smiles in response to their attempts at conversation, skillfully maintaining her boundaries. Consequently, it was primarily the two brothers, Hu Qiu, who engaged with the other males. The two orc brothers understood that for the tribe to thrive, fairness and justice were paramount. They did not entertain the ulterior motives of certain orcs seeking favor, and even chastised them sternly, contrary to their expectations of inciting the ire of Hu Qiu and his brother. The orcs were filled with apprehension during the journey, especially when Jiu mentioned that there would be work available and food distributed, reaching a crescendo of anxiety. However, witnessing Hu Qiu's impartial allocation of resources calmed their hearts, allowing them to cast aside their petty thoughts. They realized that as long as they remained diligent and earnest, opportunities would inevitably come their way within the tribe. Many had left their previous tribes due to unfair treatment, and now they found exactly what they sought. Today, there is no need for supervision. Please proceed to your designated caves according to the signs and warm up your beds. Hu Qiu instructed that it was highly unlikely that they would need to light fires in their caves. So he took them to Aunt Miao San's home to demonstrate. You may use fire to cook food or boil water in the caves, and you can also utilize the large kitchen. When Jiu distributed the caves, holding up the signs, they were already astonished. Now, upon seeing such splendid accommodations, they felt genuinely favored by the beast god, having been selected for such an exceptional tribe. Each cave varied in size but was remarkably well equipped, nearly identical in amenities. The resting area featured a large heated bed capable of accommodating an entire family, adorned with mats and a thick hide. Several boxes stood nearby, perfect for storing items. The cooking area boasted various sizes of shells from river beasts, suitable for culinary endeavors. Additionally, a pile of dry wood and a dark substance, referred to as coal by the chief male, promised warmth for several sunsets. In summary, these provisions brought them immense comfort. You can exchange your labor points or food for pots. They are durable and fireproof, but there are only a few available on a first-come, first-served basis. The iron pots had been crafted under Jiu's guidance, limited in number due to the scarcity of iron or previously. Had they known that iron ore could yield such valuable items, they would have brought back more on their last trip. However, with the cold season approaching and the distance involved, they likely wouldn't make another journey until the warm season arrived. When the time came, with so many orcs in the tribe, it would be far easier to manage tasks, and they would bring back enough pots for each cave. What is a pot? Something that cannot be destroyed by fire? The orcs were astounded, struggling to comprehend the existence of such a miraculous item. Fire, in their understanding, was both a blessing and a curse bestowed by the beast god, turning everything it consumed into ash. To extinguish a fire, one required a significant amount of water or earth. From the chief male's implication, it seemed the pot could burn continuously. Did you not see it just now? Never fear, even without iron pots. There are alternatives. These items are what we gathered from the river during our leisure time and could be used for a while. If they break, you can replace them yourself. Many of these orcs hail from other tribes, less experienced and part of smaller groups, yet they were willing to learn from others. Thus, Huqiu refrained from elaborating on how to prepare food or use fire. Thank you, Chief Male. This tribe is not merely good. It is exceptional. Their previous homes, made of wood and stone or damp, dark caves, felt inadequate in comparison. They were astounded by the well-located, spacious caves brimming with supplies. Although some additions were still needed, what was already available sufficed. Numerous elderly orcs, who had nearly resigned themselves to death, now felt a renewed sense of hope. This was evident when Huqiu assigned tasks, and they were included, signifying that even at their age, they remained valuable members of a formidable tribe, capable of contributing to its prosperity. As long as they held worth, they were determined to live well and put forth greater efforts, having delegated the essential tasks. The two brothers were mindful of Yijiu and Lanya. Thus they departed without further discussion. The orcs had yet to return to their caves and remained gathered at Aunt Meow San's home. Filled with curiosity about everything inside, the hides appeared well-crafted, completely odorless. Typically, their hides were prepared by scraping the meat clean, washing, drying, and then using them. But they would soon develop an unpleasant smell. However, the hides in these caves were not only large enough to cover the entire bed, but also emitted a delightful fragrance that they could not articulate, but thoroughly enjoyed. Don't touch that. It's mine. Their own males and younglings could be touched, perhaps with the addition of their sisters-in-law, but the other orcs were to keep their distance. Once you leave, you can inspect your own caves. They should be quite similar. That a spark of excitement ignited in the eyes of Aunt Meow Air and others, as they could already envision how warm and comfortable it would be to lie on the bed covered with the hide. Soon, the gathered orcs dispersed. They had already observed how to use the intriguing items, and remaining there served no further purpose. Xiao Yi and the other orcs approached their assigned caves with anticipation. Indeed, the facilities were comparable, though the smaller caves appeared more exquisite. Xiao Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, my intuition was correct. Her occasionally effective mind-reading abilities had not played a significant role with Yi Jiu and her male counterpart. In fact, she had hardly utilized them at all during this time. Yet, among those she had found, all were earnest individuals seeking a simple life, filling her with hope for the future. Who would have thought this inconspicuous tribe would surpass many mid-sized tribes? They were astonished that it could provide such excellent caves for habitation without demanding much in return. The daily allocation of 3 to 5 pounds of food seemed trivial, considering that many resources were readily available. Chapter 66. She cannot guarantee that there will not be a search in the future. Once the cold season passes, during the other 3 seasons, they could go hunting for several days at a time, returning with hundreds or even thousands of pounds of game each time. The beasts of this world are enormous. Ordinary creatures like the clucking beast or hopping beast, wild chickens and rabbits, weigh dozens to hundreds of pounds, while larger ones can weigh several hundred pounds. The grunting beast and mooing beast, wild boars and cattle, can exceed 10,000 pounds, while the bleating beast, sheep, can weigh several thousand to 10,000 pounds. One would not need to hunt a single beast to comfortably sustain themselves for 30 sunsets. It truly was a remarkable deal. P.S. The majority of orcs on this continent are illiterate, yet they possess their own methods of calculation. Previously, a goddess descended and taught them some skills. Upon hearing Mi Bei's words, the other 2 males nodded in agreement. The most important aspect is that this tribe possesses treasures bestowed by the beast god, providing males with sufficient energy through plants. Even if the females do not venture out to gather, relying on everything within the tribe, the hundreds of orcs would not go hungry. This was the most prosperous tribe they had ever encountered. Difficult to fathom with only 5 orcs as its foundation. Contemplating the ranks of Huqiu and his companions, they suddenly began to understand. Once a male reached the 6th level, their power underwent a dramatic transformation. Whether on land or swimming in water, orcs could soar like those born with wings. However, few orcs ever reached this level in their lifetime, most perishing while battling fierce beasts over such a long time. Only a handful had succeeded, and it was said that they resided in Beast King City. Our leaders are so formidable. We must support them diligently. Seeing their agreement, Xiao Yi felt a profound sense of peace. On this first day of residence, let us prepare a sumptuous feast to reward ourselves. They did not mention anything else. Having strong leaders and warriors in their tribe was an immense advantage, even should conflicts arise with other tribes. Their sufficient martial strength would shield them from loss. While they celebrated, Yi Jiu's situation was similarly remarkable. Previously believing that the younglings would only be born in the warm season, they arrived early and in excellent health. 5 little ones. Indeed, brought immense joy to the orcs. Although they were not her own offspring, Yi Jiu's younglings were considered theirs, and Lanya held all 5 tightly, reluctant to let go that he was not their biological father. Yet he carried Yi Jiu's scent, and the 5 younglings showed no resistance, instead drawing close to him affectionately. Before Hu Qiu and his brother returned, Lanya continued to cradle the younglings, softly conversing with Yi Jiu. By the time they arrived, the plan they had considered earlier became splendidly perfect. "Shall we host a bonfire party?" As they beheld the questioning gazes directed towards him, Lanya expressed his thoughts without the slightest hesitation. With the influx of so many orcs, the presence of totems ensures loyalty and diminishes the likelihood of betrayal. However, a sense of belonging must be cultivated. The bonfire gathering will provide them with a hearty meal, though we may only suffer a minor loss of provisions. It will undoubtedly foster a sense of guardianship towards the tribe among them. Most importantly, our family has welcomed 5 cubs into the world, and such a significant event warrants a grand celebration. I learned this from Yi Jiu. Prior to our relocation, whenever there was a joyful occasion, she would suggest hosting a small gathering. Although there existed such a tradition within the tribe, the Hu Qiu brothers had been wandering, thus missing out on such celebrations. This would mark their first experience of such a momentous occasion since reaching adulthood, and Hu Qiu readily agreed. "Very well, since this was your idea, you shall be in charge of the arrangements." He may be the primary husband, yet he does not dominate or dictate. He naturally hopes that the other beastmen will share some of the responsibilities, as this would lighten his own load. Now that they have cubs, he feels an overwhelming sense of contentment. Lanya, incredulous, exclaimed, "The cubs belong to you and Hu Shan. It is quite unreasonable for you to expect me to host." Despite his words, his grip on the cubs did not loosen. "We shall provide the food, and I trust you will take good care of them. For this journey is no easy feat." Deus, the most powerful leading orc. He appeared calm and composed, yet every path and every task required considerable thought and energy to organize. Fortunately, he had a brother, Yi Jiu, who was formidable in her own right, alleviated much of the burden, though the round trips were still demanding. Lanya understood this, which is why, after Hu Shan's return, he encouraged him to rest while he tended to the cubs himself. With a bemused smile, he released one hand to pat Hu Qiu on the shoulder, saying, "Go ahead and rest. I will ensure that Jiu Jiu is well cared for." Their conversation drew a sharp retort from Yi Jiu. "As if I were some fragile porcelain doll. You are a powerful female. It is we who have spoken out of turn, but I shall take my leave to rest first that I in Yi Jiu's presence." Hu Qiu seldom displayed firmness. He spoke softly, planting a kiss on her forehead before returning to his quarters. In the expansive courtyard, only Bai Xiao, Lanya, Yi Jiu, and the 5 cubs remained. The reason for Bai Xiao's inclusion had been explained by Hu Shan, yet Lanya still felt discontent that a male of the Fox tribe, and a second tier 1 at that, he harbored toxins within him, which explained his stagnant growth and power over the years. Due to his diligent efforts in leveling up, he had managed to survive thus far. However, the fact that even Yi Jiu found it challenging to eliminate the toxin suggested that his latent enemies were exceptionally formidable. To be frank, Lanya was quite dissatisfied. He wished for no dangers to threaten his small family. Bai Xiao, still unbonded, was not entirely oblivious to the household dynamics. Hu Shan had already clarified the situation during their journey. He was the 3rd husband within their family, that he served as the intellectual backbone, wielding significant decision-making authority, that I in truth. According to Jiu Jiu's sense of fairness, all beastmen were entitled to voice their opinions and possess decision-making capabilities. Simply put, he needed the approval of both the 1st and 2nd husbands, as well as that of the 3rd husband and the 4th, who was in hibernation. Otherwise, domestic tranquility would be disrupted. Consequently, upon returning, he did not follow Hu Shan's lead in resting. Instead, he assisted in caring for the cubs. Observing his adeptness in feeding and changing diapers, Lanya's demeanor toward him softened considerably. Yet he would not shy away from claiming the benefits he deserved. "Jiu Jiu, this is Bai Xiao." The instant Yi Jiu returned, he sensed her presence that he had intended to engage her in deeper conversation, but the cubs were too clingy. Nonetheless, his gaze remained fervent that why Yi Jiao would not take the blame for this. While I acknowledge him, it was Hu Qiu who permitted his inclusion. I cannot undermine the first husband's authority that, of course, she held by Xiao in high regard, that I am aware of your thoughts, yet I have already accepted him. It is imperative that we publicly acknowledge his status. I refuse to be the kind of female who abandons her commitments, that I understand that you have reservations regarding my bringing a male into our midst. But if I genuinely care for him, your opinions carry little weight. The Dio not let me down. Whether it be giving birth or taking in a husband, rewards are to be expected. A precedent has already been set. And should she find several beastmen appealing, she could not guarantee that she would refrain from pursuing them in the future. Thus, it was prudent to establish preemptive measures. She did not wish for Lanya to cause a scene. Chapter 67. Yi Jiao's admonition. Lanya was no fool. He quickly grasped the implications of Yi Jiao's words and became acutely aware of his oversight. Indeed, her favoritism had caused him to overlook such a vital matter. Generally speaking, only the first husband possessed such authority, and as the third husband, he had no right to it whatsoever. Upon this realization, he felt a pang of regret for his presumptuousness, that why Yi Jiao had developed a certain expertise in managing males. I cannot guarantee how many I may take in the future, but I can assure you that I shall treat you all equally. Even if my favoritism is not overly conspicuous, I have promised each of you that I will bear cubs, and I shall not go back on my word. Her soothing reassurances and gentle reprimands proved to be quite effective. Lanya, having set aside his biases, noticed that Bai Xiao indeed possessed merits. He was quite handsome, and his movements were remarkably agile. Showing great aptitude in caring for the cubs, no wonder Hu Qiu had consented to his inclusion in their family. He was certainly commendable. Acknowledging his previous error, Lanya generously confessed, "I apologize. My attitude was uncalled for earlier. Since we are now brothers, let us work together to care for Jiao Jiao and the cubs." Bai Xiao, having gained recognition, exhaled with relief, feeling immense gratitude towards Yi Jiao and developing a fondness for the other beastmen in the household. He humbly replied, "It is nothing. My lowly strength has always been my shortcoming. Leaving me with little to offer aside from my appearance, to earn your approval is a testament to your kindness and the favor of the beast god upon me. Henceforth, I shall do my utmost to contribute to our family, that I recognize that Jiao Jiao is fair to all, yet my strength is the weakest. I shall take on the household chores and care for the cubs." He understood that this would impede his training time, but male cultivation required engagement in battles against demonic beasts. Now that they had become a family, he believed that Yi Jiao would not wish for him to venture out. Moreover, aside from this, he could also upgrade through laboring to acquire energy plants. In summary, as long as one possesses the ambition to progress, there are countless avenues to achieve it. One need not be confined to a singular method. His thoughtfulness only deepened Lanya's sense of embarrassment. Indeed, the first husband had a keen eye, reflecting on his own initial entry into the family. Despite Hu Qiu having engaged him in a spar, it had been all in good spirit, and he had not faced any undue difficulties thereafter. This made Lanya's attitude toward Bai Xiao even more amicable. Seeing that they had not come to blows, Yi Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. The disparity in their ranks meant that Bai Xiao, being of a lower tier, would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Protecting one while neglecting the other would surely lead to discord. She harbored a desire for harmonious coexistence. Yet she did not wish for unrest within their home. Much like the sentiments of some men in the new era, she hoped they would unite and strive for the betterment of their family. "I shall return to rest. You are in charge of the cubs. There is no need to call for me when it is time for meals." The relationships among males were not something the female should meddle in excessively. A few words of guidance would suffice, and the rest they would navigate themselves. That if they truly cared for her, they would never create discord behind her back. After her departure, the two males had little to say. They tacitly engaged the cubs in play. Once the cubs grew weary and took a rest, Bai Xiao quietly followed Lanya into the kitchen to lend a hand. Although Yi Jiao had stated there was no need to prepare a meal, it was prudent to be ready. As males, they should consider every aspect and ensure that their female did not suffer. Upon entering the kitchen, the moment Bai Xiao grasped the ladle, he felt a surge of confidence. "Leave this to me. Third brother, I am quite skilled in the culinary arts." The term culinary arts was something he had learned from Hushan, and he confidently asserted that he was the best cook in the household. His eagerness to take charge did not go unappreciated by Lanya. He was curious to see what this fox tribe male was capable of. Observing him cook with flair, when the final dish emerged. Lanya took a taste and found it comparable to Hushan's. If not superior, he was thoroughly pleased. Delicious. Gaining recognition brought immense joy to Bai Xiao, as he realized he had firmly established his place within this household. Time swiftly passed, and it seemed that the orcs who had joined the tribe had nearly fully recuperated. Dawai Jiao informed them that tonight there would be a bonfire gathering in the courtyard of their cave. This news sent waves of excitement among everyone, for they had always been curious about the leader's cave. Being granted entry signified their importance, and elation swept through the group. Although Yi Jiao emphasized that no gifts were necessary, the orcs, with their simple hearts, were reluctant to take advantage of the hospitality. Thus, each orc from the cave prepared something to contribute. Some were indeed on the brink of starvation, while others fared better, with a small stock of food remaining in their quarters. These provisions were not to their liking, but they could be exchanged with fellow orcs for a change of taste. After several days, the orcs who had tasked to attend to had regained their strength, while those without work, under the guidance of Hu Qiao, began exploring the valley. The valley was vast, featuring not only expansive flatlands and abundant vegetation, but also a variety of small to medium-sized prey. The temperate climate of the valley, devoid of natural enemies, allowed these creatures to thrive in great numbers. Although temperatures dropped during the cold season, they remained milder than outside, and many cold-resistant wild beasts ventured out to forage. Consequently, hunting and foraging for food in the valley proved far less challenging than in the outside world. As long as one was willing to search, hunger could easily be avoided. Upon receiving the news, Yi Jiao instructed her beastmen to prepare the necessary items for the bonfire gathering. In addition to the hunted prey, numerous ordinary and energy-rich plants were brought forth. This marked the tribe's first large-scale event, and Yi Jiao wished to be generous. Observing the abundance of contributions, Bai Xiao felt a twinge of pain, particularly with the presence of several male Fox clan members with whom he shared a moderate relationship. His culinary skills had fostered a closer bond with Hushan, who shared common interests. Sensing Bai Xiao's unease, Hushan immediately grasped his thoughts. It would not be a loss. Before the bonfire gathering commenced, a ritual would take place, allowing them to gauge the sentiments towards the tribe. Dawai Jiao had become quite knowledgeable about the totemic matters. The totem marks were classified into 5 types. The leader's mark, Hermail's mark, marks for rituals and those for shamans, followed by the warrior's mark. The first 3 types of marks provided enhancements and benefits, while the latter 2, particularly the slave mark, came with numerous restrictions. Reflecting on the issue of slaves, Hu Qiao nodded, recalling that they had initially sought to trouble them, but their formidable strength had mitigated any issues. With the presence of slave marks, it seemed unreasonable for their treatment to be equivalent to that of ordinary tribesmen. Only by demonstrating the advantages of becoming tribesmen and warriors would everyone be motivated to contribute to the tribe. Witnessing their resolve, Bai Xiao felt relieved. It was not that he was stingy, but being newly-wed, he had to prioritize his own household. Moreover, the tribe belonged to his female, and thus he had to be prudent for her sake. Let us not rush. Tonight I will have Xiao Yi officiate the mate ceremony. Qiao, you all should get ready. Chapter 68. The bonfire gathering plans previously, they had lacked the means, but now that they had a proper priest, the ceremony needed to be fulfilled. This was akin to a wedding in the new era, and she could not let Hu Qiao and the others feel slighted. Upon hearing this, Hu Qiao and the other males were filled with joy. However, recalling the hibernating Shi Rui, their expressions turned hesitant. What about Shi Rui? Given his current strength, he actually did not need to undergo immersive hibernation. After some thought, Hu Qiao decided that he should be awakened for such an important occasion, to their surprise. Yi Jiao's thoughts mirrored theirs. Shall we wake him up? It would be unfair without him, and the other beastmen might voice their objections. This was the best solution Yi Jiao could devise. Thus, the plan was set. Having not seen Shi Rui for a long time, although she was aware of his hibernation, she felt compelled to visit him in his cave tonight. He had yet to awaken. However, the warmth from the heated stone bed in his cave enveloped the space, rendering it quite comfortable. Consequently, when Yi Jiao arrived, she felt no chill, but rather an agreeable warmth in his hibernating form. Hu Qiao had reverted to his beast shape. Curled up in a comfortable position, Yi Jiao felt fortunate that she had considered their beast forms when partitioning the cave, ensuring ample space. Otherwise, how cramped would Shi Rui have been? This year's cold season was particularly pleasant. With abundant energy, allowing Shi Rui to avoid a deep hibernation for the sake of conserving energy. As Yi Jiu entered, Shi Rui sensed her presence immediately. He languidly remained reclined, his large serpentine eyes opening gently as he regarded her with warmth. The safety of their tribe reassured him, and knowing that Yi Jiu had come to visit, he had not summoned any other beast men. It was just the two of them that why Yi Jiu affectionately rubbed against his serpentine head. Shi, you're awake. You've come to see me again. Was your journey successful? He had missed her and Hu Chio's expedition, but when Lanya came to tend to the warmth of his bed, he had been apprised of their activities that he remained silent, but their words lingered in his mind. That it went quite smoothly. We rescued 7 females, a shaman, a priest, and we have chosen beastmen to lead the gathering. Miao Xiao Chao is not far from adulthood and has already selected a mate. I regard her as a female. Now to Gigi is truly remarkable. Shi Rui spoke with a gentle tone. After a long silence, his voice bore a charming rasp that Yi Jiu adored. The smooth texture of his scales felt delightful to the touch, and she couldn't help but caress them. Her restless actions nearly compelled Shi Rui to revert to his human form and pin her down. The two beastmen shared a tender moment until Shi Rui finished the food he had brought. Only then did Yi Jiu convey her purpose for visiting. Upon hearing the words mate ceremony, Shi Rui felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated such an opportunity. Why are you silent? I understand that mating before the ceremony may seem disrespectful, but there were no conditions before. Now that we have a priest, am I not promptly making amends? Overwhelmed by joy, Shi Rui struggled to articulate his feelings that why Yi Jiu, anxious and preoccupied with care, hastily explained, I'm just nervous, but I'm not unhappy. I am thrilled. Thank you for considering so much. Meeting you is the greatest happiness of my beastly life. That's wonderful. I have prepared beautiful garments for you all. Let us wear them tonight. Shi Rui's gaze softened infinitely. Yes, in the warm season, you should wear the shedding skin I made for you. Of course. This is a garment crafted by my beloved beastman. I must wear it and change daily to let them envy me. Knowing I have an exceptional serpent beastman, Yi Jiu was aware of the prejudices surrounding serpent beastmen in the beast world. However, it was crucial to recognize that not all serpent beastmen were the same. Just as not all other beastmen were virtuous. Shi Rui listened intently, his heart swelling with joy. The two beastmen shared affectionate moments until Yi Jiu finally departed, returning to her cave. Time flowed like water. And before long, the sun had set. Each female had brought their beastmen and slaves to assist in Yi Jiu's cave. Despite the brief duration of their stay, they had already begun to appreciate the comforts of the tribe. Females were inherently more meticulous than males, and the valley's original temperature was quite pleasant, akin to the nights of the windy season. Now, with the heated stone beds, the entire dwelling was warm, given their circumstances. Daily bathing had become exceptionally convenient. While cooking, they could heat water, allowing them to clean up afterward. They could not help but marvel at how their leader had found such a comfortable place. And they were impressed that she knew there was water underground and had dug down to access it. Thus, when they arrived, their smiles were genuine. Leader, what do we need to do? Just stack the firewood. Use charcoal, and soon we can roast delicious food. Understood, leader. The temperature in the cave was comfortable, and this warmth lulled Yi Jiu into a drowsy state as she was cradled by several beastmen in turn. Such a grand event involved participation from both elder beastmen and young cubs. Shortly after the females brought their beastmen, the elder beastmen and cubs began to arrive in succession, especially the cubs, who had previously missed opportunities due to the tasks arranged by Miao Xiaowan, were now eager to lend a helping hand. After such a long wait, they finally found a suitable place to contribute, and their enthusiasm was palpable. However, the tribe was quite considerate of the elder beastmen and cubs. They were unable to assist much, their eyes immediately drawn to Yi Jiu's 5 cubs. Leader, your cubs are so healthy and adorable. May we assist in looking after them? With Hu Qiu and the other males busy, Bai Xiao found it somewhat challenging to manage 5 cubs alone. All right, you can all play together. What a trivial matter it is. Merely a small object. Yet if it can be played with together, it is indeed delightful. With their acquiescence, the young ones, despite their tender years, happily gathered around Bai Xiao. Although Bai Xiao did not believe these little ones could tend to even smaller cubs. Their good intentions compelled him to accept them, to his astonishment. They exhibited a remarkable degree of competence. Though they were a few years older, they were still younglings, and they managed to engage and play together. Bai Xiao could sense the joyful aura emanating from the 5 youngsters, which eased his mind, yet he remained in place, observing them, while he had taken on the responsibility of looking after the young ones. The number of 5 was not insignificant. When Hu Qiu was preoccupied with Yi Jiu, his gaze would occasionally drift in their direction, seeing Bai Xiao managing well and the tribe's young ones joining in their play. Hu Qiu felt a surge of happiness. They could invite them over to their home for playtime, and thus, the food would swiftly be replenished. After the father figure was established, Hu Shan's demeanor softened further. Upon hearing this, he nodded in agreement. They could also provide them with something to eat. Chapter 69. The Ceremony of Union, Golden Holy Water. Merely a few more mouths to feed is not a significant issue for their family. Yet it would alleviate the pressure on these younglings. You may handle matters as you see fit. My role is solely to give birth. How you manage is up to you. As for the young ones. Yi Jiu felt no inclination to intervene, nor did they intend to. They had their own arrangements to discuss. The males, contemplating their future unions, naturally arrived early upon sighting females. Their appetites were considerable, and previously they had little in reserve. Although they had been frugal these past few days, they felt somewhat lacking. After much discussion, they ultimately decided to form a party to hunt for some game. Thus, after a significant while, they made their grand entrance. Although it was not a large hunt, merely wild chickens and hares, the quantity was indeed substantial. Combined with what Yi Jiu and the others had brought forth, there was more than enough to satisfy the needs of the tribe's beastmen. Originally, they had intended for the slaves to eat less, but even the poorest fare would undoubtedly surpass that of an average beastman household outside. Seizing the rare opportunity for a gathering, Yi Jiu ultimately decided to make it more splendid. With preparations nearly complete, the bustling activity of so many beastmen meant that the event could commence shortly. Xiao Yi donned formal priestly attire, standing solemnly upon the platform. Yet upon descending, she transformed back into that innocent and adorable female. As Yi Jiu's family arrived, her attention was primarily focused on Yi Jiu. Observing their splendid and uniform clothing, an unspoken envy glimmered in her eyes. Jiugu immediately picked up on the sentiment and offered words of comfort. Let us gather more animal hides later, striving to achieve a similar appearance so that other beastmen may recognize us as a family. The one with lesser abilities shouldered nearly all household chores. Aside from cooking, he was also responsible for mending the animal skin garments. Thus, among the 3 males accompanying Xiao Yi, his skills were the most refined. However, he still felt that their animal hides might not achieve the same effect as those worn by Yi Jiu's family. After a moment's hesitation, he sought the opinions of the other beastmen. What do you think we should offer in exchange for their animal hides? I believe theirs are superior to ours. And I truly wonder where the leader acquired such quality that he seldom hunted, but occasionally ventured out. Yet, the other 2 beastmen, despite their substantial catch, had never seen a hide from such a beast or demon. Naturally, he could not casually inquire about the source, but he believed it could be exchanged, and that his female would likely appreciate it, as expected. His words resonated deeply with Xiao Yi, who gazed at him as if illuminated by starlight. Let us do it. None of us have ever seen such hides. They must be extraordinarily precious that we'll focus on eating at home during the cold season. And in the warm season, you can hunt more and bring back a few in exchange. Xiao Yi had a discerning eye and certainly recognized that Yi Jiu's garments were far more comfortable. Yet, she was not the type to create unnecessary trouble for the males, seeking only to ensure they were well-fed and warmly clothed. To wear fine clothing and eat well would have to wait until after the cold season. The 3 males of Mi Bei, understanding her intentions, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Not only did Xiao Yi's family admire Yi Jiu's fabric, but other females did as well. Those males without mates had been closely observing the situation of various females. Listening to their discussions, it seemed they had discovered a way to please the females. Regardless of the topics under discussion, Yi Jiu remained unperturbed. Once Shirue arrived, they would proceed with the ceremony. Fortunately, Shirue was a man of his word, arriving before the festivities commenced upon seeing him. Hu Qiu and the other beastmen were filled with joy, offering shoulder pats as a gesture of camaraderie. Yi Jiu's other males had encountered the tribe's beastmen before, but this 4th male was a first-time meeting. Rumored to be a serpent beastman. Due to their unfavorable impressions of serpent beastmen, they did not harbor high expectations. However, Under Yi Jio's benevolent influence, they felt no animosity upon meeting him and sensing the purity of his energy. As well as his gentle gaze directed at Yi Jio, they were taken aback, realizing he was not as the rumors suggested. Could he truly be a serpent beast man? Miao Xiao Hua thought incredulously, feeling no malice emanating from him. Indeed, if it weren't for certainty, I would have mistaken him for a wolf beast man. The majority of wolf beast men are loyal, diligent, and family-oriented, making them the preferred choice for many females. I believe the issue is not with the serpent beast men, but rather with the leader's abilities, that as they observed the females discussing the possibility of a serpent beast man as a mate, many males felt a tightening in their hearts. Given the serpent beast man's dominance, if he were strong, they might struggle to compete. They quickly dismissed such dangerous thoughts. Although there are good serpent beast men, they are in the minority. Most serpent beast men are capable of devouring even their mothers. Let alone females, that as the males tirelessly persuaded the females, they gradually regained their senses. However, this notion did not dissipate, as they were no longer ordinary females but awakened ones, with sufficient energy from plants to temper the serpent beastmen's innate ferocity. They recognized that serpent beast men could be quite commendable, as they are known for their loyalty. Nonetheless, they did not intend to share this thought with their mates, fearing it would disrupt their relationships. As the potential of serpent beast men remained uncertain, Shi Rui had already made his appearance, and Yi Jio, unwilling to delay further, signaled to Xiao Yi that the sacrificial rites could commence. Receiving the cue, Xiao Yi once again exuded an air of dignity and composure as she ascended the sacrificial platform step by step. With her movements, the beast men promptly formed an orderly line, falling into silence. The altar was adorned with the heads of sheep, cattle, and pigs, alongside 3 specially crafted incense sticks. P.S. The sacrificial offerings require whole chickens, pig heads, sheep heads, and cattle heads. 3 offerings are necessary, with the selection dependent on the situation. The aforementioned being the highest standard. Having ascended, Xiao Yi solemnly settled in the center, chanting incantations that as she spoke, the shamanic power within her melded into the 3 incense sticks, igniting them and sending wisps of smoke spiraling upwards. Climbing ever higher, it was clear to all that the beast god had established a connection with their priestess. Below, the 3 proud males of Mi Bei gazed at the diligent Xiao Yi, swelling with pride. Once the incense had ignited, Xiao Yi opened her eyes and nodded at Yi Jio, who then led his companions and offspring to join her. Once they stood in place, Xiao Yi recited the words of the mating ritual. Upon completion, a cup of golden water materialized in her hand. The sight of the radiant liquid sent waves of excitement through the gathered beastmen. They had not anticipated that the beast god would so wholeheartedly endorse this union, bestowing upon them the highest grade of holy water. They dared not raise their voices in exuberance, instead murmuring amongst themselves, their envy nearly palpable. From this point forward, it was not Xiao Ye's role to intervene. The task fell to their husbands, that Yi Jio and his companions, faces alight with joy, each dripped a drop of their blood into the holy water, and one by one, they drank deeply, finishing the sacred liquid. This marked Yi Jio's first experience of such a momentous occasion, and she was astonished by the appearance of the holy water, fully aware that it had not been summoned by Xiao Yi, but had manifested from thin air. Chapter 70. Winter Festival. Listening to the discussions below, and after consuming the holy water, Yi Jio felt an extraordinary sensation. The holy water contained a pure essence of power, capable of calming the turbulent energies within the beast men, that if their internal energies had been previously stable, it would also possess additional effects. Yi Jio was uncertain of the specifics, but after partaking, she felt a profound sense of ease. Initially, Hu Qiu and the others had been oblivious, but upon drinking the holy water, they instantly understood why the males were so eager to bond. Even without energy plants, the presence of holy water allowed them to ascend safely to level 10. They understood that this was due to the mating holy water being of the highest grade. Had it been of a lower caliber, the effects would likely not have been as favorable. However, reaching level 4 would undoubtedly prevent any energy chaos. The more they pondered, the more their affection for Yi Jio grew. Noticing their affectionate gazes, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of awkwardness, clearing her throat to signal that they could proceed to the next segment. After the bonding ritual, their totems underwent transformation, and they felt a surge of energy within. Hu Qiu and the others believed they could upgrade at any moment. Yet rationality held them back, as they all remembered the significance of the day. Hu Qiu cradled a cub in his arms, taking Yi Jiu's hand as they descended. The other 4 husbands each carried a cub, their faces radiant with smiles. Particularly, Bai Xiao was eager to confront the males who had once mocked him, ready to proclaim that he was not a rejected male. The event of Yi Jiu's supplementary bonding ritual was well known, and upon hearing about it, Aunt Miao and the others immediately followed suit, leading to a series of bonding ceremonies. Although the subsequent holy waters did not elicit the same astonishment as those experienced by Yi Jiu and her companions, at the very least, the least favorable outcomes reached the blue or green levels. The males who had not bonded were not entirely ignorant. They understood that the colors represented the nature of marital relationships and the beast god's approval of the unions. The most common colors observed were red and orange, while yellow and green were rare, and blue or higher levels of holy water were even scarcer. This event truly opened their eyes. The thought that these females belonged to their tribe filled them with optimism for the future. As the bonding ceremony concluded, the bonfire festival commenced with a formal announcement of rules by Yi Jiu. From this day forth, newly awakened females would be addressed as mistress, possessing 1 primary husband, 2 secondary husbands, and 4 attendants, who would be referred to as little attendants, with fewer females and more males in their dormitory. To ensure that males had ample opportunities, they decided that their tribe should have at least 7 husbands. No one voiced objections. After all, these measures were for their benefit, and although the titles seemed peculiar, they would grow accustomed to them. Moreover, the unique nomenclature would highlight their tribe's distinctiveness and strength, with no dissenting voices. The only one expressing reservations was Xiao Yi, whose 3 husbands similarly had no objections. Though each of them had seen some increase in their capabilities, they still felt a lack of vibrancy compared to the bustling homes of other females. Once the chief's rules were announced, they could begin selecting good brothers to join their families, allowing for collaborative hunting with multiple husbands while ensuring at least 2 stayed behind to care for the household, providing a greater sense of security. Jiugu amiably remarked, "If someone could assist me with the household tasks, it would certainly alleviate my burden that I have always worried about not being able to care for you properly. But if Mi Bei and Qi Xiu could each help me, 1 at home and 1 out hunting, it would ease the strain of providing for the family, and we could discuss matters without the need for the other beastmen." Upon hearing Jiu Ji's comments, Xiao Ye's expression shifted slightly, and Mi Bei continued, "Indeed, while Qi Xiu and I often bicker, our combined efforts in hunting yield greater results. The outside world is well managed, but at home, it's just you and Jiu Gu, and we have always been concerned. You are both right." Xiao Yi remained silent for a while, thoughtfully considering their words, realizing she had been somewhat willful. The outside world was perilous, and sending a single beastman to hunt was indeed fraught with danger. Although the home was safe, there was still much to be done, requiring constant attention on her part. With this in mind, whether they stayed or ventured out, she could not manage with just 1 beastman. Thus, before she could voice her opposition, her 3 husbands had already convinced her. "We will heed your guidance. You may seek out suitable companions." Although her affection for males was not particularly strong, she prioritized their safety above all else, that if finding additional husbands would enhance their security, she was willing to concede. Moreover, given their long-standing companionship, any male they brought into their fold would surely coexist harmoniously. Fulfilling her desires to at last, Mi Bei and his companions felt a profound sense of relief. "We will choose carefully." Once this rule was announced, the most significant sacrificial ceremony commenced, with all previous offerings replaced by new ones. Xiao Yi once again ascended, grasping the staff gifted to her by Yi Jiu. "Thank you for your contributions, which have made our tribe stronger." The winter festival ritual begins. There are 4 major sacrificial events each year: the Spring Festival, Summer Festival, Autumn Festival, and Winter Festival. This tradition, brought by the previous priestess, is observed at this time by various tribes to offer sacrifices and beseech the beast god for clean water sources, abundant wildlife, and ample food during this period. As she presided over such a significant ceremony for the first time, Xiao Yi felt intensely nervous. Yet, the sight of Yi Jiu's trust and the pride reflected in the gazes of her husbands provided her with the composure she needed. Many beastmen in the tribe had participated in such rituals before and were generally indifferent, as divine responses were rare. The priestess before them was exceptionally young, rumored to have been a mere shaman not long ago. which only deepened their skepticism. Nevertheless, they did not voice their doubts, adhering dutifully to the established procedures. Unbeknownst to them, whether due to the favorable nature of their tribe or the priestess's genuine abilities. The beast god responded. The transparent crystal orb within the staff emanated a golden light, enveloping Xiao Yi, her form illuminated to the point of obscurity. Subsequently, numerous beams of light emanated from the staff, striking several beastmen. Their totems manifested instantaneously, and with the appearance of these totems, a powerful energy surged within them. This energy was familiar, reminiscent of the strength that had sustained them during battles with the wandering beastmen. Previously, they had only experienced the power as a fleeting rite, but this time felt different, as if they could now wield it. While the thoughts of the others remained unspoken, they observed the illuminated beastmen seemingly suffering immense torment, writhing on the ground and howling in pain, which left the onlookers frozen in fear. However, Xiao Yi remained undeterred, continuing her incantations. Once the ceremony commenced, it could not be interrupted. Thus, she remained oblivious to the commotion. Following her instincts, Chapter 71. The beast gods blessing the other beastmen had little time to process the situation when numerous fine beams of light began to shine upon them. Those prepared for excruciating pain discovered instead that the beams enveloped them in warmth, bringing a deep sense of comfort. Their hidden injuries seemed to mend, and those who had been weakened by wounds began to regain their strength. Although the recovery was only by one level, it was a significant boon for them. Yet before long, this sensation dissipated, leaving them confused about the nature of the beams. To remain ignorant of such a beneficial phenomenon would be truly foolish, and their envy toward those previously writhing in pain intensified. By the end of the ceremony, nearly all the beastmen had reaped benefits, particularly Yi Jiu's family, who received the most substantial beams of light, excluding a handful of wandering beastmen who had signed slave contracts and a portion of the fox, rabbit, and wolf tribes who had not participated in the ritual. The remaining individuals expressed their dissatisfaction to Xiao Yi. Why were we not included? Xiao Ye's gaze was colder than theirs. She could not be bothered to engage in argument. Turning to Yi Jiu, she replied, "Those who have not passed the beast god's test are not sufficiently loyal to the tribe." But as soon as her words were spoken, many of the orcs without the light beams wore expressions of embarrassment. They murmured in protest, "Do we not still possess totems? This signifies that the beast god has acknowledged us." "Nonsense," came the retort. "The totem serves to restrain the tribesmen. Naturally, you do not yet qualify. You should brand them with the slave mark to keep them in line. If the tribe wishes to thrive, rules must be upheld, and they must be made aware of the consequences of disloyalty." Night Nine's thoughts aligned with those of Little Wild. She had no intention of granting them leniency. Without further ado, she branded them with the slave mark, though she also offered words of reassurance. "You are now slaves, but if you perform well, you will eventually be promoted to tribesmen." Night Nine held a considerable degree of faith in the beast god. Having recently received the light beams, the prior slave marks were rescinded by her. That a significant majority of orcs fell into this category, leaving little for the few disgruntled ones to say. Noticing their disgruntled expressions, Little Wild resolved to play the role of the villain fully, speaking quite curtly, especially to those who had dared to question her, attempting to shift the blame onto her, rather than harbor resentment. They ought to reflect upon their own shortcomings. Why was it that those who had accompanied her could smoothly gain the beast god's recognition and become tribesmen, even warriors, reaping the benefits, while they had nothing beyond their totems? Were it not for the need to restrain them and the fear of their betrayal, it was likely that even the totem would not exist. Of course, the totem was not without its advantages. At the very least, once these orcs possessed it, their fates in the outside world, life or death, would be clear to her as their chief and priestess. Were she to encounter danger, with her formidable powers as a shaman and chief, she could assist them from a distance, provided it wasn't too far. Little Wild spoke the truth, and the orcs found themselves unable to counter her. Observing their downcast demeanor, they had initially expected to remain slaves for an extended period. Yet upon becoming tribesmen, they cherished their status even more, especially as they soon realized the stark differences in treatment between slaves and tribesmen. Thus, the matter was settled. The tribe was predominantly composed of tribesmen. With fewer than 50 slaves remaining, as the winter festival concluded, the eagerly anticipated bonfire gathering commenced. With a larger number of males and fewer females, they mingled freely, encircling the bonfire, singing and dancing joyously. The younglings, however, were segregated to a separate area. Bai Xiao and other males with younger offspring had intended to join them, only to be ushered over to the adult orc side. With the allure of safety in the valley and the temptation of solitude with Night Nine, their concern for the younglings ultimately waned. Though they were somewhat unreliable in this regard, the younglings proved to be quite remarkable, instinctively caring for one another. They understood the difficulty of their current circumstances and recognized the need to cherish this life. No longer would they wander aimlessly, evading various dangers. If they diligently contributed to the tribe's development, they could sustain their existence to as for leaving. The thought had never crossed their minds. The chief's words had been exceedingly clear. Any wrongdoing would lead only to death. With no possibility of expulsion, this was a celebration for the tribesmen, while the slaves were relegated to the corners. Without a point of comparison, they would not have perceived the current offerings as meager. However, once compared, a sense of bitterness inevitably arose. Being able to fill their stomachs was a luxury. Why quibble over trifles? Amidst their discussions, one slave grew somewhat discontented. He had come to realize that by simply focusing on himself and working diligently, he would eventually become a full-fledged tribesman. Previously, whether in other tribes or while wandering, he had doubted they could ever be satisfied. Yet now, experiencing such a favorable life, though it did not match that of the tribesmen, it was infinitely better than before. Far superior to the conditions faced by other slaves that as an orc, it was vital to be content. Why was it that so many orcs had not yet become tribesmen? Was it not due to their overly cautious thoughts and lack of devotion to the tribe? Others had invested more effort, displaying greater loyalty, and thus received better treatment. Was that not natural? He had not anticipated that during a shift in mindset, the totem would quietly transform, ensuring that in the next ritual, he would undoubtedly become a tribesman. His words roused many slaves from their stupor. Indeed, joining this tribe required not only loyalty and dedication, but also the commitment to enhance the tribe's prosperity. Whether they were males from previous tribes or wandering orcs, they had but this second path to tread. Their thoughts remained unknown to all, yet during this winter festival, they fully embraced their sense of belonging to the tribe. At this moment, while reveling in rare delicacies, they discussed their subsequent actions. The reason for minimal activity during the cold season was to conserve food. With supplies available, numerous tasks awaited. Joyful days always passed swiftly. As the bonfire dwindled, the orcs gradually departed, ensuring they cleaned up all remnants before leaving. Night Nine's cave was spacious and bright, evoking envy and jealousy among those who lacked such a haven. Everyone understood that had Night Nine's family not ventured out to retrieve them, they would have either perished in hunger and cold or lost their lives in battle, with no hope of intact remains. Surviving and having plans for the future were all thanks to the chief's family. They held Night Nine in high esteem. A strong individual deserved a better life to end the days that followed. Night Nine ceased to concern herself with trivial matters. With the presence of orcs, everything within the tribe was managed. Venturing outside was perilous, but there was no urgency. Already, arrangements were underway. 5 hunting teams were formed, each comprising 20 orcs, with a captain and a vice-captain, all of whom were required to be at least level 4 and possess leadership abilities, having intended to assign them to live tigers. Suitable candidates had long been anticipated. Given the heightened requirements for orcs, there were scarcely any objections to the selections made. Even if there were, it ultimately depended on the agreement of the team members. Orcs were not foolish. They would not rely solely on brute strength. That a competent leader could swiftly formulate plans and accomplish hunting tasks, ensuring a timely return to the tribe. Thus, the arrangements proceeded smoothly. The other gathering teams were similarly easy to organize, allowing the females to take charge. The breeding and planting teams had already been established on the day they arrived at the tribe, requiring no further arrangements. That as the saying goes, those who cannot lead a team will work themselves to death. Clearly, compared to these trifles of the tribe, Night Nine held greater significance in their hearts. Once the pressing matters had eased, they began to schedule time to accompany Night Nine. But the bonding ceremony had concluded several days prior, yet the 5th husband had not yet mated. Nonetheless, his heart remained at ease. He was uncertain when it would be his turn. With his current strength, he prioritized caring for the young and enhancing his level. Having accepted this, he refrained from frequently approaching Night 9 and enjoyed good relations with the other husbands. As the first husband or chief husband, Huqiu reminded Night 9, it is time to grant him a proper title. She appreciated such a virtuous male, and Night 9 had been observing his conduct. She had intended to seize an opportunity to take him outside, and now that Huqiu had broached the subject, she resolved to expedite the matter. Today, she would be taking the younglings to Huqiu and the others. As there was little to do during the cold season, and they wouldn't be carrying them back. Otherwise, the younglings might not bond with them. Come with me outside for a while. While conversing with Night 9, Huqiu spoke rather audibly, and Bai Xiao naturally caught every word. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood the implication, his heart racing like thunder, and he set the younglings down, his face flushed with embarrassment, gazing at Night 9 with a bashful demeanor. All right. For orc couples, it was imperative to find a suitable cave for mating, which the male would arrange himself. Having spent the past few days caring for the younglings, and with his low level, he had not prepared much. He planned to build rapport with Night 9 before broaching the subject. Today, this unexpected turn of events caught him off guard, yet he did not wish to miss this opportunity and ultimately followed Night 9 outside. Albeit shyly, those who understood his nature, like Huqiu and the others, felt no jealousy, for everyone had had their chance for solitude, especially Shirue, who had spent considerable time alone with Night 9. However, they did not anticipate that this time apart would extend over 7 sunsets. Not only that, but Bai Xiao's strength had risen from level 2 to level 4, and the toxins within him had diminished significantly, though that was a topic for another day. Following Night 9 outside, Bai Xiao dared not walk beside her, trailing half a step behind, moving cautiously. You need not be so reserved around me. Though she appreciated shy males, she did not favor maintaining such distance. Bai Xiao, fearing Night 9 might misunderstand, quickly explained, I am not being reserved. I simply find it hard to believe that such good fortune has befallen me. It feels like a dream, and I fear that if I blink, it will shatter. As he spoke, an endearing smile spread across his face, his eyes brimming with unexpressed contentment that he felt that his life had found its worth. And now, you find it hard to believe? Just wait until the moment unfolds, and you will find that even more astonishing. Night 9 said no more, taking his hand and leading him forward. The warmth radiating from her hand thawed the chill that had long settled in Bai Xiao's heart. He did not focus on the path ahead, allowing Night 9 to guide him through winding turns until they arrived at a cave. This shall be the place for our bonding. Understanding that this is a tradition of the beast world, Yijio did not exempt herself from the task at hand. Since Bai Xiao had been preoccupied these days, the responsibility of finding a cave fell upon her, as she was the female leader. Noticing his dazed demeanor, akin to a wooden statue, Yijio pulled him firmly towards her. Do you not like it? I can rearrange it. The cave, though modest in size, had been meticulously arranged. Other beast husbands had their share. And naturally, Bai Xiao, being the latest addition, received the same treatment. She had always prided herself on fairness. Tears streamed down Bai Xiao's cheeks, revealing a conflicting blend of joy and a fragile vulnerability that seemed on the verge of shattering. He shook off his previous stupor and embraced Yijio tightly. Jiu, you are the finest female I have ever encountered, without exception that he had seen excellent females like Aunt Miao and her companions, who treated their beast husbands well, but in comparison to his own female, they paled significantly. They would prepare gifts for their husbands, considering their feelings that he had thought it was already a blessing to find a mate. And he dared not demand more, of course, when his strength had yet to match that of the other beast husbands. He refrained from competing, fearing it might tarnish Yijio's impression of him. Yet now he felt that strength seemed less significant. If he dared to vie for her affection, he would surely carve a place for himself in her heart. With these thoughts swirling within him, he lifted Yijio in a surge of excitement. What began as a simple embrace transformed into a princess carry, leaving Yijio momentarily bewildered. Why is this fox so unpredictable? Today is our first meeting. I wish to make it unforgettable, to ensure you remember my goodness. While he felt he could not compare to the prowess of other beast husbands, he believed he could at least excel in creativity. His captivating fox eyes locked onto Yijio's as he revealed his fluffy ears and tail. Without needing to say more, this alone ensnared Yijio's full attention. Her astonishment was still evident, and without conscious thought, her hand reached up to touch his ears. The sensation was as delightful as she had imagined, causing her to squint her eyes in bliss, her heart brimming with contentment. Initially, she had intended to coax Bai Xiao into this transformation, but his adeptness only deepened her satisfaction with him. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly to At first. Bai Xiao approached with bold determination, intent on making the experience unforgettable for Yi Jiao. Yet ultimately, it was Yi Jiao, having undergone numerous battles and possessing a higher rank, who reclaimed the initiative, turning the tables and leaving him disarmed. "Let us call a truce," Bai Xiao pleaded pitifully, promising to let her stroke his tail and hold him as they slept. The thrill of conquest endeared Bai Xiao to Yi Jiao even more, and in a short span, his standing in her heart remarkably ascended to the top. "All right, considering how adorable you are," Yi Jiao said, pausing with lingering thoughts on what position to try next to At that moment. Her mind was solely occupied with how to tease Bai Xiao, completely oblivious to the fact that Hu Qiu awaited their return in the cave. As for what lay ahead, it could wait. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the white fox in front of her, to prevent any surprise attacks. Bai Xiao transformed into his beast form, well aware that his familiarity with her allowed him to anticipate being subject to various playful taunts. Seeing his genuine fatigue as he closed his eyes to rest, Yi Jiao simply cradled him in her arms, refraining from any further action. Though Bai Xiao's eyes were shut, he was not truly asleep. Instead, he seized the moment to cultivate his skills. He did not wish to remain at a disadvantage. While the sensation was intriguing, his masculine pride urged him to improve. Chapter 73. Ascending to level 4 uncertain if it was merely an illusion. After their mating, he sensed that the force limiting him had significantly diminished, that as he attempted to absorb the energy from the air, he found it flowed more freely, and he was genuinely exhilarated. Not only did he notice changes within himself, but Yi Jiao was also aware, which is why she exerted herself so diligently that in the following days, after resting and enjoying nourishing meals, they continued their vigorous endeavors. Before long, 7 sunsets had passed, and Yi Jiao knew it was time to return. Otherwise, it would be difficult to placate their companions. Thus, she took the initiative to suggest, "Shall we head back?" Although phrased as a question. Her tone was decidedly assertive. "All right, let us go now," Bai Xiao replied, mindful of the cubs and concerned that Hu Qiu and the others would become jealous. He tidied up the cave, which would henceforth serve as their little nest. When it was his turn, he could bring Yi Jiao back here to continue their time together. The thought made him smile uncontrollably. Through their deepening connection, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Yi Jiao spoke with a newfound casualness. "Tone it down a bit. Don't let Xiu Qiu and the others catch sight of us, or I won't be able to protect you." Indeed, she was a vixen. Had she not been preoccupied with other beast husbands, she likely would not have wished to return at all. That I understand. Bai Xiao, having benefited greatly, was not the type to flaunt it. He did not wish to face the repercussions that in those 7 sunsets. He not only mated with his beloved female, but also ascended from level 2 to level 4 at this level, while formidable among the outside beast men, was merely average within the tribe, particularly since the primary husbands were all at least level 6. A threshold he found daunting to cross. Seeing that he comprehended, Yi Jiao did not elaborate further and quickened their pace home. Though her demeanor appeared cold-hearted, Bai Xiao understood that it was not so. Had it not been for Yi Jiao's concern for the other beast husbands, they would not be in such a rush. They were all beast husbands, and surely there would be opportunities to carve out time for themselves in the future. If Jiao had them in her heart, even when she was away, she would think of home and return promptly. The more he pondered, the happier he became, quickening his pace. Upon their return, Hu Qiu and the others were waiting for them inside the dwelling. Upon seeing Bai Xiao's beaming expression, it was evident that their mating had been successful. Hu Shan, who had the closest relationship with him, was the first to chime in with a teasing tone. "Oh, you finally returned. It's been 7 sunsets. Did you forget that there are poor, pitiful beast husbands waiting at home? Don't you remember the 5 adorable cubs?" He had intended to say more, but Hu Qiu immediately intervened. The moment they returned, Hu Qiu's gaze landed first on Yi Jiao and then on Bai Xiao. Upon noticing his elevation to level 4, he felt a surge of happiness. It seems that during these 7 sunsets, you did not waste your time and gained significantly at this moment. Hu Shan and Lanya also recognized the change in Bai Xiao. Indeed, level 4 now, reaching the basic standard of our tribe. While this level did not compare to theirs, it endowed him with a fundamental capability to protect Yi Jiao, which delighted Lanya, although they did not particularly care for Bai Xiao's strength. Knowing he had his reasons for being weaker, it was a fact that his low level could potentially bring disgrace to Yi Jiao, seeing that the non-hibernating beast husbands treated him well. Without any hassle, Bai Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Jiao Jiao. 7 sunsets can feel lengthy yet fleeting. Due to Bai Xiao's elevation, this matter was quickly brushed aside. However, Hu Qiu still cautioned. The tribe is quite safe, easy to defend yet hard to attack, so there is no issue with going out alone. But outside, you must not take Jiao Jiao away for so long. At the very least, bring along a brother. Brother, I understand that I prioritized Jiao Jiao's safety, that he bore this responsibility clearly, and it was not feasible to tell the other 3 beast husbands that it was actually Yi Jiao who had insisted on prolonging their stay. As traditional beast, mates typically mated for 3 sunsets. While they had taken a full 7, that having taken advantage of the situation, he thought it best not to voice any hurtful words that could disturb the harmony of their household. Accepting his faults so readily, Hu Qiu was greatly pleased, promptly shoving the cubs into Bai Xiao's arms. They've missed you dearly after being away for several sunsets. This statement was clear to Bai Xiao. I will ensure the cubs do not disrupt your time with Jiao Jiao. Hu Qiu's satisfaction only deepened as he approached with a smile. Yi Jiao sensed trouble brewing. Her expression was radiant. Qiu, is it my turn now? I've missed you so much during this time that I was almost going mad. Having anticipated this moment since agreeing to Hu Shan's inclusion, he understood that Yi Jiao was no longer solely his. He had thought he could accept this, but now he felt a pang of bitterness. Yet, Jiao Jiao was the one he had willingly sent out. The other beastmen were now part of her life, and he could not voice his sorrow. Nevertheless, he was determined to seize any benefits available to him. Addressing Yi Jiao in such a tone softened her gaze. I missed you too, Dad. I'm sorry. After the cubs were born, my focus has been on them, and I've neglected you. Today, I will surely satisfy you. His bold and straightforward words evoked little change in Bai Xiao's expression, but Lanya and Hu Shan looked somewhat perturbed, their gazes almost piercing him. To Hu Qiu, seemingly oblivious, wrapped his arm around Yi Jiao's waist. Whispering sweet nothings in her ear as they made their way toward his cave, he refused to waste even a sunset on the journey. As their figures faded from view, Hu Shan ground his teeth in frustration. Brother is being excessive. Knowing we haven't seen Yi Jiao in several sunsets, he monopolizes her immediately. Reflecting on the root of his ire, he shot a glare at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, pretending not to notice, continued to groom the little ones. You've spent a good amount of time with brother, all while being with Yi Jiao. Unlike me, who has been alone in the tribe during the hibernation season, not only missing Yi Jiao, but also having to carry out various tasks. As soon as Lanya spoke, Hu Shan found himself at a loss for words. Although it was somewhat inconvenient outside, the other beastmen were well aware of what might transpire between beast partners, and they would create the necessary conditions for it. Moreover, they all resided in wooden houses which did not hinder their activities. Hu Shan, being the more gullible of the two, appeared somewhat flustered. Seizing the opportunity, Lanya sought to curry favor. Shall we switch things up? Impossible! Hu Shan retorted that we had agreed upon this arrangement from the outset. While you may feel disadvantaged, those few nights that Jiao Jiao returned were solely spent with you. Be content with that. Hu Shan was resolute and would not yield an inch on this matter. Bai Xiao felt similarly. This journey has been fraught with battles, and we all rest together. Though his words were not entirely clear, Lanya understood the implications that in truth they had not gained much, especially Bai Xiao. He had intended to test the waters, but without any assurance of success. Lanya did not dwell on it, and deftly shifted the conversation to other topics. In Chapter 74, the transformation of the young. Within the cave of Hu Qiu, he did not immediately press her down, but instead embraced her, softly expressing his feelings. Naturally, there were also the 7 sunsets, the matters concerning the young and the tribe. Yi Jiao listened quietly. Her heart never having known such tranquility as she listened, she eventually drifted off to sleep. Hu Qiu, sensing her steady breathing, couldn't help but smile. He kissed her cheek and held her close. Resting together, he understood that Yi Jiao was unlike other females. She did not require vast amounts of food, beautiful gifts, or mating. She simply needed to be treated sincerely, not to have her thoughts contradicted or to be betrayed. And to have him by her side, in return, she would never forsake them, always holding them dear. The anger he had felt had long been suppressed, leaving only a cherished affection for her. Outside, Hushan and the others had not heard any commotion from the cave and were momentarily curious. Could they be merely sleeping under the beast pelts? Perhaps, although they did not understand why Huchio would pass up such a prime opportunity, Lanya's respect for him only grew. The cold season brought no other activities, but the dual Beastman exercises were particularly abundant. Throughout this lengthy cold season, Yiju not only conceived a litter for Lanya and Bai Xiao, but had also given birth. Congratulations, the main husband and side husband's talents have been elevated to purple quality. Earning 200 points. Congratulations on successful conception. Gaining 400 points. Congratulations on the birth of a purple quality Fox Clan male cub. Earning 200 points and a purple quality potion X1. Congratulations on the birth of a purple quality Fox Clan female cub. Earning 200 points, a purple quality potion X1, and a purple quality defensive moonlight gemstone necklace X1. Congratulations on the birth of a blue quality wolf clan male cub. Earning 50 points, blue quality speed shoes X2. Congratulations on the host's remarkable performance, giving birth to a purple quality wolf clan female cub. Earning 200 points and a purple quality potion X1. Upon seeing the additional purple potions, Yi Jiao felt immense joy, realizing that Lanya's talents could indeed be enhanced. Indeed, the potions from the first litter amounted to 1 blue, 1 green, and 2 purple. Huchio possessed a blue talent and required only 1 bottle of purple potion. However, Hushan had a green talent and needed to consume the blue potion before the purple one. This meant she was left with only 1 green potion. The beast world was truly marvelous. There was no need for a 10-month gestation period, as the delivery dates adhered to the Beastkin's norms. In just about 2 months, they welcomed 4 more cubs. Huchio and the others were no longer eager for additional offspring. The current ones already overwhelmed them. Days passed, the cold season came to an end, and the warm season arrived, a splendid time for growth. The long hibernating Shirue awakened, his strength indeed having reached level 9. Nearing the pinnacle of their continent, with him present, Huchio could confidently entrust Yi Jiao's care to him, especially since he had yet to have cubs of his own. Thus, upon Shirue's emergence, Huchio solemnly approached him. I leave Jiujio in your care. By the way, Lanya mentioned wanting to return to your previous tribe. Understood, he had noticed the other beast husbands had already welcomed cubs, and while he felt a twinge of envy, their flustered appearances made him feel reassured about his own situation. After all, he was powerful and had a long life ahead. There was no rush for cubs. With that, Huchio left him to tend to the young, as he himself had 4 cubs, who, although considerably larger now, remained quite unruly. While they were all busy, Shirue quickly approached Yi Jiao at that moment. She was leisurely basking in the sun. Upon seeing him, her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. You're awake? I thought it would still be a few days. Despite the warm season, 3 days were needed for the snow to dissipate. Why Yi Jiao wished to let him see her immediately, but plans changed unexpectedly. I'm well. This cold season has been fruitful for me. Did you hear about Lanya wanting to return to our former tribe? Shirue, being a straightforward male, had just received the information and turned to Yi Jiao to say, Of course I know. He mentioned not only having a female but also 2 cubs. It's time for him to take pride in returning. Remembering Lanya's expression while saying this, Yi Jiao's brows softened instantly. The other beast husbands were solitary beastmen. But Lanya had family. It was indeed inappropriate for him to remain away for so long. Then let us go together. Shirue had interacted with Lanya's beast mother a few times and found her quite agreeable. He had originally intended to visit Lanya's previous tribe in the coming days, but an unexpected incident occurred. The previously lively cubs suddenly fell silent, sleeping for an entire day without waking. Huchio and the other beast husbands were extremely worried, and Yi Jiao was equally anxious. System, what's wrong with the cubs? Did you not say they were robust and unlikely to perish? Yi Jiao was perplexed. She had searched through the inheritance given by the beast god, but found no relevant information. The once healthy cubs had become like this, plunging the entire family into a low mood. Fearing for the cubs' lives, they looked to Yi Jiao, hoping she would provide guidance, for she was a goddess and possessed greater knowledge. After the system upgrade, it had become less talkative, yet it would respond to Yi Jiao's inquiries that do not panic. This is a good sign. The system conducted a brief scan and quickly relayed feedback to Yi Jiao. It was jubilant, having initially assumed the cubs born from Yi Jiao resembled the beast husbands and feared that their bloodline had not been activated. only to discover that they had awakened much earlier than expected. Although not in the manner initially planned, awakening alongside Yi Jio's bloodline at birth, this was still quite commendable. How can being in a coma be considered a good thing? Yi Jio was utterly confused. But for some reason, upon hearing the system's words, her heart felt somewhat at ease. Indeed, the system elaborated further. They are undergoing a transformation that, if successful, they will be able to shift between dragon form and that of their father at will. Yi Jio grasped the meaning. Will they become like totems? Precisely, that if they can transform into dragons, why can't I? I only know this is my beast form. Dragons, after all, were the very embodiment of the Huaxia tribe's beliefs. With that, the system fell silent again, that Yi Jio understood that she could not extract further information from it. So she chose to remain mute. Observing the worried expressions of the beast husbands, she slightly modified the system's explanation to share. In the beast world, males are generally stronger than females. Thus, when cubs are born, their beast forms reflect their father. However, they are aware that Yi Jio is exceptionally powerful. Yet, due to long-held impressions, they had not delved deeper into the matter. Upon hearing Yi Jio's words, they finally realized, let us wait for Jiojio and the cubs to complete their transformation before we proceed. In Chapter 75, transforming into 9 little dragons, Yi Jio nodded. As the cubs remained in their slumber, they could not possibly leave without the aid of their father and mother. As she spoke, Lanya tentatively began transmitting energy to his cubs as he suspected. The cubs' condition seemed to improve somewhat. It truly works. The birth of the cubs required the joint efforts of both parents, and the same applied during their transformation, with 9 cubs in total. They were uncertain if Yi Jio could manage Yi Jio made no promises but demonstrated her strength to the beast husbands in the blink of an eye. Half of the warm season had passed. The cubs, who began in their beast forms, transformed into little dragons. The first 5 were golden, while the last 2 were blue and white. Though they had yet to awaken, Yi Jio was confident that everything was fine. She picked up 2 of the blue little dragons and called to Lanya and Shirue. Shall we go? Aren't we heading to your mother's place? Yes, let us go. Initially intending to carry 2 little wolves back. They had now become little dragons, and she wondered how they might react. Seeing her so determined, Bai Xiao hesitated for a moment before scooping up 2 white little dragons and draping them over her wrist. Let us take them along. They all came from the same litter, and if they don't see each other, they might cause a fuss. He was uncertain about when the little dragon would awaken, yet the 4 of them had been together since birth. Furthermore, if only 2 blue ones were taken back, Lanya would undoubtedly be scorned by his mother. If all 4 limbs of a single litter were little dragons, there would be nothing more to say. Instead, they would commend him for having chosen a powerful dragoness and for producing offspring. Lanya appreciated his good intentions and was even more pleased with him that Yi Jio had not anticipated these convoluted thoughts. Upon reflection, he found them quite reasonable and agreed. Very well. Moreover, when those 2 white ones draped themselves around her arms, upon seeing her consent, Xiao Ba and Xiao Jio, who were so reliant on their mother, brought a sense of relief to Bai Xiao. The preparations had already been made. Now, with the young ones in tow, Yi Jio, accompanied by 2 beastly husbands, set off towards the forest tribe. After their departure, the tribe continued to develop steadily. It was only because the young ones were well-behaved that Hu Qiu and his 2 companions had time to handle many matters. They all possessed small wings. And if they awoke this time, it would likely be even more challenging to manage them. After all, I'm still not at level 6. I fear I may not be able to handle it. Bai Xiao expressed his concerns. While having powerful children was one thing, reasoning with such young ones was quite another. Apart from their mother, these beastly fathers were utterly incapable of managing them, that we cannot possibly keep them by our side forever. With so many young ones, there will always be areas we cannot attend to. Should we find 2 more beastly husbands? Do you have any recommendations? The beastmen in the tribe are indeed quite good. But as of now, he had not found anyone to his liking. Either they had just recently come of age and lacked experience in caring for females, or they were older yet of only decent rank. Perhaps we could consider the rabbit or deer tribes. Their temperaments are gentle and patient, making them quite suitable for nurturing young ones. The other races' beast forms were rather unappealing, while their appearances might be acceptable. He firmly believed Yi Jio would not favor them, for seeking those of the same tribe. That would be unwise, unless they were brothers like Hu Qiu and Hu Shan, Finding kin could easily lead to discord. Hu Shan nodded in agreement, expressing his approval. I think that sounds excellent. Thinking of their impressive beast forms, which perfectly met Yi Jiu's requirements, and their temperaments as Bai Xiao described, remarkably good and suitable for caring for young ones. Hu Qiu felt a spark of inspiration. I already have candidates in mind. Since you all share this sentiment, let us choose them. Everything in the tribe was progressing positively. Meanwhile, upon exiting the valley, Yi Jiu and her companions did not immediately head to the forest tribe, but instead visited other tribes first. The tribes they visited were naturally the United Fox tribes of the white, red, and silver foxes, along with the rabbit tribe and the gray wolf tribe. When they passed through, the leaders of these three tribes had not taken their words to heart. It was only when Yi Jiu officially came to visit that they realized it was indeed true. Initially displeased by Aunt Miao and her companions for taking away the males of their tribe. Upon seeing the stunning Yi Jiu, they thought it was inconsequential. Apart from one level 4 warrior, the rest were only level 2 or 3 males, many of whom had just awakened their abilities. Such males found it difficult to win the favor of the females in the tribe, and if they could attract a female from outside, it would be a fortunate occurrence, and with fewer males around. The chances for the remaining males would increase. That's why Yi Jiu first visited the Fox tribe, as Bai Xiao belonged to this tribe and needed to discuss the matter with them. However, what she said left them utterly astonished. A beautiful, awakened female? Surely you jest. The leader of the Fox tribe was exceedingly surprised and could hardly believe that Bai Xiao, with such low abilities, would be chosen and liked by Yi Jiu. No female would willingly forsake a powerful male for one of lesser strength. Yet, the white dragon form youngling on Yi Jiu's wrist bore Bai Xiao's aura, clearly indicating that Yi Jiu had birthed it. Upon sensing the formidable powers of Lanya and Shi Rui, they instantly felt that the presence of the powerful beast husbands at the front outweighed the lesser abilities of those at the back. Considering Bai Xiao's appearance, they quickly understood. Setting aside the issue of strength, Bai Xiao was indeed the most favored by the females due to his exceptional looks. However, if even a level 2 Bai Xiao could be chosen, did that not imply the other males might have a chance as well? The leader of the Fox tribe, recognizing their many males, suddenly had a recommendation in mind. Thus, he gazed at Yi Jiu with a more gentle expression. Our Fox tribe's males are the most handsome, kind, and considerate that it's simply too challenging for Bai Xiao alone to care for her. Why not find a few more to bring back? The leader was no fool. He could naturally see Yi Jiu's satisfaction with Bai Xiao and would not dare speak ill of him. He knew that Bai Xiao was quite diligent, but his low rank was an inherent flaw. There was no one who could compare to Bai Xiao. Not only was he exceptionally attractive, but he had also reached level 4. Far surpassing the ones he had recommended. What did he mean by that? Yi Jiu understood well. She was not someone to be easily manipulated and would certainly not agree. Not to mention that the males being recommended truly did not match up to Bai Xiao. Even if they could barely suffice, they would undoubtedly lean toward the Fox tribe leader. She would not leave herself vulnerable. Hearing this, the Fox leader felt deeply disappointed, yet even more perplexed. Bai Xiao's level had actually reached 4? Yi Jiu's demeanor did not suggest she was lying. Her male's level was undoubtedly above 5, making Bai Xiao's level seem quite normal. Yes, since we have already visited, I must inform you that we should take our leave. Chapter 76, Provocation. Finding a venue for Bai Xiao. From the moment they met, the Fox tribe leader had been scrutinizing and calculating that why Yi Jiu did not wish to waste time on such beastmen. She had many matters to attend to. Due to their formidable prowess, the Fox tribe leader dared not make any moves. He only knew that Yi Jiu's 2 beastly husbands were incredibly powerful, surpassing even the warriors of their tribe. How powerful they were, he could not ascertain, but as a leader, he had many considerations. Others, drawn by Yi Jiu's beauty, followed, yet the males who had ulterior motives due to the Fox tribe leader's earlier words had no such intentions. They believed they were not far behind, and thus a level 5 warrior stepped forward. I wished to challenge him. He had always felt that the females in the tribe were too fickle and unsuitable for pairing. However, the females from recent tribes either favored their own males or were simply too weak to bear his offspring. Thus, he had yet to find a partner. But upon seeing Yi Jiu for the first time, he was convinced that only such an awakened female was worthy of him, that he pointed at Lanya, his eyes brimming with provocation, to AS for Shi Rui. He did not dare to approach, for the snake beast was no easy opponent. His aura was even more formidable than that of this silver fox. Hearing their words, Lanya was nearly driven to laughter, finding their audacity amusing at present. His level was nearing 7, while he could not match Shirue. He was certainly far superior to the boastful silver fox before him. Despite their shared lineage as foxes and their similar colors, how could they be so intolerable compared to Bai Xiao? No wonder he exhibited disdain when mentioning the fox tribe. He must have endured considerable hardship, that he had already overheard numerous fox tribe males speaking ill of Bai Xiao, as they were brothers. It was only natural to protect him, seizing this opportunity to dissuade their thoughts, lest they covet their females. He could also avenge his good brother, demonstrating that their family was not one that just anyone could join. Bai Xiao was their cherished brother, not someone who could be bullied by any beast man. With his mind made up, Lanya revealed a charming smile. Of course, but do not beg for mercy afterward. Are there any more challengers? I will accept them all. Such challenges alone lacked interest. Our females are not mere stakes. Should you win, the opportunity to pursue them will not be obstructed, but whether you can join us depends on your abilities. We have no time to compete with the weak. Such victories lack honor. However, you may wager your own treasures, and of course, we will ensure you do not suffer losses. Shirue possesses the most heart eyes among the males, second only to Lanya. His thoughts align closely with Lanya's. Both seek to avenge Bai Xiao, yet he contemplates more profoundly. When he uttered these words, he deliberately produced a purple energy stone to ignite the fighting spirit of the males. The energy stone is unique to the bodies of demon beasts, and it is exceedingly difficult for males of low talent and rank to acquire higher-level stones. The purple energy stone, however, is of the 7th rank, and the energy it contains left all the males of their tribe wide-eyed with astonishment. Shirue possesses several of these energy stones, obtained during his excursions when the cubs transformed into their beast forms. At that moment of eye contact, Lanya comprehended his intention. Previously, they had engaged in such affairs often, yet Lanya did not anticipate that this time, Shirue would invest so heavily that he had expected Shirue to produce a blue energy stone. As such stones are already rare treasures for the fox tribe. The talent and rank of a beastman are closely correlated. The better the talent, the higher the potential and the faster the cultivation. Most of these beastmen from the fox tribe possess talents ranging from orange to green, with only a few attaining red or cyan, and an exceedingly rare few achieving blue. None have ever possessed a purple talent. Even he, a first-rate warrior in the tribe, would still have been of blue talent had it not been for the potion given by Jiu. The natural purple talent of Shirue is indeed exceptionally rare. Thus, despite being a snake beast, even if he is somewhat reclusive and occasionally unruly, the leader has always shown him considerable leniency, as he contributes to many significant matters, even if he refrains from participating in ordinary affairs. His strength and rank are sufficient to instill fear in other tribes. Contemplating rank and talent, a hint of pride adorned Lanya's countenance, for he is the most talented among Amu's offspring. The more he thought about it, the more he longed to return home, that he inquired, "Have you made up your mind? Is there anyone you wish to challenge?" The fox tribe leader, with great difficulty, averted his gaze from the purple energy stone. "I cannot concern myself with the matters of young males." He knew that the other party's ability to produce this energy stone stemmed from an absolute confidence in their capacity to defeat all the males they had, that he darkly contemplated whether they should all join forces. Although it lacked honor, at least it would ensure victory. However, he quickly shook his head. The tribe of the awakened females was not far from here, that he wondered what their method of communication was and how quickly reinforcements could arrive. The two they brought were already formidable, being the 3rd and 4th beast husbands. One could only imagine the strength of the first two, that Bai Xiao had managed to rise from the 1st to the 4th rank. Surely, the ranks of the other beastmen would not be lower than 4th, and no matter what, they could not afford to jeopardize their relationships, so they could only downplay the matter as trivial male courtship. The leader's words calmed many of the males, causing their gazes towards Shirue to grow more wary. Yet, Lanya remained all smiles, concealing his aura, making it difficult to discern his rank, thus giving the impression that he was still manageable. Whether for the sake of the female Jiu or the purple energy stone, they were all unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. "Very well, let us compete." The first to speak was a 5th-rank male. In the tribe, aside from the leader, he and one other male were the only 5th-rank individuals. However, he differed from them in that he was still young, having barely surpassed 30 years. Several other males of similar age or slightly younger were all 4th rank. The leap from 4th to 5th rank is a significant divide. not easily crossed. Recalling the looks the females gave him and the jealousy or adulation from the males, he raised his head high. I wish to challenge you for the opportunity to pursue your female. Although winning the contest would only elevate him to sixth husband, ranking below Bai Xiao, he believed there would always be a chance to eliminate them all, that if he were the only one. He could undoubtedly ascend to the position of first husband, that a malicious gleam shone in his eyes, and with a mere glance, Jiujiu formed a very unfavorable first impression of him. She remained silent, merely observing how Shi Ruwei and Lanya schemed against them. Very well. What treasures can you present? Surely, it cannot be merely your words. Lanya scoffed with sarcasm. Shi Ruwei continued to provoke. Since you were so confident, why not present your most prized possession? Of course, he retorted, incensed by their taunts, and he produced a blue energy stone he held dear. Chapter 77. Dismay brought by the blue energy stone. This energy stone was hard-earned, and under normal circumstances, he would be loath to part with it. The moment the energy stone was revealed, the expression of the Fox tribe leader soured. It seemed he recognized the source of this energy stone. Recalling the several tribal warriors lost previously, although they were of far inferior rank, he was still immensely vexed, primarily because the sacrificed warriors of the tribe had not bequeathed their energy stones to him. It is worth noting that he possessed only 3 blue energy stones in total. This cold season, to ensure the females had a better time and to reduce the mortality of the cubs. He had already used up 2. The supply of cyan energy stones was also scant, merely 20 or so, leaving only a dozen after the cold season, while there were numerous other energy stones. None were of high enough rank to be useful. The beastmen were all striving for the tribe, and though they had their selfish motives, none had been as excessive as him. The impression of the Fox tribe leader towards him was exceedingly poor. Yet he quickly swallowed his displeasure upon considering the young male's rank. Just wait a little longer. Once his cubs or other young males reached the 5th rank, he could dismiss him. This 5th-rank young male had no idea that upon revealing the blue energy stone, many of the tribe's males shifted their gazes towards him, but he boasted with pride. What do you think? Not bad, right? Although it cannot compare to yours, mine is in greater quantity. As he spoke, he revealed several cyan energy stones and other lower-ranked ones. With the blue energy stone as a foundation, the subsequent energy stones elicited little reaction from the members of the Fox tribe. After all, his rank was not low, and hunting demon beasts to acquire energy stones was not an issue. However, the blue energy stone was absolutely beyond his capability. This was something that should have been obtained through collective effort, yet he claimed it for himself. They could not discern his thoughts, but their expressions suggested that the origins of this blue energy stone were dubious. And what of it? Regardless, this is a fair contest. If there are any issues, they cannot trace it back to us. Lanya remained cheerfully smiling. Very well, where shall we compete? In the Grand Square. Calling over the females and other males to witness was proposed, with the assurance that they would glean something from it. Upon hearing this, the expression of the Fox tribe leader improved significantly. Yet, thinking of the blue energy stone, it darkened once more. Jiujiu, disinclined to witness the myriad changes in his aged visage, silently followed to prevent Lanya from scaring the other Fox tribe males during the ensuing battle. Shi Ruwei resolved to settle them first in the art of inciting emotions. Shi Ruwei was quite adept. Several impassioned males readily agreed to compete. Observing their enjoyment, Jiujiu played the part of a passive beauty. Occasionally smiling, in an instant, the queue of males eager to compete grew by several more. Though they all knew that the trio of beast partners aimed to swindle energy stones, the nature of courtship dictated that one must invest something. At the time he won the affection of his female, he too expended a considerable number of energy stones. With this in mind, the Fox tribe leader ceased to speak further. He intended to let these young males experience losses before imparting the lesson that beastmen should not be judged by their appearances. Fortunately, only a handful were impulsive. The other males had already realized that Jiujiu had no interest in them, and her beast husband was exceptionally formidable. Now, they awaited the spectacle of these proud and arrogant individuals facing their comeuppance. Some, with malicious intent, even brought forth items to wager. Who do you think will win? Is that even a question? Naturally, it will be the males of the awakened females. Even ordinary females' beast husbands could reach the 4th or 5th rank. How could the males of awakened females be lacking? Not to mention, with sufficient energy plants, their rate of advancement was not something we could hope to match at that moment. A clear-headed male spoke up. Let us not forget that Bai Xiao is her fifth husband. Regardless of whether her beast husband truly dotes on her or is merely preserving appearances, the female will undoubtedly hold him in higher regard if Bai Xiao truly enjoys favor, and he were to utter something unflattering before them. How could we possibly leave a good impression on the awakened female? It is utterly inconceivable. His talent was quite poor, and his rank was not particularly high, only slightly better than Bai Xiao's treatment. If he was not mistaken, the two beast husbands of the awakened female were indeed seeking revenge for Bai Xiao. There was no doubt that Bai Xiao's life had been quite pleasant since leaving the fox tribe, a fact that stirred an unspoken envy within him. Had he known he would leave with them, perhaps he would have had a chance as well. He recalled that the female who had visited from this tribe last time was also an awakened female. Although she was slightly older than him, her rank was equally higher. Had he followed her then, even securing such a female would have been a significant gain. Regrettably, joining now would likely not be easy. The more he contemplated, the deeper his regret grew in his heart. He secretly devised a plan, yearning for an opportunity to extricate himself from the tribe and join Yi Jio's clan. However, while it was relatively easy for females to leave or join, the situation was far more complex for males. Unless a female came to recruit him or he followed a female, the only alternative was to be cast out of the tribe for making a grievous mistake. Regardless of his thoughts, Lanya was already engaged in battle with a level 5 male from the fox tribe. Typically, beastmen would revert to their beast forms during combat, significantly enhancing both their defense and attack. Thus, the male from the fox tribe transformed into a formidable silver fox at the first opportunity that a massive silver fox materialized before everyone, and Lanya soon followed suit, morphing into a giant wolf of the same hue. His silvery fur was sleek and smooth, unlike the fox's, which bore several knots, indicating a lack of grooming, but he was entirely silver, save for a tuft of blue fur on his forehead, which added a distinctive flair. Lanya was indeed striking, exuding an air of majesty and uniqueness that set him apart from other beasts. Upon hearing the praise, Lanya flicked his head proudly, causing his blue fur to sway with his movements, creating an adorably clumsy contrast that further endeared him to Yi Jio. Noticing her delighted expression, the level 5 male from the fox tribe was incensed and launched the first attack in his eyes. This low-level beast was hardly worth his attention, yet he wished to showcase his lithe form to Yi Jio, hence the exchange of blows ensued. Shirue was left speechless. What was there for a lowly beast man to boast about? Though he could not ascertain the male's level, he sensed that the male was of a higher rank than himself, and thus they remained silent, seemingly heeding his unspoken advice. Lanya hesitated no longer and swiftly struck down the male from the fox tribe. He had assumed the fox would concede, given the vast disparity in their strengths. However, to his astonishment, the fox lay on the ground feigning death, at the very moment Lanya prepared to call for the next beastman. The fox attacked him as one accustomed to hunting. His reflexes were remarkably sharp. He instantly sprouted wings and ascended, narrowly evading the assault. Yet the ferocity behind the fox's pounce was palpable, even lethal, and while Lanya dodged, the beastman behind him did not lic. He had just lunged at a female, whose level was inferior to his. The male, unable to protect her, could only shield her with his own body. Chapter 78. To think he was a level 6 beastman. He braced himself for certain death. Such a potent attack would leave even the leader severely wounded, let alone a mere beastman who had only just crossed in a level 40 yet. The leader was too far away to intervene. Contemplating the unborn child within the female, he acted without hesitation. He was the first to react, and Li Si's other two mates followed suit without delay. Their levels were lower than his, but they deemed it worth sacrificing their lives for Li Si's safety. The level 5 male from the fox tribe, furious at his attack being thwarted, was evidently targeting the females within the tribe. He realized his doom was imminent, his countenance darkening. The male he had once scorned now stood valiantly before Li Si, a moment that struck him with unexpected admiration. What seemed like an eternity was, in reality, but a fleeting instant. They had no time to exchange words Yi Jio had been attentively observing Lanya and immediately recognized the unfolding situation. Sensing the male's loss of control, she acted swiftly. Vines thicker than an arm erupted from beneath her feet, ensnaring him in a flash. With the crisis averted, the beastmen collectively exhaled in relief. though their dissatisfaction with the level 5 fox male reached a crescendo. Li Si, still shaken, felt her affection for her three mates deepen, even as her resentment toward the level 5 fox male intensified. She recalled, with disgust, having once considered him as a potential mate, and now. The thought repulsed her. How could she dare keep such a venomous male close? Should he ever be in a foul mood, he could easily take her life. Her mates, while loyal, lacked the strength to protect her. Leader, Reed acted with malice. He sought to eliminate the awakened females' males and incite discord between the tribes. Failing that, he aimed to kill me. He covets the awakened female, fearing she might uncover my past inquiry about becoming my mate. Her claims were both logical and compelling, and with one hand resting protectively on her belly, they swayed the leader's favor slightly. Reed, explain the origin of the blue energy stone and elucidate why you attempted to harm the awakened female's male. The leader had initially intended to deal with the matter gradually, but the severity of the situation was undeniable. Under the watchful eyes of the tribe, Reed had attempted to strike down a member of another tribe and had threatened his own tribe's females. Were it not for the timely intervention of the awakened female, it was likely that Li Si's family, along with her unborn child, would have perished. The very thought of the attack sent shivers down his spine. He was certain he would not have been able to fully intercept it. With this realization, the leader's gaze towards Yi Jiao transformed significantly. This awakened female seemed to possess depths yet unrevealed. Reed, in a desperate attempt to defend himself, retorted, I did not act with intent. He had not anticipated that Li Si, who had once harbored a modicum of affection for him, would emerge as the accuser. Regardless of whether he had indeed harmed the female, the mere intent to do so warranted severe punishment. Moreover, without the awakened female's intervention, Li Si would have undoubtedly met her demise that day. He glanced helplessly at Yi Jiao, hoping she might intercede on his behalf, thereby sparing him from the tribe's retribution. Not that Yi Jiao had any regard for him. She had just contemplated eliminating Lanya and had refrained from dismembering him solely out of kindness. What do you expect from me? You sought to kill my male and turned your aggression on females. Do you truly hope I would rescue you? Yi Jiao sneered. Upon hearing her words, Reed understood her stance but remained displeased. Scanning the crowd of beastmen, everyone was aware of what he sought. His family. Unfortunately, they were oblivious to the unfolding drama, their gazes avoiding his as he searched. Reed's fury escalated. When times were good, they had all fawned over him, proclaiming him the best. Now, when trouble arose, they all shunned him. Very well. If that is the case, then perish. Knowing he could not escape punishment, Reed, though baffled by how the challenge had spiraled into such chaos, resolved to self-destruct, dragging everyone down with him to meet the beast god. Shi Rui had long anticipated this move. Just as he began to channel the power of his beast core, he was immediately restrained. His gaze involuntarily fell upon Shi Rui, where he found the cold glint in his eyes, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. As the aura of danger dissipated, the Fox tribe leader comprehended the unfolding events and loathed Reed even more. I had merely intended to nullify your beast core's power and exile you from the tribe, granting you a chance at survival, for you have contributed much to the tribe. However, since you harbor ill intentions, seeking the demise of your fellow tribe members, you have forfeited any right to remain. With his own strength and that of another level 5 beast man, it was insufficient to subdue Reed, having observed that Yi Jiao and her companions vastly outmatched them. Even collectively, the Fox tribe leader ultimately resolved to seek their assistance.